a new game that has become very popular. It combines adventure, romance, and several locations. It also has hidden dungeons and dormant secrets. You can fight monsters and team up with other players to defeat mobs at higher difficulty levels. It was full of contact, a breath of fresh air. But popularity wasn't everything. It wouldn't last beyond the time limit. The game had been very popular, but it failed to keep up with the latest trends. As a result, it lost popularity and was no longer played. All that was left were the attraction, the obsessions, the stubbornness, and the dead. He was one of them. He was one of those forgotten. But now, the dead man is getting frustrated. He's going back to a time when this game was at its peak, and he's meeting someone who looks like a beginner. God Machine, a virtual reality game that came out 15 years ago. He instantly fell in love with her and became obsessed with her. Over time, he became completely devoted to the game. 15 years later, he asked Leo Jean, "Are you going for the reinforcement stone?" He doesn't have any thoughts, right? Rotten loan shark. Is he going to follow him inside the game too? Jean asked, when is he going to make a fortune and pay back all the money? After all, life is short. The guy asked him not to make any quick decisions and to calm down. He asked him to show him hope, just one time. People who have been playing the same game for a long time without change are called experts. He, on the other hand, was a pro who had been playing this game for 15 years. All he needed was to get stronger. At first, he liked everything. He didn't realize he'd been playing for 15 years. He was the captain of the assault squad, guild master, and lord of the castle. He had earned enough money to live on, but now he had a 7-fold reinforcement in his hands. If he could accomplish this, he would finally be free of his debts. He would be able to end his life without debt. He had a good feeling from the beginning. If he were a laborer, he wouldn't even be able to touch the casnia of reinforcement. Leo Jean felt lucky today. He had managed to make the stone 5 times bigger all at once. He felt excited. He kept telling himself that this was real. He prayed to all the gods and asked them to give him strength. Today, he was going to succeed. He threw a stone and saw that he had made a 7-fold gain at one time. Now he was not afraid of any borrowers. With all the money he'll make, he doesn't have to worry about debts. The sword he got from the loans is an executive sword. With it, he can earn a fortune by destroying the highest-ranking monsters. Leo Jean wondered if he should pay off his debts. After all, if he sold the sword, what would he have left? What could he do if he had nothing? After all, he's 35 years old. He thought he was a failure in the game. He looked at the sword and wondered if he should try again. What if he could enhance it 8-fold? His life is sad. If it makes sense for him to start over with nothing, he has no friends, no family, and not even a loved one in his life. If he could succeed, he could buy an apartment with the money he earned. When he tried again, he succeeded. He was unstoppable. The boy tried to do something, but it was in vain. He told him that a man only lives once. He thought about it, because amplification +9 is very likely. If he succeeded, he could get money that would be 8 times greater. He could afford a luxury apartment. He could also fix old relationships and make new ones. He would have an absolutely luxurious life, without any worries. He will create this life with his own hands and make it the most special. Whatever he does today is his day. An error popped up on the scoreboard. He didn't understand why 9 reinforcements didn't happen. It seems that today was not the day for anything to happen. The man told Leo Jean that it was time for him to leave. If he could stop at the 7-fold enhancement, a new life would be waiting for him. If he had done that 8 times, he could have bought an apartment in a nice neighborhood. He didn't understand what had happened to him. If he had just been able to stop, he would have started life as a human being. It's not that simple. He should have reinforced it from the beginning. He shouldn't have taken out private loans. He shouldn't have started this game in the first place. If only he could go back 15 years, he would never have come to this life. He felt dizzy and thought it was stress-induced hypertension. He woke up just outside the hospital. The doctor came over to him, happy that Leo Jean was awake, as he was worried. The doctor could see that the man didn't understand what was going on. He was told that he was in a virtual reality experiential capsule, and then came to the hospital because he had a seizure while going through the beta version. The man said that their company would give him a new capsule and some money to apologize. But he couldn't tell anyone about what happened. He started to understand what was happening. The boy asked, "So it's only been 15 minutes since we arrived in the capsule?" When he was conscious, He was a creature rejected by society. He had no family or children. Had he traveled back in time? Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he saw that he had very smooth skin, without a single wrinkle. It didn't look like the body of a 35-year-old man with an addiction to alcohol and cigarettes. Did everything that had happened for 15 years just happen in his dreams? Was everything he had been through just a bad dream? His whole life had been turned upside down because of that damn game. There was no reason to mess it up. His little sister said she would be broadcasting, so he borrowed an object, but things didn't go as planned. She went into a hunting area alone and got caught by an enemy guild. She was attacked and dropped an item. The assassin picked up the item and fled. Afterwards, they worked hard to try and get the item back. They caught a high-level monster and sold its item. They even took out a private loan. If you collect items while hunting, you have to pay interest. If you get a big reward, you get the money back. All Leo Jean knows how to do is play games. He wanted to bring down that wall between the game and reality. It's been over 15 years since the game was released. Every time it was released, the online version was getting worse. It was getting harder and harder to pay the interest on the debt, but in the game, he still bought the sword of an executive. He thought he would increase its power and resell it. In the end, he wondered if it was just a dream. He couldn't believe that the most promising game had become irrelevant in 15 years. All that time spent playing the game had become his whole life. In any case, he decided to play again. The God Machine greeted him. Opening his eyes, he realized that none of this was a dream. Everything was exactly as it had been 15 years ago. He doesn't know how far into the future he'll be able to see. It could be a whole different game. He looked at the sword in his inventory and realized that he had no other choice. As soon as he picked it up, the game began. Just as he thought, the first opponent would be the assassin bug. Destroying those things would be easy. But that wasn't the case. The beetle went back and started attacking. After thinking for a moment, Leo Jean realized that the beetle's weakest part was its neck. After the battle, he realized his body was too light. He knew that he didn't have the body of a 35-year-old man. After thinking about it, he realized that, since he was young, the character in the game was probably young too. He decided to see what would happen if he let the insect help him. It turned out to be the sting of the assassin's dukkha. Oh, Jean thought it was pretty good. He decided to do it from memory. Now he finally realized that he had gone back 15 years. He'd been given one last chance. At first, he was going to have fun, but in the end, things didn't go as planned. However, he decided to take all the game's charms, hidden places, and items for himself. Then, he would truly enjoy the game. The training tower has 10 floors. As you climb to new levels, the game gets harder and there are more monsters. After you complete all 10 floors, you will enter the main world as a level 10 player. The monsters in this game are very strong. You have exactly 5 minutes to survive this fight. Usually, he moves much faster. He already knows a lot about this game. You need to attack the monsters at vital points to minimize the time spent on destroying the monster. There were 3 monsters on the 3rd floor and 6 on the 6th floor. He thought it was no big deal, even if there were several monsters. A voice informed him that he had set a new world record. It asked if he wanted to put his name on the record table. Leo Jean said only one word. As it turned out, he could now choose the difficulty level of the boss on the 10th floor. This was surprising because he didn't remember this option being available before. It was just calling the rank of the next mission. There aren't many hidden perks with hidden items in the training tower. He realized that these privileges were available to those who broke a world record. A C rank boss is 10 times stronger than AD rank boss. An AC plus rank boss is 100 times stronger than AD rank boss. It's not very smart to make the difficulty level much higher. He's almost a pro, and people like him can fight A plus and S rank monsters in the future. He shouldn't be surprised by C plus rank monsters. The participants were discussing the presence of a secret boss in the training tower. They didn't see anyone like that inside. If such a thing was really happening, they would definitely notice it. They said that it was impossible to fight a level 4 boss of C plus rank. The players didn't realize what was going on. One of them had just passed the 10th floor, but he hadn't heard about this. He didn't understand how this could have happened. All the players from the rookie village know each other well. Someday, his true identity will be revealed. As soon as that happens, the scouts will start watching him closely. Leo Jean knew the attack pattern. If he got used to the weapon, he would be able to take no damage at all. With his strength, he would easily be able to defeat the Skeleton King. Safe power of power, he thought. He wondered if people who had passed the high levels felt it. Now he could easily overpower him. This was easy for an expert, and he would be able to get excellent items. He decided it was time to leave the training tower. Items are much more important than stats. Now that he has C+ rank armor, maybe he should try to enjoy a snack? But he thought that before he left, the guy should check something out. And he found this one. Leo Jean had heard about this information from interviews with top-ranked players. If you successfully complete the 10th floor of the training tower in the shortest amount of time, another floor will be opened. He hadn't tried it himself, but he was curious. It was the most difficult of all the hidden quests. As soon as he walked in, he was immediately attacked by a monster. After all, he had gone back 15 years, so he could only attack C-rank monsters. The man didn't understand how that monster could just appear like that. How could he defeat it? He wondered if it was a rank S monster that had been created by mistake. Did the world give him a hard time again? He was the executioner of the dragon prison. This monster was part of the dragon family, one of the few dominant ones on the entire continent. It didn't officially become part of the game until 10 years after its first appearance. At that time, players came together in an alliance and organized a campaign against dragon-like monsters. Unlike his obese physique, he was very fast. He was tough to beat, so the players were defeated quickly. Leo Jean thought, how should I defeat him? At some point in the attack, he realized that something was wrong. He got a better look and realized what was wrong. Those things were holding back his strength. They were all over his body, which was probably why he couldn't move fast enough. In other words, that thing is not a torturer. It's just a low-rank monster. The developers have made the game genuinely fun. There's something to it. The attacks kept coming. He used a sword, a cauldron, and poison, but even when he combined all three attacks, his life points only went down by 25 points. He was much stronger than the guy thought. However, he realized that if he focused on his attacks, he could easily dodge them. Besides, his sword couldn't break. At least he didn't have to worry about that. Originally, Leo Jean had a regeneration ability, but now he was in an area where he couldn't use it. The battle would be a long one, and so began his battle to the death with that thing. The ability to regenerate S-rank monsters is beyond dreams, but since this skill doesn't work in this area, things went differently. He would have to fight him for days. Now, he's not affected by the regeneration ability either. If he hits him once, the guy's dead. So the most important thing for him right now is speed and concentration. If he stops concentrating, he's going to be thrown out of the game. And if his physical ability goes down, the same thing happens, quitting. He pays no attention to anyone and expects nothing. Time is on his side. 3 months later, Leo Jean succeeded in defeating the monster after all. It was difficult for him, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. The maximum level he could have at the moment was 25. Anyone could not have gotten above level 26 in that amount of time. Strength, dexterity, magic, they all grow in proportion to level. But that doesn't matter. In fact, all thanks to the fact that he now has a weapon that solves everything. The razor, weapon of the god of misfortune himself. It is a weapon that frightens anyone who dares to challenge it. The weapon of the god of misfortune, who held the whole world in fear. This sword is at the top of the dark rating of the god of calamity. In terms of attack power, it doesn't fit the S level. It is a B level sword because it only needed 900 points of attack power to obtain it. However, fear of the razor isn't the only thing that guarantees victory. No one would believe that having a level C+ weapon could get you a level S weapon. The notification came that he was leaving the training tower. He had to choose the camp he wanted to join, but he said he was not going to go to any camp. Leo Jean remained human. In this way, he was freed from the control of demons and dragons, even though the guy wouldn't get any privileges now, and besides, then he wouldn't be able to catch monsters from the friendly camp. And because of that, the pleasure of farming would be diminished. Beginner's Village. There's no need to do starter quests. The guy doesn't have time to run from point A to point B. From now on, he was fighting high-level monsters that no one could defeat if they were at the same level as him. If those things hit you even a little bit, no amount of armor could help. In such situations, he could use gloves, shoes, and various accessories. Some guys approached him. One of them said he saw him auctioning off a rather valuable item and asked where he got it. because at this level it's unrealistic. Very vaguely, but he could still smell something that was coming from him too. A faint, foul odor of rottenness. Did he get it somewhere? Rewarded on some quest? They started saying that if he could do it, so could they. Make him talk faster. It was the smell of dead water. The place was designed specifically for beginners. Once you get past level 15, you can't go back there. He got level 32 in the Tower of Learning, and that's the only reason he's standing there. One of them said that if he didn't tell them, they would follow him and prevent him from getting to the next levels. Leo Jean assumes that these overgrowths died on purpose during the training, reviving there and gaining experience on the newcomers. The guy said that he had just gotten out of training and should only be level 10. Smiling, he replied that, of course, all the more good things to share. He would tell them where to go to earn the rebel armor. One of them said he thought the guy was a lecher for standing naked, but he seemed normal. He promised to tell them everything step by step, but first they had to go to a quiet place in the middle of nowhere. One of the boys asked him to tell him quickly about the monsters they would meet on their way. Leo Jean asked, weren't they thinking of just killing him and taking all his items? He said he knew their kind well. They deliberately wait for newcomers like rats. They gain enough experience and have level 15, and then they attack and take everything from the newcomers. Did they ask what he just said? Does he want them to make him change his mind about coming to this game? The guy replied that he liked their boldness. Then let them prepare to give up their belongings and forget this game forever. They began to attack him in threes. He dealt with them very skillfully and quickly. The man did not realize who he was, for he did not look like a newcomer at all. Leo Jin replied that newcomers are usually taught to treat everyone with love, however not in this case. The boy resented it, as they didn't turn out to have any useful items. He did find one item though. It was a slime unit. Slimes are monsters you can't get anything of value from. It seems like these guys were only raising their level by killing slimes. He was able to obtain the quintessence of slimes, so he wouldn't have to farm 1,000 slimes. He thought he had wasted his time, however, it went well. This thing would come in handy when he attacked the dungeon. Seems to have bought his item at auction. The auction is held within 72 hours of registration, but there are exceptions, where the price increases by at least 10 times the originally quoted price. He wondered what kind of major had bought it. When he saw the price, he couldn't say a word. This was the real business. He was able to sell the C+ rank armor alone for that kind of money. Iron armor calling for rebellion is a great option. However, is it worth settling for that amount? He thinks a lot of people will want to take the initiative because it's the early days of the game. He is already excited. Dear customers, he used to be someone who made money in real life for the sake of playing. Now it's the other way around. He will be able to make money in the game and use it in real life. He saw a maze of demons in the distance. Looking at his feet, he thought what a great thing. There was a nice feeling between his toes. Soft damp leather. It was very good padding for a newcomer. Well, it was time for him to go in search of the item the ground-shaking archer had used. In the past, archers were unclaimed. No matter how strong an archer's attack was, an arrow wouldn't be able to penetrate armor, so no one becomes them. However, back then, there was a top archer that appeared out of nowhere like a comet. He always fought and hunted with a special item. In one battle, the archer's opponents laughed at the fact that a bow and arrow was not a weapon, yet everyone's ankles were broken that day. That is why the archer was then nicknamed the earth-shaking archer. And then the boy heard that he had received a special item as a reward for passing through a hidden dungeon in the labyrinth of evil spirits. He would not be an archer, but he would be able to move as fast as them. A demon appeared in front of him. The guy said it was his finest hour. He offered to try to fight him. Suddenly, there were more of them than he thought. But he didn't get confused and fought them. As expected, they are slow. In that case, he might even be able to escape from them. However, the item that accelerated movement was the priority. When he saw the door, he just flew through it. Thought he could find any way out of this maze. It's not even harder than walking around his house. Leo Jean thought he was doing well, but it wasn't that simple. He appeared in front of him. The danger warning came. It was the dungeon boss. He was preparing for a devastating attack, just as Leo Jean thought. If he was wearing armor, his speed would be reduced by more than 50%. It would be the same even if he wore iron armor. The guy said that as soon as he arrived, the boss made him welcome. He asked if he was bored because no one had come to see him yet. Behind him came the very persistent guys. He said they weren't doing enough. Time was up. He dealt with them in a matter of minutes. When he looks at it, he thinks it's a terrible but powerful force. Quick strike is a point strike technique that deals a certain number of blows that cause bleeding, ignoring shield. A cheater technique that made the battle number 1 in the rankings. The damage reduction per second is 1/100% of the enemy's total life points. This effect lasts until the target is killed, starting with the one who was wounded first. He can't be dispelled. Now he just had to deal with him. The dungeon boss used a crushing attack. He spewed fire from his mouth, just like a dragon. Leo Jean asked how long he thought it would last. But after 3 hours, there was no trace of him left. The guy had cleared the labyrinth for the first time. He wondered if he should continue. In the beginner's area, there were 2 other C-rank plus monsters besides the attack. Looking off into the distance, he said good, picking that particular one. It was a forest of nightmares outside the newcomer's village. It was a C+ rank water spider. The guy was running away from it with a bag in his hands. Since he had caught some of his prey in the net, why was he chasing after it? Is any insect more important to him than his prey? The spider attacked him again and again. Then he saw exactly what he wanted. He was descending the mountain at an incredible speed. The water spider was still following him. But then the second monster appeared. An intruder trespassed on his territory, and he personally came to get even with him? It was a scaly king cobra. It was a great chance to deal with 2 bosses at the same time. It was also a great chance to increase my dexterity score. An aquatic spider that never misses its prey, even if others are already looking at it. And a king cobra with scales that will never miss an intruder in its territory. A lot of players would have had their legs sprained from what they saw. It was a funny sight for a man like him to see them both die. He's only recently started the thing, and already the stakes are rising. How much more money could he raise? Was he really the same way? Tramps who chafe at the crumbs that others discount. Is that really what they look like when top players like him look at them? Just then he got a call on his phone from his uncle. He didn't want to pick up the phone, but if he didn't, he'd be more annoying. As soon as I picked up the phone, my uncle immediately started shouting and asking what was wrong with him. When he was demobilized from the army, he had to come straight to him. He told his uncle that he was just busy here and there. He started asking what he was so busy about. After demobilization, he'd probably just been playing with his toys. My uncle started saying that the memorial service was coming up, so he should come the day before. He's a man now, so it's time for him to grow up. It's about time he started earning a living. Let him look at his cousins, all of whom went to prestigious universities. The guy thought about it like he'd earned his own life. Raising him on his parents' inheritance, ended up taking it all for himself. A top player. He even laughed at what he said. He's raised the bar. He's got a long way to go. In the rookie location, there was nothing else for him to do. Now it was definitely time for the real game. Uncle kept yelling into the phone. Was he even listening to him? This place was called the Merciless Wasteland. He looked at the abandoned ruins of an ancient civilization. He thought that great. If his calculations are correct, it should be there somewhere. Since this dungeon cannot be entered by the game alone in the usual way, he will use a trick that only he knows. Having accomplished his trick, he stood where he was. He saw something approaching from afar and said he was glad to see it after a long time. It was a sandworm. Leo Jean thought that he had successfully fished it out, so he started to run away. He won't be able to catch him if he goes back in. He has thick skin, so no matter how much the guy hits him, he can't do any damage. The guy wouldn't even be able to overpower it by fishing it out of its habitat. So he didn't even need to think about anything. He just needed to run towards his goal. Looking through the hole, he said, well, he'd made it this far. It was an abandoned ruin of an ancient civilization. That's exactly where the sandworm comes from. He made it easy for the guy to get there. If he could meet the boss there, it would be great. But when he stopped, he saw that the door to the boss room was open. Maybe there's someone in there already? Someone asked, is there really a man who could make it to this place? Did all his comrades die, and he came alone? Yudahi said it was a coincidence and asked if he wanted to join the raid. They're waiting there for a few days for the last remaining boss. He didn't understand what she was doing there. Could he walk her to the boss? She was about to broadcast her passage. Could he lend her his knife? Then, could he lend them money? He remembered going back 15 years. These people still don't know him. The guy said he and his sister died there 2 times. It's hard for 2 people to do it together. He needs a human shield for convenience. He replied okay, and agreed to do the raid together. The guy said he would help them. Just as they entered the hall, a voice came from the other end saying that the boss had sensed the uninvited guests. It was the smell of prey. The guy shouted that they needed to act. He said that they were all good at melee attacks, so they needed to get in close. When they turned around, they didn't see Liu Jin. Liu Jin's brother asked where he had disappeared to, as he had just been there. She thought about the fact that if there was even one more of them, they would have caught him. Decided to use that idiot as a shield. When they came to the door, they saw that the handle was broken and immediately guessed who had done it. There was nothing they could do now. There was only one thing to do. The guy replied that he understood her. If they caught that monster, they would officially become pioneers. The nameless queen began to advance. The boy went first to attack her. The girl noticed that she didn't have enough life points, so a few blows would be enough. Watching the teamwork, he thought communication was really a worthwhile thing. They're like level 30 tanks now. If one skillfully used the tank ability, there wouldn't be a single monster that couldn't be defeated. But there was something to fear in the nameless queen. The brother and sister noticed that her attacks changed and her speed increased dramatically. They won't be able to avoid all the attacks. The girl said they were used to her past style of attack. Now dodging her blows would not be easy at all. Just as the girl closed her eyes preparing for the worst, Liu Jin slaughtered her. Checkmate, said the guy. The girl started screaming. Did he show up at the very last moment? The guy called him a coward because he showed up at the very last moment. They couldn't escape from there because he broke the door handle. Liu Jin replied that it was because of him that they defeated the boss. He was the one who saved their lives. Then a voice rang out that the nameless queen had been defeated. There is another female player within their group. They were able to discover a hidden quest of forgotten ancient ruins. The brother and sister did not understand which female player and which hidden quest they were talking about. They turned their attention back to the lad's escapade. The guy asked, did she find it strange that their level didn't get any higher? And why hadn't anything dropped out? Weren't they done yet? Then something strange started happening to the girl. The queen asked her to give her body to her. And yet she did. Turning to her brother, she told the brat to kneel before her. Liu Jin said that it takes more than 2 people to enter that dungeon, and at least one of them had to be a girl. That was the reason. In order to attack alone, he thought of scheming with those 2. But things didn't go according to plan. Queen of Rhodesia, an ancient state that was destroyed during the war between dragons and demons. The queen shouted that today she would rebuild the city. She mentally apologized to her brother. However, her punishment was far more powerful than his. At least she would know right away what the reward for this raid was. The girl didn't immediately realize why she still hadn't updated. It came to her almost immediately what the matter was. The raid was still hers to finish. The guy asked. She began to launch attacks, but all in vain. Seeing the guy on the floor, she asked him what he was doing. He replied that he had hit his head and would lie down to rest for a while. The atmosphere around him was heating up. He decided that then he himself should not stand like a pillar. The girl didn't understand what he was doing. It looked as if TR had been going on such raids for more than a dozen years. She asked him to stop, telling him to stop. The guy asked, from the previous battle the life points were already at 0? Then he decided to end it. The girl said that she was free, as long as he didn't kill her. Liu Jin replied that he didn't care if she was free. He was going to kill her anyway. The raid on the queen had been successfully completed. He cleaned up a forgotten ancient ruin. They're giving him an award. Now he's got it all together. Looking at the floor, he said those assholes left a lot behind. He decided to pick it up after all. She yelled at him not to even try to pick it up. In the end, he decided to pack it all up. Liu Jin then hid in a clay pot. Moreover, he recorded the whole thing. The recording kept going the whole time. He had such a face, he couldn't help but film it. He didn't think he had filmed the whole raid process at all. He was bored. So he thought he'd edit it and add it to the group? But he didn't think that would happen. The guy yelled about how the more he thought about that pervert, the more he pissed him off. The girl asked why, since nothing would change from his rage. He said, is she laughing? He made them look like assholes. He yelled for her brother to shut up. Whose face does he think is all over the internet right now? That pervert uploaded a video of him uncensoring only his own face. She said she'd find the bastard. Her plans to become the most daring mystic were scrapped at the very beginning of her journey. The video said that his first boss was a pretty hottie. She would avenge that shame on him, although this video has brought her quite a bit of popularity. A man walked in and asked if the guy remembered the guy they call Hong. He said he was a construction worker. He said yes, because he told him there was no money and no job. He ordered him to bring him there then. The guy would make him pay with his body. Just like those guys, the top 20 was just around the corner. There was more money to be made in the game than they were making now. But they had a long way to go before reaching the top 20 and paying off the rent of this room. Plus, he'd have to find that pervert to destroy him. Team research room about players. The guys were watching a video of a B+ rank rate. They didn't know who it was, but they called it a monster. They didn't realize what a deranged pervert this was. Is he saying the guy won the B+ ranking like that? Another said it was like seeing the dance of death. How are they supposed to play now that he exists? The other one said he should invite a guy to his dad's noodle shop. Running into them, the principal started yelling for them to send a message to the deadwater guy right away. He wanted the guy to join their team. Someone asked if one message would be enough. Jayan that at this point he must have had 1,000 messages sent to him already. If they send just a message, they will definitely be screwed. A man sent him a message saying he'd like to join their team. They'd pay for anything he wanted. Almost immediately he got a reply that he was in. One of the guys kept watching the video. He didn't realize what those monster moves were. It was like he had raided the boss 1,000 times. The guy was sure he was one step, not even one, but several steps ahead of him. A floating island. He killed a sewage snake. The voice said he found a secret dungeon rotting underground channel. Leo Jean covered his nose as there was a terrible odor. Honestly, the guy was shocked. He racked up more hits than he had planned. But if you think about it, you could have ended up with the main page of the site. But luckily, Tian ended up in the top of the top gamers. Looking at it from a different perspective, just because of 15 years of preparation, it looks easier than drinking water. Did he have too high an opinion of high-level players? A sewer snake eater appeared in front of him, one who breaks mountains with a single blow and inflicts cuts of surgical precision. He had only thought of high ranks for so long that he had unconsciously underestimated himself. This couldn't go on forever. After all, pro player, that's not a bad thing. He didn't waste all that time. No one else can beat him, right? It was the hidden game character, the weeping statue of Pygmalion. He greeted the guy in a decaying underground canal. He asked if he could ask the wanderer to fulfill one request of his. If he fulfills it, he can take all the gold hidden behind him. Leo Jean wanted to refuse, but Pygmalion asked him not to and to end his suffering. The boy pondered. Destroying the statue was an easy quest, but if he accepted it, Pygmalion would just disappear and the reward would be petty. The statue said that if he didn't want to destroy it, then let him take revenge on the one who had brought him such suffering. May he please find that cursed statue and take his revenge. It's the weeping Galatia. The voice said he could take the quest, Pygmalion's request. The guy wondered, did he actually get this quest just like that? A player named Battle God had mentioned it in an interview quite a while ago. A thing that made a player who was rank 10 for a long time rise to rank 1. He started talking about how he was originally a human being, a famous sculptor. The guy replied that it was good, but he was not interested, so he skipped it. Leo Jean thought that great. Now he's going to start the real game. Defeat this guy he had so many problems with. Let's go to the jungle of chaos. Before he could agree, she, he, suddenly appeared. Dodging a punch, the guy asked, is she really attacking him? The girl started screaming that she'd finally found the bastard. She's gonna get back at him for what he did to her. Then he heard voices from outside that it's true. They're there too. They're all desperate for revenge, which is why he should stay out of the way. He couldn't remember them all, but he was doing damage wherever he showed up. The boy asked how they knew he'd be there. He asked, did he think she was sitting idle all this time? Did he think he could hold his own against such a crowd? He had completely memorized the script of her attacks when she was the boss, but killing players might cause some difficulty. One thing he is certain of, however, they're not just there for revenge. Maybe he can use them. When the guys started attacking, they didn't notice that he had disappeared. Leo Jean asked, where were they aiming at? Calling him a fast bastard. They realized it was his cloak and not a silhouette. Asking them to listen to him, he asked if they would accompany him on a secret raid. The man asked, what the hell is he talking about? Is he trying to trick them again? The guy said he knows what they guys really want. That's information, right? Bosses, hidden dungeons, quest information, and first playthroughs. That's why they were after him, isn't it? He thinks his outfit is pretty unique too. In any case, as they assumed, he could provide them with all this. Special class information. The girl immediately thought about the first pass. Leo Jean asked, and what are they going to do now? Do they want to go with him? That's how their team was formed. Yu Jiang and Yu Dehee, the lone shark twins. Li Dongbai, Li Yunbai, and Li Jianbai, the three beautiful musketeers. He sent the rest of them away in case there was trouble. And the professional player of the Soul Branch, Ma De Gang. It was, truth be told, the god of battle Ma De Gang. #1 in the national rankings and the best in the fighter category. He was standing right in front of his eyes. The girl shouted that it was disgusting because there were so many parasites. She said that in the Chaos Jungle, there were only lowly D-rank monsters and asked if there was really a hidden dungeon in a place like this. Leo Jean replied that sure enough, they're almost there. The girl asked him who he really is. How does he know there's a hidden dungeon? The guy said he just found it when he was out walking. She asked him not to lie to her. The dungeons in the game are created by monsters or non-player characters, so even the game masters don't know their exact locations. She asked him where he was going. Was he sure it was the right way? As the girl passed through the thicket, she saw the circus. She asked him why the circus tent was there. It was a hidden dungeon, a secret collection of puppets, spreading out. He said he would go first. Yu-chan asked, does this guy want to appropriate everything for himself again? He entered the hidden dungeon of the secret doll collection. The backstage controllers were on alert. The entities on stage were awakened. The jesters started their act. A guy started being attacked by a killer scarecrow. C+ rank monsters appeared. Leo Jean asked, for guys like them who live for performing, there's nothing scarier than a stage disappearing, right? For clowns and doll-like monsters, earthquake damage is doubled. They also have the minion attribute, so the damage is doubled. In other words, they guys take 4 times the damage from one hit. What's he to do? He wants to get hit, but his body reacts on its own, so he misses again. Li Jianbai said honestly, she doesn't see any flaws in him. When she came to the dungeon and saw the bronze giant, he was already defeated. Even she, as a player, was surprised by his abilities. The girl wanted to see him in action in person, so she joined the raid. But this was something she hadn't expected. The mob started yelling for the guy to give them some of the items. They said it wasn't really like a group raid. He's just killing all these monsters by himself. I mean, they want the rewards too. The guys didn't understand why they were whining. They say that everything should be equal in a team. There was still no reason for Ma De Gang to be on his side. One of the men said that he hoped the guy wouldn't want to take all those expensive things for himself. Leo Jean replied that he would give them away. He clearly didn't expect to hear such a response. The guy asked that they please divide them equally amongst themselves. They're a team. They said he was obviously better than they expected. But the guy added that since they were a team, they should be honest with each other. Yu Dehee thought it was impossible. He can't be that kind. He definitely has a skeleton in his closet. He's definitely trying to use them, isn't he? The man began to ask to open the door to the next floor. When they opened the door, they heard a voice saying that they had entered a hidden dungeon, a secret meeting of dolls too. The guy didn't think it would be so spacious inside. The girl asked if it wasn't cool. After all, from afar it looked like a piece of cloth. They would even say that it was too spacious. It looked like it was the room with the boss. But what caught their attention was the statue that stood in the middle of the room. A voice said that the controllers behind the curtains were expressing their anger. They were wondering if this was definitely the room with the boss. The voice reported again that the boss had appeared. One of the mobs was gone. Yu Dehee shouted that it was her handiwork, and it wasn't a normal statue. It's definitely a monster. Let him look at her hands. They're covered in blood. Also, she's moved. She's in a completely different place now. Leo Jean thought that as expected, Ma De Gang quickly realized everything. That's right. This boss can't be defeated for 5 years since he was found. Weeping Galatia. Weeping Galatia was invented based on the weeping angels from the TV series Doctor Who. They've been parroted many times. The girl shouted that the statue was a monster, especially in the game. After Galatia got upgraded, she started to look pretty damn intimidating. The girls tried to attack her, but it was all in vain. They've realized it's completely indestructible, but how do they defeat it now? It seems like their attacks won't work until the boss starts moving. Yudahi asked if anyone had seen her attack. The girl replied that she didn't know when she would start moving, but they certainly wouldn't be able to block her attack. They need to calculate the timing of the attack. The guys were discussing how they could get her to move. Suddenly, Leo Jean appeared. Calling him a pervert, they asked him what he was going to do. After all, he's the one who brought them there. The door's locked, they can't get out. He went in there with a plan, didn't he? The guy said there were only two ways out of that dungeon. The first is to die. The second was to defeat the weeping Galatia. The girl shouted that if they could, they would have defeated her by now. How are they going to defeat her if they can't see her attacks at all? He interjected. We? When did he say they'd beat her? The guy would destroy her himself? The man asked, then why did he bring them there? He said, of course, because they are useful. Let them give him their money. Yudahi asked, what is he talking about? The guy inquired, didn't she get pumped at the expense of other players, so she should pay? He will defeat the crying Galatia. So, let them hand over the survival fee. The girl's brother yelled that it was his fault they were stuck there. Leo Jean didn't force anyone to go there. Aren't they there because of their greed? Let him pay faster. He's sure the guy doesn't want to play peekaboo with a monster he can't handle. The girl asked him exactly how much money he wanted. He replied that 100 million gold pieces would be enough. The guy started screaming. Does he think he can do whatever he wants? There was nothing left of him. The girl thought her brother was an idiot, because he should have calculated the situation. Suddenly, she heard that she would have to pay double. The girl asked why she still had to pay for her brother. Leo Jean replied that it was because they were family. Pointing the knife towards his throat, she asked him not to play with her. The girl could just share the punishment with the others and finish him off here. How could she trust him to keep his promise? Leo Jean replied that if she didn't trust him, let her carry the deposit. The deposit system allows you to deposit the promised amount into a third party's account until the transaction is completed satisfactorily. In other words, a security deposit. If the payer is not satisfied with the payee, the money is returned to him. The third-party account into which the deposit is received belongs to no one. It is protected by an absolute rule. Also, the guy said she could take the award for defeating the Weeping Galatia. He's not claiming it at all. Weeping Galatia is a rank B+ boss. Also, due to the advantage of being the first in the world to defeat her, the reward should be at least rank B+. Of all the items on the market, the current highest rank C+. The girl thought it was crazy. If they could get it, they'd be one step ahead of the others. Yudahi thought that she couldn't fall for it. Why would he turn down a B+ item? Does that mean he has something better? The guy thought it was a paradox. When he is a member of a team, he has the right to distribute the reward of defeating the boss. Also, if he uploads a raid video, he can expect to get views, sponsors, or even ad revenue. If he leaves the raid halfway through, the video is automatically deleted. He can't opt out of it. The guy said it was the right choice. They have 6 people. The payment is 100 million. So how much per person? He asked. He wanted them to pay him 100 million in total, but it seems these guys really want to end it since he got 100 million from each. She asked him to keep his word. Make sure he really defeated the Weeping Galatia, and all the loot from the boss would go to them. They must really want to be pioneers. That's the reason for their success in the future. If it were him, he'd give up and die. The guy told them that when he gave the signal. Let everyone turn away from the crying Galatia. 5 years on from the discovery of the Weeping Galatia, the collective reflections, the inductive notes, the counting of every unexpected change, the hidden choices. Only after all this, some guys, resigned to the possibility of annihilation, dared to defeat this terrible and deadly monster. Guy ordered everyone to close their eyes. He looked at the Weeping Galatia through the bronze shield. Just like that, she would awaken. It wasn't long before she started attacking him again and again. He was just in time to dodge. Weeping Galatia becomes indestructible when someone is looking at her, but when they stop looking at her, turns into a monster and attacks the nearest player. The most frightening and important fact about the crying Galatia is her attention-seeking nature. The guy was just in time to yell for everyone to open their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they saw that the statue was still standing. The guy's already checked it out. His information is accurate. Its attack pattern is reset after each stop. He orders them to close their eyes again. They're in the middle of a raid, and their plan involves closing their eyes? In such a strange situation, all the team members had one thought on their minds. Everyone was insanely curious about what was going on out there. With one blow to the shield, the weeping Galatia damaged it badly. Looking at it, the guy said that as expected, it was too much for his shield, but he would try to squeeze everything out of it. In his prime years, he could single-handedly defeat even an A+ rank monster. He shouted to himself that it was too early for him to die. They all wanted to watch so badly, but if they looked, the weeping Galatia would turn into a statue again. Besides, who knows how the deadwater would react to that? Should they get in his way? The girl wondered what would happen if she looked at the boss and immediately closed her eyes. It would interfere with his movements, and she would kill him in one blow. Because he's naked, his defense is probably total crap. Maybe she should open her eyes after all. They heard a voice that said he was the first player to manage to finish the weeping Galatia raid. Opening her eyes, the girl couldn't believe what she was hearing. He had really done it. She saw a statue in the distance, trying to cover her face with her hands. The guy told them thanks for the 700 million. Looks like his bank account will be full again. She felt awful, but she can't help it. Still, it's better than being killed halfway through. He didn't realize what was going on. Why weren't there any awards? The boss was defeated, and they still didn't have any awards. They even received a notification that they were the first, as suddenly they heard a voice that the weeping Galatia wailed, and awakened the body sealed in the statue. The real boss of the upside-down world opened his eyes. The man figured the thing couldn't do anything while they were looking at it. If they immobilized it, they could devise a plan. Medusa is a monster whose legend has been passed down by word of mouth and whose existence has been hidden by the Devil's Tower. The mere acknowledgement of its existence overturns the ideals of magic that have been passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years. The girls noticed that their bodies were turning to stone. Didn't the guy say they should look at her? Why did the scheme turn so suddenly? He turned to the guy and saw that he was standing with his eyes closed. Calling him a bastard, the girl asked why he didn't tell them. He knew it was going to happen. Li Jianbai said she was shocked. She shouldn't have interfered in other people's affairs because of her curiosity. The guy said they wanted to kill him. In days like these, information and experience are as valuable as money. The information and experience they've gained in these days is well worth the money. So for them, it was a bargain. They even learned the location of a hidden dungeon. Knowing the location wouldn't help them get through it. But now, should he play Sister Jellyfish? After waking up, the jellyfish doesn't move for about 30 seconds. Since her specialty is mana burning, it's impossible to face her. However, knowing all of her attack patterns now, he had a great chance as long as he had the bronze shield. Ma De Gang appeared in front of him. The guy thought it was impossible. How did he stay alive? Did he really realize what was happening and closed his eyes too? He offered the deadwater to fight. That meant that while everyone was consumed with greed, surprise, or fear over the new boss, he was the only one keeping his eyes on the guy. They started fighting. During the fight, Liu Jin realized that the guy was really strong. He decided that all he needed to do was to calm down and use the increase in movement speed. Ma De Gang struck blow after blow. After another attack, he realized that the shield was about to collapse. He relied on one of the red leather feet options. He didn't understand how, playing for what short amount of time, could he become so awesome? Even now he can go solo raid AC plus mob quite safely. He really is a real monster. The guy said he thought he wasn't as strong in a one-on-one fight. He can't stand up to his attacks with such poor equipment. Yelled that he was going to finish the guy off. Liu Jin thought so. He's wearing top loot. Wanderer's glove, smooth stone armor, victory helmet, cheat shoes. He really has expensive loot, but he lacks experience. He was a big fan of Ma De Gang, the god of battle. When he defeated countless strongest opponents and rose to number 1 in Korea, the guy was even more excited than the others. How much he had cheered for him and called him his mentor even though he was even older than him. The battle god's attack style was firmly planted in his mind, a series of blows that he repeated over and over again. How could he forget this? Ma De Gang began to attack without landing a single blow on the guy. He thought it was impossible. The guy was avoiding him as if they'd fought 100 times before. He felt like he was fighting a giant fly. On top of that, he was annoyed by the guy's smile. He wondered if Liu Jin was enjoying the battle. He asked him, "Who the hell is he?" A fragile chin, a fatal flaw that forced Ma Dagang, a former boxer, to retire. It's also the reason why he's very sensitive when a guy attacks him in the chin. His glasses in life were falling off. He said, "What the hell is the guy doing?" As soon as the guy told him they'd see each other, something happened that he didn't expect. With a single blow, the bronze shield shattered into small pieces. He knew he needed that bronze shield to fight the weeping Galatia. Ma Tae-gang replied that he wouldn't die alone. No more. He's lost. The guy will get that bronze shield faster than him and kill the jellyfish himself. He said that no one could defeat monsters that he had not defeated. This greatness resembled the spirit of a mountain. As expected of a hero from another era, he thought that enough admiration. Liu Jin asked the guy knows that he can defeat it with his eyes closed, right? That guy asked what nonsense. How can he defeat a rank monster with his eyes closed? He said he didn't have time to explain. He would just watch the video later when it came out. The guy thought he must be joking. It's impossible. Is he really going to beat her? He mentally decided to go back to the jellyfish's attack pattern. The difficulty of enslaving the jellyfish remained the same. 3 active attacks and 1 passive attack. It attacks randomly. There is a 33% chance of one of the attacks appearing. On top of that, he must anticipate and avoid an attack with his eyes closed. By concentrating on the noises, he may hear more than his body sounds. After greeting everyone, the guy introduces himself saying he is Deadwater and is a streamer. Continuing the quest of the weeping Galatia, he will challenge the jellyfish. Under normal circumstances, the guy would have used a bronze shield, but due to his companion's treachery, the shield was destroyed. Should he fight with his eyes closed? He's got good hearing, so it should work. He said the jellyfish has 3 active skills and 1 passive skill. The first one is Hell's Frostbite. Ice spikes grow out of the floor. Since it can't see, you have to listen carefully. The second is a Wave of Hellfire. It is searing and spreads with great fire. Of course, if one does not see it, one must listen carefully. After dodging those 2 random attacks, one must crawl across the floor to make a physical attack. Since his eyes were closed, he had to memorize exactly where the jellyfish was. And this is the time for the third active skill, Summoning Jormungand. If one is frightened by its size and the fighting spirit is broken, there is no need to worry. It's just a summon. This guy's attack pattern is very even simple. A tail kick from top right, body twisting down to the right, head bump, and repeat again. Until you can't see, try to stay calm. Since he can resist magic, physical attacks are his weak point. To defeat him, you need to be focused and attack continuously. After dodging endless hellfire and frostbite, the enraged jellyfish will approach. It will try to use its passive mana-burning skill. That means her life points are pretty much depleted. Now the question is, should he fight her? He was originally going to use the bronze shield to finish her off, but it is destroyed. However, there is always an alternative. The bronze blade obtained after defeating the nameless queen harbored the queen's great dislike for the demons and dragons that had destroyed her country. Therefore, the item dropped from her also has a distinctive ability against the dragonkin. The damage dealt will be increased by 100 times. Jellyfish are categorized as dragon-like. Serpents and dragons, though they seem different, the methods of fighting them are similar. He thinks there's some kind of mistake in the jellyfish's settings. The bronze sword's base attack power is 80. If you add the one-time enhancement applicable to the dragon tribe, the damage from a single strike increases to 8,000. Jellyfish has both snaky and dark features. She's a monster for whom bronze is an Achilles heel. Therefore, the damage of 8,000 units will be quadrupled. Bronze sword's attack power will increase from 80 units to 32,000 units. And finally, his final attack. He is the first player to complete the jellyfish hunt. It was the world's first solo hunt for it. He is the first to completely clean up the secret collection of dolls. With perseverance, fortitude, and a little cunning, he completed the raid. This is all thanks to the companions who accompanied him always. Let them remember that the body is perishable, but the soul is eternal. Sor thought there was no need to show them the rewards. There were already quite a few ways to deal with the dungeon. He wasn't sure it was worth publishing. Crouching in front of the jellyfish's head, he waited patiently for 3 hours. Looking at it, he asked, I think this is the end? He waits. Let it show what it has. She asked, is he still here? Why didn't he leave? The guy asked, didn't she have something to say to him? He waited 3 hours to hear it. Medusa starts saying that she can't die like this after being tricked. Since he's the one who killed her, she's sure he'll agree to her request. She began to tell me that she was originally human. She fell in love with a black dragon and bore him a child. Now, on her deathbed, she can't stop thinking about that child. She can't die and leave him alone. So she asks him to kill them and send them to the underworld with her. Leogene asked, is she asking him to kill the baby? Don't let her talk nonsense. The voice said that the hidden quest jellyfish mother's love has appeared. Anyway, he finally got it. Another secret quest with a sequel. He decided to take part in it after all. A key appeared in his hand. He thought it looked like an additional item was given after accepting the quest. He didn't know what it was. It was a dark key, and the description said that nothing good would happen if he touched it. The woman was telling him that this house is priced much cheaper than the average price on the market. He would not be able to find similar offers. The house is fully furnished, so he won't have to spend extra money. The 4th floor also has a gym and pool for free. Can just come, work out. The guy asked if he hoped there were no bugs. The woman said of course not and asked when he was planning to move in. Aprika's head of support said his name was Hong Hyun Gun. He was honored to talk to the guy in person, as he enjoys watching all of his broadcasts. Leogene asked him to just send him all the information in the mail and have him honor the payment deadlines on time. All he did was upload a couple streams, even posted them under a non-exclusive tag. They're already acting like this? He's sure they want to appropriate the rights to his streamers or offer him a partnership or something. They think the guy doesn't realize he's going to leave him with nothing? He's been through this before. He won't fall for it again. Gaming organizations, streaming platforms, TV, none of them can be trusted. At some point, something fell in front of him. The guy asked what the hell was that? What if there was a citizen walking by? He didn't hurt himself, so he thinks he can forget about it. He knows the difference between play and reality, so he'd rather ignore it. Looking at his sister, the guy asked why she broke a perfectly good monitor. The girl was angry and yelled that she was going to kill that bastard. She said it wasn't fair. He cheated them, but the views on this kid's videos kept going up. She didn't understand how a paid video ended up on top in the Trends tab. He had gained popularity because of the jellyfish they were all hunting. The girl was so angry she could feel her head on fire. The guy said she was distracted, so just let her calm down. Maybe have a drink. A man came in and told the guy that he was back from a gathering event. He saw that his sister was there, too. He said he saw her in the dungeon in a video of a jellyfish hunt. After that, he watched all the videos of his sister getting killed. Now he's a fan. The girl immediately jumped up. The guy calmed her down and told her that she knew he was in a good way. The man said that he had also joined their guild and fan club. Turning to her brother, she asked how many members were already in their UD guild. He replied that it was about 300. Did he realize there was a way out after all? Now, there's no way the deadwater can get away with this. She'll take care of it. Looking around, it seemed strange to the guy that the king cobra with sharp scales, the horned lizard, and the cameliquill, all strong C+ rank monsters, were dead. He didn't think anyone would visit the dungeon before him. Who the hell went there first? Suddenly, a blue oni appeared in front of him. Leogene said, what a surprise. It's so huge. You can bet no one will get close to it. Guy said he was lucky he had a case for him. I thought I'd see how it went. About 3 hours later, he figured it out. Guy thought, had a posse been there? No, it looked like it was a one-man job. Besides, he's an archer. Some archer trying to do a solo raid in the game? He thought to himself that it couldn't be. As he walked a little farther away, the guy saw fire coming towards him. All he's got is a couple of stone slabs and potions. He's a voice, and he's completely unprotected. And he almost died in the stupidest way possible. He must have never fought it before, but it's a Gorgon. This monster has everything balanced: strength, speed, and stamina. It also has special abilities. It can even use mana burning. Well, this is clearly a tough guy. This is the highest level opponent in the game right now. Suddenly, an archer appeared next to the monster. The guy wondered, who the hell is that? That was Drake the Cat, a professional player who stands at the top of more than just the official rankings. Mastered the unconventional character type of archer, He became the undisputed #1 in the rankings, and many players recognized him as the #1 in the world. This is how he earned the nickname 1 in 7 billion. He became so popular in Korea that he even got the cute nickname Drakey. But one day, he suddenly disappeared from the game. No one knew why he left. He's a true enigma. It made him famous as a legend. The guy saw he was backed into a corner. Leo Jean saw a gel of snail skeletons on the floor. In addition to that, there were also sharp spikes. The guy thought that it was impossible. In such a short period of time, he was able to set up such a trap. Gorgon's life points were down to 5%. The guy thought that great, this was his 20th attempt, it was time to use the 5% chance. The monster started using mana burning. The guy said it was really bad. He finally defeated the Gorgon with one precise strike. Leo Jean shouted at him to keep still, because this wasn't the end. The Gorgon's tail appeared in front of him, Ermungand, the spirit trapped in the ring. Apologizing, the guy said he didn't mean to interrupt. Originally, Drakecat's meta was supposed to be an archer causing an earthquake that originated in a barrage of arrows from long-range superior battle style. Red leather feet, and was the item he used. If he had defeated the Red Oni first and gotten the earthquake meta, he might not have had to fight the Gorgon for so long. The guy said he owed him. If he died in there, he'd have nothing to do because the game would shut down access for a while. They have a saying in their family, pay back twice as much and revenge 10 times as much. Leo Jean saved his life, so he'll definitely save his. Twice, no less. The #1 player in the world promised to save his life twice. Compared to that, the reward for killing a Gorgon was nothing. He replied that okay, well, he'd probably use the one time now. The guy said he planned to reach the very depths of the den of immorality. Drakecat asked, but isn't that the bottom floor? He figured if the information he had was reliable, the way there was beyond this altar. Leo Jean opened the entrance with the same key. The ground beneath their feet began to fail. They entered the hidden location of the immorality den, 8th floor. A voice warned that the real boss was showing up. The guy said, so there really was a hidden floor. He said yes, the final monster he'd been going after for so long. The son of the jellyfish, the basilisk, and he needed to kill him. The black dragon imprisoned his son in an underground prison before he could rebel. His mother, a jellyfish, he sealed in a statue. Therefore, Basilisk was separated from his mother after his birth. All this time he's been building up a rage against the black dragon. The guy said it was pretty cruel. Leo Jean said that imprisoning his son in the sewers for fear of being usurped, the black dragon is clearly a coward. Drakecat replied that he didn't know about this hidden boss. After shooting the bow, the guy saw that nothing happened. Ojin replied that it was because of his ability of immorality. This is a passive skill that returns 90% of damage to the attacker. His defense is high, so he won't take much damage anyway, but this skill is annoying. The guy yelled that he was about to exhale, so let him dodge. Drakecat replied that it was a strong poison. He could take damage from just exposure. Leo Jean shouted that he would go first. The entire 8th floor was flooded with poison. There was no place to stand at all. He wondered what the guy was up to. The guy said immunity to Jormungand's poisons is beyond his wildest dreams. Poison won't be a problem as long as he's there. He struck again and again, but to no avail. At one point, the basilisk almost grabbed him, but Drake came to his aid. He shouted that even with their immunity to poison, they wouldn't last long. He replied that they wouldn't last long, so now they had to run away. They need to get as high as they can. This guy's hunting his attackers all the way down. They can't give up. Drake added that he has excellent defense, the ability to reflect damage, and me as well. His life points are incredibly high, too. As he thought, they should come back more prepared. The guy asked what's he saying? He told him. Didn't he? Drake asked, is he really going to hunt him? But is he sure he can survive his poison? Leo Jean replied that actually, he was thinking about it. Exiting the dungeon through the basement would take about 2.5 hours, plus the time it would take to permanently lower his life points with point damage. Together, about 3 hours. This should have gotten him a lot worse. But is it possible to avoid the basilisk's poison for so long? The boy shouted that there was a way out. He would see for himself if he went with him. Drake replied that he would trust him. 6th floor, the guy yelled that sound. He's spraying poison. Let him hurry up and jump to the 5th floor. Drake asked how he could tell the difference between spraying poison and exhaling it. Leo Jean replied that you can tell by the sounds, obviously. His tongue moves up and down before exhaling, and slightly right to left before atomizing. The guy said that the third octave sound is scaly grenades. All the scales fly at a 450 angle, so all you have to do is lie down. Drake said that every monster on this level could destroy enemies just by exhaling poison. The boy replied that they were all so strong that he couldn't kill a single one. He pondered, because the monster still had 80% of its life points left. Meanwhile, there was less than half of it left to go. The guy yelled to him that if he stood still, he'd get caught. He thought now would be a good time. They ran between the columns. The boy wondered if the antics were in the other direction. Leo Jean said, "Great. It's about time." Thanks to him, he could buy some time. A blue Oni appeared in front of him. Seeing each other, the enemies began to attack. Drake asked, had the guy really thought this through? He replied that, of course. Luckily, they got there just in time for the regeneration of the blue Oni. It simply attacks everyone in its territory, even if that creature is a basilisk that is 10,000 times stronger. Also, his strength is enough to mistakenly rank him higher than C+. The guy yelled that great. He'd won them 10 seconds. Vasilix's life points were now at 50%. They had dropped significantly. They should try it. Drake said the monster's still alive. It's a shame, but they did the best they could. The guy asked what was he talking about. They had worn themselves out so much to get there. Could they give up now? His secret item he had been patiently preparing all this time. This was his finest hour. His preparations for a full-scale dungeon raid were finally complete. Everything was going according to plan, which he was insanely happy about. Let him taste the most crushing area of effect attacks that only monster capabilities can offer. From a single blow, the ground beneath the monster's feet began to crack. At one point, it fell all the way down. Drake said it was clearly an intimidating force. A den of immorality is essentially a deep hole. There's a lot of space between each floor. The basilisk fell from the first floor to the second floor. Wouldn't that cause a huge drop in life points? During the attack, his feature immorality will reflect damage all around. But it's already weakened by the basilisk's rampage, and there's poison everywhere. Now all of this is also affected by the fall. So while the floor beneath him would collapse floor by floor, falling lower and lower with each floor, he would lose a bunch of life points. The floor will collapse all the way to the 8th floor, eventually bringing the basilisk back exactly where it all started. It'll take the guy a long time to get back up again. By then, the point damage from the chisel should finish him off. From now on, it was a battle against time. The guy suggested, just in case, throwing down rocks while I waited. Ermungand was a pretty useful ally. Drake thought about grabbing some popcorn. Eventually, a voice said that they were the first players to finish the basilisk raid. As a reward, they got the Heart of Immorality. The guy had to go down to the 8th floor again. He never thought he'd get something so unexpected. Drake said he hadn't done anything, so he felt bad about having his name put in the raid sweep. The guy replied that it was great for the impromptu team, but that's later. Since he doesn't know the layout of this dungeon, wouldn't it help him to collect the dropped items? The guy said he didn't need to ask. If there is something else he wants to do, don't be shy and tell him. He asked the guy, earlier when he entered his name in the rankings, did the guy write Deadwater? Leo Jean replied that yes. Why? Drake said that recently, a lot of big guilds had ordered his assassination. He asked what exactly the guy meant. He hadn't done anything wrong. He replied that he'd gotten a request with a bounty too. He began to say that it was ridiculous, because there wasn't a single charge there that he agreed with. Looks like a lot of people are coming for him. How about laying low for a while? Laughing, he asked, are they trying to catch him? It was exciting for him to imagine the faces of all those newcomers who would surround him like chickens. Wouldn't that be exciting? The guy asked. Getting rid of them early wouldn't be such a bad thing, right? Yuda, he shouted. Did they all forget why they came there? Let them not waste their energy. Today they have a common task and only one goal. They must kill the Deadwater. The girl suggested that they should not lose precious life points by fighting against each other. She asked who they should point their blades at. All answered Deadwater. She asked again who should feel their vengeance on themselves. They again answered Deadwater. Yuchan asked his sister how she found so many people. He knows there's a squad they hired from a secret fan club, but it doesn't have more than 100 people. and there's over 500. The girl said it wasn't just them. A lot of Chinese tops came too. The guy asked why Chinese ones. She said that recently a Chinese rich guy named Ingshi personally announced a big bounty on that jerk's head. The girl thinks that the Chinese players are not happy that the Koreans are pulling their weight. She said there are three main forces. Their Yudi Guild, the Incheon Alliance Guild, and the hunters for the bounty from Insi. All the people gathered there for the sake of catching deadwater. She was even embarrassed by how strong they were. But they would get rid of it with confidence. Looking at the man, she said that thanks to him, they would be able to find him. As head of the guild, she was grateful to him, Drake Cat. The guy replied that they had to team up for a while, so he knows a little about him. He said she understood what he was getting at. By the way, how did he know his current location too? He said he was stalking him because he also got information from the Players League. The girl asked him what he wanted in return. Drake Cat said money. Is he planning to kill him and get a reward from both them and the Chinese? He said that due to some circumstances, he couldn't get the reward from the Chinese. He will transfer the entire amount he received to their guild. So please let them pay him everything. She thought about the fact that he's not in the official rankings, so she doesn't know his level. But he's already famous in the underground gaming world. As long as he doesn't oppose the Yudi Guild, it might work. The girl said fine, as long as he was sure to kill him. Turning around, she promised to see him later. He asked her if she was going to kill him and be done with it. Everyone was yelling for him to come out. They wouldn't scorch him, and they'd make themselves a roast. She spent a lot of money to get that lightning strike scroll. Can't let it die until she personally pierces it with her sword. Just when they saw something appear, they immediately struck. The girl thought it worked, but what they saw shocked them. It was a pile of shit. Suddenly, the pile turned into a camel. The man started yelling what he thought. He saw a huge poop and now there's a camel. Did they attack the camel? The girl couldn't believe it. Not that she'd gotten false information. So she used an expensive scroll just for the sake of a camel? Suddenly, she felt an earthquake under her feet. Leo Jean shouted that they had asked for it. It was a gift from him. Let them enjoy the horror of their first encounter with an underground monster. Looking up, the man asked, wasn't it daytime now? It had darkened too abruptly. The girl didn't understand what it was. The underground monster began to scatter people in different directions. The day before the deadwater raid, the guy asked, did he get all the bounties? Drake Cat replied that yes. The combined guilds actually wanted to stab each other in the back. They all put a price on the heads of the group leaders. Leo Jean replied that of course he expected them to do that. He asked, did the guy spread the word that he would be there at 2 o'clock? He replied that yes. They bought it even easier than they thought. He's not affiliated with any of the groups, so they have to assume the guy has no reason to lie to them. As long as he fights these 3 guilds tomorrow, the guy can take the targets off the list and get rewarded. Drake Cat asked if this was what he had planned. There were already hundreds of people gathered there. There would be more tomorrow. The guy replied presumably so. Every one of them is an experienced player, and they've all gathered to kill him. Inchi from the Chinese player base just made it worse. The girl yelled for them not to panic. Sandworm, it's an earth or mud type of monster. It means that the ice will quadruple the damage. She ordered the mages to use ice attacks all at once. Have them gather all the guild members. It's an A+ rank monster. The brother told the girl that after spreading the news about the monsters, they would get more advantages. When the people who started the battles would soon die, a new wave of teams would end up taking their place. Suddenly, Jang Taek approached the girl. He said that it would immediately go into a defensive position. If they could support the attack, it would definitely not be able to hold out. And frankly, after the mission was over, he had something to say to her. Before he could say anything, an arrow landed in his head. The girl immediately realized it was Drake Cat. She asked, even if he couldn't finish off the deadwater, why did he kill Chang Taek now? Now she would have to team up with someone else, even if they were practically all dead weight. Just as suddenly, an arrow flew towards her brother as well. She realized that the guy was originally on the deadwater side. If even a novice like him managed to overpower a sandworm, this point approach worked well. No one realized that he had summoned Jormungand to hide thanks to his immunity to magic. As a monster, he has low resistance to physical attacks. Things would have been much easier if they had an archer. In the midst of the confusion, he attacked and awakened the sandworm. As you who have a bounty on your head, They should have come for him. But now the crowd of newcomers seemed to be delayed. The men rejoiced that they had defeated an A+ rank monster. Leo Jean replied that no, they didn't win. He was the one who had won the victory. They started asking, what the hell is that little brat talking about? Is he trying to take their loot? The guy thought he couldn't have done it if they hadn't helped him complete the task. By the way, he couldn't believe he had actually defeated the sandworm. In his previous life, the sandworm wasn't defeated for the first time until 5 years after the game's release. Now it's only been 6 months since the game launched. That's 10 times faster. The girl shouted that the deadwater had lowered its defenses and started attacking. She thought that with such a shitty defense, he couldn't survive. Suddenly, she noticed that his skin was covered in something black. Leo Jean asked the girl, isn't she looking at someone's body too openly? How shameless. With a single punch, she flew aside. The girl didn't understand why the hell she had taken damage. She couldn't believe it. It was a reflection of the blow. He's had his worries, but this relic is awesome. A feature of immorality, it reflects over 90% of the damage dealt to the attacker. Running up to him, Drake Cat asked if he was okay. Hadn't he taken critical damage? How did he even survive? The guy said it was nothing. It could be said that he was at full strength. Since all the guys who attacked the sandworm were killed, the point damage he dealt finished off the monster and made him the only player to defeat it. Thanks to that, he obtained another wonderful item. It was a sandworm skin. The passive skill of the sandworm known as resilience. It activates if the cover user has full life points before taking damage, and always leaves 1 life point if the wearer takes damage exceeding 10,000 points. In other words, even if a meteorite destroyed the entire planet, the wearer would survive with 1 life point to spare. With these 3 items, he wouldn't even need more regeneration potions. He couldn't believe that he had gotten 2 of the top 3 items that he was aiming for. He asked the guy to look closely and asked, isn't that cool? Drake replied that all he sees is a pervert in a black leather suit and cape. He's definitely not going to be bored with him, so he'll continue to follow him. Drake Cat asked. The guy incidentally noticed that he was a very skillful ? She was able to dodge all of his arrows, escaped, and even attempted one last strike. He heard a scream to stand still. It was their sandworm, first dressed up like a pervert, and now he wants to carry off their loot? He can't steal their bounty right in front of their noses. The boy wondered, wasn't it a little late for that? It turns out that they guys were hiding from this monster, but showed up to complain. Turning to the guy, he said they were getting the hell out. The man saw them disappear. The guys just hid under the sandworm's skin. Leo Jean said that he was sure they were rookies with 6 months of experience, so this disguise would be enough. They will now go to a safe place to get out of the game. And that concludes his review of the Red Oni, one of the 3 main bosses in the newbie zone. Next time, he'll talk about the long sword of the Needle King Cobra. The guys admired and said it was amazing. They didn't understand how he could explain so well while fighting Oni. Walking up to the guy, he asked what he was talking about last time. He wanted to know if the guy had gotten them. Made Gang replied that he had them, so let him prepare the money. He was walking and talking about how he couldn't continue to make so little money. Professional player groups forbid their members from taking part in other commercial projects. Regulations monopolize the players. Because he left school, he couldn't go anywhere. When he tried to stay in the dorms, it was annoying because all the older ones did was gather all the younger ones and make them do everything for them. The house is empty because his parents are working days and nights to pay for his younger sister's treatment. He wants to make his debut soon so he can compete in tournaments, but thanks to his history and the interference of the school, even that will be difficult. Since he's a rookie who hasn't even debuted, he can't get anything from sponsorship or advertising. The guy has to make money somehow. For the first time in a long time, a guy decided to come to his uncle's house for a visit. Turning to him, the uncle asked him if he thought he had already crossed the line. His uncle said he was old enough to go to college, get a job, and become fully independent. Does he expect them to still pay the bills and fuss over him? Let him look at his cousins. They haven't relied on their parents since they started school. How well did he do in school? Uncle kept yelling that no, he was just sitting around playing his stupid games. Now he sees the difference between himself and those who have real jobs. Looking at him, the guy thought, who knew he would put forward a speech to pretend like he was actually protecting him. The man said it's better to get back to common problems. They need to discuss it all together. It's about his grandfather's inheritance, It shouldn't be a surprise since they all know he's no longer with them. Looking at them, Leo Jean asked, "So how much time does he have left?" The man replied that he thought it was 20 and 2 zeros next to it. Since the guy wasn't good at math, he thought 200 million. The uncle started yelling. He thinks this much money is a joke? The guy is too inadequate to understand what it means to have that much money. The guy thought, only 2,000? I guess he'd hoped for nothing. He wondered how they would react if they found out he'd made 400 million in 3 months. The man said that the paperwork seemed quite complicated. In that case, he asked permission to help them. Leo Jean said that he would submit these documents to the district office, ask them to survey the geographical area and issue documents for land allocation. This should not take long. The uncle started yelling why the hell was he interfering in adult conversations? The guy replied that he just wanted to offer his help, but if they didn't want to involve him, it was okay. He said that it looked like the inheritance request still hadn't come from the local courts, so the whole process could take at least a week. If he goes to the registry office later and gets a registration number, the inheritance will have a new number. Only then, the inheritance registration process will be transferred to them, but they will need to prepare the land transfer application and official seal in advance. They will also need to choose the right seal and a suitable representative to oversee the process. The cousin said that if you think about it, they could really use his help. Leave the inheritance to him. Learned it in a previous life. After his uncle set him up. Cousin said that by the way he was doing it, he asked what the guy was doing these days. Shouldn't he be going to college? One of the cousins said that yes, he's 21. So it's a little late. But I guess if he starts school now, he could still get a spot at a lower level. The other one didn't mind tutoring him if he didn't know how to study. He must go to college at all costs. The uncle started yelling at the girls. Had they been on their phones the whole time? It's like they're stuck to those screens. Do they want to end up like their cousin Leo Jean? He's already taken on the kids. The kid already knows how much pressure from their parents they will be under. He thought back to the words that their brothers had enrolled as doctors and lawyers. They think it's enough for them to work all night long? They should be doctors and lawyers like their brothers. It's for their own good. But 15 years later, the older brother, a salaried practicing doctor, caused major medical scandals and became an alcoholic after being fired from the hospital. The younger brother, who became a lawyer, saw his business fail and got divorced thanks to his trademark arrogance. They ended up using all of his uncle's severance pay and retirement fund. They even tried to encroach on his property as well. But he won't go back to his past life. He won't let that happen. My uncle heard the noise of a car pulling up and asked, "Isn't everyone here?" He started yelling, "Why the hell is someone parking so loudly outside someone else's house? If they want to park, they can park somewhere else." After apologizing to his uncle, Leo Jean said it was for him. The man told the customer that his order had arrived. Everyone stood there with their mouths open. The guy signed, thanked the man, and said that the service was unbeatable. Looking at his uncle, the guy said that they had discussed all the basic things about the inheritance, so if there were any other problems, let them contact him. He's got important things to do, so he's on his way. Uncle saw that the kids were staring at their phones again. He started yelling how many times he told them to study if they didn't want to be like Leo Jean. The kids replied that they wanted to be cool like him. The guy thought it really was a waste of time. He was trying to give them a chance. Anyway, this moment had come. The big event everyone had been waiting for. The Asian Toto League is finally getting underway. The man thanked everyone for joining them today. He asked whose uncontested win will bring the top player prize of 1 billion won. Today's match has already started. It's the first duel in honor of the opening event. The first player, a private league participant with impressive skills and past experience beating opponents in the tournament. Number 48, PC Joe. On the other side, the newcomer to their event, Number 9, Matthews. Everyone was excited, because they didn't know how the guy would perform. People were screaming with excitement. They knew who PC Joe was, but they didn't know who his opponent was at all. Didn't they hear his Korean accent when he spoke earlier? The temporary avatar acted to hide the identity of the participant. Someone said there's no way he bet on Korea. Japan will definitely not lose. He authorized the fight to begin. PC Joe told the kid it would be over in a heartbeat. Quick moves, quick draw. After the first blow he received, Matthews saw that his opponent couldn't even react. He started attacking again and again. The man said it was unbelievable. Against all odds, fan favorite, PC Joe was defeated. Number 9 Matthews has won. The guy thought it was expected. In tournaments like this, you have to hide your identity, and so standard fake avatar attack patterns are used. A bunch of newbies awkwardly adjusting to unfamiliar gear isn't a problem. The man said that losing money is a big deal, but don't get too discouraged. Now the guy better try to win his next fight. He thought about the fact that out of a total of 50 participants, 25 survived. Another 12 had dropped out, then only 7 remained. Being among the 3 contestants who qualify for the prize money, he needs to win 3 more times. It was announced that the next confrontation was about to begin. Seeing the next contestant, the guy thought it was Deadwater. Don't let them tell him this guy's in there too. Made Gang couldn't believe it was him. After all, when they met, he was clearly not 2 meters tall. Compared to their last encounter in the dungeon, his height had changed by at least 20 centimeters. The fight has begun. The opponent told him to approach. None of his punches would reach the target. They began to attack each other. The boy noticed that his opponent was missing too many blows, started to remember that he was a melee player, but chose a ranged style. He probably doesn't have enough life points. The guy, on the other hand, has the advantage of a large reserve of life points. Not to mention that this guy's speed is much slower than the real one. How dare he pretend to be naked in front of him? He definitely asked for it. The opponents noticed that the guy got even faster. Everyone started asking each other, is the guy a professional player? They admired his fiery fists. The fire fists had a full charge. It was an attack the guy was really looking forward to. Now let him have it. He didn't realize, was Deadwater really that weak? Had he come there for 2 rounds? The man flew sideways from the blow. Someone who was able to beat him in a one-on-one duel too. Something the guy thought was impossible. Someone who was able to do dungeon raids on his own and succeed at what professional players failed at. Is he lacking even a part of his aura? Made Gang shouted at him to open his face. Upon opening his mask, the guy saw that his opponent was not Deadwater. People didn't understand how this was possible. It turned out to be the Lord of Western Chu, Koz. He is a professional player who is ranked 3rd in China and 6th in Asia. He said he was tired of hiding his style. He asked, in a situation like this, it would be pointless to give up the win, right? The kid will get the cash prize, but the bettors will cut him out. Now let the kid come to him. This time it will be different. After another blow, the opponent asked, did he just want to tickle him? Didn't the man say that this time it was serious? Made Gang realized that he was too strong. If he hit for real, his end was too close. And besides, despite his size, he's too fast. First, he has to create distance. The enemy asked, is the little Korean scared? Let him come over. He won't bite after all. He will show him the power of the Great China. The boy thought the man was making a long-range attack, but as it turned out, after another blow, he was behind him and swung his sword. Made Gang managed to stop his punch. The opponent said that it looks like his life points are running out. What will the little Korean do next? Let him answer. What will he do next? Unable to withstand this attack, the guy shouted stop and said he was giving up. People were discussing the look on the guy's face when he gave up, and they were really wondering what a professional player with a 6-figure salary was doing there. The guy was walking and thinking about how this was a waste of time. And the Lord of the West, Koz, really impressed him. Close combat using an overwhelming amount of physical attacks. And this speed, even his attempt to pretend to be Deadwater only succeeded because he was confident in his fighting style, using evasion completely opposite to his own. He wondered who would win if he faced a real Deadwater. He couldn't make a penny this time. He was disappointed. Thinks he should take it as a useful experience. One of the players said hello to the guy. He immediately wondered who he was and if he knew him at all. The player said he was curious about something. Previously, it would have been the end for him if the guy had hit him in the stomach. But why did he keep attacking him in the chin? Why make such a mistake at such an important time? Turning around, he said he didn't know what the player was talking about, and why would he even care about his fight? Then he asked permission to say one thing. In the next round of betting, let him bet on him, Wabek. It's time for the next battle. Contestant number 21, Deadwater against contestant number 3, Koz. After scratching his ear, the man said that Koreans have no courage. Holding out his hand toward his opponent, Koz said that since he was so confident, let him begin. The man felt the arena shake beneath his feet. He didn't realize what was happening. He couldn't stay on his feet at all. Deadwater replied that he had started. All of his broadcasts go viral. Each of them gains more than 1 million views immediately after publication. The sponsorship and advertising revenue he receives is quite impressive. However, for his future plans, such income will not be enough. He has a long way to go. He thought that there must be a better and more profitable way than just streaming dungeon raids. So he gets his hands on some paper, a private and illegal tournament for players, the Toto League. He still remembers everyone about the players from the rankings, so he knows with almost 100% certainty who will win and who won't. In short, victory is in his pocket. He joined the league to bet on the winners and losers of every fight. When he saw Ma Gang, he was surprised that the guy had registered in the illegal players league. He didn't think it could happen either. Judging from his opponent's incredible stature and nationality, it was probably the Lord of Western Chu. It was no wonder that such rumors had spread, since he had indeed participated in an illegal league. Liu Jin said that Tucson is undoubtedly still #1 in Asia, but at this moment, the Overlord was the one. He may be a Tucson fan, but the money he put on the line was on the line. He yelled, "Why is that jerk going on defense? What's his problem? Deadwater can't give up that fast." The guy didn't realize why he suddenly changed the trajectory of the hit. Anyway, he'll be able to keep his 3 million thanks to Tucson's mistake. As a result, his next opponent would definitely make some noise. He realized that they had great attack power, but after a successful attack, the recoil causes the player to be paralyzed for 0.5 seconds. That's why he wanted to deal with powerful ranged attacks. It turns out the best tactic against this guy is melee. In close combat, 0.5 seconds is an eternity. The enemy realizes the attack is long range. He needs to shorten the distance. Deadwater said he was sorry, but he wouldn't let it happen. He would not be able to escape from it. The man realized that another earthquake was about to happen. He asked how Deadwater could still do that. He felt the earth turn into sand. It was a special skill of the Anlion Bones, the whirlwind. Ma Dongwang, when he was thinking of who to turn into in this league, a specific person appeared in his mind. Indeed, he was the macho symbol of the game. Along with Ma Gang, he was one of the top players in the Korean rankings. But unlike Tucson, Ma Dongwang was unable to earn recognition. Just a year after his debut, he was quickly forgotten by the gaming industry when it was revealed that he was involved in a match-fixing scandal. Because of him, the Pro League almost went through a terrible crisis. It took 1.5 years before he was allowed to participate again. The guy already knows what skills Ma Dongwang will use for his debut. His actions really hurt both leagues and fans, so the guy is using them now. The enemy realized it wasn't just an earthquake. His body was being pulled into the center. If he screws up the attack, the guy's not gonna miss his chance. The Deadwater repeated. He told him he couldn't escape it. The man thought it was impossible. Deadwater asked what was wrong. Did he say anything? Maybe it's because of his big build, but he's holding up well. With one crushing blow, the enemy was defeated. The host didn't realize what had just happened. He didn't even think it was possible to fight like this. People repeated that it's overwhelming power. Underdog broke into the rankings once again. Made Gun said it's been so long. No. More importantly, it was just amazing. A cafe in the Gangnam district. The girl wondered if she had come too early because she was so worried. He was the youngest producer of the program from Dirt to Dukes. She was checking to see if her makeup was in order. She still found it hard to believe. She never would have thought he would answer her. The girl wondered what kind of person Mr. Deadwater was. This meeting was arranged not too long ago when a reply to a letter sent without much hope came. He is the one she stumbled upon while searching for a guest for her show From Mud to Dukes. Streamer Deadwater. A man who has topped the rankings of all streaming platforms. His incredible control over his own skills has brought him international fame. Famous brands are already trying to run ads on his channel. Before anyone realized it, he had already become a celebrity. She wondered if a person like him would reply to her letter. It was worth a try. She just had to try. The girl was just sure that he would ignore the offer. It was hard for her to believe that a star of this caliber had agreed to participate in a new show on a small TV and radio station, especially since From Dirt to Dukes didn't have such high ratings. Thanks to that, for the first time in a long time, everyone was excited. She's been so stressed out that she doesn't know if she can even speak. It's best not to ramble unnecessarily or with strange pronunciation. She with a pipe in her mouth shouted over here. Looking at her, the guy couldn't understand why she was talking with a pipe in her mouth. When she came up to her, the girl said she was glad to meet Mr. Deadwater. The guy told her she shouldn't stare like that. She apologized and said that it was unusual to see him without clothes, since he was usually naked. Leo Jean replied that it was in the game, and they were in reality. Suddenly he realized that she was 2 hours early. Maybe he had misremembered the time, but he had gotten there according to the information in her email. He thought he hadn't seen the poster girl in a while. The guy said that he's already thought about the content to broadcast, but he thinks it will be difficult to broadcast it in good quality with his current equipment. So he wants to get help from the experts. This is a project that he wants to show his viewers in a good quality video. He recalled that unfortunately, in 5 years, the company will face management difficulties and will be forced to merge with Chinese investors. Only after growing in popularity in the prince, unable to capitalize on its potential, will the company dissolve. The girl told me that their principal was a big fan. She wanted to meet him so badly. The guy replied that there was no need to exaggerate. If he wanted to see him, he would have come in person. She replied that it was true. When he heard about his answer, he had a heart attack and was taken to the hospital. That's why he didn't show up. Don't let him screw it up this time. She asked what type of content he planned to do. He replied that she was impatient and asked if they would be disappointed. The girl replied that's what Deadwater came in. It's impossible for her to be disappointed. No matter what he does, it will top the charts. He wondered would she say that even if he stood there picking his nose? The guy had gotten there, contemplating how he could convince them, but it didn't seem to be necessary. He told the girl he was going to pass the Tomb of the Brave. It's a tower with 108 floors and an event dungeon. A place where players compete to see who can get higher in less time. At the moment, it is the most popular event. It features fierce competition between players from several world rankings. She said that now the first place in the rankings is held by a raid conducted by a union from France, USA, and Korea, but they only reached the 45th floor. The record was set 6 months after the opening, but no one was able to beat it even after another 4 months. The guy realized that when it comes to the game, she gets very talkative. The girl said that it would definitely be great content. If it's going to be him, Deadwater, he can even reach the 46th floor of hell. No matter what others say, he's not the official #1 in Korea. If this broadcast was successful, the prince would get a chance to go viral. He wondered if she was too confident. Of course, he had another reason. 1 week later, a guy was standing in front of the very Tomb of the Brave. He asked the girl if the broadcast was on right now. The girl said no, she couldn't go on the air right away. After recording the video in a good format, she needs to make timing right subtitles, still edit the frames. In general, there is a lot of work. Tomb of the Brave is an event dungeon created in the likeness of 108 Earth's abominations. Participants need to defeat monsters that spawn on each floor. The ranks of the monsters increase depending on the floors. Even after 15 years, this place has never been completely cleaned up. The last thing he remembers from the future is the news that the 106th floor has been cleared. It's been 10 months since the launch of the game. At the moment, the record is still the same, 45th floor. Of course, it would be nice to break the record, but he's not really interested in moving up the ranks. His real goal is to find the clue to obtain the last of the 3 artifacts. The guy said he hates standing still. Can they start? Let him watch and enjoy as he breaks all the records. He yelled for the world record to be waiting for them. There's no way he can give up. If he keeps this up, he's gonna die. He could lose. He's outrun by a bunch of nerds. Leo Jean has to defeat them. Hong Yunhua asked what the hell was that? The guy shouted that he had one. It was the slime queen. The guy said he was close to giving up. The girl said it was just a regular slime. She asked how he could spend 2 whole hours fighting the slime queen. What does she mean by that? He told me that the slime queen is the monster with the widest range of attacks in the game. There's no strategy to dodge its special attack, the pudding wrapper. If he had gotten into the area of her attack, he would certainly have been flattened. She replied that he had done a very good job. He thought he had lost too much time on the first floor. He said that since they had defeated a relatively tricky monster, it should be easier from now on and asked if they should continue like this. She said yes, please. Leo Jean went up to the 46th floor of the Tomb of the Brave. The girl screamed that it was crazy. He made it through without taking damage. ran from the second floor to the 46th floor without taking a single damage. Kaidomaru appeared in front of him. The guy told the monster that they hadn't seen each other in a while. He didn't expect this monster to be there, an unexpected bonus for him. One of Vasilix's features is poison. It poisons the blood of whoever you aim it at. Leo Jean asked, burning? It is the poison of Vasilisk, a monster that is 2 ranks higher than him. His physical strength is incredible, but his attacks are too easy to predict. The outcome of this battle is certain. One of Kaidomaru's traits is stealth. Their habit of hanging upside down from the ceiling like bats doesn't seem like a natural distinguishing feature with their size. That's exactly why the other players get too close and let you strike first. However, they can't hide their distinctive odor. The monster attacked again and again. When it attacked again, Leo Jean gave it a fatal blow. The guy said his surprise attack failed before it started. He doesn't stand a chance. So let him die in the shadows. A voice said that for the first time among all servers, the boss of the 46th floor of the Tomb of the Braves had been defeated. Does he want to be rewarded? The girl started shouting that it was really amazing. For the first time in history, the 46th floor had been passed. He even passed the previous one, the 45th floor, which is called the floor of hell. The test that even the top players in France, the United States, and Korea couldn't pass was him, Deadwater. She couldn't believe that history was unfolding before her eyes. The guy replied that of all 108 floors, he'd only gone through 46. The girl said that's a new record. An object appeared in front of the guy's eyes. It was Kaidomaru's essence that has the power of fusion and B+ rank. Yunhwa asked, a material item of only B+ rank? It doesn't look like a good drop. The guy replied that it wasn't that bad. Item essence can replace any fusion material. The voice said the merging of the objects has begun. Don't let it interrupt the process. The girl didn't know that such a possibility existed. It was the first time in her life she had ever seen objects merge. Leo Jean asked, with this, the stream ratings would be guaranteed to be high, right? The girl rejoiced. The world's first sweep of the 46th floor is also a fusion of items. The audience will give her a standing ovation. The boy thought it was about time he showed his face. He has to get the key to the last of the 3 artifacts. It was worth it to get this far. He climbed to the 47th floor of the Tomb of the Brave. A slutty succubus appeared before him. An attack was directed at the guy. Hong Yunhua asked where it was coming from. She couldn't believe that he had dodged. With a smile, the boy thought she had arrived. What a long time he had waited for this moment. A slutty succubus appeared in front of him. The girl said that the succubus is a beauty. She obviously doesn't look weaker than the previous bosses. Leo Jean replied that he would go. It has its own peculiarity. These monsters are divided into 2 types. Those who attack with physical force and those who use magic. Once you pick one, you can't change it back. He chose a demon with a physical attack. If it was magic, most attacks could be neutralized by Jormungand. The guy thought it was pretty good. She had a very high speed. It was hard for him to avoid because of the shockwaves. The further he pulled, the worse it got. He had no way out. There is one dangerous way, but it's all or nothing. Even if everything goes smoothly, he doesn't know if he can win. He uses a sandworm skin and Purin's launch. The girl replied that she doesn't know what he did, but it looks like the attack didn't work. She's fast, so she also attacks physically. She wondered how to catch it in the first place. Leo Jean replied that it's okay because physical attacks take a long time to recover. Hong Yunhua replied that the question is, will he be able to attack her in the meantime? It was the fastest monster she had ever met. The girl shouted to it that it was attacking again. He figured he'd have to deal with her speed first. It's a little early, but he's using his secret weapon. It was the same slime essence. The girl started asking what he was doing. Does he want a warning from the Korean Communications Commission? How can he even do something like that? The guy asked, well, what is she suggesting he do? Subbuck is too fast, the guy inquired. So what of it? He just sees Subbuck standing there covered in a sticky substance. Doesn't that make her a pervert? She yelled that he had no shame in making her a pervert. Hong Yunhua seems like her attacks have only gotten stronger. Leo Jean said that it's probably because of one of her traits, an increased sex drive. The girl asked what kind of specialty is that? The guy said that if she got into an abnormal situation, it would increase her strength. And she resented the slime. She wondered if maybe she was just pissed that he'd spilled some damn thing on her some guy. He figured either way the speed had slowed down and hoped the thing would buy him time. A voice said that the merging of the objects was complete. The boy said it was about time. It was Kaidamaru's leather boots. The merits of fusion items is that you can create an item a level higher. The specialty of these boots is the lava run. Wherever you put your foot, everything will be on fire. He decided to turn everything into lava. This is the kind of energy that will turn anything within a 10-meter radius into lava with a single step. But it was only focused on the succubus body. This was used in the golden years of King Madden, with earthquakes and floods. Looking at the shoes, the guy said they were pretty impressive. If he's not going to adopt King Madonna's style, he should be careful. The girl began to shout that she was caught. The onlookers would also be shocked. For the first time, the 47th floor was cleared. Defeated a B+ rank monster that could not be caught one-on-one. And it's a ranked item. A sword, level B+. She said that if it was auctioned off, it would attract a lot of attention. He's the very first player to ascend to the 48th floor of the Brave's tomb. She asked him how he felt. How high does he plan to go? The guy said he just went. As it turned out, Yu Dahi started to host her own broadcast. She walked with the audience and told them not to forget that the next broadcast would contain a fight with a B-ranked monster. When she finished the broadcast, she started saying that it pissed her off. Why does she have to lead them? The guild. Everything was fine. It was all because of that asshole. Death sentence, losses. If she still had the stolen money, she wouldn't have had to do those damn broadcasts. She thought about it. Without a sponsor from the broadcast, it would be hard to run the guild. He must die. She must find him and take her revenge. Seeing that the show on TV is starting, the girl said that only he brings her joy these days. It was time to forget about responsibilities and relax. Om Jae-young said that they have an unusual guest today, so don't let the dear viewers be surprised. The girl said that she would not be surprised and asked who is it. He said it's the most popular streamer. But first, the man asks for some comments from the producer, Hong Yun-hwa. Leo Jin asked the girl how she reacted. She said she got a warning from the organization. They said it was too much. Come to think of it, this was to be expected when she sent the main character ball. She thinks it was only turned a blind eye because of him. The guy thought, what's that? Does it feel like things are getting worse? The girl added that the ratings were fantastic. Even if the broadcast was a bit unusual, people still watched until the end. He added that this was very good. Hong Yun-hwa added that besides that, the ending was just shocking. The guy replied that yes, indeed. The girl asked why? Why would they come back? They're already on the 108th floor. Anyway, she's already got enough material for the first episode, right? When will he get his award? He will of course feel a little sorry for losing this invaluable material. Every time a record is updated, he just goes and puts up a new one 1 to 2 floors later. It's good to be able to create content alone. Hong Yun-hwa asked. Why did they come to the elevation room? That sword he received after the battle, it's B rank. She knew right away it was the amplification. Said it was amazing. If he could enhance it, the price would be cosmic. Once again throwing the stone into the right place, Leo Jin started the strengthening process. Each time, his characteristics became better and better. Looking at it, the girl didn't realize, wasn't it enough? When she saw the amplification of +9, many questions arose in her mind. The situation was changing so fast that she didn't know how to react. Seeing that the Deadwater Lord had taken the stone in his hand again, she asked him to put it back. She asked him to calm down, because it was too dangerous. The boy remembered everything he had experienced back then. Seeing that Ojin squeezed it in his hand, she asked him if he had calmed down. Was he happy that he had strengthened the sword 9 times? At some point, he threw the stone at the same spot again. The voice said it was a mistake. So the reinforcement failed and the sword was destroyed. From what she saw, Hong Yun-hwa fainted. She revealed that thanks to him, there were a lot of comments. But she actually felt sorry for him even though he wasn't hers. Leo Jin replied that he broke down. So it can't be helped. It might be more interesting someday. Of course, he doesn't regret it. Because it's an object that had a destiny to be destroyed. It would be clear when comparing it to a true sword level, this weapon was with weak characteristics. Underneath it was the truth, a hidden object. The girl said that then, he would help her with the next broadcast. The guy replied that as long as the payment was decent, then sure. She added that no matter how much he wanted, they would give more. Suddenly he got an email on his phone about joining. He immediately thought, When was that? And it was the same Cinder again. The guy couldn't believe it, because it was King Madonna's account. The man asked, he's not a professional gambler. They can't let someone else take him away. Have them send him a letter of invitation immediately. She replied that there's no way to contact him. You can only leave a comment under his video. The girl asked if she should keep writing comments. He replied that she should continue in the same spirit, but not try to cheat and just copy the text. All messages need to be worded differently. All he had in his mind was the name Manhwa. This guy meets all the requirements of a professional player. The macho and berserk styles differ in that they smash the opponent with pure power. For someone hardened in the Shadow League, he has insane skills and control, not to mention his unique sense of combat. The guy behind the man asked, this Manhwa is rumored to be very good? Ja-young asked, did he not watch the video the man sent him? Lim Joseph, rank 1 in the sole professional players team, replied that he doesn't watch videos from the illegal Toto League. Yes, he had heard that the guy had defeated the Lord of Western Chu, but in any case, this loser's skills had only deteriorated from participating in illegal leagues for so long. Even the guy would be able to win hundreds of times. Besides, would someone who got a taste of prize money from the underground want to come out of there and play by their rules? Even the salaries they offer to professional teams are a mere pittance compared to what he can get by competing illegally. The man replied that all illegal leagues are being shut down. The country is putting pressure on them as they speak. So all the players have no choice but to say goodbye to these shady deals. This is the best time for them to get Manhwa. The guy started yelling at the principal, asking why he never gave him that much attention. The man asked what complaints he might have. He replied that he had many complaints about his salary. At that moment, a message arrived on the principal's laptop. He asked, and what is it? Is it spam again? The guy replied that it really should stop. Suddenly, he saw that the director was unresponsive. It looked like he had fainted. Looking at the screen, he saw a positive response from Manhwa. After participating in an illegal league, he created a backup account with the name Manhwa to upload video footage from his computer. The guy didn't think anyone would want to hire a member of the Toto League. It was hard to believe that his fake avatar would get an invite to the national player team before Deadwater. It was the best deal of all time. He had gotten a lot of those letters after the raid on the Nameless Queen. At the time, the guy turned them down because of 2 strict rules and a paycheck that was close to zero. But now, it was a good time to get the government to sponsor cybersports more actively. Making his debut as Manhwa was a twist he never expected. So how should a guy start? Seoul National Branch, the training hall. Upon entering, the director shouted out to welcome their guest. Behind him, a guy said it was good to see everyone. He was Manhwa. Lim Joseph replied that they were welcome too. But why is he wearing a mask? The guy replied that it was burn scars. He asked why the hell the guy was more than 2 hours late. Wasn't the meeting for 5:30? The principal jumped in and said it was just the rain and traffic. It wasn't that gentleman's fault. Joseph started yelling at the man why he was using formal speech if the guy was going to be part of their team. The principal replied that he still hadn't signed the contract. What's he whining about anyway? Watching all of this, it was nostalgic for him. He remembers that these two would bicker even in public. There's some chemistry between them. It's nice to see it up close. He gets sentimental, but right now, he needs to maintain his arrogant image. He doesn't want to fail. He needs to push them. Manhwa asked, who told him he needed him there? If he immediately wanted to see him, he should come himself. Why is the guy angry if he's the idiot who decided to wait? Song Byung-gun, ranked 7 in Korea, asked if he wouldn't mind if they helped him slow down a bit. Jong Yoon-suk, ranked 9 in Korea, asked if he really thought that the skills he learned in the illegal league tournament would help him in the real professional leagues. Principal asked what's wrong with them. He really sorry. Usually they are friendly. Maybe it's because they missed today's training. Lim Joseph asked, he has to take the entrance test anyway, right? He'll see for himself if his skills are good enough to make a fuss about it. This is just a guy who broke into an illegal league with no previous record. Who knows, maybe the match was rigged in his favor. They invited someone who is at best a computer expert to their national team. Turning to the guys, the guy asked who wanted to start. Everyone immediately began to argue, because everyone wanted to be the first. He answered that no, in front of them, the second line should get their chance. Why not give the understudy a chance? Made Gun replied that no, he had already had that opportunity. One of the guys said that was low. Why did he retreat after saying they couldn't go first? He thought he would have more courage after returning from the army, but apparently he was wrong. Lim Joseph said that's enough. It's fair to start with the lower level ones, so the understudy can continue. Manhwa replied that he shouldn't. He doesn't have time to sweep the floor with everyone individually. It's just annoying. So he decided to end this match. All 4 against 1. Turning to Manhwa, the principal said that the entrance test involves a one-on-one match. They can't break that rule, even for his sake. Turning to the man, the guy said it's about their rankings. This time, let's let them figure it out for themselves. He asked then if they should go and see how good he was. Manhwa's masked division. Once put on, the strength of the attacks will increase in proportion to the total number of kills. Rank number 7 in Korea, Song Byung-gun asked, fighting 4-on-1. Isn't that overkill? A swordsman who moves like a ghost with a long, thin rapier. His fighting style requires speed, great attack power, and stealth. Rank number 5 in Korea replied to also consider the position of director. His specialty is lightning magic, and he combines skills such as lightning strike, hoop strike, and chain lightning for added mobility. Rank 9 in Korea, Choi Yoon-suk. He could be a hitman, but he has more than enough mobility and attack power to defend himself. Plus, he's probably armed with a powerful sword that's currently hidden. And finally, the number 1 in Korea, Lim Joseph. He can both attack and defend with 2 with shields at the same time. Thanks to his absurdly high life points, poker face title, and famous bull rush, he's earned the additional nickname of Lord. Manhwa said that this lineup is definitely dazzling. So what can a nub who doesn't even have a rank do against number 1, 5, 7, and 9 once? Not to mention he's alone. That's what they're thinking, right? Surveillance room. The principal asked these guys how badly do they want to unite against him. Looking at Ma Dae-gang, the man asked why he refused to fight. With his skills, he definitely should have tried it. It was a good opportunity. The guy answered because he didn't feel like it. Well, that reason was enough. Choi Yoon-suk shouted that he would go first. His teammate's status is higher, he's the youngest, so that will take care of it. The guy tells Manhwa that he's sorely mistaken if he thought he was a regular hitman. He also likes to fight, but it quickly starts to annoy him. He decided to end it quickly. He started throwing punches when suddenly he felt an earthquake. Asked Manhwa, their creation, is this his main fighting style? I mean, it's stupid. Anyone can dodge by just hovering in the air. Suddenly the guy felt someone grab him. With one attack, Manhwa threw him a few meters aside. The boys didn't immediately realize what had happened. A voice said that the first person was added to the kill list. The base attack has been increased by 1. The guy said that they were already down to 3-1. Ma Dae-gang saw that he channeled the power of fire into the ground right under his feet. In this way, he lifted himself into the air. They started attacking all at once. The boy thought, how would he be able to dodge all the blows? Thanks to the stealth skill, Manhwa wouldn't be able to see him. As soon as Song Byung-gun began to attack, he felt that he seemed to be paralyzed. That shield was at least B rank. There must be a special skill that includes paralysis as an abnormal effect. The guy used a lightning strike. Lim Joseph said the guy's good. He admits it. He also added that he's ashamed to admit it, but will have to attack him at the same time. Manhwa replied that their hitman wasn't there. Are they really planning on going all the way? Paralysis thanks to shield, combined high-ranked magic attack from the top 4 ranks of each class, invisible assassin at the tip of the surprise attack. He realized he'd screwed up. Hitting the ground, one of the guys asked, using the same trick as before? Does Manhwa really think it will work the second time too? If he activates the earthquake nullification skill as he suddenly felt the ground melting. The peculiarity of the skin from Kanshamaru's feet gives him the unique ability to walk on lava. Everything around him began to turn into lava, all the ground around him within a radius of 10 meters. How long will the guys be able to dance on such a ground? At that moment, the guy realized that he hadn't fully cast the protection spell. The attacks continued again and again. The guys realized that he handled Yunho with ease. Let him stick with him. The two of them aren't as strong on defense as him, so they need to double their offense. They just need to get out of there. The 50-50 skill reduces encirclement damage by 50%. The guy asked, is that how they're trying to hide? Manhwa shouted that it wasn't his shift. Applied Anlion's special skill, Whirlwind. Lim Joseph told Sung Byung-gun to quickly cancel stealth mode. The guy yelled that it was too late. He asked, shouldn't they have had a hard time? Now he feels that victory will be too easy. To think that's all they can do? They'll die like flies. They tried to attack Manhwa again. Lim Joseph has revealed both of his shields. Korea's #1 is going all out against him. Unbelievable. He started screaming that rankings, League Toto, none of it matters. In a match where 4 go against 1 and end up on the losing side, it's a total disaster. From now on, it's a matter of his stubbornness. The guy said he wouldn't fall until he overcame him. Manhwa replied that, well, true #1 determination. But unfortunately, or fortunately, he's not going to concede either. The guy asked, a frontal attack using an earthquake? Does he even know he can't break those shields? He wondered who told him he was trying to break them. With a single motion of his left hand, the shield flew aside. Manhwa asked him, how's he doing? Is it the bull rush, his special move? Saying checkmate, followed by a heavy blow to his opponent. He said that no matter how strong his defense was, or how much health he had, it didn't matter now. Manhwa promised the guy to wipe him into powder before the ground recovered. The principal and Ma Dae gang looked on with fear in their eyes. Korea's top players. Dream team of 4 top players who didn't even participate in professional leagues. A team of that level was defeated by 1 man. Compared to how he was when they faced off in the illegal Toto League, he seems to have become ruthless, destructive, and much more powerful than before. He plays completely differently than his older comrades, ranked players, and the rest of the older generation. He really is that strong. The guy thought that they were probably temporary items, but their quality could be compared to the real thing. Compared to their items, it could be rated at about rank 3. Now that he thinks about it, his items were a little better. But in a 4-on-1 match, that's fair enough. If he had only used 2 gloves and 1 boot, he probably would have had a hard time. Ma Dae gang stood looking at the image of Manhwa. He wants to catch up, wants recognition. The guy wants to stand next to him. Castle of Evil. Drake's cat said he's not comfortable with the place. It's very chilly even though they're in the south. Leo Jean replied that the entrance is right there, so they are heading there. He had come to the Castle of Evil to get the last of the 3 artifacts. The boy asked Drake if he would like to join him, and he readily agreed. Leo Jean revealed that there's a secret passage in the heart of this sound that leads straight to the boss's room. Methinks the guy might call it a back door, but the thing was, there were too many annoying zombies in the way. As long as daylight gets there, they're weak, but dealing with all of them would take too long. So it would come down to avoiding them. Suddenly, the boys heard a scream. Drake said it sounded like a woman's voice. She's in danger. They have to save her. Leo Jean told him to calm down and wait for a while. The guy yelled, let her hurry up. Drake Cat wondered, wasn't she going to help her? Leo Jean told him that if it's a character, he can help him find it later if he wants. And if it's a player, it's even better that he ran into enemies instead of them. They should take advantage of this opportunity. The guy said it sounds like the truth. He is sorry. They will save her if she survives until they return. Turning to Leo Jean, the guy asked what are they even looking for there? He replied that it was Gossip Girl Camille. Drake Cat said she doesn't seem that strong. Don't zombie-type monsters like this have a self-destruct function? After her murder, something began to emerge. The question came up, is it such a huge sin to speak of what the rumor says? It was Camilla's spirit. They discovered the secret quest Gossip Master. The girl said that the priest punished her just for gossiping. He made her climb the cathedral spire and cut the pillow there with a knife, letting the feathers scatter, and then she had to collect them. After failing the task, she was left for dead. That was her last regret. They were supposed to help Camille pick up all the feathers. Suddenly, the boys noticed that the entire floor was covered in them. Drake asked how long had they been there? The guy looking around said that there were too many of them. So did they need an item like a vacuum cleaner? Leo Jean said that's not how this quest should be done. He decided to use the flame step. The floor turned into lava after the foot strike, and there was no trace left of the feathers. Drake Cat asked if the guy had gone too far. He replied that if the guy had decided to go through it normally, this quest would have been a fraud, because it's impossible to collect almost 20 million feathers. The quest was completed. The girl thanked them and said that thanks to them, she was able to collect all the feathers. She was so glad that the cut was on a white pillow. If it was a black-colored pillow, it would be bad. Drake Cat asked, what is she talking about? Just as suddenly, Camille's black gossip bag fell to the floor. Leo Jean told the guy to take a closer look. It's the key to the boss's room. Tearing it, black-colored feathers flew into the sky. It turned out to be an item that could change day to night in a certain resource. A voice said it was night. The dead men raised their heads. Jean shouted what he knew. The castle of evil must be passed through at night. That is when the gates must open. He said the secret door to the boss's room only opens at night. So to activate it, he went to Camille's secret quest. The guy asked, first of all, couldn't they have just come at night? Jean told him that at night, the zombies they met on the way there were much more active. He just wanted to make things as convenient as possible. They saw a hole in the wall, and that was it. Drake said it was, because he didn't remember it being there before. Isn't it hard to see unless you look for it deliberately? Suddenly, he appeared in front of them. The guy wondered what the hell she was doing there, but it was her scream. The girl called him a son of a bitch and said she was glad to meet him. Let him stay where he is and don't move. Leo Jean asked what was she talking about? Jumping with the guy in that hole. He said they'd better leave before they get caught up in something. The girl shouted at them that she had told them to stay where they were and not move. She shouted after them before the zombies got her, half an hour before arriving at the Castle of Evil. The girl started the broadcast. The girl asked, did the viewers think they were going to go for the boss? It must be because she said last time that it would be a good idea for them to speed up. But let them remember, even a daunting military march starts with a regular step. And so, she asked, how would they get to the boss? As she promised her last stream, today she will record a survival guide against these B-rank monsters. She will call it Survive the Castle of Evil. She told of the crowds of zombies filling the entrance. This castle is located in the south of the map, and it has been known for a very long time. But the monsters lurking at the entrance are strong. Not many have made it this far. She said that today's mission, a full-scale survey of this zombie-filled dungeon. Most of them are from rank C+ to B. So let them be careful or they can mortally wound. The girl stopped and said that screaming over and over again was really exhausting. Was it really that necessary? The overall message of the survival broadcast is to save the beautiful girl waving her hair. She needs the money. She has no other choice. On her way out, she decided it was time to teach these assholes a lesson. The broadcast came back on. The girl complained that she thought she was going to die in there. She was supposedly so scared that she didn't even realize the recording had stopped. She wasn't even sure she was going to be saved. But the girl ran deep into the castle and stayed there. She started asking to send her donations if they wanted her to die there. Of course, she's not going to die there anytime soon. The zombies at the entrance were around C+ and B rank, but their level drops to C rank throughout the day. Their movements slow down too, so she can run at will. It's a secret known to few. She'll her get extra experience or drop with it. So, it was a bit frustrating for her. Suddenly, she saw the clouds in the sky thicken and heard a voice saying that night had fallen. The dead raised their heads. She didn't know what was going on because it was not yet nighttime. While the dead were already looking around the neighborhood, suddenly she heard a conversation that the Castle of Evil must be passed at night. The girl realized at once that it was Deadwater. They went downstairs, and she immediately asked what kind of place it was. As it seemed to her at once, it seemed to be a sewer. But the girl realized she had landed in blood. She started asking Leo Jean what he had done. Why did the night come too fast? He asked her to calm down first. The boy asked. She wouldn't have the nerve to get mad at him there, would she? After all, it's not the safest place to be. She needs to take care of herself. What the hell? The guy asked. Does she want to get rid of him? She told him to shut his mouth. He should have been dead the first time they met. It was his fault she was there, saying that even her brother wasn't there for her. Leo Jean asked, meaning it was his fault? If she wasn't happy with something, she should have left. The girl asked, in what way? It's nighttime, and it's all thanks to him. Didn't she make a survival stream? Let her try to film some kind of escape for the sake of views. He thought she would kill him right now, but the situation wasn't right. Even if she took care of him and went out, the whole area outside was swarming with zombies. If it was just Deadwater there, things would probably work out okay. But Drakecat, she's gonna have to deal with 2 unofficial ranked players at once. She said okay. She couldn't do much on her own anyway. The girl decided to go with them. After all, they could be a team. She's a tank, so she'll be useful. He sent a request to form a team, but the guy rejected it. The girl started to ask why he didn't accept. He replied that he didn't feel like it. Creating teams was not his style. The girl yelled that he was a liar and asked at the archer. He told her that they weren't on a team, just wandering around. Drake thanked her. She said surely there's nothing wrong with being on the same team as her. He can take any item that comes up. He wouldn't even have to share the experience with her. Why isn't he building a team on paper? It would be better for the two of them if they joined forces. All he said was her axe. If she included that in the subject, he would consider her offer. Let her follow him if she wants to. As long as she doesn't get in the way, he won't care that they don't get along. If she can keep it up, pointing to the cracks in the wall, he told them not to go too far or the rocks would collapse. They wouldn't be able to get across in time, so they would just have to crawl, and there'll be arrows flying at them. So it's best to let your head go. And don't let them step on it. Otherwise, they'll fall into a pit 500 meters deep and full of zombies. Let them be careful. There will be a thread that will bind their ankles, and then the guillotine blade will fall on them right from the ceiling. Let them be careful. Let them walk exactly 5 meters forward, then to the left. There is a dead end ahead. Let them look carefully. He asked how he knew all this. Did the guy really know how to be a master? He said he just made inquiries beforehand. If he was a master, he'd be swimming in a pool of money and stocks. Why would he even play the game? The girl thought bloody deadwater. How obsessed with the game is he? A lot of those traps hadn't even been opened. In fact, the guy never died once on this map. It's all thanks to collective information. The locations of traps and monsters are collected data from countless players who have died over time. The fruit of these careful collections, study, and analysis was his rebirth. Therefore, we can say that he is now rotten water. Water that's been stagnant in one place for 15 years. That's its nature. But perhaps that makes it the most suitable for these sewage drains. Drake Cat saw the light at the end of the tunnel. The guy said great. They stayed intact and invisible. The mini-boss should appear right in front of them. The high-level monster, Ripper Jack-Lantern, is there. A signal in the corner of the prison calls for a meeting. They noticed something was wrong. The guy asked this one, "Is he already awakened?" Leo Jean replied that they hadn't entered that area yet. Someone must have entered and awakened him before them. He didn't realize who it was. The player who had tentatively planned to attack this monster existed so early. Drake Cat said he's impressed that there's a player out there who got there before they did. Not to mention he's a pretty good tackler. All he said was the word theft. The girl asked if he was really going to take credit for the one who slew the monster instead of him. The boy replied that it was especially sad to hear her say that. And yes, he believes she's just misunderstood. He's not there for Jack. Drake Cat asks, what does he mean? He's already gotten there. Guy needs to kill him immediately before this situation gets out of hand. The most scandalous, most notorious player, and notorious serial killer, Zodiac Bandwell. He could remember a headline in a newspaper from his past life, but he can't even remember when it happened. His victims numbered in the hundreds, and most of the murders were over online conflicts. Not an ordinary player, but a real monster. And this very monster continues its hunt, fighting against an A-ranked monster, Ripper Freck Fernar. A monster with 1.5 million life points is standing there, still in critical condition. The man said it seems that the A rank is no joke at all. They were both exhausted. It took him longer than he intended, but he seems to be almost done. Just as he shouted that this was the end and ran to launch an attack, he suddenly felt arrows stabbed into his shoulder. He asked, who's that he's got in there? Could it be the player who got there? Drake thought, if it was true, then the deadwater was right. If it's PvP, Drake asked the guy if it was okay with Gene if you want to try it first. Deadwater replied that okay, but let him listen to some advice first. Told him that the man is known for being a badass pervert. Let him avoid close combat. Normal people are often frightened when something points their way. Even in a game with automatic pain suppression, it's impossible to ignore the unconscious reflexes of the body. But it doesn't work with the Zodiac. When the arrow is released, he stares at it, unblinking, and only just before it hits his body does he dodge. It's a rare disease that causes an inability to feel pain. And so Zodiac Bandivale doesn't know what it means to flinch. Since he's never felt pain, he uses the split second it usually takes to blink or flinch to calculate his movements precisely, avoiding close combat. But hearing that made the guy want to test himself even more. After a few attacks, Zodiac Banduel told the guy he was strong. Seems like it's not the first time he's done that. Of course, most people would think Drake ended up losing, since archers are always at a disadvantage in tight dreams like this. However, that rascal is strong even in close combat. And after watching him for a while, he realized Drake likes PvP more than anything. He may have good stamina and subjects, but his techniques lack precision, and he doesn't have much health left. The guy felt like his leg was paralyzed. It was barely holding him up, but the damage was insane. A special effect of the Vidudu Knight's bones, dismemberment. After 4 consecutive attacks, the 5th one deals enormous additional damage. Laughing, the man told Drake he was too slow. He was having fun, but the guy should be dead by now. Leo Jean intervened in the fight and managed to interrupt his attack. He asked if he interrupted them. Drake the cat said no. He's certainly angry, but it's better than dying. The boy asked, is he really dead? Zodiac Bandyvale asked who the hell were they? What place did these brats come from anyway? The guy wondered. Was that asshole still alive? Was it because he attacked with boots instead of guns? But, still standing after a direct hit by a rank A item, Leo Jean immediately wondered how many life points he had. After which, an attack immediately followed. Zodiac Banduel has dealt with a lot of brats that have gotten in his way, but he senses, from the 2 of them, some intent. Leo Jean told him not to be surprised, for the guy would kill him before he could do so. After that, attack after attack followed again. Looking at him, the man asked, he seems to be using unusual weapons? Even his armor is funny. The guy asked, did he think they were comparable to his armor? Zodiac said they were starting to annoy him. Leo Jean saw that Jack had recovered. What a pain in the ass. He has to keep his eyes open if he wants to kill him and avoid Jack. One wrong step, and he would be the winner. At some point Zodiac saw a girl. Turning to her he asked, she wants to kill the deadwater, doesn't she? He can see everything. Zodiac Bundyvale sent her an invitation to join the team. The girl mentally wondered, is his name Zodiac? How did he know she was planning to kill the deadwater? She was going to kill him when she got the chance, but she hasn't had that opportunity yet, and so, she's still waiting. If of course he had plenty of life points, he would be able to do something. Leo Jean shouted for her not to listen to him. Who knows, maybe she can use him as cannon fodder. The guy yelled for her to listen to him. The journey is over for her if she's with him. Now that she thought about it, the situation didn't seem so dire. He still kept yelling that she would regret it. The girl told him that he was annoying her. Let him shut up. The guy thought he guessed what she was thinking, but she should be about it. Just warning her out of the goodness of his heart. How many times did he die because of that naked pervert? And how many times did he steal something from her? You can't even predict the potential damage he'll do. She doesn't think she can seriously trust the Zodiac, but if she can use it, either way she has something to rely on. It's worth a shot. The girl accepted his offer. He had warned her, hadn't he? Drake asked Jean if everything was okay. He thought her level was pretty high. It might be a little difficult if she went against them. She ran in his direction and yelled that if they were to talk about insanity, he was really crazy out there. The girl would avenge him for everything. Just as suddenly, she abruptly fell to the floor. Her life points began to go down rapidly. She didn't realize what was happening to her. Zodiac Banduel thanked his partner. Leo Jean saw the necklace around his neck, the Eye of Queen Vidudu Distributor, a special effect that redirects a portion of the damage to a teammate. So if one team member takes 100 damage, the other 99 team members can each take 1 point of damage. The problem is that the wearer of the necklace can assign how much damage a team member will receive. Dahi was the last to join the team, and Zodiac gave her 99% of his damage. The man was one step ahead. He was wearing Kaliro's lizard armor, thought its specialty was fast regeneration, and his claws, the Night Vidudu. Their special effect is dismemberment. All of them above rank B+. He should have realized it when he first saw it. These items only fall in one location, at the Wadudu Hive. The guy was planning to go there. Leo Jean wanted to attack the Wadudu Hive after obtaining 3 artifacts, but it seems he had already obtained them. The question is exactly how many he obtained. The boss in the Vidudu Hive, Queen Vidudu, a rank A monster. He wondered if the man had finished her off. If he wasn't mistaken, the first man to sweep the castle of evil was Zodiac. Jean assumed he was fast, but this was too much. If he fooled around for one more day, he would probably pick up one of the 3 artifacts. Drake Cat asked what now. The guy thinks he's recovered a significant portion of his life points. The man is not an easy opponent, so they need to prepare. Leo Jean said not to worry. He is not someone who is easily bullied. Zodiac Banduel didn't realize what was happening, his body starting to freeze. The girl shouted to him, always please. Did he think it would just be like that? All those who crossed her path would come to an end. The battle axe of the captain disappointed in the crowd. Regimental responsibility. This is a special effect that increases the attack power and defense of an ally, but when the user dies, the debuff is applied to that same ally. There are numerous debuffs: poison, paralysis, sleep, confusion, burning, frostbite, and others. Zodiac Banduel got the worst of them. Sleep? Drake Cat asked if that was the reason she was begging them to join her team. Leo Jean replied that she had planned to use the regimental responsibility on him, but after ignoring his warning, she's now in dire straits. In one fell swoop, the Zodiac Banduel was defeated. 2 birds with 1 stone. In one fell swoop, both the Zodiac and that annoying girl were done. He didn't see it coming. It reminded them that he was still like that. But what should they do? Attack now? Leo Jean replied that let him try to shoot just 3 arrows into his head. With that done, the monster woke up and asked what he was doing there. Who were they anyway? Jack-Lantern wanted to talk to them. The guy asked, had he finally regained consciousness? Then we can talk. He remembered that he had stolen one thing and was thrown in the dungeon for it. There would be no mercy. Let the smaller man prepare himself. He said he's leaving the place now to get revenge on the bastard who imprisoned him there. Would the boys like to join him? The boys said no. Jack said he had no choice. Then he would repay his awakening. He asked if the 2 of them had come to meet the castle master. The monster can open the door for them. Opening the door, he said goodbye to the guys, wishing them a happy journey. Inside that portal is the boss from which he will get the last artifact. If they were in the past, Zodiac Banduel would be the first player to defeat this boss. But the hidden piece that Zodiac Banduel used to keep people in fear will now be in his hands. Now history will change, thanks to one item. Drake Cat said it made things easier. When they saw the door, they realized it led to the boss's room. Yeah, and the intermediate boss might show up now. The ground beneath their feet failed. A monster appeared in front of him. It was a Gorgon, amplified. Leo Jean thought that it was strange. If he remembered correctly, the intermediate boss that protects this place should be at succubus level. He wondered if the differences came about because they were pioneers. Drake shouted to Jean to go first. Let him leave it to him. The boy had a personal beef with him. The guy asked if he was going to be okay. He may look weak, but he's going to be more trouble than the last Gorgon. Honestly, he wishes he'd gotten it over with last time. He's the kind of guy who holds on to those feelings. Drake Cat wanted to try again later, but now seems like the perfect opportunity. Oh, and he got a useful item from Jack. He wondered how much stronger he had become. The guy realized that Jean didn't even think twice about his answer. As soon as he started to run, the Gorgon turned his attention to Leo Jean. At that moment, Drake shot him with his bow and said that he was his opponent for today. Let him look the other way, and the guy would turn him into a porcupine. Leo Jean got to the bottom floor of the evil castle, the King's Hall. As soon as he entered there, he immediately began to attack. The monster dodged his blows. The boy realized that he couldn't kill it with one blow. It wouldn't be that easy. Before the dawn of time, during the battle between heaven and hell, there was a being who stood in the vanguard and stole many angels' hearts. He was the king of vampires and a close servant of Lucifer, one of the 7 demons. When the number of angels he killed reached 1,000,000, every species began calling him the king of darkness. Looking at all this, the guy thought that great. It seems the pattern of his attacks remained the same. This was the first attack, called Blood Whip. During the Darkness King's attacks, Leo Jean missed several of his punches. The guy immediately turned his attention to his life goggles. It caught him just a little, and immediately cut off half his life points. He thought, if a small attack did that much damage, how much damage would a full-blown attack do? He immediately remembered the potion Jack had handed him, saying it would help him defeat the King of Darkness. He asked if he could put it in his mouth and just consume it. He found it convenient, even handy for an archer who had his hands full all the time. It was Halloween candy. It must be consumed to regain 100 life points per second. In fact, it would be a permanent item if he killed Jack. But alive, it's much more useful. The second attack of the King of Darkness began. Leo Jean thought that it was as dangerous as ever, but he would be able to handle it as well. Normally, arriving there would have taken him another 10 years. He, who was in the top 100 in Korea back then, had a battle with the King of Darkness that took 24 hours, using all types of spells and potions as well, just as the viewers of his stream prompted. But right now, he's got nothing, and the knowledge that had taken root in his bones and flesh, over 15 years of playing an independent life. It was experience. It is said that 3 artifacts can defeat even God: the heart of the basilisk, the skin of the sandworm, and the next and final piece. Standing across from him, the King of Darkness holds it. In this life, all 3 artifacts should be his. He'll bet his 15 years of play, and he'll get them, no matter what. Dark Force. Since he dodged the first attack, the rest will be easy. Though they are fast, they happen at the same intervals, so if he moves accordingly, it won't be a big deal. Seeing the new attack, the guy said he didn't think he could dodge this one. He used the special effect of Sandworm Shroud, plus the special effect of Bastard Heart. Since Leo Jean has taken damage that exceeds his full life points, he can activate the last battle skill. That candy is quite useful. The King of Darkness kept saying, why is he there? His people. What happened to his people? He had no idea where he was. It seemed strange to the guy, but he didn't remember any of those lines. Could it be that only the Discoverer could hear them? The evil king he had met before had never said such a thing. He had lost his mind, and as if intoxicated with power, he only laughed. But the evil king standing in front of him is quite different. In contrast to that insane behavior, he is clearly talking, and his black eyes were not full of murderous intent, but sparked with agony. He attacked with the special effect of a blood eater. Blood eater sucks the blood of any animal creature within a certain radius. It drains 0.1% of the user's maximum life points every second. It's a terrifying effect that has destroyed many raids. He is the reason why the difficulty of an evil king with low life points at 5 mil is higher than a sandworm or basilisk. Every second there he takes damage from his maximum life points. Since his max is 370, he should take 3700ths damage. But because damage below the decimal point counts as 1, he loses 1 life point every second. In other words, he will die in 370 seconds. But when the King of Darkness activates the Blood Eater special effect, he can't use other attacks. And thanks to the candy, he only needs to hit him during his healing. Due to the use of the special disruption effect, the King of Evil also gains 100% of his maximum life point. His maximum is 5,450,500. In other words, the damage dealt every second is 545 damage. They have the same number of life points, but he does 370 more damage than the guy. Now he realized he was in a much looser position. The per second damage, along with the damage from the guy, must be pretty critical. Leo Jean said that, and that's not all. It looks like he wants to piss off using only physical attacks, but it's too late. The guy started counting from 5 to 1. The guy attacked him with his deadwater passive skill, Poison. It is 4 times stronger and longer lasting than normal poison damage. Also, it does 4 times more damage when it hits the bloodstream and penetrates deeper into the body. All in all, it's 16 times stronger. Leo Jean asked the King of Darkness, is he surprised? That's what it means, basilisk venom. The guy also deals damage equal to 1/10 of his maximum life points. Also, it absorbed his blood. So, if he adds another damage boosted 4 times to his every second damage, the King of Evil will lose 5/10 of his maximum life points every second. That equals about 2,700 damage. So, the fight will be over in about 30 minutes or so. He started using new attacks. The guy yelled that he hadn't seen this side of him in a long time. He should have done that from the beginning of their fight. Leo Jean asked, a blood eater? Is he using it because the guy got the King of Darkness this far? Seems like there's not much you can do with artificial intelligence. Suddenly, the boy realized he was smiling. The King of Darkness had to be in danger, no doubt about it. But was he still hiding something? Looking up, Jean shouted that there was no way. Could he really be able to use two special attacks at once? Liu Jin, of course, was sure that he couldn't do anything while using the Blood Eater. Dark Hand, the evil king's absolute attack that deals 500% of his monstrous physical damage. Is everything different because it's the first battle? The guy pondered. The sandworm shroud could protect him thanks to the resilience skill, but it would only activate with full life points. He took the candy in his hands and looked at it for a long time, but decided to give it a try. He shouted for Moon, Jack to give him strength. With both an active Blood Eater and candy effect, he goes back and forth between full life points and -1 damage. The boy thought, wouldn't it be a waste to use all his candy for the sake of 1 life point? Right now, it was that 1 life point that would determine whether he would live or not. Ojin shouted, Sandworm Cover and Bastard's Heart. It repels 90% of the damage received from enemies below his level, and 99% from those above. If the King of Darkness hits him with 500% of his power, he'll return 495% damage. So let him get it now. The King of Darkness remained in a small fraction of sanity as long as no one hunted him. But after being defeated by the players, he lost his sanity completely and became a blood-thirsty monster. Maybe there was a similar hidden history there? Drake Cat asked Liu Jin to wake up. He asked the guy if he was okay. Ojin immediately asked a counter-question. How long had he been out? The guy said he had no idea. He was already knocked out when he came in. Ojin immediately asked, what about the King of Darkness? Just don't let him tell him he's still alive. Sitting on the ground, the King of Darkness wondered what would happen to him now. His body, his people, in the darkness. Liu Jin was happy that he finally did it. The guy noticed that the King of Darkness had also turned 10 years younger like him. The King of Darkness muttered words that he didn't remember until the very end. The long-awaited third artifact, the Blood Eater's Ring, appeared before him. It was the most dangerous and intimidating of the three. Finally, the artifact was now in the boy's hands. By constantly staying with full life points, through the use of the Eater's Ring, with a combination of Last Fight and Bastardization, he will be able to survive even with 1 life point and fend off damage. And afterward, he will be able to regenerate himself by stealing life. This way, naked speedrun without damage becomes possible. Best set for Deadwater. Drake tells the guy he's glad he finally achieved his goal. A voice told him that the King of Darkness had been slain. There will be no more darkness over the eastern continent until he is resurrected. This is the world's first solo raid on the King of Darkness. He was rewarded. The guy asked if he'd heard right. Hadn't he already gotten it? A chest appeared in front of him. Looking at the Blood Eater Ring, he wondered. It was a rare drop, but was able to get it because it was guaranteed on the first sweep. But he wondered, what was this other reward? When he opened that very chest, he saw Solomon's necklace there. King Solomon, a monarch who was smart enough to be known as the King of Wisdom. It is said that he sealed 72 earth-destroying monsters in a brass jar, and afterward, he used his power to change the earth forever and rule the world. The boy wondered if that was the story, or if that was the story. A secret piece of the whole picture that only a few saw. Guy realized that no, King Solomon was a hidden non-player character. Come to think of it, he was the King of Darkness. The voice said that he had activated the hidden quest King Solomon's will. He was known as a clever king. Until one day, one of the 7 demons that controlled the world put him through endless trials. He believed in his virtues and wisdom and resisted. But now he is the one on his knees. What will happen to the people who trusted him and helped bring change to these lands? To whoever is reading this message, he must be much smarter and more virtuous, stronger and braver than he is. The king has asked to avenge him. The demon who did this to him, Whitselin. Liu Jin immediately pressed skip. It was his mistake that he couldn't fit his will into 3 sentences. Probably everything would be saved in Akashi's record, so he decided to read it later. The guy said that whether it was the quest or the necklace, now wasn't the time to use it, so he'd put it away for now. He'll be sure to avenge it. In the near future, when great changes would come to this world, then it would be the time to use this necklace. Since he had finally collected the 3 artifacts called the God Killer set, he decided to crush those who could kill him in this world. The guy's phone rang. It was Hong Yunhua, the program from Dirt to Princes. The guy asked why she was calling him. The girl said that they are preparing new material for the show. She wonders if he wants to be their main guest. The guy replied that he was sorry, but he's a bit busy these days, so it would be difficult. but he will try to make time for it in the middle of next month. She said that would be great. Let him make time for her. The girl knows a cafe that serves great cakes. She also knows a great restaurant. By the way, she thought she'd have to create another program. He's glad he has some sort of backup plan in mind. The girl asked him what he was talking about. He said it was nothing. The guy said that he always watches the show and asked what the next episode would be about. She doesn't usually tell you this sort of thing, but she can tell you that the topic she'll be using on the show is currently hugely popular. She heard that the person she will be covering became a professional right after her debut. Leo Jean asked if he was going to do an interview. The girl said no. The community turned him down. So from tomorrow, they will work in front of his house undercover. The guy asked, "Is this some kind of popular community?" She said of course, they're ranked #1 in Seoul. He's heard of it too? Ojin said that for some reason he felt like he knew him. The girl replied that it couldn't be. She had heard that he was from some mysterious underground league. The guy asked then if she wanted to bet. Does he really know the person she is talking about? The girl replied that it sounded cool. He immediately asked about the punishment. She replied that if she won, he would come to their program 10 times. The guy said, what if he wins? She could probably come to his program 10 times. Hong Yunhua said she's going to win anyway. How will he guess the person from the hidden ranking? The guy said King Motto. Hearing that, she froze. She immediately started asking how did he know? If they're talking about the hot new thing in the underground, only King Motto comes to his mind. The girl replied that he was right. Even Lim Joseph, who is known for his arrogance, is inferior to him. She heard that he has already become the unofficial #1 in their league. Ojin replied that yes, he is an incredible person. Hong Yunhua said she'll see him then. If he needed a guest on the stream, he could call her anytime. He couldn't believe it. In the future, it would be hard to do that even with money. The guy's phone gets a text message asking if he can come to the studio tomorrow. The man has a conversation to have with him, so they need to meet. Adaji is going to be making a major professional league appearance in the near future. His debut was a foregone conclusion, so judging by the circumstances, it will take place there. Everything went according to plan. A magnificent professional debut by King Motto. Everything went exactly according to his plan. Since everyone has his back, he has a chance to have some fun. Absolutely no one can stop him. Even though he was naked, the fact that the guy was in the car saved him from being arrested. But he had to write a statement. Thinks he can say he got lucky, since he's in the game running around naked all the time. It was so strange for him to wear clothes. The man asked if the Demon King was listening. He said yes. The director said that was the end of their agreement, but there was something that was bothering him. Because he hasn't disclosed his name and his insurance number, he's a guarantor of his identity. So obviously the sponsors are a little reluctant to do that. Leo Jean realized that it looked like he was trying to get the upper hand before the salary negotiations. But the guy thought no way. Inside, he was a riddled full-fledged nub of 15, as well as a seasoned slob of society. The director said they should talk about his salary then. Ojin said no, they would do it after the league. He knows he'll be more popular after the league. Company owners will be on their knees for him. Thanks to him, he's guaranteed to increase viewership. In other words, he'll wait until he's worth more. The guy said he could even get a blank check if he went to China. The principal asked what he was saying. Does he think they can't offer him the same thing as China? He promised to discuss it later anyway. It's time to get to the main point. The upcoming Adaga League competition. The man said there will be 10 city leagues, including Seoul and Incheon. They'll start as the league chosen to represent Seoul. The elite team is theirs, National K1 is their biggest enemy. Also, they're their first opponents. Now the director will tell him about the elite, so let him listen. An enemy professional team created at the same time as the national team K1. They are sponsored by many big corporations, so they have a huge budget and a wide variety of players. Their leader, Hong Jino, was #1 until he was overtaken by Lim Joseph not too long ago. They recently hired 3 new players who made their roster even more intimidating. Those 3 are a real pain in the ass. They synchronize their attacks by switching places. It's an art form. It's like fighting 3 at once. Joseph needs to match Hong Jino, so they use him as an ace up their sleeve. The director doesn't think anyone else can handle them, which is why she wanted them. Even though the decision hasn't been made yet, the guy knows which moments will go against each other. Of course he remembers that fight. It was the hottest topic 15 years ago. and a battle that was remembered as legend for decades to come. And there was more. 21 times the Toto League and its record-breaking betting scenes. They finally waited. 140 big and small national teams. And only 10 of them will make it to the best league. And now, the confrontation that will determine the future of these players will begin there in the Cybersports Stadium. The Audi League begins. And the events that will fill the front page of their giant league. Tonight's Conference League matchup. Players who have the storm on their side and aren't going to stop. Let them welcome the elite. And now those who will battle the elite. A team led by Korea's #1 player, Lim Joseph. He appeared in front of him. People started asking, "Who is this masked devil?" The man thought, "Just look at that. They didn't take Choi Young-suk's healer? And that mask, is that him?" Rumors had reached him, one lucky bastard from an underground league. A street thug suddenly becoming a star in the sports arena is commonplace. But they're just puppets of the event's creators. He thought a professional ring was no place for a street dog. Instead of that extra character, they decided to target the real threat. The host shouted for the first battle to begin. Elite versus K1. The elite leader, Korea's #2 player, storms Hong Jin-oh against K1 super rookie Ma Dae-gang. The guys climbed into the Pro League capsule. The battle map, the Jade Desert. Looking at all this, the director remembered the conversation with the guy. He said that the man knew that Choi Young-suk wouldn't play. He advised to use Ye Gun instead. The director asked, "Why Ma Dae-gun?" "Recording, that's his job." He asked the guy not to get too involved. The guy told him not to be like that. He promises he'll have a powerful influence. The man knows about his skills, right? The director replied that he had no experience in the competition, and there were many older contestants. Young-suk also recommended him. To be honest, the guy said that in terms of energy, Dae-gun is better than him. He thinks it's time for him to really take off. Hong Jin-oh thought that none of the current players could match him. If he had to choose, he was a little worried about Lim Joseph and Choi Young-suk. But things got easier because the latter wasn't there. Based on research, this is his debut fight and he has boxed before. These players will use weak jabs or leg kicks during skirmishes in the beginning. He needs to strengthen his defense and save as many life points as possible. The guy wondered, had he used such a strong punch from the start? Infinity Glove. He blocked the blow, but still took damage. Does it really have a nasty ability? He realized he had misjudged his game strategy. Very badly underestimated him. But he had just gotten the payoff of a great use of the skill. Poison damage. The guy realized what he'd done. He would lose 0.25% of his life points every second. Now he'll retreat to check his condition. He decided to wait for this moment and would collapse like a storm. Normally, both players would retreat to prepare for the next attacks since they had just had a fight. Hong Jin-oh didn't understand why Ma Dae-gang was approaching him. The guys following the fight started yelling for him to move away, but it was too late. He had already struck. Leo Jean thought that Hong Jin-oh was not the main character today. It was a mistake to think that Gon was just a checkpoint on the way to fight Joseph. Dae-gang's speed is a problem even for him who has agility items for dodging. Comparing their strength, Dae-gang is now superior to Joseph. The host started saying he couldn't believe it. Hong Jin-oh was defeated by the super rookie. The director was smiling as he marinated him on the bench. It seems he's not such a qualified coach. Leo Jean didn't think that he would see the legendary 3 strikes again. He wondered what to do with it since there was no way to prove the results from his past life. He thought that thank goodness Choi Young-suk wasn't involved. 15 years ago, he was just one of 1,500 spectators. As he watched the players fly and fight, an ambitious dream grew in his heart. What if he didn't watch the fight that day? Would it be different now? He thought, what a useless question. If nothing in life matters, only the present makes sense. What's he like now? Standing at the top of the stage where investors and their allies battle it out. It's enough to get his heart racing, but more importantly, he's betting all his life savings. Previous #1 Hong Jin-oh and newcomer Ma Dae-gang. The betting ratio on them was 7-1, which shows everyone's belief in Hong Jin-oh's victory and rookie Ma Dae-gang's triumphant victory. At that moment, his money increased 7 times. But the truly incredible part had just begun. Right now the predictions are for a battle between K1 and the elite. Betting against the odds at 7 times, and then a team game that allows you to raise the bet to 3 times. Thus, This legendary match can increase his initial installment by 21 times. The host announced that in this battle, 5 players will form a team and go up against the opposing team one-on-one. The player who wins will be able to fight the next opponent, but Made Gang has few life points, whether he can participate in the next battle. The guy continues without a replacement. This rookie's confidence is as aggressive as his fighting style. The fight continues. Everyone was wondering who the elite would send. It was Korea's number 11, Lee Gun-hyen, a monk with self-healing skill, great defense, and life points. Lee Gun-hyun asked the guy, "Will they dance? Let the creep try to attack him. He's really overestimating himself if he thinks he can do damage to him." 10 minutes later, the guy couldn't understand how Made Gang had anticipated all his skills. He himself couldn't believe it was happening to him. Made Gang was wondering how to get through his endless hit, but it was easier than he thought. Heals himself. Heal is not applied to himself. Self-healing happens due to the calculation of his position and the area of effect of healing magic. There is a slight delay of 0 to 1 second before the spell is triggered. If you push the healer away just before this moment and stand in the place where the spell is cast, who can heal himself? Mategon was able to do this thanks to his amazing agility and insight. Thanks to this, he recovered a lot of life points. The guy realized he was gonna die, so he decided to use a substitute. It's a team match. You can swap with a teammate during one-on-one combat, and there is no limit to the number of swaps. The girl said that instead of lowering his life points, the guy literally healed the enemy. There she is, Lee Dongbai, the elite's newest recruit. The girl scattered the seeds of confusion. Leo Jean remembered that these bloodthirsty plants could devour life points if you just stepped on them, and the amount of life points taken away would increase with every time he touched them. If the first time you lose 0.001%, the second time you lose 0.002%, and so on. The very loss of life points is bad enough, but that's not all. She had it all set up. After that, there was a change of player. Lee Eun-bai appeared. A sticky spear appeared. The entire field was covered in white juice that slowed down the speed of movements. She began to launch her attacks. Her weapon was a sword. The girl saw that he dodged and said that the guy had talent. Hong Jino said that even though he set the plants underneath him on fire, wouldn't he catch fire himself? The guy called him a real battering ram. The girl used the touch of the wand. Made Gang realized that it was bad because he had very few life points left. Besides, this girl was fast and strong. The principal was already yelling for the guy to back off. Leo Jean replied that it would be better to leave him. The man asked why. Wouldn't he die? Nothing will kill him. If he is to die, he can die fighting. And it's better for them if he does damage to the enemy. The announcer said that here it comes, a lightning-fast blade strike. Lee Jianbai's final move. Made Gang's life points will now be 0. Leo Jean said fine. She passed. The girl couldn't believe it. Made Gang was on the verge of deflecting her attack. Using his skills and sharp mind, he was able to overpower his final opponent. The capsule opened. People chanted his name enthusiastically. Predictions for the duel between K1 and Elite. Betting at odds of 7x, and then team play allowing the odds to go up to 3x. In his past life, Elites has won. Though the bout started with promising performances, K1 lost due to Joseph and weak performances. Even though they had 3 times more support, Elite won the title of sole representative team. If he bets on Elite and loses on purpose, he'll definitely pick up, but since he's a K1 member, that determines the matchup. He decided to just bet on his team. Even though the amount wouldn't be as high, he would still make a good amount of money. Thanks to Day Gang, he had already increased his bet by 7 times, which is already a lot. Players who were used to one-on-one battles did not do well against the 3 sisters. Song Byung-gun's disguise didn't have much effect against the polluted field. He was hit by Eun-bai's long-range attacks and tragically fell. Lee Yun-ho lost one-on-one against Dong-bai in a magic battle and fell to his knees in front of her. Although the terrain damage played a role, Eun-bai has more variations of magic skills. Joseph got stuck in an unknown devil of poison ivy and caltrop and then was attacked by arrows and spells. Though he survived, it was all he could do. The host said that the Jeom Eun-dong sisters' triple victory. Number 1 of the K1 team couldn't stop them. Leo Jean realized that the match had become more serious than he expected. The 3-to-1 betting ratio had now turned into 1-to-7 in their favor. The legendary match that allowed them to increase their initial deposit by 21 times could now increase it by a whopping 49 times. Turning to Manhwa, the director said that they are in a terrible position. He knows it's difficult, so he doesn't expect him to win, but at least a draw. The man thought it was impossible. The boy was shaking violently. Although it would be strange not to shake in such a situation, the guy realized that this was unprecedented in the history of Toto betting. So was the absence of a hitter in K1 reflected? Of course, no one will bet K1 to increase the bet by 7x since they almost lost, but at least one in front of them, because he will win at all costs. People began to wonder who Manhwa was, because they were seeing him for the first time. Are they giving the newcomer a chance because they will lose anyway? The guy thought he missed that feeling. Blinding spotlights, fireworks, and dry ice. The smell of gunpowder, dust, sweat, glue, and Clorox. The feeling of it all overwhelmed his heart. He thought it had finally begun. The girl realized that something was pissing her off. She wondered if she had ever met him. She sprayed the seeds of confusion once more. She shouted that since he was the last one, she'd finish him off with a blast and use the shockwave. Looking at him, she realized that her energy was reflected. How could he do that? He should have been paralyzed from the impact, and the plants should have slowed him down. Leo Jean thought to himself. He was currently wearing a deadwater equipment. Manhwa armor also has a special skill to disguise the player's equipment. Thus, he is Manhwa with deadwater items. The girl yelled that he only had one life point left. She'll kill him in one hit. Does he think his sparks can stop her arrows? Suddenly, she saw him disappear. The girl didn't understand where he had gone. When she looked up, she saw that he was upstairs. She doesn't know how he got up there, but now the guy was just the perfect target for her. The girl wondered if he had changed his trajectory in midair. It wasn't like he had items to fly. Ma De Gang realized he was using the heat from his boots to move in the air. Unbai should have retreated and changed. Leo Jean said it was too late. She should have run instead of shooting her bow. The principal shouted that Manhwa was the best. People didn't understand how it was possible to control their shoes. For them, this fight was the best fight of the day. The announcer couldn't believe it. He said that the two center players of the elite were defeated in an instant. With the unexpected arrival of the Dark Knight K1 once again, it was impossible to determine the outcome of this match. A week before the competition, the director said that the Jiam Undong sisters, those three, are the real problem. They synchronize their attacks by constantly changing. Their fighting style is a work of art. He told him that Joseph would need to handle Gino, so they're ace up their sleeve, but he doesn't know who to put up against the sisters, and that worries him. The guy thought he hadn't seen them in a while. After resigning, they immediately took the university entrance exam, right after they announced they were going back to high school. Turning to the director, Leo Jean asked if he defeats them. He wants $10,000 each. Would he be able to arrange that? An amount equivalent to a salary in the millions. That's pretty much the best offer a player could get. Of course, it depends on how many games he played and how many of them he won. The man said that he said it so confidently, as if he could really do it. He asked if the guy was really a beginner. Leo Jean replied that of course, who else could he be? A rookie who's only been playing for a year. That's because he's a riddled constellation thanks to 15 years of his past life. The director replied that okay, he would see how he performed in the match, and then he would inform his superiors that they would agree to $10,000 for the win. They could be persuaded if the results were good. The guy said he's not that bad for a minor league kid. He seems to be so arrogant because of his damage, but he, Lee Gun-hyun, will show him what a real wall looks like. He realized that that jerk had one life point left anyway. He could just wait for an opportunity to finish him off while he dodged his attacks and hit himself. As soon as the man got downstairs, he realized that everything under his feet was burning, and he shouted. How did the guy manage to turn everything into magma? His life points began to drop rapidly. He thought he should hurry up and heal. Then he was defeated. Manhwa shouted for the next one. When he saw the girl, he asked, "Is this the last of Alita's siblings?" The girl thinks it's just the way it is. She doesn't like that atmosphere either. She'll take him down with the same firepower. She immediately launched an attack. Manhwa managed to dodge. As he expected, she is very fast. The girl asked, did he dodge? Then it's a fast reaction. Why wouldn't he now try to dodge it as well? She used a crossblade. The principal shouted that let the guy dodge. because one hit would finish him off. She clearly didn't expect him to be able to dodge it either. The man asked what it was, for it seemed like his body was trembling. Was he really able to dodge it too? Liu Jean had seen enough of this girl's attacks in her past life, especially her main attack, the crossblade, a skill that would blow the heads off players as well as machine operators. Even though it's called a crossblade, a closer look reveals that it's two swings. It's impossible for blades to split the air on one axis at the same time. It may look like both of her hands are moving together, but her right hand starts moving a little earlier. It's very easy to dodge the beat. You have to follow the rhythm and tilt your body to the left, then to the right. From her angle of view, it would appear that he was pierced through by this attack. The girl realized that he was dodging her attacks like he was a jellyfish. She doesn't know how he's dodging it, but if these attacks are powerless, she thinks, she'll have to use her next move. Even though the girl doesn't want to use it because of the recoil damage, the freak dodged most of her attacks. The guy asked, lunging, right in front of him. It was instantly followed by an attack, but this time too, he dealt with it by simply blocking it. Manhwa waited. Evasion, defense, completion, complete countering her crossblade. A scenario where the three sisters would triumph. As long as he was there, it was impossible. Anyway, their lives only get better after retirement, right? Let him hurry up and go study for his exams. This stage is his now. He couldn't believe that there was no one else left. As soon as the capsule opened, he heard everyone shouting his name. The host said it's the perfect battle. A game like this is the counter to all the killing. After introducing a match worthy of his name, the stadium filled with cheering cheers from the crowd. The famous Ma Day gang and Lim Joseph, who was even more focused after losing the first fight. No team in Seoul stood up to these two. K1 triumphantly claimed victory, and after securing huge sponsors, they became Seoul's preeminent team. And the guy was able to 49 times his original bet, just from League One. He couldn't bet on himself as Manhwa, so he had to bet on his real name. But since Manhwa is not a real person created with a guarantee of identity, he had no problem confirming his own identity and taking the profits. And, a few days after the league, he hit the streets of the city. Normally he's in the business of raiding, but this night he has a different goal. He's looking for land to open a capsule hotel. It was time to make some real money. Everything he'd done before was to save up enough money to do that. This would be a real start. He now has enough startup capital to make his business dreams a reality. Looking around, the boy said that, come to think of it, it was Friday night. He wondered why there were so many people on the street. In fact, it wasn't his type at all. Was it because he was older on the inside? He spent 20 years playing with no particular hobby or talent. Such a crowded and colorful street has nothing to do with him. Liu Jean has no regrets. A great man once said, if there is something to brag about, there is nothing to envy. He clearly prefers to endlessly strive for the top. A thrilling race where you succeed by fighting. The only time you feel alive. Among the crowd of people, he saw Yu De-hee. He realized that it was really Friday night to meet her in such a place. He wondered who she was trying to kill with such a sinister look, as suddenly, it reminded him of what the girl had written a couple days ago on Manhwa's account, though he didn't read the letter because he was scared. Walking down the street, she said, it's a hell of a thing to drink on a bet. She just wanted to show how much she could drink. She wondered why the bar she usually went to was so crowded. But as it turned out, she'd forgotten it was Friday. 6 months ago, when she felt the discomfort of such a thing in a nightclub, she realized, such things are really not for her. The girl still prefers games filled with monsters and bloody raids. She could be mopping up the dungeon right now. Thought it would be better to go to the supermarket instead of the bar. Suddenly, she heard the sound of her phone. The girl was sure she had turned off social media notifications because there were too many of them. Although, she had turned them on for some accounts. The girl asked what it was. She wondered why he was only responding now. She sent him a message just in case, but the girl really didn't expect a pro player to accept a kill order. Since it's all on the internet, they could arrange it in Messenger, but it would be reckless to arrange it on the internet, so it's better to meet in person. Asked where it would be more convenient for him to meet, the guy said on the street. She started to get angry. Does he live everywhere? Asked the time. In any case, guys who are good at games are not very and uninspiring most of the time. Yu De-hee asked where exactly on the street they could meet. He said in the back. Looking at him, The girl asked, was he so out on the street? It seemed he really wasn't going to the club. If he had, all the girls would have run out of there in terror. Now that he thought about it, he realized that it had been a long time since they had spent time with Dahi. In his past life, he'd followed her everywhere, but they'd never traveled together like this. She asked, how did the guy get there? Did he take a cab? Or maybe parked nearby? He said he didn't have a car. He walked. Should he be embarrassed? The girl said no. Most guys would be embarrassed if the girl had a car. Leo Jean replied that she was a client, not a girl. Dahi asked if it was okay for a professional to commit a hit job because of her. The guy replied that it wasn't just because of her request. He knows him, Deadwater, who is an incredibly strong player. Leo Jean told her that he wanted to fight him even without her asking. Did she ask that to see who's stronger? Is it a matter of honor for ranking supremacy? He replied that it could be said that way. Then that's even better. She thinks she can put up a great fight for them. It will be better for him. It will be a big event. He'll also get a lot of money from views and donations. He wondered, is Dahi planning to make content out of the Manhwa and Deadwater battle? A fight to the death between two famous pros. That's pretty fascinating. She really has a unique brain. She said that she would also customize the comments from her guild for the commercial and make an even bigger event out of it. Leo Jean asked why she was doing all this. Considering the price for killing Deadwater and hiring people to comment, donate, advertise, and the like, he's going to get a pretty big chunk of profit. Does she really plan to do all this without too much fuss? The girl replied that she knows what he's thinking. It's normal to be suspicious of her, but she's serious, wanting to finish off the Deadwater at all costs. Thinking about him makes a girl can't even sleep. If you add all the money he's stolen and the number of times she's died, she could probably buy a whole building by now. She can't even go on raids at the thought that he could be standing in the corner at any moment, defending himself with just a chair. She should kill him. He should be given the death penalty and banned from the game. The girl wants to play without him for a day. If someone heard this, they would probably think the guy was her stalker. Even though it was true that he had killed Dahi many times, it was only because she was in his way. He was simply acting according to his own plans. Ergo, her losses are the result of her actions. Everything in his past life was his fault, and he didn't plan on taking responsibility. He wants revenge, but she's not good enough to deal with him, so there's nothing she can do. She's sure she could overpower him in real life, but she doesn't know his address. All the girl can do is just leave angry comments on his streamers. She apologized for continuing to show her aggressive side in their first meeting. Leo Jean replied that he should just let her pay him well. He thought she was really relieved. Thanks to him, she hadn't been able to talk to anyone until now, and she thanked him for listening. Looking at him, the girl said that, speaking of which, since he was going to kill him anyway, maybe do it on behalf of her guild? He thought it was impossible for her to pass up an opportunity to make a profit. He wondered where she got her enthusiasm from. So that's what she was up to. If he joined her guild, they could earn immense popularity and power at the same time. Manhwa is a billboard in and of itself, but the range of his skills would be incredibly helpful to her in a large-scale guild war. That benefit in no way compares to the price she would have paid to join him. Ojin replied that he didn't like being in a pack. As she moved closer to him, the girl asked, "Doesn't it depend on who is in the pack?" She asked what he would say to that. Would he want to discuss it over ramyeon? The guy said ramen builds up saturated fat in the bloodstream. Also, it has too many chemical seasonings and not enough proteins, minerals, and vitamins. It's also high in phosphorus, so it depletes calcium stores. And the amount of sodium is especially beyond her imagination. A player's diet is very important to keep him in shape for a long time. 20-year-old Dahi. He didn't feel attracted to her, who was 15 years younger. The guy said that on that note he would end their conversation. So off he went. Comparing the 35-year-old Dahi he was crazy about, this one is still too young and naive. Her greediness and hot temper now resembles the behavior of a cute little sister. The girl didn't realize what he was doing. As soon as she realized, she started screaming at him to leave it. She would throw it away herself. 10 years ago, he once sat in the passenger seat of her car. She acted like she was looking out for him, goofing off and trying to look her best. One rainy night at the end of their date, which he got for donating to her stream, the guy painstakingly cleaned up the trash in her car. He did it because there was nothing else he could do for her. He kept saying that he should do it, But the guy was happy even doing such a thing. He had developed the habit of always taking the trash out of the car, to make sure he wouldn't forget to do it if he was in her car again. He was so used to it that he did it even in the cab. The guy really was a fool. That's how frightening habits could be. He wondered if he should call it the mindset of a slave. She didn't understand what was wrong with him. Why was he picking up other people's trash? And it was so natural, like he was practicing or something. He found out later, but he said she was first touched. He was the first to clean up her ashes, which were too dirty for her cool car. She said it was like a demonstration of her inner self. Well, there was no telling if it was true. She didn't know what the hell was going on with her heart, since she hadn't even been drinking. Deadwater asked who he was. The guy said his name was Manhwa. Anyway, enough foreplay, he's done. The guy asked, is he going to kill him? Manhwa said yes. Doesn't want to hear anything from a psychopath. Deadwater asked, why would he kill an innocent man? The guy replied that it was to find out who was really stronger. Deadwater wondered, could a professional player kill a regular player? Manhwa told him that his contract did not forbid it. The man who single-handedly defeated the elite is trying to kill him? He's certainly honored, but that doesn't mean he's going to let him finish him off. The Deadwater attacked. The guy started discussing the fact that Manhwa is fighting that nudist on live TV. The guy started asking which card? The guy said he didn't know. He said he didn't want to be distracted. They were yelling that it was really Deadwater, voice identical to his. This is going to be a legendary fight. After several continuous attacks, the broadcast was interrupted. The guys wondered if Manhwa had one. The Deadwater just drifted away and the broadcast stopped. In the released video, Deadwater revealed that he died by some weirdo. He's sorry, but the stream ended due to a death penalty. He'll be back tomorrow, same time. The girl was glad that the Deadwater had finally lost. Now she could sleep well and not tear her hair out. But as they all know, Deadwater can't stand losing. He's taking a rematch. The guy decapitates him tomorrow, same time. He was getting nervous. She didn't understand how Manhwa could lose to such a pervert. He's just using this as a bite for donations. She's the one who's supposed to get a lot of money. Just so Manhwa doesn't lose, she will give him the best stuff. The brother began to say that she had already donated a lot to him a few minutes ago. The guy said she already saw the naked pervert die. It's over. Who cares if Manhwa dies or not? The girl thought it was true, but she still had feelings she didn't understand. Made Gang wondered, Manhwa and Deadwater must be the same person. After that league, he had only met him a couple times. He wondered who Manhwa was then. 6 months ago, Leo Jean yelled to the worthless mammoths to step aside. There's no drop-off from them anyway. He has a thing for the guy behind them. A doppelganger appeared in front of him. There were 3 of them. It was said that if he saw 3 of them at once, he was finished. He decided to see if it was true, and immediately attacked. The guy asked, did the doppelganger really think he could attack him, since he had copied himself by 33%? It looks like he tried to think, but he clearly failed. There's no such thing as a brain, is there? Leo Jean asked. Did he kill them all in one go? If they really copied him, he's really weak. The guy realized what was coming. He was waiting for him, Kaiser's doppelganger. The Deadwater intensified, for the fight would not be easy. Leo Jean said, wow, he copied it exactly like that. He wondered what was inside. Taking off part of his mask, the guy offered to test who was prettier. The opponent repeated the same thing. Taking off part of his mask, the Kaiser doppelganger tossed it aside. This was exactly what Leo Jean had come for. The doppelganger tried to attack him. The boy noticed that he was too fast. He launched one attack after another. Those were the attacks. How much power he had in him. Just amazing physicality. Is that what the guy looks like in the eyes of the enemy? It flashed in his mind that he wished he could fight himself just once. But that wasn't what he was there for today. He had gotten the very thing he needed. With this item, the preparation for Mandavan's debut will be perfect. He shouted to the Kaiser doppelganger to wait for him. He'd be back for sure. That day, the boy had 2 reasons for coming to Dorian Gray's woods. First, in order to get the necessary inventory for Manhwa's pro debut, he needs the rascal's mask. From the moment he puts on the mask, his attack power increases in direct proportion to the number of kills. With the help of an item that is made from the skin of the face of the monarch's doppelganger, you can get rid of monsters with a method that not everyone will know about even in 15 years. The second reason, however, was the creation of this monster. Detecting the monarch doppelganger as the hidden boss of the Forest of Dogs is quite difficult. If there is a suspicion that Deadwater and Manhwa are the same player, killing this monster with Deadwater will eliminate all suspicions. Deadwater is his special style of play, and Manhwa is a global star. He would like to see them fight. Either way, it would be an interesting fight. It was a scenario he had thought of about 6 months ago. And now, the present. Leo Jean didn't even think he'd come after him because of Yu De-hee. He didn't expect it at all. The guy asked how the monster was doing. He only turns on the voice changes when he's playing with Manhwa. The guy thought, great, now it's his turn. Turning to Manhwa, he said he was here to kill him. Said they met again. Since he lost yesterday, he's planning to win today? Deadwater said he's very strong. So he's not 100% sure of winning, but he wants to try. Manhwa replied that the guy is strong too. He admits it. Since he walks around without armor, he's sure no one can hurt him. Deadwater thanked him for appreciating it. The boy shouted that then it was time to start, because today was not going to be easy. Manhwa replied that he had never lost, so let him attack. The special skill of the ghost ant claw. Deadwater asked he was serious from the start. The guy noticed that Manhwa seemed to have gotten stronger. He asked if the guy had increased his level. Deadwater asked if the claws are heavy. The arms hurt with frequent use. He's right. Summoning a vortex numbs your hands for a split second. Now he's going to hit it with his right hand. It won't work. The guy asked, does he really want to summon the vortex again? I mean, it's a complicated action. Looks like it's time to use the earthquake skill, right now. Incredible fight. It's been 40 minutes and they're still going at it. Also, no one has struck hard. People noticed that the battlefield had just turned into ashes. It wasn't even clear what it was before regeneration. Deadwater applied the special skill of the King of Darkness, blood predators. He asked, well, what does it feel? Does it feel like his blood is being sucked out? Let his blood be poison. He has that skill too. Seeing that Manhwa was getting distant, the guy asked him what was he running away from? He had just made an extensive attack. He didn't have the strength to jump. He'll just fall into his own magma and melt. At last, Manhwa only managed to say that he would definitely come back and take revenge, no matter what it took. Deadwater didn't realize what he was doing. What was that line? Does he know how to speak, though? Dying so beautifully. He was wondering when he plays the Manhwa character, is he that cool? Either way, we'll have to go back and get rid of him again. That's how the broadcast ended. As expected, the aftermath was incredible. The second battle between Deadwater and Manhwa, the former one. Seeing the end of the broadcast, the girl said, Deadwater, that's perverted, trash. She will never forgive him. How dare he even dare to kill Manhwa? Her brother asked her to calm down. She said it's not right. Today, right from this moment on, her guild will become Manhwa's fan club. For a second, Yu-chan thought for a moment. Most of the guild, the girls, and the guys would just listen to Yu De-hee. It would be no trouble at all. And yet he wondered why. But he could be thrown out for resisting. So he had no choice but to ask quietly. Asked her sister what she planned to do next. The girl replied, isn't it obvious? Kill the Deadwater and avenge Manhwa. Leo Jean was happy to see money from sponsors coming from both sides. At the height of the stock rise, the uploaded video of the raid to the King of Darkness. The views were increasing at a tremendous rate, and the subscriptions were also growing tremendously. Is it possible that the subscribers to the Deadwater channel will soon be over 1 million? Many people were impressed with Manhwa's last words, with female fans especially jubilant. And many people started to hate Deadwater and labeled him a scoundrel. The girls already thought he was a pervert, and now they disliked him even more. Although the guys sent messages of encouragement, his phone was overheating from the number of friend requests, so he turned it off. He didn't realize what was going on, what had come in. He tries to accept all friend requests, but soon they will exceed the 5,000 limit. Then you'll either have to accept only subscriptions or create another account. The guy saw that his phone had gotten a lot of messages from his classmates. He was an outcast, so why pretend to be friends now? Suddenly, on one of the messages he read that he would come to a meeting of his classmates. The girl asked someone to give the printout to Leo Jean. It was an application to confirm the absence of family. Since the teacher said so, she's the head teacher, it's her duty. She said he stinks, she doesn't want to talk to him. The girl asked then why did she become a head teacher? She just wanted to get into a vocational school with a good characteristic. So what? And in general, let her decide on a place. The class teacher said that they put the head teacher to the one who does not have a desk mate. Holding out her hand, one of the girls said she could give it to her. She would. You have to sign a document anyway, as a child from a broken home. She can hand in his application too. Woke up and realized he'd fallen asleep. That's called exhaustion. A week ago, he got an invitation to a party room. This is a channel through which you can follow the fights while sitting in front of the monitor. The presenter said that in the category of game streaming, the new star award goes to him because he was selected among 50 nominees. The boy dreamed of attention from others. But there's no escaping his outcast past. And now he can't confidently hold himself in the center of attention. Leo Jean just mumbled something, ran away from the party, and fell asleep while resting in the car. After that invitation to his classmates' reunion came, he started dreaming about the past again. Now he understands why, in comics and anime, accomplished heroes come to a reunion of classmates to seek revenge. Outcast writers, who were constantly beaten as children, get revenge in their texts and scripts as adults. Made Gang is hunting a level 99 monster on the Antologist difficulty for the first time. The guy asked if he just saw Manhwa. He single-handedly catches a monster of difficulty level B. They didn't realize what his inventory was since he's so strong. Calling them kids, one of the guys asked them if they were still bored with the game broadcasts. He stopped playing as soon as he joined the army. Now that they're adults, they need to work and save money. How long will they keep playing these games? When they get a job, they'll understand him. The hero's characteristics are rising, while their personal ones are falling. Entering the hall, Leo Jean asked, "Is that where the Jeongsangrian high school classmates' reunion is being held?" Everyone froze with their mouths hanging open. He was so popular, they thought he wouldn't come. Sitting at the table, all the guy did was listen to how cool he was. Turns out the girls watch his broadcasts too. The guys had just recently graduated, but for him it had been almost 20 years. Laughing, the girls said he looked like a grown man. At school, he had the aura of an adult, too. The guy in the back said it was good to see him. You can tell from the guy's reactions that he's doing well. Is he really settling in? Leo Jean recognized him as the popular guy from his high school days, Kwon Hyuk-woon. He was always beating him up for any reason. Third year of high school, summer. He was beaten up because he was undecided about where he wanted to go in old age. Why should others suffer because of him? If he realizes it, have him personally put in his desk mate's name. If he doesn't have any friends, at least let him learn social behavior. Have him play the game to the right level. Check in after school. Looking at him, the guy called him a freak. He doesn't study, he doesn't play sports. Why does he even go to school? Guys like him make me sick. Really? The guy asked what he was doing, studying or working. Leo Jean replied that he plays games, writes reviews on social media, something like that. He said it's understandable. He hasn't changed at all in all this time. Doesn't he think it's time for him to have a normal life? Still playing games as an adult, that's a problem. Better get a part-time job and get paid by the hour. He's not rich and he hasn't saved up for his old age. It's not nice to say that, but he's already got $20,000 in his account. He's not bragging, of course, just giving an example. The guy just hasn't worked properly yet. He'll get a taste of money earned by sweat and blood, and the desire to gamble will be removed like a hand. Some shooting games, nothing compared to the numbers in the account. A girl ran up to them and said that Jean was on TV right now. They were broadcasting the awards ceremony. The program said that the guy has about 1.5 million in his account. Looking at Hyuk-un, he said that his words are absolutely true. It's really nice to see the money accumulating in the account. One of the girls started telling him that she had started an online store, but it wasn't going very well. Could he say a few words on his stream? She'd appreciate it. The second one said that her parents retired and opened a restaurant. Can he advertise them on his channel? And how much does he charge for advertising? And can they take a picture of them together that she can upload to social media? He thought about that at 36 years old, coming to a meeting of classmates who are barely in their 20s, they don't even have a common topic of conversation. The guy has completely forgotten all the trends of 15 years ago. You just have to give in. But much more significant was the fact that he and the boys had no memories in common. As soon as he told the boys that he had a lot to do and would be going, she caught his eye. Leo Jean shouted to the waiter that he would pay the bill. After apologizing, He ran away. When he caught up with Yoon Seol, he said thank God they had at least met. Leo Jean asked if they should go somewhere to talk. The girl said she was a little late, but she congratulated him on his victory. The guy asked if she knew about it too. She didn't expect one of her classmates to be a star. The guy asked how Seol was doing. The girl said she was studying business at university. Now she took a leave of absence. Ojin asked if she was a sophomore or a junior. The girl said no, she was supposed to graduate this year. She had taken a lot of extracurriculars, taking a lot of classes. The guy said she was good, of course. He knew she was a good student, but he didn't think she was that good. The guy said she might think it was weird, but he wanted to thank the girl. She asked why. He told her that before the school trip, it wasn't the teacher or the head teacher who handed over the documents to cover the expenses, but her. No one wanted to approach him. The incident imprinted in his memory. That's why he wants to thank her. Sol replied that it was embarrassing to get a thank you for nothing. He said no, it was very meaningful to him then. Suddenly, the girl started asking the guy to apologize. He asked what for? Seol started to say that she actually came to the meeting to see him, but when she saw him, she couldn't make conversation. She struggled, and finally she just left. When she turned to him, the girl said that it was, of course, just unconscionable, but she had a favor to ask. In fact, her mom was sick. Because of the high medical costs, she moved out of her house and rented it out. Let him think nothing bad. She is not going to ask him to lend her money. The girl was looking for a job that can be combined with taking care of her mom and started streaming. So far, it's gotten minimal views. He started asking what platform, what direction. Sol replied that she was in the beauty industry. She said she worked in a cosmetics store, so she knows a lot. Before she could finish, she abruptly apologized, saying she'd been wrong to start all this in the first place. Grabbing her bag, the girl stood up and apologized on the way, saying that she wasted his time. Let him forget what she said. Grabbing her hand, Leo Jean asked, did she want to invite him as a guest? If so, no problem at all. Would just thank her for her kindness. It must have been hard for her to do everything alone. If he could help, let him do it. It's obvious. She'd probably never admitted to anyone in her entire life that she was dead tired and in need of help. And now the girl is forced to spit on her pride, forget about her reputation, and ask him for help. Seeing him, the girl asked, has he come? His hands were busy with something. She asked what it was. Jean said it was leftover streaming equipment. Since it's so urgent, we should use it. Sol began to ask if it wasn't expensive. Is he lending it to her? The guy said he's not lending her. He's giving her back. If he decided to help her, he'd do it the best way he could. Then, when he starts earning a lot, they'll make it up to each other. The girl's mom said it's a big deal. She invites her friends home too. Is that her boyfriend? Leo Jean said hello and said he was Seol's friend. The woman said okay, have a good time. It's awkward to have guests over when it's so untidy. The guy replied that it's fine, let him rest. About Jean asked a girl, why the beauty field? Why not something related to academics? Although, you didn't have to start streaming for that at all. Couldn't it have been tutoring? She's a good student. The girl replied that she didn't know how to teach. To understand and to explain to others in an accessible way are different things. And in such a job, she would not be able to devote much time to her mother. He thought for sure that even if the lecture was given by a Seoul University professor, he wouldn't understand anything because of his stupidity. The guy said that everything was ready, so he could try something with it. Even a single lamp can change the atmosphere of the broadcast and the appearance of the streamer. He asked, so she was streaming alone? She said she just took a tester, put it on her hand and talked about the properties. Jean asked what was the reaction from the audience. Seol replied that what kind of reaction? No one even came in. There are about 15 people watching right now. He thought there was a lot of work to be done. But still, it's so amazing that the 15 years he's spent playing can help others. It's the first time he's been a pillar for someone. At the same time, the Tower of the Brave. Just as Drake thought, it gets harder after the 30th floor. The guy wondered. Leo Jean seemed to have reached the 47th floor? He would definitely set a new record this time. The girl was telling me that sunscreen comes next. Strangely enough, many people don't know that sunscreen doesn't work for the first 30 minutes after application. So you shouldn't go outside right away. Avoid the skin around the eyes and gently apply the cream to the cheekbones and protruding parts of the nose. This is not an advertisement. All the products she has selected are specifically for the male audience. These are the most popular products of the last few years, and at a very reasonable price. Jean asked, contouring the collarbones isn't too much? It looks pretty sensational. The girl asked he what? It's part of stage makeup. Okay, you need to use dark shadow for contouring first. He thought it would be easier to use the back of his palm, and if you think about it that way, this is the first time he's been this close to another woman besides you. After all, they can use it on their neck and ears. Don't forget that sunscreen only works for the first 2 hours, then it must be reapplied. After lowering his bangs, the guy asked what she was doing. The girl replied that he was fine with his bangs down. Fixing it back up, he said it was awful. Let her keep her hair up. It looks weird. Taking off her glasses and raising her hair, the girl immediately began to say that she was shy. Today she was humiliated and showed her real face. The guy said she was a liar. He didn't even know she was so beautiful. Suddenly the girl's mom came in and asked what was going on. She said it was just a little different from what she normally does. In such a warm and cozy atmosphere, the broadcast came to an end. Afterward, he was asked to promote a bra. 3 days later, in just a couple days of airing, Yoon Seol gained 150,000 subscribers. The girl didn't stop thanking him for it. Jean replied that it was nothing. He was just helping her realize her potential. She also thanked him for lending her mom money for her treatment. As soon as she received the sponsorship money and advertising fees, she would be able to pay him back. Her mom's doing much better. Thanks to him, she was hospitalized in time and the operation went well. So now her mom can move around safely. The guy realized it was time for him to get on with his own life. Shortly after the merger, Drake received a message. It said the expert had reappeared. He was gathering information to find the guys who'd been killing him for the last few days. A girl came up to him and asked him if he was an expert. She asked if he was unlikely to turn out to be an exhibitionist. At one point, the girl threw a set of random colored perfume at him. The character's appearance will change for 24 hours. There is no way to neutralize this. Jean wanted to chase her down right now and kill her, but she didn't do any real damage to him, so the guy can't risk his energy. He didn't realize what it was all gone. The guy was only going to go through the central continental beginner village in the north, but now he would attract too much attention when he broke through the siege. Drake walked up to the guy. As it turned out, he looked just like Jean. The boy didn't understand what the hell was going on. What kind of sneak attack was this? Who was behind this? Extermination of experts. This is different from when ordinary users were used as bait to catch sandworms. Definitely an assassination outside of his plan. Their current level may be as high as 20 and their average teaching rating will be around a C+ or B. In this situation, there will be only one way to close the gap with it. He focused on the newly created giant groups instead of the main Sosei backbone destruction. A sudden occurrence, a fairly high level, and some murky group. Soon, the guy managed to find a suspicious guild. It's called Magio. Jean did some research on the internet and found something. Jean said that what loves them destroys them. What a fatal contradiction. He was just fighting himself. Drake asked, maybe they shouldn't sweat it. This thing only runs for 24 hours anyway, so they can log out today. The guy said no, he shouldn't. Just then a great idea popped into his head. He told Drake to follow him so he wouldn't waste any time. The guy would show him something interesting. The people shouted, "May lightning strike the expert for killing their king." They need to destroy the expert. Then his blood will wash away their resentment and pain. Their main enemy is that pink one. The wall in the north of the newcomer village. Jean asked, so his assassination is scheduled for today? It wouldn't be easy for him to disguise himself with a pink bald head. He thought about transforming into Manhwa and walking quietly through the wall, but that didn't seem to work. To get to the northern continent, you must pass through the central continent's purification zone. The Magio Guild, whose leader is Yu Dehe, now controls the northern wall of the newcomer village. The guy said okay, then go according to plan. People saw him and started shouting that it couldn't be. The expert came back and killed 2 people at once. They asked how many of them the bastard thought were in there. They started attacking him again and again, but unfortunately all to no avail. The boy asked how he got through the village's system guards. The girl said she wouldn't be buying this potion and asked if he had thought about putting the items up for auction. His death, it's only a matter of time. If they join forces with the reserve, there will be over 2,000 players. Suddenly, the girl saw a signal for help from the southwest, and soon, from all directions, they were asking for help. He didn't understand what was happening to the guild. The girl saw that the expert was actually a monster. Her brother told her that it seemed that sections 1 and 13 had fallen under the expert's pressure. The enemy from Zone 1 is to the west, and from 13 to the north. The reserve came too late. Most of their men were killed. They are suffering colossal losses. What are they going to do? She yelled for everyone to gather. She wondered if they could still have leaked somewhere else. The girl ordered the troops to split into two, half to the west, half to the north. She would lead the second group. He realized that he had been moving north all this time. The guy would keep acting that way. They had seen the attack on the north wall. She said she would never give up. Drake said this horrible monster was there. He's using it all to fight Manhwa? Jean said exactly what? The guy said it's cut the power of those fucked up fans in half. That's a big relief. Before encountering the ambush, he went to Dorian Gray's woods and caught 12 doppelgangers. Before they could even see the other person and change, Ermungan swallowed them. One of its abilities is snacking. The monster can lock an enemy in its own belly, preventing them from using life points, and let him back out when he needs to. That's how his 12 clones came to be. 13 experts in all. The guy rushed in and eventually succeeded in escaping. Jean told the guy that he had probably already regained consciousness and rushed after him. They should hurry up. While the guys were running, Drake Cat told the guy he only asked once. He knows the guy is heading north. It was an uncharted area where no one had ever been because of the harsh climate and high-level monsters. It's not that he's against it. However, he doesn't want to get into the raid. Is he really going to get there within a month? Jean replied that it's not the ultimate goal. It's just one of the steps to get there. He revealed that it would not end with the mere discovery of an unknown continent. It would cause many catastrophic changes. The guy is going to turn this game upside down. To create a huge patch and update, they have to target the northern continent first. He thanked the guy for the unexpected response and asked, he wouldn't block him? What was he even talking about? His heart was about to burst with excitement. Drake asked, when will it be 24 hours already? The guy replied that they had to get off the central continent first. Finally, they can start. Now it's a different race where the prize is the northern continent. They left the central continent and headed for the rugged snowy mountain. They entered the forest of misfortune. They began to get hit by a blizzard. It takes away 1/10 of the maximum level of life points per second. In front of them, the monster ant of misfortune appeared. Jean shouted that this guy's life points are divided into body and branches. It would be easier for them to destroy each part first. Drake replied that he'd take care of those pesky branches then, and Jean said he'd take care of the left leg. The guy ordered him to smear the liquid from the monster. It would protect him from pain. Drake asked if it was poisonous. Jean told him that normally Ibiri usually takes a lot less life points and Storm takes more, meaning by choosing they reduced the damage by 4 times. Snow-capped mountains, it's a mini incarnation of the entire northern continent. A location covered in ice snow, plus a blizzard that takes away life points. This place has long gained fame impassable due to various monsters and natural phenomena. Drake asked the guy how long the storm would last. He said it's random. If you're lucky, 1 minute. If not, it could be days. Jean said that it seems like it will last quite a while this time. They can't just wait for the storm to end. So he will use the liquid into misery. The guy asked what makes him think it won't stop right now. The one replied that let him observe the change in character will. He asked again, with the change? Jean replied that of course, they say it's random, but the more it goes on, the easier it is to move. This is to conserve the system's resources. Every time snowflakes fall, you have to count how many of them fall at the same angle and speed. Estimating by he got about 32 each, which meant this storm would last a long time. The guy replied that it looked like it. One had to look closely to understand. After all, they had just entered, and it was already quite difficult to resist the monsters. And that tree monster they just met, even though it's level B+, it was unexpectedly strong. And it's said to appear in the lowest spots of these mountains, which means it's the weakest. So it's that high up there? The guy said there are worse things out there, and if possible, he'd certainly like to avoid meeting someone. Drake thought it was the first time he'd ever seen him talk like a coward. The boy asked who it was that made him afraid of meeting him. Just as suddenly, A voice said, "Pay attention. They are trespassing on someone else's territory." Frozen Boss opened his eyes and expresses his displeasure. The Frozen Boss wishes they would turn around. Seeing an incomprehensible black spot off to the side, the boy asked what was that? Ojin shouted to run before they were caught. He's Frozen Boss approached them very quickly. He began to attack. Drake fought back as best she could. Suddenly, Monster grabbed the guy's leg. It started to freeze. His body was slowly turning to ice. Leo Jean touched the guy, and he started to come to his senses. Drake immediately asked, "What was that?" The guy replied that the cold tag, it's a feature of Hi-Hi called introducing. It freezes the opponent. The body can only be melted if a teammate touches the player. If there was no touch, then he might end up dying due to the damage from the snow will. While Ojin was distracted by telling all this, the monster touched him as well. Without thinking, the guy just fired his bow. Ojin told him that was fine. The shot in magic also counted as a touch, and he didn't even take damage from the freeze. That's exactly why he couldn't go there alone. The boys heard the sound of that laugh again. Drake said that this monster was pretty persistent, so maybe they should kill it. He could be defeated even alone, after all, if you were careful enough with the specialty. Leo Jean replied that since he had spotted them, he would pursue them to the end. Suddenly, he wondered if there wasn't some way to solve the problem by just winning. The boy thought and asked, wondering where the Maggio boys had gotten to now. Drake realized he was up to something again. Team Yuda, he was attacked by the frozen wolves. The guy asked if they were just ordinary mobs. How did they get so strong? The girl said that they really piss her off. They attack, get hit, run away, and as soon as they forget about them, they attack again. A girl was approached by a penguin. She called him very cute. Suddenly, it started attacking. It was a pointy-headed penguin, and he was quite a fighter. Yuda, he realized that he didn't look too strong, but he wasn't easy to deal with. He had already sent 100 people to the grave for sure. Suddenly, Leo Jean appeared from behind a snowdrift. He asked if the guys were doing well, and if they were tired. Seeing him, the girl screamed, "Deadwater." After dealing with the pointy-headed penguin, she heard the guy say it was a great shot. The girl didn't realize what had happened. It was a direct hit. Suddenly, the team heard a strange sound that gave them goosebumps. He appeared in front of them. The voice kept repeating that this ice could not be broken by normal means. He didn't understand what it was because he couldn't move at all. He realized that if you touch the ice, it breaks. Let them touch each other. The girl shouted that judging from his appearance, his characterization included darkness and ice, so he would become 4 times weaker as the day progressed. If they use flame or steel, they can do 8 times the damage. Dawn is coming. They just need to hold out until sunrise. Looking around, she realized that the pursuit squad of 500 men had lost a full 100 in just a moment. The girl shouted that she would surely find and kill the Deadwater. Leo Jean said that it felt good to get rid of that monster on someone else's shoulders. The guy replied that this time it was possible to get rid of Hi-Hi and Mihio at the same time. He said you can't. They can still be used. How do you get away from guys who want to slit his throat to avenge his own death? They reached a frozen village, a hidden level. Drake realized that the people there were frozen because all the players there had been frozen by he. I opened all the shelves. The guy found potions. 1 jar of whale oil, radishes, carrots, a frostbite potion. Can't you just take it all away? What's in there is some sort of reward for the first finder. Well, unlike the items they buy from a regular shop, they can't be restored. Drake said he felt like a looter at the time. They entered a frozen cave with a black floor. The boy didn't understand what it was. He asked why there was a black floor under the snow. Leo Jean replied that it was black because the floor was a deep sea with no bottom in sight. So they're walking on the surface of the frozen sea? The guy told him to be careful. If the floor cracks, he'll be underwater in no time. Seeing the guy throw some kind of bag, he asked, was it by any chance the blood of the wolves they had recently defeated? What is he going to do? At some point, something suddenly emerges from under the ice. It turns out to be an ice shark. They've unlocked the hidden quest of the nightmare of the deep sea. They need to collect 28 ice shark teeth. Drake interjected. Ice shark teeth? Do they really want the guys to count the teeth of that fish? Leo Jean asked coolly, right? How can they leave this quest unattended? We're gonna have to fight anyway. The guy said look at him go. After making a couple of attacks, the guy realized that he's a level A for a reason. He's pretty agile and fast. He's always cowardly, hiding under the ice and attacking suddenly, so it's hard to time a critical attack. He moves in such a way that the guy's attacks don't have much effect. The guys realize that if it continued like this, the floor would gradually disappear. It's a high-level monster, so it would take too long to completely destroy it. He suggested just focusing on the quest. Though it looks complicated, it definitely has some definite type of action. He always goes into an existing one before attacking, and comes back by punching a new one. But if he can't sneak into the hole, he'll be flailing around on the ice for about 2 seconds. The shark creates the first hole and dives underwater. On surfacing, it makes a second hole. Then, when it returns to depth, it dives into the first hole. As it dives, the monster creates a third hole. The guy said that, simply put, endlessly repeats this until it destroys the entire floor. In order to defeat it, they need something to cover the hole they're already flying through. Since they hadn't been too diligent in covering their tracks, it meant they'd be coming for them soon. He figured that was it, their lifeline. Once downstairs, the girl started screaming, "That deadwater bastard." Did he think he could just run away? She got him this time. Leo Jean asked, where did it come from there? Had he miscalculated? Why did they catch up to them so quickly? He had left such a faint trail. Someone else should have been the first to show up. Looking at the girl, he saw she had the eye of a snow goose. The boy wondered how she got that item. Now it made sense how the girl had found them so quickly. Eye of the snow goose, an indispensable item in northern expeditions. It helps to find the trail of the escaped road. However, he knows how monsters move, where hidden dungeons and items are, so he considered it useless and did not pay attention to it. Who would have thought it would be filled by Yu De-hee? She's either very lucky or very capable. Behind the ice shark, in front is Maggio. They're in a predicament. He had to stall for time any way he could. As soon as he turned to the girl, she replied that his tricks didn't work on her. The guy said that wasn't the point. Didn't she know the secret of the item she was wearing? The girl asked, a secret? Was he the one about the eye of the snow goose? He said exactly what it was. Is the guy saying he has some kind of secret? Deadwater told her to listen carefully. He told her that the eye of the snow goose, even if read backwards, would be the eye of the snow goose. Everyone stood there with stone faces. He didn't understand why this reaction. In an entertainment show where he had heard a similar joke, everyone had laughed. The girl replied that yes, he was a biomurderer, so his mouth was full of garbage too. She started attacking. Suddenly, a shark appeared in front of her. She didn't understand where the shark came from. The girl ordered the magicians to attack. Jean thought that no, if the shark encountered too many opponents, it would just swim deep into the sea. If they were unlucky, they might miss it altogether. Biting his own finger, the boy began to splatter blood. He thought that this was how all monsters were programmed to evade poison. There's nothing left for him to do but jump into another, distant hole. And that'll buy the guy some time. One of the shark's teeth flew off. The girl didn't know what it was. Suddenly, she heard the same sound. Could it be that it was following them here too? The girl felt that same icy feeling from the very soles of her feet. She couldn't get used to it, even though it wasn't the first time. It felt like she was locked in a prison and completely separated from the world. Her brother shouted to her to come to her senses, or she wouldn't be able to get out of the water. She asked the guy to report the situation. He told her that this ice demon had caused most to freeze. Of course, he touched everyone he could to unfreeze. But most had unlocked, leaving about 20 people left. Running away, the guy shouted that it was a victory. To fulfill the quest, it was enough to collect the teeth that were left after Maggio and Hehe's attack. The teeth frozen here will probably use their escape ability and try to swim farther into the depths through the new hole. However, Hehe has the ability of an introducer, which means this hole will be frozen solid again. But on the other hand, the borrowed teeth are too big to just freeze it. It's not often you get to see a level monsters fighting, so wishes them a pleasant viewing experience. The guy said it was the first time he'd ever seen a level A monster fight. Yu De-hee yelled that it wasn't time to stare at them. It's time to get away while these two are fighting. The girl followed his footsteps. Of the 500-man squad, only 20 were left. Even though they had lost their majestic appearance, she would do anything to cut off his insolent head. Yu Chang asked where they were going after all. He remembered that the northern edge of the world was there. After the snow-capped mountains, there is no land. That is the end, the last place in this world. There are no users who have seen it with their own eyes yet. So no one knows what the real edge looks like. He certainly doesn't want to admit it, but now that guy can call himself a pioneer. The girl screamed that it was nothing. She doesn't recognize how a freak like that can be a pioneer. There's no way she's gonna admit it. She yelled out what she found that way. Leo Jean asked if they got there too. Yudahi yelled that he's finished. He won't run away from her again. In ancient times, people thought the earth was flat. They believed that if you go to the end of the world, you can see the bottomless abyss of nothingness. And the game is based on that ancient world. He said, welcome to the edge of the world. It's also where the beginning is. A romance that doesn't exist now. A world of ancient theories. Which means no one knows what lies at the edge of the world yet. 15 years ago, a picture called The Edge of the World appeared on a computer. Some adventurous person uploaded a picture with something vaguely visible in the corner. And it attracted a lot of attention from everyone. And who would have guessed that at the edge of the world, where there seemed to be nothing, that something like this would be hidden in the northernmost part of it? Just as the boy thought, there it was. The captain asked what brought him to her. Is he a passenger? The captain of the devil's ship, Chikai. Leo Jean replied that is correct and asked, he can board the ship, right? She replied that they had to pay. Did they have money? The guy asked how much. He pointed 3 fingers. Drake said 3 million gold pieces. Expensive. Chi-Chi said the guy is wrong. His price is 30 million. The guy asked why it was so expensive. Leo Jean said there was nothing to be done, handing him the money. The captain asked what class cabin he wanted. The guy said first class. She said that money could only buy cabins no higher than second class. To get into first class, you need something else. A voice said that the hidden quest nightmare of the Deep Sea 2 had been discovered. Because of the long stay at sea, the pirate's teeth have deteriorated. The captain's teeth have deteriorated to the point that it's hard for her to bite the ropes. Can the boy bring her teeth that will be useful as false teeth? The guy gave him the shark teeth. The hidden quest was completed. The captain replied that fine. She would give them a first-class cabin. Pointing her finger to the side, she told them to open the door and come in. This is the first class of their ship. Drake asked what is first class like? Isn't it just the hold of the ship? If first class looks like that, what do second and third class look like? Maybe the lower classes are just hanging from ropes behind the ship. Leo Jean replied, come on, second-class cabins are regular cabins, and third class is a deck. It's spacious and you can breathe in the sea air. The boy asked, isn't that better than where they are now? Why is first grade the worst? Yudahi asked what, 30 million gold? The captain replied that it was right, by the way, it was per person. The girl wondered why the tickets were so expensive all of a sudden. Chi-Chi replied that if they didn't like it, they didn't have to go. They wondered, did those two really pay that much? The girl said that since they had already gotten there, they couldn't back out. She opens the guild safe. The girl orders her brother to gather those who agree now. They are going on a scouting trip to unknown lands. Even a small video will be enough to cover all the costs. The captain shouted that fine. The devil's ship was departing. She told the honored passengers that everyone is responsible for his own life. They tried to open the door. Said it wouldn't budge a bit. Looks like it's an invulnerable object. I guess that was the first-class advantage. Yudahi realized that there was no way to get there for money without continuing the quest. It didn't matter, though. Since the ship had already left, they had nowhere to go now. Well, there's no way to get in from the outside. It's unpleasant, of course, but there's nothing to be done. The girl said time is on their side anyway. They just surround this hold. The minute they get out, they'll get what they deserve. After listening, the guy said they seem to have gone quiet. Apparently, they decided to stop attacking and just wait. He told Drake that it was about to start, by the way. The boy asked what? Jean replied that he was asking why this miserable hold was considered first class, right? Now he'll see what happens to second and third class and he'll understand. The captain started yelling that the first wave was starting. Prepare for a fatal blow, if they can. Looking at the huge wave, the girl wondered if those creeps knew about it. That's why they got into the hold. The wave began to rise higher and higher. The girl looked at it all with horror as she suddenly saw something she didn't understand. Yudahi asked, what the hell is that? It was a squid with devilish tentacles. It began to attack. The girl said that of course its size was impressive, but it was only level B. If there were only a couple of them, they could easily handle them. The The girl's brother stood there with his mouth open, because as it turned out, there weren't just a couple of them. Walking up to the captain, he asked if she had any cannons. This is the galleon, after all. She said that's how much the third-grade boys talk. The captain told them they could get off if they didn't like it. In one fell swoop, having dealt with the squid, the captain said what she'd said, every man for himself. He realized that they didn't have to be defeated. It's enough to make it so that they don't come up to the ship. Just have them cut off their tentacles that penetrate the deck. Unless you're trying to destroy them, they're not much of a threat. They were trying to get rid of them for whatever it was worth. He's guild, or rather the remaining members of this guild, had dealt with the squid. Sitting on the deck, the girl shouted, "What a nasty thing." 2 of them died, and she had to pay a lot of money for each one. The girl didn't know what kind of shit that was. Looking at her team, the girl said that they needed to make up their minds. She was sorry for those who had died, but they didn't know what else might be out there. At this moment, while he was telling her thoughts, the captain shouted that a second wave was coming. The girl obviously didn't expect to hear that. Duel appeared in front of them. The girl noticed that he had steel scales, so he could take physical damage. She ordered the mages to try to attack him with a stun attack or electrocute him. They went into action. He shouted that she would distract him. In the meantime, let them try to deal maximum damage to him from afar. Just let them try to hold out until he's exhausted and gets off the ship. The mages are back on the attack. They had succeeded again. Barely breathing, they sat on the deck. Yuchan told his sister that they had lost 2 more. Walking up to the captain, the girl asked her where those 2 were. She said, "Is this the girl about the guys in first class?" He asked why they weren't being attacked by monsters. The captain replied because they are in first grade. The girl asked what she would do if the ship went down at this rate. Chi said that brave pirates don't fear such nonsense. She realized she couldn't reason with the captain. Well, what was she hoping for? A high-minded dialogue with an artificial intelligence? The captain said that, by the way, there's a third wave coming. The girl asked if there was any way to slow down. Chi replied that it was the last one, so let her gain strength. In front of a level A+ deep sea demon appeared. She thought about the fact that even the last level had been a big problem for them. All the monster uttered was the word gimme. The girl wondered, was he talking to her? He repeated again, "Give the sacrifice." The boys asked, "What do you mean give a sacrifice? What does that mean?" The monster said that every hour one of them would give his body to him to eat. Otherwise, he would drag this ship to the bottom. The captain said you can't do that. She has expensive passengers in first class. Is that what the monster asked? I think he was being rude. Then can she drag away the ones currently on the deck? Chi replied to those she doesn't give a shit about. They are third-class piglets. The girl asked what the hell? The player and the monster teamed up and they're not on the same page? She asked the captain how long is the voyage? She said about 4 hours. She asked, so this ship can be turned around? The captain replied that it would be as easy as 2 fingers on the pavement if she got the consent of the dear first-class passengers. Yuchang said that after the monster appeared, the waves stopped, but the wind is no longer blowing. It's completely calm. So they're stuck in the middle of the sea? The girl decided to attack the monster, but saw that her weapon just slipped. She discovered a hidden quest, Nightmare of the Deep Sea 3. The deep sea demon has enough power to overturn any ship. He kept saying he wanted to be sacrificed, that he was hungry. He realized that no attack was working on him. What should she do? Suddenly, she noticed the slime on his body and realized that it was the slime. He kept saying he was crazy in the head. Let them give him a sacrifice. She thought it was a disaster. It's been almost an hour, but he's still unstoppable. One of the girls raised her hand and said she would do it, become his victim. She has no items or mana right now. She'd rather die out there, victimized. That way she could help them in some way. The monster kept repeating the word victim. The monster asked, have they chosen a victim? Is she the victim? He said he was very hungry. The girl said to be sure to avenge Manhwa. The captain said, well, they can keep sailing since that parasite is off for a while. The girl asked, what kind of situation is this anyway? Now there were only 5 survivors left. In an oppressive atmosphere, they discussed what to do next. The girls who volunteered to be victims decided to give the reward for the quest, the income from the video, and so on. Aside from the question of how to thank the victim, there was a problem that needed to be taken care of first. They never solved anything. In the end, It came back to the same thing. The monster started repeating again to be given a sacrifice. The guy said he's going this time. He wants revenge for Manhwa. What he couldn't complete, his fans will make it come true and leave a memory. In fact, he just has to go to work. And if he turns off the pain function, it shouldn't be too bad. He's hoping he'll get something too. And just like that, there are 4 survivors. Head of the Magio Guild, Yu De-hee. Deputy head of the Magio Guild, Yu Zhang. Head of the Inchan Union, Zhang Tae-ik and Hilaire. She said she was against it right away. The girl replied that they hadn't even said anything. Hilaire said it was clear. Only she's not in charge. Why is she a handler? Because she doesn't want the monster to get her. Yu De-hee thought it was understandable. Healer, the heart of any raid. He must be protected no matter what. However, the others are the guild's top leaders, their face. None of them should be allowed to die. There was nowhere else to retreat. Turning to the captain, the girl asked her if there was any way to defeat this ugly monster. She replied that the only way was to surrender. Its slime can't be frozen or burned. The monster kept repeating the same words again, telling them to give him a sacrifice because he was hungry. The girl shouted at him to back off. She decided to try to hold out until they arrived. About an hour to go. Either everyone dies or everyone swims. One or the other. The monster asked for a quicker way to give him a victim. Suddenly, he abruptly grabbed the Childer's leg. The girl became his victim. Suddenly, he came again and demanded a victim. The girl shouted that he had already caught one of them. What was the problem? If it wasn't a voluntary death, it doesn't count as a sacrifice? The captain said it was time for everyone to calm down. The monster kept repeating the same word, victim. With one punch, Ojin took him down. The guy asked, "Did you have fun?" The girl wondered. And why did it suddenly come out? How all of a sudden, that monster reappeared? Ojin asked. It looks like it got angry. Why? Does he want to get another shot? He began to strike again and again. The girl asked him what he was able to do the damage to him. The guy said he was so viscous. He was so fun to hit. Yu-chan didn't expect this. He said it couldn't happen. Then why did all their attacks literally fly right past him? It was strange for the girl to see this. After all, not long ago his slime had reduced friction to 0. Suddenly, someone behind her asked her to step back for a second. Turning around, she saw some guy. She saw something sprinkled from the arrows. The girl asked, Zala? It's a way to increase the friction force, isn't it? Deep Sea Demon has a friction ability that causes all physical and magical attacks to just slide off, which means any attack becomes useless. It's like an absolute defense with a 99.99% chance of evasion. However, though he avoids being hit, his defense itself is rather weak. And if the damage can reach its target, all of the damage should work. There was now a substance sprayed on his body that completely stripped away the effects of his friction ability. Ash, the powder that remains after combustion. Among the items they found were the remains of dried firewood. They also found whale oil that could be melted and smeared on the body. Burn the wood and sprinkle the fat with ashes so that everything would stick well. And of course it was necessary to cover weapons and armor with it. In the end, the friction feature is neutralized, which means its death sentence has already been signed. Suddenly, the monster just jumped overboard. Drake asked, did he run away? The guy replied that he just want to wash up. However, their weapons are covered in ash, so that won't be a problem. The guy said that now, the real battle with the boss would begin. A strong wind came up, and the waves were several meters high. The boss appeared in front of them and said that they didn't even give him a sacrifice and dared to beat him. He would definitely eat them now. The girl asked, and what were they going to do about it now? Did he just decide to end them all? Ojin said that monsters are for defeating. It's a game, isn't it? Deadwater asked them to stay out of the way. So let them go to the hold and pointed his finger at the door. Drake asked the guy why he was saving them again. Ojin said because they're still usable. I guess he eats watermelon with the seeds in it too. He knows the most vitamins are always in the seed. That was her chance to hit him from behind. And she blew it because of some fucking gamer's curiosity. I mean, even he can't beat an A+ monster. That's what she was thinking, right? Or maybe she was thinking, what if he could do it? And she was just caught up in some kind of expectation? How could she even think of such a thing? The girl started yelling for the Deadwater to die. struggled there for a while and died. Leo Jean asked the guy if he figured out the plan he told him, right? The guy said he's not sure, so they'll just try it first. The guy said he's starting again, and in the end, he's gonna make it perfect. Leo Jean shouted to the captain to choose. She replied that she knew what to do without him. If she lowered the sail now, they would be at the mercy of the vortex. Don't even think about running away. The guy yelled out to Drake, "Is he ready?" He replied that on the sound equalizer, the setup is complete. He won't be able to dodge this crazy whirlwind just by following it with his gaze. The current of water inside him is extremely dense and fast, but if he listens carefully, he will find a way. On the left side, there will be a mad current, and on the right side, it will swirl to the point of nausea. Let him listen carefully and turn in the same direction as the current. Whatever happens, you can't make the mistake of bumping into him. If you do, he'll be crushed. The girl didn't realize what it was. Was it moving? Is this even possible? At that moment, the monster started to attack. The guy shouted that it was the second phase. Let it be careful. Drake realized that I thought I'd seen this somewhere before. It looked pretty familiar. Ojin replied that phase 2 was already devoid of any patterns. He just got up shooting in all directions. He said there were a lot of them and asked what I was going to do. The guy said he just had to follow the basic plan. In a shooting game, you just have to watch and avoid bullets. At first glance, it looks like they don't stand a chance. But if you look closely at the bullets, they're actually quite slow, especially since the monster targets, are pretty small relative to the area of fire. Let him not worry about the number of bullets, just avoiding the ones flying directly at him. Even if, God forbid, he gets hit, the damage isn't that great. Watching the guy dodge the gunfire, Drake asked, "Is he impossible to hit?" "He's obviously tough." Leo Jean mentally wondered, who's the tough guy there? He's practiced this many times, and the guy manages this insanity just by hearing the instructions once. Here's that manual. As I expected, that guy is a real monster. Now Jean understood why he was the strongest player. The attack stopped. The monster could see that he was furious. Looking at everything that was happening, the guy said what a good time to invoke the boss's supreme ability. Drake asked, "They can't avoid it, can they?" The guy said no. This tsunami is 1,500 meters high and 445.8 kilometers wide. How can they avoid it? And then what to do? This ship won't be destroyed anyway, so hide in the corner. Before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Jean, who said it was useless to stay on the deck. Grabbing him by the scruff of the neck, he jumped overboard. The guy said the calculation must be right. He didn't expect to see this. She asked in the sea now, "Are they serious? Did they decide to save themselves from the tsunami by jumping into the sea?" The captain asked if it would end with them being swallowed up by the waves. Funny guys, she felt sorry for them. Running out of the cabin, the girl ran towards the side of the ship. Looking down, she saw the boys. They asked them if they were okay. Drake told the guy that he had a rough idea of what was going on. Still, it would be nice if he had at least a hint before jumping in. Jean replied that it was just as he thought anyway. They don't sink in the water. In the middle of the vast ocean, they are right at the surface. That was Reef. When using the boss's supreme ability, it was always at a certain point in the sea. This reef always exists with a 99% probability, 15 meters by 7 hours from the monster. Drake asked the guy how he determined that. He says it's simple, because they're on land. The territory of the sea is that area in which the distance between the land and the surface of the water exceeds a certain measure. So, of course, everything around them is sea. But not this reef, because the gap between the top of the reef and the water surface is too small. It is recognized as terrestrial relief according to the system rules of the world map. That is, tsunami damage caused by the sea area alone does not cause any damage to the reef. After summoning Tsunami, he falls into a daze for about a minute. A 60-second stun in one-on-one combat is like death. The damage done before this should have already accumulated. The guy yelled that it was time to end it. He began to strike again and again. Suddenly, he heard a voice saying that they had completed a hidden quest. Yuchan looked up and said that the sea had calmed down and the fog was clearing. The drifting Matryoshka iceberg appeared in front of them. The girl asked what this piece of ice was. Huge, just like a real island. She saw that the boys were already running away. Turning to the captain, the girl asked if she could go faster. She replied not to make a fuss. Her ship would not lose to that snakehead. A voice said they had discovered the hidden quest Deep Sea Nightmare 4. The Drift Ice Masters don't like them. Let them try to survive on the cursed iceberg for 12 hours. Seeing them, the girl yelled for them to stop. Jean asked, had they caught up yet? Drake answered that this time, surprisingly fast. Looking at the girl, he realized she was just above level 20, Class B equipment. She's much stronger than the Yuda he knew 15 years ago. The girl has grown quite a bit while tracking him down. She was just over 20 years old at the beginning and had C+ level equipment. He seemed to have raised her to be a strong girl. As they attacked, the girl's brother yelled at him to die. The boy replied that they had already gotten him by playing hide and seek with him. Turning to the guys, he asked if they wanted to see his new technique. He shouted, "Coefficient of friction, activation." The girl asked what the hell was that? How could he fend off an attack? The guy replied that the main characteristic of a sea devil, did they forget about it? That's the effect he got by catching it. He clicked that was the end of it and told them goodbye. The girl had almost caught him, hadn't she? She tried to run after him, but slipped and fell. Drake asked Jean, "What is that slippery substance?" The boy answered as what? It was slime from his body. He suggested that they better hurry up and widen the road. Looking around, the girl asked where the two men had gone. Her brother asked her to calm down. Deadwater was a jerk, and we still are. The most important thing for them right now is to complete the quest. The guys needed to survive for 12 hours. It was almost time. But who knows what might pop out before it was all over. He asked what if someone like the Sea Devil showed up again? The girl replied that she didn't think that monster was alive. She has the eye of a snow goose. She looked at the map. There was no sign of monsters. Even if one showed up, they would be able to escape it somehow. Looking away, the boy asked his sister if she thought something strange was going on. The girl asked what exactly. He replied that she should look over there. They are definitely in the middle of an ice island. So why are there so many dead sea creatures? The devil's tentacles they saw. There are even humans, starfish, sea urchins, and shrimp that don't go on land. And most importantly, how did the ship get stuck in the middle of an iceberg? I mean, it's very strange. The girl wondered. Had he taken off during the storm? No, he must have been swept up by the current. What if maybe they were missing something? She didn't understand where the dead water had gone, as suddenly, not just started to fail. The voice said again that Deep Sea Nightmare 4. Drifting icebergs don't like them. Let them try to survive on the damn piece of ice for 12 hours. Only 59 seconds left. The girl realized the reason why the ships and sea creatures froze outside the water. The moment the ice fell, they were forced to rise. Every time it melts and freezes again, over and over and over again, the island turns 180 degrees upside down. Suddenly, there was dead water. He said they weren't expecting them and they showed up. Now it's time to meet the master of the island. Over there, a cave in the ice mountain that used to be at the bottom of the ocean. The girl ordered her brother to get up and follow her. Meanwhile, the boys were already running into the cave. The guy said he was going to get into the heart of this ice island. The girl said that if they had been a second late, they would have been swept away by the other side and hit the iceberg. Looking around, she asked, where are they? Definitely inside the ice island. Don't they have any other way out? There could be a monster or a trap in there, right? Looks like they're gonna have to move forward. She's not gonna stop until she destroys that asshole. They don't have any other options. Of the Dark King, a choice. Allows you to choose the best path possible. Drake said it was cool and asked what it was. The guy replied that it was a passive skill he got by catching the Dark King. It seems like cheating now. Before they get started, he's with the substance up front. Guy asked, about to trick their precious pursuers? Should have thrown it a little the other way. If it wants to break away from them, it's worth pointing them down the wrong path. He said he didn't even know. She's so smart. She's figured out how he usually operates, hasn't she? Seeing the flask, the girl said it was clear where the bastard had gone. That's where they were going. The brother said there were traces of poison on the left road. Can't she see? Isn't it obvious they took that road? The girl said to look closely at the trail. It's one continuous flat line. They didn't accidentally spill it. It was intentional. They just rolled the potion bottle across the floor. So they went the other way. The boy asked, but then why waste the potion? The girl replied that he must have wanted to lead them down the wrong path. Why did he think the traces of poison had not appeared before? Just let them look at them, trying so hard to trap them. They certainly don't stand a chance. The man asked now that they knew where to go. Would they catch them already? The girl asked who would have thought this island was so huge. What kind of place is it anyway? The voice said they had entered the right-hand zone of a piercing wind. The name of the discoverer will be recorded in the Akashi Chronicles. The girl didn't understand why it said she was the discoverer. She realized that the dead water had circled her again. Her brother told the girl to look over there first. Something didn't seem right. What were those piles of bones? They looked very strange. That giant looked like a boss. She wondered what the hell happened there. She had seen it in the guide. It was the devil's foot. The voice said that the requirements for the number of people needed to fight on the piercing wind fighter field had been met. They have unlocked the hidden quest nightmare of the Deep Sea 5. It is necessary to help the minions of the devil on the right to defeat the dead on the left. She thought that at the fork they had taken the right path. So they're on the right side now because of that? So it's a game to destroy the hostile army's camp. He didn't know what was going on at all. Was it a giant undead this time? As suddenly, in the distance, she saw it. Dead water. The guy said they're gonna find out who's the best at AOS. He said let's go. Let's get him quick. Leo Jean asked is she still alive? As expected, they arrived safely at the battle site. If they hadn't gone to the right, the game wouldn't have been destined to start. Drake asked the boy, and all for this? They dragged them on their tail for a little thing like that? Then there's something he needs to know. Would they spare them again this time and let them keep on following? The guy said no. His conscience was clear now. The girl yelled for him to come this way. You're gonna cross the line with those skulls? He thinks it's so easy? She yelled to attack. Changde Yk shouted that the blacksmith's special shield would be hard to penetrate even if they were level B. He had prepared well, for he still remembered the first encounter with the deadwater. All the special measures to prevent any attacks were at the ready. He survived all the past offenses thanks to that score. Doesn't want to lose it all, so he focused on defense. Guy asked, is that a reason to brag? Drake said awkwardly. It's going to be hard to make a deal because of this strong dorky shield lover. He and Yuchan have a lot of defense and life points. Considering the two tankers over there, one support and one dealer near her. Even if that monster is a Class B monster, undead-type monsters are no more difficult to attack than other monsters of that level. Their attack pattern is monotonous and their movements are slow, so defeating them is pretty easy. The only advantage is the number. Drake asked, wondering if they were about to be thrown back. It seemed like they would hit the camp soon. The boy replied that there was nothing to be done. Ojin said it was time to call it a day then. Looking at him, the guy said that's his facial expression. Seems like it's time for another one? Deadwater asked what was wrong with his face. He replied that he looked like a villain. The girl said it seems they're slowly taking over. At last the victory would be hers, and now it was time to seize the highest points and take him out. Going upstairs, she wondered why no one was there. Her brother had said that if you looked at it that way, he didn't think there was anyone on their team who could be a nexus. Suddenly, a voice said that the leftist camp was about to fall. The fierce determination of the warriors stimulated the awakening of the ruler of the battlefield. The great dead man opened his eyes. The girl asked what kind of stone statue. Does that big guy really move? Are they kidding me? Where did an overly strong character even come from? Drake said it was super mignon, just unbelievable. The guy replied that it's a game where you can't push your opponent recklessly, especially in the beginning. The ultimate goal of this battle is not to push the enemy back as far as possible, but to awaken and deal with the nexus or great dead man who has been sleeping deep in the enemy camp. He pondered. From the beginning, cramping the enemy back to catch the great deceased is certainly a good idea, but it would work at least 2 to 3 years after the game's release. When the higher-ranked users would show up, the guy yelled that now. Role reversal. He's gonna rob an enemy base. The girl yelled for him to come over here. The guy's still in the sea devil slime that deflects any attack. It's annoying as hell, but it's an idea. She needs to aim at the moment he exhales. She started to launch an attack when she suddenly realized that he had ignored her. A voice says the right-wing camp is about to fall. The fierce determination of the warriors stimulates the awakening of another ruler of the battlefield. The great dead man opened his eyes. Watching everything going on, Drake said who would have thought he would ever witness a fight of this caliber. A stunning battle between a plus-level monsters. Two giants battle on a battlefield strewn with countless dead men. The players have no choice but to watch it from the sidelines. However, he was interested in something completely different. Leo Jean said that finally now, he was going to catch these two. Yuda, he asked. She didn't mishear? He's going to catch 2 scary A-plus class monsters? The girl thought, looking at it that way, this is her chance to stab him in the back. At least this time. The guy said to calm down. Why wouldn't she stop there? This raid isn't the most important thing to him. It's just a little fight, a warm-up. She'd better stop and leave now. He would continue on his way, and she wouldn't even think of following him. He completed the hidden quest. Deep Sea Nightmare 5. The left and right sides are activated in Eternal Battle Mode. You need to help the left giant exorcise the right devil. Generally, he has an average level. The guys spent too much energy fighting the great dead man, and now they have almost no life points left. They're going to be their bait. It wasn't something that could be done at the snap of his fingers, and he would continue on his way. She was so angry at his words, but she had no choice but to realize and keep it somewhere in a corner of her subconscious. They have crossed snowy mountains that no one else has been able to, opened 2 new maps outside the world map, and are now targeting Class A monsters that no one has dared to meet before. The voice said that he had gotten a point for the piercing wind sword fight. The world's first wind sword fight is the first point. Will he leave his name? The guy got the title of Great Dead Ranger, specialty immortality. If it wasn't for the conflict between them, she would understand why everyone wants to be him. The brother told the girl it was dangerous. We should get out of there as soon as possible. He didn't understand what those assholes were doing. The ghost of the great dead disappears. The cursed Matryoshka doll collapses. They had to escape. The girl said that once they got there, they had to try to escape or it would all be for naught. She can't leave this island so easily. Drake told the guy the ship's on the other side. Where's he going? They have to get back on the devil's ship, don't they? The guy replies that first of all, they only paid for a one-way ticket, and a return ticket would cost 300 million. Jean took out the essence of the deep sea. The guy asked, isn't this the item he got after killing the sea devil? He said it was. It nullifies the damage caused by water. It'll take the heat and the pressure. Suddenly, a ship appeared in front of them. Drake asked if it was the devil's ship. The boy said no, it wasn't. It was driven by Yu De-hee. That's the ship that got stuck in the middle of the mountain. I think the island is starting to fall apart. In her past life, it was a ship that no one touched because everyone thought it was just an object. To think she'd figured out how to play that card so quickly. The guy said she did great. As expected from one of the best players. Yu-chan said he thought they were going too fast. If he wanted to, he would take the helm. She replied that they should sail as fast as possible if they don't want to get killed. She remembered Leo Jin's words that a girl could never catch up with him. She asked, yeah, who does he give up to? Her goal, to get rid of them. And next time, she would definitely destroy them. In short, it's a beady huge submarine made of sea devil slime. It's the only way to get to the deep sea map. It's a little unfortunate that it's disposable, but the effect is pretty powerful. The guy asks, are they going to the new deep sea map? How long is it going to take? Jean said about 3 days. Let him not sweat it. In this case, the location is preserved even if he logs out. It's an elevator-like dam, so it's recognized as terrain according to the AI settings. Now, he suggested we take a break before we start exploring the depths of the sea. He has some work to do, so they'll see each other in 75 hours. Drake replied, okay. The guy asked, there must be a lot of monsters in the deep sea, right? Jean said sure. So much so that the great dead would seem like an extra. About 4 days later, a voice said they had succeeded in the world's first Kraken raid. The monster had been killed. Until it is revived, there will be no tide on the northern continent. 1 week later, YouTube's Seoul office. The team leader of the game content team, Song Sung. Upon entering the office, the man asked the girl what was the urgency. She asked him to look at something. He asked if Deadwater had uploaded a video of the level walkthrough. She said yes, but there were suddenly 12 videos there. Did she really start working that hard? Streamers with a large number of subscribers are more careful in choosing and uploading content to survive in this industry for a long time. You need to carefully consider the strategy. For example, even if you have a lot of good videos on your hands right now, it's better to post them in portions. The man said it would be fine. He asked how many hits he had now. The girl replied that it's about 50,000. He said that since there are 12 videos out, it's about 5,000 per video. which is a lot for a video that just came out. The girl said he must have misunderstood her. She meant 50,000 on each video? He couldn't believe his ears. An unknown continent that no player has ever set foot on. A location that no one has ever thought of because of the harsh environment. Plus these weird monsters. Also the strongest boss monsters and hidden quests. Any gamer would salivate just to hear about something like that. The man asked if she had uploaded it anywhere other than YouTube. The girl replied that yes, she had posted on many social networks. He thought this streamer should only be posted on YouTube. Exclusive content, although no, it needs to be super exclusive. First Professional Tumbleweed League. Battle map, Voice of the Devil. First round of the major leagues, Battle Royal Ground Zero. Hong Ji-no yelled that they'll have a rematch there. So he's dead. Im Yeo-sif told the guy that he didn't want revenge. He betrayed his team because he wanted to get into the big league. The guy said that if you think about it that way, it seems like there are a few people who got together to pick their team's ace. Why didn't he take it? He said the guy doesn't give a shit. Can't believe he's trying to make a team with the unranked. It doesn't make any sense. The guy can beat anybody one-on-one. Unless it's a tag team match, there's no opponent he can't beat. The guy replied that he was obviously comfortable. Hong Ji-no asked for directions at 2 o'clock. That's where they're going, isn't it? Im Yu-sung replied that he's lucky. But he'll say one thing first. He'll realize that it's better to lose to him. The man apologized for his long absence from commenting. He was just so surprised by what was going on that he forgot about his duties. He said there's no such thing. Let them see these incredible events unfolding right before their eyes. It's death itself, a scene where only the roar of the whirlwind and the clinking of shattering glass can be heard. The heroes who were recently ranked 3rd and 4th in Korea are losing one by one. People have been asking, how is this possible? What are they even watching right now? Did he really kill 26 of the best players himself? It's a good thing they got there. This battle will go on forever. Major League to select 1st, 2nd, and 3rd places for a total of 3 rounds, the Battle Royal Ground Zero, which opened the doors for the best players. However, the public reaction has remained rather cold. A player from the former team was transferred to play in the Major League. Although it was an open-field battle royal, 17 players teamed up to catch one Manhwa. Some claim it would be the worst contest ever. However, as soon as the game started, the spectators jumped up from their seats and no one sat down for the rest of the battle. A player who single-handedly destroyed 26 of the 50 players who participated in the Battle Royal. The first round of the Major League First Professional Championship has been completed. Manhwa scored an emphatic victory over the 17 players who rallied to catch him. All 130,000 spectators gathered in the stadium that day became fans of Manhwa. Men asked, "Is this for real?" 17 men were missing from the ratings. They had to see this legendary match in person. The man thought it was strange. He felt something was wrong. Professional League Monster, Manhwa. Green Delegate, Deadwater. Was it a coincidence that they appeared at the same time? Turning to manager Kim, the manager ordered her to inform the managers and asked the director for a meeting. The girl asked what he wanted to talk to him about. Have him tell her it's about their project to create and sponsor a professional dim club on YouTube Korea, including the question about the director's candidacy. Looking at the missed calls on his phone, the guy thought, great. He's hooked. Let's go back a little while. Before the YouTube ceremony, the guy got a call from the head of the game content team. He said that at the end of the year they will have an event and hope that the guy can come and participate. Ojin asked if it was only popular stars and streamers, right? He said the guy is an exception to the rule. They would be honored to have him there. And as the man has said before, if he signs an exclusive contract with them, he can get various services. Their team is a ticket to a stable future and a sea of opportunities for him. He thinks that then it will be possible for the guy to get a diamond button with tens of millions of subscribers. Leo Jin replied that he didn't even know. He can achieve all of this on his own. The man said that means there's nothing he can do about it. Indeed, he doesn't need exclusive content. On other broadcasting platforms, he can also make huge money. The guy thought, what an honest man. If he agreed to his terms, the man would sign an exclusive contract with him. He asked the guy seriously, what are the terms? He would let the team know right away, and they would set up a meeting. Ojin replied that it's pretty simple. Let him create a YouTube dim team and put him in charge. The man replied that he had heard him. He would consult with his superiors as soon as possible. He promised to make every effort to resolve the matter in his favor. The guy said that in that case, he would wait for his decision. The guy thought about the fact that all the company had the same reaction. Throwing empty promises, aren't they ashamed? He decided to show them what real success is. He thought it was no surprise that YouTube contacted him first. In truth, they are still negotiating the issue of making dem. At this point, YouTube is about to set up a professional league team soon anyway. Sooner or later it will use them. It will be good for it. But now is not yet the time to give an answer. Let Sung Sung do his best. The announcer said that welcome to the arena of the first professional tumbleweed league. Half of the 50 professional players who have qualified for the league, 25 players from 5 teams, were able to make it through the first round of the major league, the Battle Royal Ground Zero. And now, the fiercest competition between the top 25 players in Korea will take place. And now, the second round of the Major League is about to begin. This round is similar to professional wrestling or one-on-one matches with 5-on-5 matches. All teams play once against each other, and after 10 matches, only 3 teams survive depending on the number of points. K1 versus Star 5. Major League, second round, third fight. Number 1 in Korea, MEOSEF, and number 3 in the rankings, Lee Jun-ho. Like a mammoth carrying with its 2 tusks forward, one attacks the other right in the forehead. Lee Jun-ho hits MEOSEF's hard shield without stopping, demonstrating a double sword strike. In the end, MEOSEF wins and was able to stay on his feet. But unfortunately, he immediately lost the next fight due to depleted life points. But he caught his opponent and cut the life points of the victorious player by about half, giving his allies a huge advantage. Steel Bull of Korea versus K1. Major League second round 6 battle. From round 1 to round 5, all opposing teams are eliminated. Made Gang, he's well up. K1 versus Yellow World, Major League, second round of the 8th fight. Agent Ryu of Chanji Paewang aimed ferociously from the start to completely destroy his opponent. To interrupt this aggressive attack, Song Byung-gong doubled his synchronization time. He worked alternately with Lee Young-ho, who had a genius sense of timing. After more than 4 hours of match, Agent Ryu was completely exhausted. Sun Byung-gon and Lee Young-ho also died. But since he was able to take away his opponent's specialty, there's nothing for the later fighters to worry about. MEOSEF and Made Gang, changed to Memo, helped sort out the rest of the players. After the match, there was some feeling of dissatisfaction left. That's what he was thinking as he watched with an endless stream of battles. Although, there seemed to be something else. Did everyone really like K1 that much? MEOSEF's arrogance disappeared, and he must have demonstrated his skills as a team leader. Lee Young-ho was able to briefly steal spotlight from MEOSEF, whom he adored. Now he has moved up closer to Manhwa. Sung Byung-gon is of course still competent, but since the skills of the other participants have greatly increased, they have greatly increased the amount of practice, and are now rapidly heading towards the average level. And Made Gang, whose incredible progress needs no comment. Thanks to this, the team was able to develop a bright and aggressive strategy. No one talks about it, but when Manhwa comes to the training room, he always sips his coffee in complete silence. Coach Ohm Ja-young was so excited when the team's morale improved. Making full use of the team's transferred skills, he was able to realize himself as a master. He kept repeating that Manhwa is their treasure. He was told by Ohm Ja-young, who had never participated in the game. Everything changed when the strong character Manhwa entered the room, a crushing force. They advanced forward, overcoming all obstacles like buffaloes. And that was just the beginning. It's finally time for the last game. The Gangwon provincial team against the Mad Dogs. The first player is 4th grade Master Kim Jang-un. The girl only uttered, "The seeds will germinate." Made Gang asked, "The magical characteristic is sprouting seeds. It's not like it's about anything. It will just burn everything to the ground." Observing everything, the trainer said that this tactic wouldn't work on Daegang. He added the option of strong flame damage to his limbs. Suddenly, the guy saw that nothing was hurt. Kim Ja-un said that the stereotype that plants are vulnerable to fire should be abandoned. Does he even know how hard it was for her to get the book Endless Forest? Made Gang thought, how annoying. If the seed germination characteristics aren't sealed, he has no way out. He'll have to suffer the damage from them. He replied that it seems she went for it to avoid all kill. How pathetic. The team's performance in the playoffs has been just that. The level of competition in the region is much lower than elsewhere. To be honest, it was lower than the level of competition in the preliminary round held in a district in Seoul. And if he remembers everything correctly, tonight K1 will be destroyed by Team Mad Dogs, effortlessly. Made Gang didn't understand. What was that speed? The host asked what was that just now? He had never seen anything like that before. Okay, we need to come up with a big name for it. Maybe mental magic meta? But Made Gang doesn't care. He's aiming straight for her face. Just as the guy was about to strike, he noticed that she had vanished. She attacked from behind. He noticed the girl was very close. It's that weird trick again. Kim Jong-un said he's pretty resistant to magic. He's got pretty good stamina. She wants to memorize his name. Let her tell him what his name is. He figured the girl doesn't even know the name of the man she's fighting. Why even ask such questions? As soon as he said his name, he felt strange. His mind went blank for a second. His body didn't listen to him. The guy fell into a slumber because of the substandard conditions. Telling him goodbye, the girl used a magic rocket. Lee Yun-ho, player K1, is following Made Gang. And so, wizard versus wizard. The hosts were looking forward to an epic fight. The guy said he felt something strange at the end and asked what it was. Coach replied that it's a magic trick that makes him fall asleep for 5 seconds. How did she catch it? The guy replied that no, he doesn't know. The host said that Lee Yun-ho keeps making mistakes. A guy loses his life points due to his slowness and can't regain them. Kim Jong-un's magic paralyzes him. Coach said she's not even on the roster. There's hardly any information about her in the league. However, in the previous match, she single-handedly took down 5 and got there. The guy didn't understand what it was. Why was he recovering so slowly? The attack hadn't even hit him. The player Lee Young-ho left them. He couldn't make it through. The next player, Song Byung-gong, was also unlucky. This guy is known for his highest APM, but today he is half the normal APM. The host said he thinks they're seeing hallucination and mind control now. As it turns out, Indem mages are very different from the rest of the players. The second presenter replied that is correct. Unlike characters like archers, bandits, and warriors, wizards have a clear classification. This is because they use items, skill books, also called magic books. These items are categorized according to the strength of the characteristics. This is very convenient, because you can acquire several skills with just one book and use them simultaneously. Of course, the amount and type of magic contained in them are random, so it is much more important to get a skillful mage. The guy said that whether it was hallucination or mental control, he shouldn't give her a chance to use it. He was able to overcome it, and would show her what it was like to be at the bottom. The girl replied that as expected from the best player in the country, the usual attacks are nothing to him. The trainer said it's a mind control skill, and it's a common trick, a combination of other passive characteristics that was used at the right time. It's just a little trick you can use to neutralize a superior opponent. The girl said that the defense was so strong that she couldn't penetrate it at all. She asked again, "What's his name?" The guy said him Yo-SEF. He can't believe he doesn't know the name of a player ranked #1 in the entire country. The anchors noticed that the guy suddenly froze. It's similar to Made Gang's situation. The girl said, "What's he doing?" He said he wouldn't give her a chance to attack. The guy realized that his body wasn't listening to him at all. He couldn't regain his life points. Now it's clear to him that's why the guys before him couldn't. The coach had no idea that this could happen. He had to check everything thoroughly. He mentally apologized to the guys. It was his mistake. Oh-jin told him Yeo-sung to hold on. He's the strongest in Korea. He can't let that cheater win. She wondered how he was able to defend himself. She realized that they had just switched. The girl said the nickname Memory would make him cry. The guy said she could say whatever she wanted. There's no way he can't be known. Have Hyung-nim cover him from behind. The announcer says he's finally here. The killer of the first round. Mr. Overwhelming Charisma. The Eye of the Typhoon, who hadn't lost a single battle since the league's inception. A girl said she became a fan after seeing him play in Battle Royale. His nickname is Mandonwon, right? Kim Jong-un. She's a cancer in the Korean gaming world. He's not a Mandonwon, he's a Madanwon. And he's going to give it to her. The girl said her name is Kim Jong-un, 29 years old. They can ask their questions. The reporter asked her what is her ranking. She said she's not in the ranking. There are certain circumstances, but she thinks she'll be in the top 3 at least if she registers. The next question was, what does she do for a living? She said that she is a professional gamer now, but she used to work as a programmer. So she worked at DIM. The girl answered, what exactly? Why did she quit? She said that she liked the life of a pro gamer better. What's her level of magic? She's a class 4 wizard. Thinks it's less than 1% in terms of level. Can she reveal a few skills from the grimoire to them? The girl said it was a dream come true. Just let them know that if she makes the right decision, there will be a huge number of opponents she can defeat one-on-one. So league members should prepare well for a battle royal. Although, she might get destroyed. She has to fight intimidating opponents. Is she ready? Isn't she afraid of Manhwa? The girl replied that was ridiculous. Why should she be afraid of him? It is he who should be afraid of her. Does that mean she can win a duel with him? She replied that if she played him one-on-one, she would never lose. Who can lose with so many aces up their sleeve? So Kim Jong-un is saying that she can beat him? The girl replied that of course, they will see it. She'll just destroy him. Kim Jong-un, owner of the 5th grade magic book Painful Illusion B+, possesses the following abilities. Deja vu, say your name. Response, in the blink of an eye, also known as a trickster. That's what they call players who abuse instructions, hacks, and bugs. There are reasons why she, having never been a game developer and a competent master of the gaming world, was fired from the company. Auto-hunting, money stealing, and nuclear weapons. She capitalized on a malware launch that was fatal to the game. About 10 years later, she gained such notoriety that she was put on a wanted list. It even caused the exchange rate to plummet. The damage was extensive. He lost all his money in one day. Her name was in almost every headline. And even disregarding all of the above, he can't forgive the man who ruined his favorite game. The girl thought he was caught. The guy fell for it, even though he'd seen his comrades destroyed in the same way. His answer would be the end of him. She thought that iron-based magic with supreme jumping power, Iron Fist. Manhwa replied that it was a good choice. Whether her opponent was a rider or an Aquaman. Short range, maximum power in her attack and victory was in her pocket. And it would all work if she wasn't fighting him. The girl was surprised that after making the attack, he was able to dodge. Something happened to her nose. One glance at the shadow beneath his feet was enough to realize what needed to be done. Hadn't he avoided a complex jellyfish attack with his eyes closed? She didn't understand what was going on. How was he able to dodge? More importantly even, why wasn't the magic working? Kim Jong-un decided to use deja vu. The guy replied that even if she looked at him like that, it wouldn't work. Mental magic doesn't work on him. Characterization from Kraken, fossilized animal, has tremendous resistance to psychological magic. She decided to use the plant again. With one blow, Manhwa wanted to turn the floor into magma. The girl said it was useless. This plant doesn't burn, can't you see? Now, she'll make his blood boil and vaporize. Manhwa replied that if the roots could not be burned, then it would be enough to tear them out. Made Gang was watching everything that was happening. He was really just calling them out. When she saw him approaching her, she yelled at him to stay away. At some point, the girl just disappeared. He thought that was great. And with such skills, they came to the league? Their level is too low. The host shouted that the victory was Manhwa's. He cut down the magic of the girl who had no hope of even trying to attack him. Manhwa saves Team K1 from the danger of being eliminated. The guy asked why he was lugging around that coffee. K1's second-tier player Lee Pil-sung replied that it wasn't his. He said that a little earlier, before Manhwa came in, he had asked the guy for coffee. The guy had asked if he could get him a new one. Manhwa replied that no, he would take it for a second. He thought he'd be back before the drink had a chance to cool down. The guy realized that the audience was not interested in stalling at all. So he told the opponents to go to him. Bang Cheolun, nicknamed the Black Cow, the main attacking force of the Mad Dogs. Characteristics, company, and buffalo race. The guy shouted that he'll avenge the general. Manhwa began to launch attacks at him. He attacked him directly in the back, after which Bun Cheol Woo dropped out of the confrontation. Next came Choi Bum-gi, an archer who uses unusual tactics. He has the characteristic of digging holes and a Class C+ item, the gloves of an underground mole obtained while digging tunnels. Used with arrows when shot into the ground with an iron bow with the characteristics of through and through space. Arrows traveling underground, suddenly flying to the surface right under the enemy's feet. All he did was repeat the word kill. said he anticipated his movements by using his whiskers to read vibrations. He only avoided the first shot by sheer luck. Guess where the arrow will come from this time? After hitting the ground with her foot, it turned into lava. After that, Choi Bum-gi dropped out of the game, and he was unable to defeat Manhwa. Bang Chul-hai, Bang Chul-woo's younger brother. He's gotten bigger. His style is regeneration. The guy started attacking. Manhwa wondered. So he thinks he can't lift him up or hit him back. Fine. Let him please just don't run away. The guy asked what it was like to be trapped in midair. He can't stop because a punch is flying at him. Can't even get up. It's been a long time since he had a punching bag, a perfect anti-stress. After that attack, Bang Chul-hai is out. The announcer said that the last player Oh-sung is entering the game. That's a player they didn't expect to see, right? She's a magician who specializes in self-cloning. It's very dangerous if the opponent is Manhwa, because he uses powerful attacks designed to hit a large area of effect. The announcer said K1 has a chance to make an all-kill in this league. Mad Dogs could be unpredictable too. Looking at it, he thought it was a good choice. All the girl said was to take care of her, after which she created 10 copies of herself. Even 2 or 3 copies, that's a challenge. She began to attack with a chain lightning attack magnified by 10 times. Generally, copies can be easily suppressed with wide attacks, but the battle with Oh-sung was a different story. In this case, wide area attacks wouldn't work. Manhwa said that the characteristics of doppelganger, contribution, and rebellion neutralize all damage done by the clone. That's certainly an advantage. If he uses his attacks unwisely, he could end up in a very bad situation. The girl said to hurry up and use a wide attack, or we'll have to play the funeral march. He quickly found the girl among her clones. She didn't understand how this was possible. When had he ever done such a thing? She doubled the number of clones, but all was fair. He caught that little girl again. She asked him why she could do it. Manhwa told her that clones don't blink. They also have a low body temperature. It's barely noticeable, but if you try hard enough, you can tell the difference. Oh-sung used the lightning strike again, but the guy didn't even move. She said okay, then that's it. The girl will show him her secret weapon. She made the clones increase by 100. Manhwa said her doubles don't work. Oh-sung yelled at him not to look down on her. Even if she dies, she has to avenge Jang-un. Laughing, the guy asked and decided to explode on what? When only doppelgangers are created, it can't be avoided. The anchor was screaming that this was her last chance. If she created so many clones, the field wouldn't be able to withstand the huge surge of energy. He asked where the fight would end. Manhwa replied that it was useless. He would not even give her a taste. The guy used mana. Jellyfish characteristic, mana. All living creatures in the user's field of view turned to stone. Oh-sung didn't understand what was happening. Why wasn't her body moving? Even if the user turned into stone, the effect would be very short-lived, and it will only affect a small part of the body, so it's not particularly effective, but it can suspend Oh-sung's doppelgangers for a while. The guy said he was going to find her and kill her. She didn't know what to do. He asked if they could see. If you create that many clones, they'll turn pale, and yet he prevailed. The total time of the fight was 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Not just an old kill, but an entire 10-minute battle. The most brilliant achievement in the league was born right in front of their eyes. By winning the duel with the Mad Dogs, Team K1 advanced to the final league, the final battlefield. Now they could relax for a few days and focus on the Deadwater quest. Another hidden non-player character needed to prepare for the catastrophic change, Queen Vidudu. He entered the nest of Wadudu. She looks at first glance very much like a beetle-type monster, but it's not quite like that. In fact, this terrifying creature parasitizes insect monsters and takes their bodies. Those deprived of their bodies by the water wander the swamp in an unconscious state. The captured body begins to swell and eventually grows to an incredible size. Naturally, the fighting power increases as well. Leo Jean said it's not that hard to deal with them if you know where to hit. He should catch all those scumbags. It's time to look right into the bowels of Wadudu's nest. The voice said that he had entered the cave of the queen of Vidudu's nest. The guy said that when the boss was gone, he could enter without any problems. The Vidudu queen, in his memory, was quite a terrifying monster. She led countless legions of Vidudu. Yes, and she herself was level A. She was considered one of the most difficult bosses before the catastrophic change. Well, Queen Vidudu has already been killed by the zodiac, and it takes a very long time to recover. Baby Queen Judelope. The boy pronounced the queen of the Wadudu tribe, although it would be more correct to say queen in infancy. Zodiac, the god of disasters, seemed to stop at this map first before entering the ancient castle of evil. The necklace he wore on his chest belonged to the final boss of this map, Queen Vidudu. He is so terrible that he was later dubbed the god of disaster. He caused a terrible hype among gamers every time. Was so awesome to gamers, but didn't take away the most important thing from this card. Though, understandably, the fact that he knows about it 15 years later doesn't guarantee that the Zodiac knew about it. The god of disaster took the blank. The guy said that, by the way, she's only level F. How weak is she? Even the little killer ants are level D. But here, the voice said that Queen Vidudu's spores are penetrating the body. The queen is ready to make him a member of the family. The player is not related to insects and is not infected by spores. Connection terminated. Guy asked, was she now using the characteristic of choosing a spouse? Did she really want to make him one of her own? This characteristic only works on insects, and he is human. A voice said that the queen's will is stronger than expected. The queen is very diligent. She has an indefatigable character. Laughing, Ojin said that it was useless, searching for a connection between him and the insects. One match has been found. Current playtime has exceeded 4,000 hours. The voice said congratulations, he's a bug. The guy asked what? Did he just get called a name? He is slightly infected with Queen Vidudu's spores. He's been appointed the queen's vassal. The guy doesn't know what the hell? She's not her. He's her errand boy? The guy said on the bright side, the characterization's not bad. He doesn't know how or when she'll hatch. Anyway, may she make a good queen. Someday he will stand in defense of the people of Wadudu, who could not withstand the cataclysm and collapsed. He cannot say that this desire is pure and unselfish. He looks forward to the time when the world will split in two. Perhaps that future is not as far away as he thought. The guy said the donations go into the guild account. They can't sponsor Manhwa, so they're flooding them with money. What should they do about it? The girl replied that not a single penny should go to some nonsense. Yuchan replied that they need to pay salaries and cover the cost of office equipment. She replied that it's their personal problems. The donations will be used for sponsorship purposes only. He said she was risking her life being a fan. The guy wasn't like that when he was chasing idols. Recently, she was at the Yongsan Cybersports Stadium and blew her voice off. It was the second round of the big league. She was screaming so loudly that her vocal cords had nodules. The girl lay there and thought about the fact that it seems Manhwa has gotten up there when she can't reach. Doesn't think they can meet? He's too far away. Come to think of it, even when they met, she wasn't sincere. Pretended to be a poor girl in need of help. She thought no, well, how else could she meet him in person? At some official event? What kind of event would invite both pros and fans and let them socialize? What? No, well, maybe at some fan rally or something. Jumping up, the girl shouted that yes, that's it. Fun rally. If this fan meeting, then it's an official event, right? The guy asked if she was really going to go there. The girl said yes. And how does she even envision it? She said that if he wasn't there, they would arrange it themselves. A guy got a message on his phone and read that it was Yu De-hee. She asked him how his health was after the competition. She said the last match was amazing. The other fans are really excited too. She revealed that she is organizing a meeting between fans and players to discuss the delivery of gifts and donations on behalf of the school. If he has time, please let him come. The boy thought that on the one hand, he was grateful to the School of Demons for supporting him at the match. But on the other hand, these were the same people who had been following him on the northern continent. If they were so interested in him, they could meet once. The banquet hall of the Seoul Yaksamdong Hotel. Looking around, he thought he was there for the first time. The demon school is on close terms with both the Demon King and the Deadwater. Watching them would be polite and strategic. As soon as he entered, everyone immediately started saying that the Demon King had come. He didn't understand why there were so many groupies. Yu De-hee told the girls to keep their manners. The girl asked, is he surprised? It's hard to stay calm when there's a Demon King in front of them. Let him pass, please. The girl said so-and-so, their hero, the Demon King, has arrived. We can start the fan meeting. First let them fill their glasses, and then have fun with the DJ. At the end, everything will get veneers autographed by Mr. Demon King. This one will be the two things he used. Something all the fans love. It could be a mouse, a neck pillow, a back massager that he had only touched a couple of times. Goods that were sent to him by different platforms. The girls said that when they chased him across the northern continent, that was something. But they still failed. One of them asked if she'd seen he. The girl's heart would stop. The fans are screaming that Deadwater pisses them off. They should kill this pervert. They're shaking because he treated the Demon King like an equal. He shouted that last talent show. The head of the Demon School and the Demon King's #1 fan. The girl herself. She decided to sing in her game character. Ojin heard from the side as the guys were discussing that girl applied to Dim Girls. She is a great player. She can become a first-class gamer. The guy thought these conversations were for a reason. But for some reason, they made him a little sad. The girl began to thank all the members of the Demon School for coming today. The reason for their existence and moving forward, the Demon King. They would always support him in the future. She was talking about how she was able to catch up with him thanks to the snow goose. The guy said she was good. The girl replied that it was nonsense. It was because she was vindictive. He asked, did he know? The guy didn't understand what the girl was talking about. She said that she led the Demon School for personal reasons. But they were originally her guild. The girl said that was true, but now all the unclean ones were fans of the Demon King. He asked if she was the same. The girl replied that whatever her original intentions were, she was just a fan now. The guy thought some strange feeling. She had become much more vivid in 1 year than she had been in the 10 years before he went back in time. Now that he was a little further away from her than he had been then, she showed him her true face for the first time. Her past love and hatred are long forgotten. Now she was like an unintelligent little sister to him. Her life was starting to be different from what he remembered. He shouldn't be so careless. All he could think of was, the guys asked what he was doing. Did he really want to grab them? A man with such a high level shouldn't be doing that. The guys realized he was dead. Could this be the killer of the other players? A couple hours later, a strange video appeared on the internet. The monster broke into the battlefield, cut into the hunt, killed all the monsters, and then attacked the players as well. Then the monster ran off to find new prey, into the dense forest. And the monster wore a cloak over his naked body. North America, somewhere on a quiet road. A man begged, said please don't. Zodiac killer Banduel said the terrifying Takabe is in fact such a weakling. A man said he just got married and his wife is pregnant. Zodiac replied that he congratulated him, but he didn't give a shit. He went on to say that he really had nothing to do with that project. Zodiac said there was only one way he could get out of there alive. Tell him everything about the game. Hidden items, passwords, anything. He said he didn't know much. Since he passed the beta test, he knows a lot more. Then, he decided to change the question, and what does he know? For example, where is the game master who was the first to pass the SVG? The man replied that he didn't know the details, but it seemed like one of them was a ranker from Korea. After the man was killed, he picked up his cell phone and kept saying, rancher from Korea. He had too few leads, but he said whatever. There's plenty of time. Staring into his phone, he said, Deadwater? Zodiac opened that ill-fated video of a man who looked like Deadwater killing players. After watching the clip, the Zodiac said the guy was funnier than he thought. The man thought he was weird, but he's a fucking psycho. Gave him another reason to go to Korea, a flooded area in the southwest of the jungle. One of the guys shouted not to step on the logs. There's a monster there. They don't have any other way. What do? Does he know what kind of defense they have? Because they've already spent a lot of effort. One of the guys pushed the other guy and said let him go. The most noble guy, with nothing to lose, they would take him on a bus later. In the distance they saw a silhouette. The boys wondered why he was filming. They'd seen him somewhere before. Where was he going? To cross the swamp. One of the guys shouted to him to be careful. There's a crocodile up ahead. The other said quietly, if that idiot stepped on the crocodile, he would go underwater. Not them. As soon as he stepped on the log, a stray crocodile appeared in front of them. But before they could even blink an eye, the crocodile had already been cut in half. He proceeded to kill the guys too. They started screaming, what the hell is he doing? But they were killed too. As soon as he wanted to attack the remaining guy, he was hit hard. He said it was a pity, I should have torn off his ugly hands. In front of the monster stood the army of the demon school. Looking at him, the girl said she knew it. He's not Deadwater. He is a sneaky, cowardly, cunning loser and a vile boor. But Deadwater isn't as crazy as this monster. Manhwa said to stand up for the one they're scolding. The guy thought he'd seen him up close anyway. Back then, he had created 12 clones to break through the northern wall of the newcomer's village. Definitely, he had survived then. Where had he been all this time? He's been killing weak monsters in the southern jungle. And it looks like he's killed a lot of them. The guy's been neglecting him for too long. Deadwater versus Demon King is an odd matchup, but here and now he's gonna get him. Dem is a system that learns information on its own and is updated by patches. And this doppelganger is no exception. The feral doppelganger has evolved into an even stronger monster after multiple kills. It continues to kill all living things in open fields. It's kind of like Bug. The gaming communities are always complaining about him. And if he leaves it the way it is, it's only going to get worse. You can't put it off any longer. Best bet is to go into Deadwater's accounts and explain that he didn't do it. And then kill that Deadwater. But now he's in full training with National K1. It'll take about 30 minutes to get home to log in from the account, and in the meantime, the newbies will continue to die. So before he does any more damage, the guy will take him down like a Demon King. There's another reason. The current score in the Demon King's one-on-one duels against Deadwater. He should win another battle. Instead of explaining that it's not Deadwater, you can just kill the rotten water from the Demon King's account, and then go in from a Deadwater account that couldn't show up after death because of the penalty, and that clears up any confusion. Also, the reputation of the Demon King who would deal with the monster that was treading on the Nubians would improve. As soon as he wanted to attack the monster, the guys from the demon school said that they would fight it first. He thought there was no reason to refuse help. There's a 500-man school of demons that chased Deadwater all over the northern continent. Let him have fun tearing up that rotten water. The boys asked how he lifted the ground. Is he really that strong? Manhwa thought that incredible strength. He pumped himself up, killing left and right. The rotten water started attacking, killing everyone. He had time to intercede. Only the girl wanted to strike when she saw that this monster had stopped the axe with his bare hands. She wondered just how strong it was. Manhwa said win or lose, everything will be decided in 5 seconds. After all, his attack is different from the one just now with the axe. From one blow, the rotten water fell right into the water. Just because he's not surfacing, he must be up to something. Looks like he's lurking under a log, sneaking up and grabbing his leg. AI may seem complicated, but it's simple. Manhwa has ordered everyone to move back at least 100 meters. He's going to use the vortex. The guy used vortex plus earthquake. Those are the features that destroy most of the area. For him to use something like that, it's a no-brainer. He thought it was a good thing he didn't make a clone before he caught the Kraken. He's 99% identical to the Deadwater. So he's not just a doppelganger, but a Kaiser-class doppelganger. When a player gains the serial killer feature, that stack only counts when fighting the same player. But if the primary wielder of this ability is a doppelganger, he can use it on all living creatures. A monster, a player, his power will increase no matter who he kills. But if the power contained in his body gets out of control, he will simply be torn apart. His body is constantly being destroyed and rebuilt, but it will be difficult to recover from such damage. The only thing left to do is to trample him. Suddenly, the Zodiac Bandewale appeared in front of them. He apologized if he was interrupting, but he had business with that black guy. He recognized that jerk. Zodiac asked, "Isn't that Deadwater?" He went there because he knows him. He looked at him and said he was a wannabe, boring. Saying goodbye, he said let them have fun then. Manhwa told him to stand. He could come when he wished, but he could not leave. The Zodiac asked what? He's in a hurry. He needs to meet with the Korean rankers. Manhwa asked why he's looking for them. The man asked why. To hunt them. Rancher hunting. That's right. He remembered. Why hadn't he thought of that before? Around that time, the Zodiac had been circling all over Asia, killing rankers indiscriminately. He killed so many rankers that he had to put the Pro League on hold. It's unbelievable why, but his last target was a Korean ranker. This incident was so shocking that even after 15 years, it was not forgotten. Manhwa replied that since his goal was to kill Korean rankers, He couldn't just let him go. Zodiac replied that he should let him finish. He had been patient long enough. He doesn't have time to hang out with him. Why don't he get out of the way? Manhwa started attacking him. He said the key to winning was to start 5 seconds early. Manhwa began to attack again and again. Zodiac Banduel asked what kind of attack? Life points fell in an instant. He didn't remember such a thing among the ranchers. Naturally, he's not in the ratings. The guy hadn't registered there so as not to reveal his account, but overall it turned out to be a wise decision. That's why the Zodiac was so careless now. He thought deadwater would be the biggest obstacle to hunting Korean rankers. So where did another monster come from? Suddenly, he pulled out the flute of the Hamelin Pied Piper. Suddenly, a pack of crocodiles appeared. The boys asked, do they hunt in packs? Even the guy didn't know where the item was hidden. If the Zodiac got it, he must be pretty damn lucky. Could it be because of the changes he caused? The guys yelled that they were outnumbered. 2 players per monster. He told the Demon King that they would take care of the crocodiles, but as it turned out, that wasn't the end of it. Killed crocodiles became zombies. It wasn't as simple as it seemed. Seeing the diary of the Great King of Darkness in Zodiac's hands, the guy wondered if he'd changed meth. The Zodiac he remembered was a psycho who was a fan of melee combat. But now he's definitely a black mage. Watching everything going on, the man said that Korea has a lot of talent. It looks like he needs to prepare a little more. If Leo Jean had been in deadwater fashion, could have put him down right away. Zodiac asked his name is the Demon King, right? He remembered and would repay him for today's incident. He asked where that asshole was going. Fucking magician chatterbox. The girl said she knew him, having encountered him in the past at the Castle of Evil. He was definitely a melee fighter back then. Apparently, he changed his meta to a mage. The guy wondered if, when you think about it that way, it made sense. After all, the razor that Zodiac got in the past is now his. He can't use the executioner's mark, since it belongs to the owner of the razor. So he got the freaking necromancer's mark instead. Manhwa remembered the stale water. The boy asked where it was. One of the boys shouted that he had found him. He had gotten far. Jean wondered a feature of the bloody predator? Had he copied that feature? The guy yelled out that he needed to be captured. They said he fell into a waterfall. I don't think he's in one piece if he jumped from that height. Manhwa thought so. That was a pretty ballsy move. If he decided to jump into the waterfall, there must be a way to survive. One day he'll come back even stronger and could ruin everything at a crucial moment. Better to think that way and prepare for it in advance. And he also remembered Zodiac's words about remembering and paying him for today's incident. For a second, the guy was overwhelmed by his power. A Zodiac killer that brought the entire dim world to the brink of destruction. It's fantastic that this guy was his target. He will definitely start the hunt for Korean rankers soon. If his memory serves him correctly, the bloodbath will happen before the big league closes. If he killed him today, he would have prevented the disaster. That day had been his. But in any case, the Demon King's reputation improved, and Deadwater was cleared of unjust charges. Seems like it was pretty boring, except that Deadwater's account received compensation from the victims. The last match of the Major League has finally arrived. Today, the national team K1 and the Lord of Heaven and Earth met. May the winner be determined. The guy asked, are you sure it's going to be okay? He said yes, don't worry about it. He's done it a bunch of times. Plus, 40 griefers are packing their bags instead of watching a winner's match. Shitty YouTuber Kong Young Diok. The guy asked why all the exes are still in Seoul. Young Diok replied that maybe they want to be the girlfriend at the awards ceremony. Or maybe they're too young and hot to go home after the elimination and not give a shit about anyone. I mean, they put them all in the same locker room. So he's gonna get this great chance thanks to the stupid organizers. It's said that Lee Jun-ho, a national ranking spot, is usually Capet formidable. Plus, he and Lim Joseph hate each other. The guy even has footage of Lee Jun-ho getting into a fight with a player from the other team in the locker room after the first round. He almost got suspended from the competition. He's seen the Demon King go in there himself. There's more passion inside than water in a pot. Their hatred is at an all-time high, and that's where the Demon King comes in. The true face of the strongest, or the legendary invincible. This is going to be great content. The guy opened the door and started saying that the league finals were about to start. What's going on in the locker room? Are they enemies? But what they saw was not what they expected. Manhwa was signing autographs. There was even a line of people already there. He started yelling, "Why the hell is the atmosphere so warm?" After the Demon King showed up, there was going to be bloodshed. He shouted that he'd make a fuss himself, but it wasn't to be. The guards grabbed them in time. Coach said that even if he had tried to ruin the league's reputation earlier, he wouldn't have succeeded. Walking into the locker room, he told the Demon King that they needed to talk. Let it end with autographs. The kid asked if it's a spectacle. Coach said yes, it's an order from above. Like organizers, advertisers, sponsors. He thinks, but a lot of spectators come to see the spectacle. So why not make the fight more exciting? Manhwa asked, should he have a circus with the horses? The coach replied that the last time they were up against Mad Dog, he took down 5 rankers in a row. Sounds like they are expecting something just as flashy this time around. Then he pulled a spectacular retaliation because he knew the mutt. Old guys are always causing trouble. They only look at the result and are always dissatisfied. Because of this ignorance and persistence, many people have become disillusioned with the Korean League. Take Lee Jun-ho. When he was in his prime, Korea didn't give pro players the attention they deserved. Eventually, to the dismay of his Korean fans, he left for China after a few years. The level of the Chinese league was higher. There was a lot to see and learn. It's all because the rigid society with its rules and prohibitions is focused only on the result. It was only when talented players went abroad that the domestic market began to come out of the doldrums. Korean politicians, entrepreneurs, and educators did not know what everyone else knew. No wonder things went downhill then, but the guy thinks this time is a little different. The Korean Pro League needs a symbol, an indestructible symbol. Manhwa says okay, he'll play the monkey one time. Ohm Jae-young's attempt to cajole him is understandable, because you have to worry about the mood of the attachment. Who is the Demon King? But we'll see how much is left. Lord of Heaven and Earth, Korea's number 4 ranker, Ryu Yeo-won. He asked, do they know what the manager said? They need to last 10 minutes. And that's what the whole internet is saying. Everyone's just talking about whether they'll last 10 minutes or not. Everyone's acting like the defeat of the Lord of Heaven and Earth is a foregone conclusion. A bunch of dumbass who don't even know how to play games. In the first round of the League of the Best, the Battle Royal had a premonition that they would lose to him. They didn't stand a chance against him. But today they have new items and features on their hands. The Mad Dog test has yielded great results. He crushed an opponent he was tied with in the playoffs. Manhwa said 10 minutes. No, he'll even finish in 8. He had killed all the members of the Mad Dog in 10 minutes. 8 minutes would be enough this time. He really thinks so. The guy's first today, so he said he'd go to the pod. People started discussing, did he really say in 8 minutes? That's the application. That's impossible. The man said he asked him to show the site, but the Demon King was as usual in his repertoire. The host shouted, that's the fighting spirit. Major League, National K1 versus Lord of Heaven and Earth. The final match that will determine the winner will start right now. The map is an impenetrable wilderness. He had seen this match before returning. Despite the possible butterfly effect, the basics remain the same. This map, there's a bunch of huge trees everywhere. Skills like whirlwind and earthquake wouldn't be much use there. Park Boris-yeon asked if she could finish in 8 minutes. Apologizing, she said it was impossible. She alone would take about 10 minutes. On the girl's hand, he noticed a ring of minimal life. This is a feature of the pocket ring. With it, the wearer can become very small. The body is reduced, but the attack and defense stats are not reduced proportionally. He decided to use the vortex plus the earthquake after all. The girl laughed and said he wouldn't catch her that way. Manhwa said that because of her high evasion rate, she took no damage from the earthquake. Looks like she's hiding somewhere and holding on to a tree root, but game over. The hot and humid air currents in these wilds swirl, resulting in high turbulence. Yeah, the guy wasn't using the vortices to turn the earth upside down. She didn't understand what was going on. The attack was over. So why was the vortex only getting stronger? He stimulated the air currents with a vortex to cause an even bigger vortex. Watching the girl fly, he said it took 10 seconds, not 10 minutes, to get her outside the atmosphere. After a few minutes, the organizers decided that Park Bo-young was in no condition to continue the fight. Next in line was Korea's number 4 ranker, Oh Dae-sik. The presenters have discussed that he's certainly a good player, but compared to his teammates he lacks adaptability. but not much is known about him, so I think he has an ace up his sleeve. That ace turned out to be a book of murder in reverse. Is he really using the magic of the necropolis? But where did the monster corpses come from? The host said that it looks like they are monsters that were hunted by the organizers to secure the field. Because the monsters in DIM are part of the natural system, they can't be controlled, a feature that revives within a certain range. Ode Shik said that there was more to it than that. There was another feature, the world of reverse speed, a feature that changes speed from fast to slow within a certain range. Because of tree roots, whirlwind damage plus earthquake damage is halved, and because of the humidity, fire damage. But the guy on the map can show off his strengths. With just one blow, there was no trace of the undead. The guy thought it was a nice try, but he had a specialty that was perfect against the undead. Cemetery Guard. From the cursed Matryoshka iceberg, he got the special for killing a bunch of skeletons and the great dead. The undead feature doubles the damage for undead. Even with the rugged terrain demolition, there's still the awesome power of the gauntlet attack at 3,600. After activating the undead feature, it's child's play compared to the zodiac, because his base attack strength is 7,200. The guy was done, Manhwa said next. The host said it was unbelievable. Less than 3 minutes had passed since the game started, and the two players of the Lord of Heaven and Earth were already you. So the Demon King's promise to finish in 8 minutes was real? Korea's number 30 ranker, Choi Moo-hyung. The guy said Ryu Yeo-1 doesn't even have to come out, he can handle it. This was the first time the guy had seen this item because of the ambiguous options few people used it. The opponent said the word show up. His own monster appeared in front of Leo Jean. The guy asked, and he asked why he was there. He couldn't believe it. Zodiac Bandawale, watching the broadcast, said it was interesting. Did it appear because of the summoning? It's called Wild, so it can attack even the host. He saw that the installation was complete. Should he wait for the perfect moment to show up and let them have fun playing dolls? Choi Moo-hyung tried to hide with his synchronization. The host said that if you think about it, they have never seen a Demon King fighting monsters. Would they really see it for the first time in this match? The man thought, yeah, go ahead. Let him chew him to death. The guy pondered. Did he seriously think he could beat him with something like that? A vortex plus an earthquake would be very timely right now, but it would take time for them to restart. Wearing the sandworm cloak, he can hide as long as he wants. But if he disappears from the field, the audience will get bored. Manhwa replied that there was nothing to worry about, because time is on his side. Yes, Choi Moo-hyung's synchronization has a fatal flaw. The man didn't understand what the hell? He has to die like he said. Must do it so he could kill the others. He can do it on his own. He needs to hold his breath to activate the skill. As he tried to do so, he realized he was choking. Manhwa was behind him the moment Jormungand swallowed his opponent. Choi Moo-hyung's synchronization ended, and the summon monster attacked him as well, a strategy based on the weakness and characteristics of wild monsters. The manager of the Lord of Heaven and Earth, Kim Cheol-hyun, couldn't contain his emotions. Player Choi Moo-hyung is out. Iron Man 28 appeared in front of the guy. Golem creator Jo Hyun-ah said that she wasn't going to hide and stall. Let her get ready. Manhwa shouted for Iron Man 28 to attack. He began to attack again and again. The girl said he was made of steel, so he didn't burn. And thanks to the war veteran's specialty, he's not easy to break. Now does he realize it's not going to be easy? On top of that, Iron Man 28's entire body is a weapon. He can't get any closer, no matter how hard he tries. Iron Man 28 began firing his weapon. Manhwa dodged as best he could. The girl shouted that he could run as far as he wanted. The glory of the Demon King, it's nothing. The peculiarity of the skin from Kenshamaru's feet, it's flame step. She said it's useless since her golem is resistant to fire. Manhwa replied that sure, the golem might be stable. But what about her? She was clearly hot, screaming that she was going to have heat stroke. She was so hot that she could no longer sit still. Breaking the glass, the girl wanted to get out of the Iron Man, but she was caught. The host said that Cho Hyun-ah has finally quit the game. So far, 4 players of Lord of Heaven and Earth have already dropped out. It's only been 5 minutes and 59 seconds, and the Demon King didn't take any damage. Looks like he can really do it in 8 minutes. It's unbelievable. Manager Kim Chul-hyun started yelling that the 3 flew out in less than 10 minutes. His reputation was sinking. They will only end up in second place because of the game order. If it's going to be like the Demon King said, that's bad. Did someone ask the manager what his face was grinning about? Don't let him worry. It's impossible to kill all the players in 8 minutes. He said it's impossible with the new meta. He said 8 minutes? Even an 8-hour fight won't be enough. The host said that the last member of the team is the Lord of Heaven and Earth. Ryu Yeo-won is coming to the stage. Will he be able to overcome the team's current crisis? They were looking forward to the fight between the ace and Captain Ryu Yeo-won. Looking at him, Manhwa asked, "What kind of look?" Ryu Yeo-won is ranked number 4 in the Korean rankings with a record of 37 wins in 52 matches, 84% win rate, and 80% wins against dealers. The problem is that his opponent is a Demon King, the guy who has so far been known as a dealer killer, and the Demon King who took his place in this competition will engage in a decisive battle. As far back as he could remember, Ryu Yeo-won was a very cocky player. He was called a dealer killer for any backhanded chip, but right now, the nickname Pig Tank would be more appropriate. Shape-shifting, fast reaction, running, healing, we're veteran. He's wearing a lot of armor. It gives life points, stamina, heal, and reflects damage. The guy thought realistically, offense 0, defense 100. He could block anything. Did he really believe that? Leo Jean realized that his goal was definitely not to take him down. Defense, so his goal is to stall to keep the guy from finishing in 8 minutes. And if, with any luck, the guy exhausts his stamina and loses, he can take down his other teammates as well. What an ambitious plan. It's sad that he's under so much pressure to compete. What's gotten him this far? Yeo-won thought the guy was so nervous that he was stunned. He asked if Manhwa was afraid. He can't be defeated in 2 minutes, so he won't keep his promise. Laughing, the guy replied that 2 minutes was too long. He would finish in 1 minute. The host asked, "What is this doing?" The Demon King said he'll be done in 1 minute. Yeo-won said that if the guy thinks he'll fall for a cheap provocation, he's wrong. He doesn't fall for such tricks. Did you think he'd lose the will to win after what he said? He won't. He'll just focus more on defense. Manhwa replied that he was so touched by his sincerity that he decided to show his own. Let him try to endure it. A hidden feature of the gloves, Fist Mode. It's a kind of hidden card that activates when the whirlwind and earthquake powers reach a certain level. Each punch doesn't have as much power, but it is useful for a series of punches. Because over a period of time, the power of the punches only increases. The guy thought it looked like he was about to break. The effect of the blows made his eyes go white in front of him. He wondered if 1 minute had passed yet. Even though it reflected some of the damage, it wouldn't last long. It's been 6 minutes and 32 seconds. The 8th, not the 7th minute of the Demon King's promise is ending. The host asked if Ryu Yeo-won will win. We have to look at the reflected damage. The Demon King's life points are lower. Plus, there's a risk that the guy will counterattack. After all, killing everyone in 7 minutes. No, even the claim of one killing all was doomed to failure. Well, if you think about it, it's pretty natural. There's only 6 seconds left. Suddenly, Ryu Yeo-won suddenly logged out right in the middle of the battle. The hosts didn't understand what kind of situation was this. Now it's crucial to see if this was caused by a random glitch. After all, if you look at the number of life points left, the guy was in a better position. There's no problem with both players' capsules. So Ryu Yeo-won voluntarily interrupted the game. If he had accidentally unlogged, he would definitely be brought back into the match. To prevent accidental unlodgings, the exit order was made confusing. You have to open a menu, press a button, and so on. They wondered why he had made that choice. The manager ran toward the guy's pod. Opening it, he asked why the guy was out of the system. But apparently he wasn't all right. He couldn't even say a word. And while everyone was wondering, there was one person who understood Ryu Yeo-won's feelings like no one else. The guy recognized that scream. He himself was still dreaming about it to this day. Bills like this, life points, status, all these values are nothing before emotions, fear. That's exactly what the guy felt. From the moment the player's heart rate increases, the capsule decides that a medical emergency is needed and breaks the game connection. This is similar to a forced logout when the blood alcohol concentration exceeds a certain level. A white veil in front of my eyes, a fist flying into my opponent's face, and a madness that gave me goosebumps. Because of all these factors, Ryuyo-1 had an arrhythmia and was automatically thrown out of the system. The guy thought he'd rest for a week and get better. What doesn't kill them makes them stronger. Joseph Lim felt that he and the boy were alike in some ways. The award ceremony is held in the game. On the field where the top league was played, a solid pedestal was built up to a huge stone. Spectators could watch the ceremony through monitors, or get admission to the playing field and watch there. Second place, Lord of Heaven and Earth. Third place, Mad Dog. First place, National K1. And finally, a special award. The best player of the season, he received the highest score, as judged by sponsors, commentators, and viewers. Hero Demon King, he won the first Pro League, and left his name in the history of the Korean game industry. But that's not the end of it. The Asian Champions League, and then the World Championships. They believe that the Demon King will leave his name in the global gaming industry. The boy mentally agreed, for he really has a long way to go. He stands on the threshold of great accomplishments. Suddenly, all of a sudden, people felt an earthquake accompanied by a strange sound. Leo Jean realized that the sound of a flute was mixed with the roar of the wind. Was it really him? People thought. Did the cleanup group in charge of the place not know about the monsters around? The guys came to watch the ceremony. Zodiac Bandawale said hello to the Korean rankers. He knows killing players isn't very useful, might not be smiling. The man asked which one of them had seen him. He's from the closed beta. Does anyone know him? Did you guys wonder if the beta test wasn't open? Can a simple person get into a closed beta test? Although no. Was there even a closed beta? What? He dares to stick his neck out instead of where it's full of pro players. He's got paper. The defense is bogus. The guy ordered him to be grabbed. Zodiac said fine. He just liked close combat. A few hits later, some of the players were already lying on the ground. They thought he was just a mage. He asked, so aren't there users there from the closed beta? And anyway, had Korean rankers heard of him? Damn, and he was getting ready. Fine, we can just kill everyone. The fire that Zodiac Bandawale summoned did not go out. The man said he borrowed it from hell. It consumes mana like crazy, but the effect is great, and it won't go out right away. Seeing Manhwa, the man said and showed up dust-free. And he kept looking for him to repay the flooded area. The guy asked him to call off the monsters. He had already killed several people. The monsters kept coming and the exit was blocked. It was unclear what the cleanup team was doing. Manhwa said it wouldn't end in a penalty and asked how he got hooked. Laughing, he said, should we call his reluctance to miss today's match an obsession? The guy thought he was lucky. He was exactly as he remembered. Even though he interfered, the Zodiac behaves the same way he did in his previous life. Why the hell is he so obsessed? Ojin said he sees he has a plan, but it's obviously not going to work. He used the Earthquake plus Vortex again. Zodiac said the guy wouldn't fool him a second time. If he went up in the sky, he wouldn't take damage. He thought things were bad. If you combine Earthquake and Vortex and launch everything into the atmosphere, you can deal damage even to someone in the air, but he can't shoot randomly or cover a large area as other users will be hit. The current Demon King meta is not suitable. Zodiac Bandawale said today was interesting. Looks like to break the spirit of the Korean ranchers, you have to kill it first. Joseph said that the Demon King is now the symbol of the Korean Pro League. They won't let a scum like him attack him. The guy yelled to Manhwa to rely on them. One of the guys yelled, look, the ranchers have gone to Vanguard and are blocking the monsters. Can they stand still? How are they any worse? Let's go on the attack. Zodiac asked, are they an idol group? Are they going to dance for him? Joseph yelled to Day Gang that they should hold those bastards back. The guys were attacking the monsters. Suddenly, one of them managed to sneak up on Zodiac and tried to strike, but it was blocked. He thought, what the hell? He should have prepared another weapon. Is it worth using a disguise? The man asked, still putting up with it? Then make things interesting for them. A flute came into play. Turning to the side, the girl asked how? He's definitely dead. Isn't he? Is it really undead? It seems that dead players become undead. They come back to life again and again. And he just came to the awards ceremony. There was no end to them. The guys were complaining about running out of life points. The girl shouted, isn't it all an illusion? They didn't understand how it was. With the support of the undead, a new wave of monsters began. Even the harpies were crowding them. They are annoying flying monsters, hard to get. Not a moment's rest. 4 days offline per death. too much for a penalty. Zodiac asked if this is all the Korean ranchers can do. They're just nerds compared to North America. He asked, and where is their so-called symbol of the Demon King? Wasn't he the one calling for him? As suddenly, Deadwater appeared from behind and hit him on the head. The guy asked out of the blue. Professionals have to go one-on-one with the villain, otherwise there's no way. While the K1 guys were stalling for time, he hid and changed his meta. Using the sandworm's mud feature, he deftly crossed the battlefield, sneaked up unnoticed, and hit Zodiac on the poppy. Zodiac Bandyvale asked, how did he end up there? The man started to step back. Deadwater stepped on his cloak. People looked at everything that was happening with their mouths open. They couldn't believe their eyes. Did the Deadwater really hit the back of his head? He couldn't understand. How did the Deadwater end up there? Zodiac said he didn't know what kind of guy went there, but let him try Hellfire first. The guy said he didn't want to. He used the jellyfish's mana burner feature. The opponent, a 7th grade mage. So of course the magic resistance is higher. The petrification skill will delay him for a very short time. But in a battle of masters, even such a delay is fatal. Gunji No said there's no end to them. Dead players come back to life no matter how much you hit them. Turning to the guy, Lee Jun-ho said he would buy time. The guy asked what the hell? Wouldn't it be better to leave them on him and unlog himself? Jun-ho asked why all of a sudden. He is ranked higher. We need to protect the face of the league. They continued to argue. Suddenly, a Talk ABI sweep team showed up. They said they were starting to evacuate the regular users. One of the group said that behind Area D, Deadwater was fighting an invader. He asked if he needed help. The chief said no, they shouldn't get involved. Let them concentrate on cleanup and evacuation. Fortunately, Korean rankers are not really affected. They can compensate regular users sufficiently, but for the rankers, compensation alone would not have done the trick. From his perspective, 4 penalty days per death is just a slightly annoying inconvenience. But for the rankers, such paralysis is fatal. Because all the while, Japanese, Chinese, and other Asian rivals won't be standing still. In his past life, after this incident, the affairs of the Korean rankers had deteriorated greatly. While they were out of the game because of the fine, the proportion of monster bosses that went to foreign rankers increased greatly. This is what it means for the development of Korean cybersports. The guy just has to stop Zodiac now. Making another attack, Deadwater saw him start using the Dismemberer. The Sea Devil's specialty, coefficient of friction, came to the guy's rescue. After throwing a punch, Zodiac wondered, had he slipped? He told the guy that he wanted to get it over with quickly because he was pissing him off. Deadwater replied that he was the same way. Zodiac Bandyvale surprised. The damage to me is very large. More he doesn't feel, but it feels nasty. All the bones started floating in the air. The man told the boy to get over that wall first to get him. Looking carefully at the wall, the guy immediately had a loophole. In a matter of seconds, he was next to the Zodiac. His body was covered in sea devil slime, plus the Kraken's feature slit. Thanks to this combination, the guy could get into even the smallest crevice. Biting down on his finger, he splattered blood directly into Zodiac's face. The man started asking what was that? What did he spray him with? The guy thought that he was now taking 0.04% damage per second from the poison. On top of that, every second his life points would drop by 0.01% due to the peculiarity of the application. No matter how many life points he had, he would still die. Zodiac thought to get his condition back to normal, he'd have to find a priest, but there were no temples nearby. He would have to use the Scroll of Return. He asked, and why does one have to use a scroll because of that alone? It's so damn expensive. Deadwater said he was curious too. Why does he spend so much money? As soon as Zodiac Banduel began to unroll the scroll, it was immediately snatched from his hands by Ermungand and clutched the man with his body. Zodiac asked him if he'd been to the closed beta test. The guy doesn't know what the hell that is. Why does he keep asking about it? The man replied that it's strange. He's really very strange. He thinks he's the one. Who the hell is he? The guy said no. Should he be the one to ask who he is? And what is his purpose anyway? Zodiac replied that he wanted to wipe out this world called Dim. He said it went something like this. As soon as he targets the Deadwater, the Demon King comes out. And as soon as he goes up against the Demon King, the Deadwater gets in the way. It's a perfect match. Are they the true representatives of the Korean rankers? The man will surely find and kill them both. Deadwater asked so what to expect? He suggested to see now who is who. Jellyfish mana burner feature. As soon as Ermungan let go of him, Zodiac Banduel immediately fell. The boys started shouting to keep him up. Someone said stop talking while others are working. Deadwater shouted that it looks like the current situation in the league will be handled by professionals. So he's leaving. Could have helped a little more. The guy said no. Deadwater's right. This is a league matter, and it's up to them. If Deadwater gets involved, it'll be resolved quickly, but their honor will be tarnished. Manhwa replied that yes, the professionals should regain their good name. He used a broad-spectrum attack. Everyone started yelling that it's the Demon King from the Pro League. They'll fight with the Demon King. It's time to attack. Keep their distance so they don't interfere with the Demon King's attack. A terrorist attack incident during an awards ceremony has become a serious problem. Pro League Raider, Metal Hunter, Ranker Killer. The mysterious terrorist was given different nicknames, but the most popular was God of Death. The FSB ran into the very room where the capsule was. They saw that he had escaped. The man said that he could not have gone far. Let them search all the rooms. He asked what was the purpose of Banduel Zodiac. Not only did he enter Korea while wanted, but he rioted on the playing field from that basement. Good thing he didn't do anything in real life. People started to get interested in geniuses who are not among the Korean ranchers. It turned out that the world is wide, and there is no shortage of talent in it. And the one who got the most attention was Deadwater, that unexpectedly showed up and defeated a villain that the pro players couldn't handle. However, he pulled the plug on all the association's thank you letters. The guy asked why? Because he's not a pro player, and he's not registered in the rankers. He's just a gamer, which is on the same level as the guys in the amateur league, and is in no way affiliated with the association and has no rights to receive any awards. Even the Demon King that became the best player of the season didn't get as much attention as Deadwater. The eventful league championship came to an end. Looking at everything, Eugene said it was cool. He asked if all these items gave a speed buff. Drake said sure. Most of them are DC ranked, but if you dig around, you can find C+ ones. He told me that on all the maps where he was, he picked up items with speed parameters. Sometimes people gave them to him, thinking he was a beggar. Eugene asked if he really gave them to him. The guy replied that yes, but there was no one else to give them to. Drake revealed that at first he had followed him to repay the rescue. But after the raid on the Kraken on the northern continent, he realized something. He just enjoys playing with the guy, but not just enjoys hanging out in a party with him. He inspires him. And Drake's glad he can give something back. Eugene thought it was a good point. He, too, is inspired by Drake, both in his past life and now. Guy asked Eugene what they're going to do today. Their level is high. Now it's time for more meaningful raids. A bigger monster, a bigger dungeon. Eugene replied that he was going to do the daily quest. Drake replied that he's never done something like that in Dim. The guy said it's the first time he's doing it too. It's like preparing for a coveted adventure. He asked, then why does he need all these items? The guy said he had to. So he'll tell me if it's him. He had a plan, and in the first part, he only did a fraction of it. Is there anyone here who knows him? He's from the closed beta test. Kim Young-un asked what's going on. It reminds me of old times. Currently, all posts related to the game are flooded with comments. The public reaction to Deadwater has been incredible. Suddenly, a person who hasn't even participated in a league season and isn't even a pro gamer is at the top of the search results. Plus, if someone in the flooded forest area was damaged by rotten water, he would make it up to them. Rotten water and him are completely different creatures, but thinks he's responsible for people showing up who copied his species and meta to have fun killing indiscriminately. The Kobold for Absolute Master added the image of a great man plus Bodhisattva, due to which the stock price of Deadwater began to skyrocket. The name of Deadwater went beyond just a brand name and became a meme. The man asked, why are the slaves sitting around? Let them get the coffee faster. They should thank him for his work. There's a line of people waiting for him. Wrigley Coffee Plantation, the largest coffee plantation on the south central continent. Drake said that because of the intense sun, if you don't drink the potion, your life points deplete quickly. Looks like he'll spend more on the potion than he'll get in quest rewards. The owner came out and started yelling how much longer they were going to talk. All day long all they do is loiter, collecting coffee beans. The coffee beans are picked, rinsed with water and dried in the sun. Their job is to carry the dried coffee beans to the kitchen, roast them over high heat, and pack them into individual bags. The strong aroma of roasted coffee beans causes headaches. The owner said that if the plantation was flourishing, the workers were doing well. But, of course, if things go well, he will not raise their salaries. Ojin asked if Drake had heard. If he kills a player, his karma goes down. So it's better to finish the daily quest quickly. The guy asked why they were doing this quest in the first place. Because time is money. Ojin replied that the hidden daily quest is a stepping stone to the main quest. So they have to go through it step by step. In any case, he chooses the easiest and simplest quests, so you have to do your best. Suddenly, Drake was stung by a bee. The guy fell to the floor. Ojin said he probably didn't hear the bee coming because he was working so hard. It's tiny and slow, but it's got a lot of venom. The master asked why this slave was lying around again. Even if he gets shot, he has to work. To be honest, on this quest you can't earn any experience points or skill upgrades. And the Wrigley brothers are waving their whips and swearing all day long. So there are practically no players on the quest. But there's a reason why the guy decided to do this lame quest. Drake said it usually takes a couple hours to do a daily quest, but it took him 24. I'd rather fight one-on-one with the Gorgon, but apparently there's a nice reward for the job. Ojin asked if the guy knew what the reward for the quest was. He replied that no, he didn't know. He didn't read the quest description and just agreed. Coffee grounds. The guy asked what it was. The owner started yelling. What's he looking at? Doesn't he like him? If he got it, let him go and don't forget to say thank you. He learned everything and left. He's not a migratory bird. They feel sorry for this scum. People like him have no willpower at all. Young people don't want to do anything nowadays. But at least they have the ability to work on the plantation, so at least they can earn food. Walking over to Ojin, Drake asked if he could borrow this for a second. Did the brothers yell they haven't left yet? Let them go quickly for today. Work is over. Come back tomorrow. Drake struck out at the brothers. They started asking him what he was doing. He's crazy. They're the owners of the plantation. How dare some slave hit his master? Ojin told him to take it easy. Rascal Mask absorbs karma, so can't be his until he feels better. Drake shouted that let them look closely at what was happening to their coffee plantations. Ojin replied that it was a great view to have coffee. If you destroy the landscape of a normal map, it will automatically rebuild in 24 hours. And only this map will never recover. So after this, the Wrigley brothers will go bankrupt and change their names from Wrigley Plantation to Tandoori, which means the place where the coffee beans are burned. Drake said that they didn't just blow 24 hours, he didn't earn any experience points, nor did he get any artifacts. And the skills he learned in there are like ant poop. Ojin replied that they got something. The smell of coffee, not only the armpits, but the whole body is soaked with the smell of coffee. That's the best they could get there today. Holding out his hand to Drake, the guy said they had to go before the smell of coffee was gone. He asked where to? Ojin replied that of course to the weirdest and creepiest dungeon ever. Or would he? Drake answered what he wanted. Here's the partner he knows. Finally, the game began. They drove to the floating island. How will chaotic users be controlled? Penalties in the form of death, or will they kill them personally? It's actually difficult to control them personally. It's a very free game. It may sound funny, but it respects people's right, even when it comes to killing other players. It would be an abuse of power for them to just go out and kill players. However, it would be unreasonable to personally deal with such players. After all, it is against the rules of the game. Freedom in everything, for everyone. Is that why during the Pro League attack, he did nothing? Wouldn't they want to listen to her? The search revealed that the Zodiac character is in the very south of the southern continent, on the way to the Tower of Assassins, and they all know very well what that means. It's time to recognize freedom is important, but control is just as important. Second development team leader, Nam Se Na. It's too strong to call it revenge, but they have to punish the Zodiac. From now on, their Takabe team will be more involved in the game. They entered the hidden dungeon of a rancid underground canal. A shard of weeping Galatia. Ojin said long time no see. He kept his promise. The statue told him thank you. Thanks to the guy he can complete the statue of his new wife. He has Pygmalion's blessing. Within 24 hours, he'll be able to use the sculptor's eyes. Deadwater said great. It took a long time but now he got that buff. Drake said the floor feels like jelly. If I don't keep moving, I'll get stuck in this mire. The boy asked what was so hard. Bone? Eugene told him to be careful. It's not an island, but a floating block made of all sorts of things. The guy asked if they were going to clean this place up today. What's the danger level? Deadwater replied that their target is the island master great eight-legged king, and the rank is S. The island is full of bones and flesh. The hidden dungeon can only be discovered on a stormy night in thick fog. He had come here before when he got the jellyfish quest. Drake said the black earth is rotting flesh, and the base is bone. He asked if this dungeon wasn't just bones and flesh. Boy, this island is made up of what its master ate, and he eats a lot. Eugene said it's time to go upstairs. There's a lot of stuff up there. Spiders started to approach them. The guy said there were more than he thought. Getting into the dungeon would not be easy. Deadwater said no, easy. The guy said it wasn't a problem at all. Suddenly, to Drake's surprise, he began to make some strange movements, and then the dead spiders began to retreat. So that's why he took a day job on a coffee plantation. The guy said it was time to break through. He realized for the first time that spiders don't like the smell of coffee. So spiders can smell it? Deadwater replied that most insects can't stand the smell of coffee, and cinnamon is also effective. The voice said that they had entered the dungeon of the Weeping Island of the Great King. Looking around, Drake said that there were monster corpses stuck in the wall, and asked the white slime was it spider webs? The coffee grounds were almost gone. They would have to be careful. As soon as he took a step, his foot started to flop. Eugene grabbed him just in time. He asked if it was a trap. The boy said that's right. Let him be careful. There are traps all around. Deadwater said that the ground where the cave spider lives is riddled with tunnels. If he made a wrong move, he would fall into a bottomless pit. Drake asked, so there's no way to move forward? They could try pulling the wire through with an arrow, but that would take too long, and there wouldn't be a weapon to fight with. Deadwater decided to use the sculptor's eye. Thanks to the buff he got from Pygmalion, his eye can tell the difference between where the land is safe and where it isn't. And it's not something you can see at a glance. The safe zone contains information about the number of spider tunnels nearby, so they can find a safe route. Drake asked if the rules were similar to the Bomb Squad game. Bomb Squad is a popular game that is installed on your computer by default. This content existed back in the era of primitive video games, based on a game called Cube. The number on the game board indicates the number of mines in the area 3 by 3 with the center in the cell in the middle. There are up to 8 mines around the square. If you step on even one, the game ends. Pygmalion's buff is not perfect. Sometimes it is unknown which of the two paths the trap is placed in. The probability of surviving or dying is 50/50. The spiders kept attacking the guys. Deadwater thought no problem. Activation of the Great Dark King's feature, selection. Drake shouted to Eugene that he would use his back. The spiders tried to attack even from above. The boy handled them skillfully. Eugene told the guy to be careful. The web that the spiders spewed out looked like steel wire. Even the slightest scratch would tear his flesh and he would be trapped, even if they only grazed him. Fortunately, because of the smell of coffee, they can only attack from a long distance. It's not too hard to dodge as long as you can hear their sound and see their direction. Pulling the guy to him, the Deadwater told him to stay close until their pores touched. He said that the effect of the sea devil slime can extend to the subject he's in contact with. It works best if they are pressed as close together as possible. Now, they need to break through that iron spider web. They've got to move in time. They entered the deep point of the floating island's royal road. Drake felt something coming, something very large. It's dark, dangerous. His eyes aren't used to the darkness yet. He can't make a sound either. Is Eugene around? The guy thought what the hell, before he realized it. Since when had it been so close to him to begin with? Besides, why can't he pull the trigger? It's not like he was paralyzed. Drake thought she was beautiful. He couldn't move at all, but he had to pull himself together. Suddenly, he smelled something. The guy came to his senses right away. He says, well, she smells like rotten meat. It was the spider godmother. At that moment, Eugene appeared. He threw the rest of the coffee grounds right at her. The guy yelled that there was still slime on Drake's body. Let him hold his breath and pull himself out. He said he found the guy because of his thorns. Drake replied that it seemed to have fulfilled its role as bait. The thing's physical defenses aren't that high. Let her beware of her death saw. It's an ability that traps an object and deals physical damage to it at close range. Annoying as hell, Drake said that in that case, that means they'd have to kill her in one hit. That would be problematic, given how cramped it is. Ojin replied that dodging the barbed wire spider godmother's attack is easier than it looks, as long as he does everything exactly as he does. The guy said that the spider godmother's barbed wire whip attack is fast, but it follows a certain pattern. She will shoot the web at her target 3 times at half-second intervals and repeat the attack in a clockwise direction. It has a range of 3 meters. He will have to check the height of the attack immediately after firing it. Once it has made a full turn, then let them use an attack that affects the entire area. This kind of covering the entire area attack is actually easier than it looks. Have the guy stay close to him. Her attack, a net throw, is coming straight at them from the front, so all they have to do to dodge it is stay close together, just like last time. But only problem is, dodging all of her attacks is useless if they can't hit her effectively. Except the guy doesn't see any specific ways he can attack her. This is going to be a battle of endurance. If he damages the spider godmother in melee with a knife of death, obviously a huge number of killer saws will surround him at that moment. It's not enough to rely on the sea devil slime and kraken slit devil. He also can't hold his breath for long. The guy would have rushed there, relying on the power of the 3 sacred treasures. But he would be buried alive if they did such a thing in a narrow dungeon like this. Drake asked a specific way to attack. He doesn't know if it will work or not, but he thinks he can use it since he brought it with him. They were bloodthirsty bees. Oh, Gene. How did they end up in his pocket? The guy said he found a hive of bloodthirsty bees while working on a coffee farm. Thought about destroying it, but it was an available item, so he collected it out of habit. If they can deal damage realizing nearby, wouldn't it work on a monster of even a rank? Apparently not. Their poison doesn't seem to have any effect on high-rank monsters. Deadwater came up with a solution. He remembers seeing a spider godmother raid manual using bloodthirsty bees before he regressed. He can't believe that picking up a hive from a coffee farm led to such luck. Since the spider godmother is a huge glutton, she eats anything she kills. It must be something that evolved in a place like a floating island where food is scarce. Restoring life points by eating food is a quality that all creatures, whether players or monsters, possess. However, unlike other species that don't feel the need to keep eating when their life points have already been restored, this beastie continues to swallow food even with full life points. And as a result, as it turns out, it's watered down. The guy said it had the opposite effect, making it worse. When he turned around, he didn't see Ojin. At the attack, the guy yelled for her to shut her damn mouth. Deadwater told Drake to attack now. He asked, isn't it too rude to attack while it's transforming? The guy asked what the hell was he even talking about. There couldn't be a better chance to attack while it was molting. As a rule, an insect molts when their life is on the line. Their wings, armor, jaws, and claws become soft and weak for a while, even after their metamorphosis is complete. This is why there are countless instances of them being attacked by predators during molting. Ojin said her pissy death saw is also inactive while she's molting. They got a great shot thanks to him feeding her a bunch of bloodthirsty bees. Isn't he obviously supposed to attack girl wizards or mech during their transformations or combinations? It would show him what real explosive damage is. Ojin said that the point damage from the death blade had already started to take effect. Nothing better for explosive damage than Manhwa's meta. The boy shouted that this was far from over. The cave could collapse, but now is not the time to worry about that. He used the earthquake plus the vortex again. Drake said marvelous and asked if she was dead now. The guy said no, not yet. There's no way an A+ rank monster can be defeated so easily. But since she took explosive damage from both of them of the same power as the point damage, she's pretty much a dead man. The problem is what happens after that, but still, she was able to strike. A peculiarity of a degenerate's heart, degeneration. Drake asked the guy if he was okay, because he'd gotten a direct hit. Ojin replied that he had survived because of the characteristic of resilience. This was starting to get annoying. The guy asked, didn't she become bigger than she was before? Deadwater replied that she must have activated some special mod from the attacks she was receiving while transforming. Thank goodness her life points were almost depleted. He figured they'd just rely on pinpoint damage and bide their time. This cave will collapse anyway because of the Manhwa regime's attacks. Escape is the best course of action. The guy was yelling that he had to run faster. But then he remembered there was something he had to do before he could do that. He turned the floor into magma. Monsters are particularly weak in the face of fire. Her renewed, delicate flesh will burn quite marvelously. Great, it was the end that got out. Looking back up, Drake asked if the boy thought the Empress was acting strange. Drake shot Manhwa's explosive strike and the accelerated point strike from the Deathblade. On top of that, the oil spewing from his rotting flesh only fanned into a blaze of blazing footsteps. However, luck doesn't seem to be on their side. Does the guy remember what he said to him before they entered this place? About the ranking of the monsters, Drake replied that if you think about it, didn't he say S-rank monster? But isn't this thing rank A+? Deadwater said that a multi-legged A+ rank Empress becomes S-rank once she reaches full metamorphosis. He's not sure what the conditions are for that, of course, but there are times when her metamorphosis is incomplete, though it's very rare. Ojin said that when this happens, her rank increases by 2 steps. 8-legged King Colikium, Fallen Mode S+ rank. Drake asked, isn't that a complete cheat? Ojin replied that that's the thing about incomplete metamorphosis. But in turn, it is not complete. This state has a time frame. God Machine is a virtual game that allows its artificial intelligence to update itself with patches by trial and error. There is a master artificial intelligence that acts as the world's central nervous system, and 17 other subcontractors that support it to shape and maintain the world. And representing these 17 auxiliary artificial intelligences are the 17 S-rank plus monsters that exist in the world. These creatures are absolute and perfect. However, the 8-legged King Colikium Fallen Mode King in front of them is not one of those 17. Ojin said that although he gained strength through incomplete metamorphosis, this strength only lasts for 100 seconds, can regard it as a berserk mode. Even if it's an S+ rank monster, they can kill it if it lasts 100 seconds. Drake asked if they would fall to pieces with this island before the 100 seconds were up. The boy said he'd hang on. He had to, no matter what. No way, he thought. Half of the floating Sharpies had been blown away by just one attack. If they did nothing but dodge, then, just like Drake said, the rest of the island would sink. They must stop his movement, even if only for a moment. Ojin shouted burning mana. Drake told the boy that there wasn't much left of the island. Even the boat they used to get there was destroyed. What are they gonna do now? The guy said he was going to get close, have him cover him. Drake asked what he had in mind. Ojin said he wasn't sure if it would work or not, but even if it failed, he had to hold out until the end. Drake replied that of course he would not let his sacrifice be in vain. He hadn't failed yet, had he? The guy started to approach her. Drake covered him as best he could. At one point, Ojin showed her Queen Wadudu. Queen Vadudu's peculiarity, breeding. The spores of Queen Vadudu spread through the body. No matter how young she was, Judelope was still the queen of Vadudu. According to history, Vadudu and spiders have a hostile relationship with each other, as both species seek the position of insect king. Since she is also an insect, she won't be able to stand it. Of course, it would only be enough to stop Colikium, only for a second at most, but it would be enough for him. He launched an attack and finally thought it had worked, except that the monster struck back. Ojin flew straight into the water. The lad heard a voice. After he condescends to find out everything, even if it was a trifling rumor, he sees that it is nothing more than a scuffle between savages. They, inferior beings. How foolish of them to behave so childishly before a great war is imminent. His name is Beelzebub, the name of the one who would offer him a just death and opportunity. They began to disappear, which meant that time was up. The voice said that they were the first players in the world to successfully complete the raid on the 8-legged king. Ojin thought it couldn't be. After he felt relieved that he hadn't been killed by Colikium, the guy never even imagined that something like that could happen. Why is that bastard there? One of the 17 strongest that rule this world. Looked at him. The boy wondered why. Beelzebub answered that originally, he had come there to see the 8-legged king. He needed a powerful monarch ally to take their side in the coming war against the dragons. Even if they were unintelligent spiders, they would be a good addition to the current demon army. The boy thought allies, what about it? Doesn't he mean master-servant relationship? Even if the 8-legged king is a powerful being who commands an uncountable army of spiders, It can't be something that matters to one of the 7 constellation demons. At this point, half the world. Even his reaction at this point was not good. Monster spiders in this world take a neutral stance as a matter of principle. They stay away from the others, be they demons or dragons, and are quite content to just fill their bellies. If the 8-legged king joined the demon army, their strength would increase several times over with S-rank monsters on their side. But the main plot he remembered was not heading towards such events. Beelzebub said that because of them, unintelligent beings, the 8-legged king had disappeared. Now that the great monarch's ally is lost, all this journey is nothing more than a waste. It's all their fault. The feeling of countless maggots eating away at your flesh. He feels his whole body being torn to pieces. It's actually quite different. The presence of a real S+ ranker is overwhelming. As expected of Drake, he was standing right face to face with a monster like this. The guy feels a little calmer looking at his safe back. The monster said it was rather sad to use his wings for nothing. Normally, he would have punished them as befitting a constellation demon. But he decided to make an exception this time. In exchange, he must take them, the unintelligent creatures, under his rule. Let them join his army in place of the 8-legged king. The voice said that the main quest, prelude to Draconic Demon War, had been activated. One of the 7 constellation demons, Beelzebub, the patron saint of gluttony and destruction, is personally overseeing them. The guy thought about the fact that he had never heard of such a choice. Judging by his mood, he would 100% die if he pressed refuse. Yes, even so, if he did that, his choice to remain human in the training tower would be meaningless. The boy decided to use Solomon's eye. He thought he could pick a better option with it, but he didn't see anything. Has Solomon's eye been blinded by his fury? Or are both of these choices bad? The monster said that constellation demons don't wait, especially unintelligent creatures like them. The offer was refused. Well, it all came down to this. Pretty early, sure, but he's one of those guys the guy would have to fight one day. Eugene tried his best to calm Drake down. He said that as long as the guy follows what he says, they might win. Drake replied that it was very funny. It was the first time he'd ever seen the guy like that. Judging by his reaction, there's no way to avoid it, right? Then, they have no choice but to deal with it on their own. Their adversary is the lord of this world. He is a constellation demon and also the patron saint of all disease and destruction there. The boys are forced to fight against this mythical monster. As long as he has the 3 sacred treasures and the greatest weapons, he won't lose so easily. Even though the chances are extremely slim, it's an opportunity for him to face Beelzebub. Eugene shouted that of course he would 100% die, but would die after just killing him. But suddenly, a huge monster appeared in front of them. Beelzebub said he had definitely grown up for a maggot that used to only feed on rat corpses. Morgmer, S+ rank. Eugene said he thought they were lucky. The guys were able to defeat the 8-legged king thanks to Beelzebub. He wrote down the coordinates where the items fell out, so he can just go back and find them later. Since the guy didn't accept Beelzebub's offer, Morgmer won't be concerned about them. Don't let them think that's the end of it, though. They better watch out. Drake said the guy sounds like a villain running away after a defeat. A huge monster with green skin and sharp teeth. Its specialty is its ability to regenerate, and it harms people with malicious mischief. Since 1980, people who harassed other cows have also been called trolls. People who constantly make mistakes on purpose or interfere with their allies to annoy them. Those who enjoy the attention by doing such things. And those who harm other people just because sucky plays. To categorize them, those who unconsciously make others uncomfortable because they can't play the game well are trolls. While those who deliberately mess up the game can be called intentional trolls. The guy asked Coach. The man replied that yes, host and coach. Director of game content Du Tahoe. He said that the program they have planned this time is the concept of experts giving solutions to beginners to help them become better at the game. He watches deadwater streams all the time, as they are very fun and helpful, but the problem is that beginners don't understand them at all. Only those who are at least at an intermediate level can really go through his steps and understand them. If he takes this opportunity to try and become a host and coach in their program, then he can bond with his budding audience and also establish his place in the gaming market. What do you say? The guy said it sounds good, considering how wealthy avid players become after appearing on a game show and the sheer number of these shows. he just can't turn down this offer. The presenter's role in this program is his way of promising future. This is a great opportunity to increase people's awareness of him and imprint his image in their minds. Personalized coaching for players who love gaming so much, but are saddened by their low skilling. They will call it the Deadwater Street Gamer. The whole world came together as soon as the announcement was uploaded. It got to the point that at one point the broadcasting station's server went down. As a result, the Game Information Department workers worked overtime for 3 days in a row due to the huge number of applications. In the end, they were able to select 4 players. They were chosen because they have always played on 4-man teams, and will be able to experience their growth best when they adjust their playing habits. Ojin told them that today they would hunt horned lizards together. Before doing so, it's important to find out the characteristics of the monster they want to defeat. Horned lizards have an excellent sense of smell in exchange for poor eyesight. Therefore, scattering pepper or surströmming around will be enough to distract them. They can also change their direction by attacking them as well. They will follow them even if the guys run away in zigzags without slowing down for a second. It's all because of the thin scales that are on their feet. The guy suggested applying a smooth gel to certain spots beforehand, so they can't change their trajectory when they attack. They can't apply gel everywhere. Not only because they don't have that much gel, but also because there's a chance they'll step on it themselves. They will lure the lizard to the points where they spread the gel when it starts attacking. It would also be a good idea to set up spikes or mines in front of them to do terrain damage. Woo Hyun Kyung replied that they appreciate real fights more, and they also don't have that opportunity to prepare for all of this. Deadwater said that this is the real fight. And what is that opportunity? Gel and odor items aren't worth 10,000 gold. Hong Jin Pyo asked how scattering all these things on the ground could help in a real battle. Hyun Kyung added that they probably wouldn't even be able to memorize all the places they put the shell. The girl said that she can't raid in such a stench. She doesn't want to hunt horned lizards. The guy thought they were the kind of cool clients you'd see in a novella. Surely everything would be okay? Of course, reality trumps fantasy. There are a ton of people in this world beyond imagination. Program participant Woo Hyun Kyung revealed that his command role is Thief. He has very fast hands. He can steal anything, money or items. It's not bragging, but he was really good at embezzlement. The second participant in the program is Oh Ju Hyun. The guy revealed that he is a defender, but he is also pretty good at dealing damage. His dream is to become a well-rounded character who can be a defender and also do damage. The third participant in the program is Hong Jin Pyo. He said that he is an attacker and likes to do damage at the most ideal moment. They can safely say that he is the most important part of the team. The fourth participant in the program is Cha Yumi. The girl said that she chose the role of a cheerleader because she hated fighting. She didn't want to get involved in any fights, whether it was hers or someone else's. The girl just wants others to do everything for her at the front. They all managed to stay alive, only because of the gel and the surströmming he scattered in the beginning. The guys started asking what the hell? Nothing changed even after training. Woo Hyun Kyung said he thought he did very well. Jin Pyo asked to support him while he reloaded. Cha Yumi asked, why weren't they all protecting her? After all, she was almost attacked. Had they seen the life goggles she had lost? And why are they moving like that in the first place? That was the reason why she was having a hard time healing them. Deadwater asked if he knew that the fine he gets when crew members die is more than the money he misses out on. He asked, then should he leave it at that? Deadwater answered him that he should learn to back off at the right moment. Why does he keep doing damage when he's a defender? He needs to choose a role. Either he's a defender or an attacker. Ju Hyun said that he can't deliver the final decisive blow if he gives up damage items. The importance is in the feeling. Turning to Mr. Hong Jin Pyo, Deadwater asked why his life points are constantly depleted because he attacks on his own and not when it's time to deliver an explosive strike. He replied that he doesn't attack on his own. Others don't match his timings. The guy said he thinks the girl is underestimating the role of a hitman. Being a hitman is much more difficult. They have to have enough defense to not get killed by their opponents. They can't be taken care of during a fight. Cha Yumi said that's why she stays behind because it's scary. Deadwater replied that yes, she does. At the same time, without curing a single player. She asked if they can't just drink a potion to heal. Observation room. Producer Hong Yong-hwa said that after being sincere about their situation before, now that they have been chosen, They are acting differently altogether. Du Tahoe responded that even so, having people like that who are difficult to work with makes the show exciting and boosts ratings. It's only the first episode, so it's better to resort to a noise marketing strategy. Looking at them, he thought for sure. He asked, the producer and director are watching, right? Could they run a tape of their conversation that was just recorded? Why the hell do they think he's there to listen to obvious things? He hasn't given them a single piece of sound advice, basically just telling them to learn. Wouldn't it be better then to just do things the same way they've always done them before? In the end, they decided to just nail it and do business as usual. Deadwater asked, are they serious now? There was no way they could go on a high-level hunt with this kind of thinking and combination. Even if they go, let them forget about the monsters. The other users would just kill them. Woo Hyun-kyung said that although they are a little slow when hunting monsters because their teamwork doesn't add up, they are confident in their abilities. He appreciates that Deadwater is worried about them, but they will do things their own way. The producer asked why they applied for the program in the first place. Let the director say something. He said that their behavior would have a positive impact on the ratings. Deadwater asked, then what about something like this? If they win a 4-on-1 fight against him, the guy recognizes that their opinion is better than his advice, and he will take full responsibility for them and make them high-level players by giving them whatever their heart desires, be it money, items, or transportation. On top of that, he'll fight them completely unarmed except for a single wooden sword. In exchange, if he wins, they'll adopt whatever strategy he wants. He has some final advice he wants to give each of them. No matter what, they decided to consult and said whatever they wanted. Deadwater only in an amateur battle, and he never competed in a professional one. Only an idiot would lose against an unarmed man. That was the catch, whether they won or not. But they still agreed. The director said that as expected from Deadwater, he knew how to make the program entertaining. He was worried about what to do with them, but thank goodness they turned the situation around on their own. His reputation won't suffer even if he loses, because it's 4-on-1. The producer thought it was impossible for Deadwater to lose to the likes of them. The problem is that there's no profit in it for him, whether he wins or not. Why would someone like him, who hates losses, think of something like this? If he's being honest, the show or anything else doesn't influence his decision at all. There's only one single reason why he suggested something like this. The reason he offered such a favorable fight for them, whether they win or not, is to beat the shit out of them. He wants to beat the hell out of them. It's the first time a guy's ever wanted to beat the shit out of a rookie so badly. He was wearing rookie clothes and holding a wooden sword. The guy said that even if he was at a high level, it was a different story when he had no items. This game is built on items, so there's no chance he'd defeat them without them. They'd win 4-on-1 even without the items. So what the hell is he thinking? Deadwater began to attack. The first to be attacked was Cha Yumi. The guy said that that's why chillers should wear items with high defense. The guys didn't understand why he was so fast. Looking at them, the guy thought that as expected of a thief, he's the fastest among his teammates. But this is nothing more than a rookie thief's attack. His movements are too easy to read. A phenomenon that paralyzes a person if they are hit in the vital organs, even if the damage is low. Second, this is the reason why he shouldn't react to every coin on the ground. Woo Hyun-kyung's armor has an attack-reflective ability. Deadwater said that's why he needs to discuss damage timing with his allies. Fourth, there's a reason why he needs to decide on a striker or defender role. The power of his offense is ridiculous. Because of the passive privileges from his titles, he is considerably strong even without any items. Not only that, since he has veteran abilities, he can easily grab Oh Ju-hyun's sword without taking any damage. Seeing them standing calmly, Deadwater asked, is it all because he's hitting them with a wooden sword? They are therefore all perfectly fine. After which, the attack followed again. The guy said though they shouldn't be bashing people, they should be bashing trolls. There is a limit to how inhumane their games can be. They all have plenty of life points left, don't they? So isn't it time to get real? One of the guys said that he didn't think the Deadwater would be that strong even without the objects. The girl added that she was so scared. No one had ever hit her before, not even her father. She seems to have a trauma now. The guy asked if the guys had forgotten about the final advice he promised to give them when they lost. The guys responded that they would stick with whatever he said from here on out. His power of attack is incredible. They now want to learn the advice. Deadwater yelled that just let them get out of the game. That's really his final advice for them all. For them, quitting the game would be the best decision to not hurt other players. He no longer has any desire to educate them. Do they think this opportunity comes along every day? What can he teach people who don't even want to listen to what he teaches them? They said they would follow his advice no matter what, right? The guys yelled that they would really try to please let them have another chance. Deadwater yelled to just let the damn trolls out. The producer said, wow, she feels so rested. The director asked, but what do they do with the content now? He thinks things have deviated a bit from the original goal. Later, the first episode of Deadwater Street Gamer aired without a hitch. The result was incredible. Television ratings totaled a whopping 3.21%. Unlike the original intent of the program, which was to have an expert provide one-on-one coaching for newbies, it seems to be becoming known as a troll-killing program. The producer asked, why don't they just keep going with the concept? Bringing in trolls and punishing them. Deadwater replied that no. It's like a pro player that reads comments from haters. The God Machine greeted him. A huge dungeon with a sinkhole in the northern region. The Abyss of Death. Drake asked the guy what this place is. It looked like something was being dug. He said it was a mine. A mineral called volcanus is mined there. Although, it's been suspended due to production costs or something. The guy said that the hole is very massive. Ojin replied that the ecosystem of this vortex alone is probably enough to create a separate game. The Abyss of Death. A huge underground sinkhole, 20,000 meters deep. It's a hole that opens up in the middle of the wilderness, looking like a vertical cave or a massive crater, as it is made up of rocks and steep terrain. One wrong step, and you can slide all the way to the bottom. A few hours later, the guy said the 3 doorknobs are 3 monsters that will open the door to the coming cataclysm. In other words, doorknobs. The Kraken dwells in the deep abyss, the 8-legged king that can only be encountered in the center of Flying Island under very specific conditions, and last. The last key monster that will bring about the cataclysm. Drake said it is the Abyss of Death, and there is an entrance to where they must meet it. The guy said, I see, and asked what was that huge sack? Ojin replied that he could call it a necessity for conquering the Abyss of Death. The cliffs of the death business are uneven. Descent on these almost sheer cliffs is only possible via Pink Point, and the plains are occasionally swarming with high-level monsters. A golden zone lizard man, a moldy canyon sandworm, and the place they reached after half a day is a forest of trees growing horizontally thanks to their roots in the rocks. These huge trees are called horizontal trees. Ojin said this is the final checkpoint of the cliff. From there, it'll be faster to jump from branch to branch. He asked the guy if Drake was good at parkour. He said he'd only tried it in the cities. When descending, Ojin used the 8-legged king's ability, the Chain of Death. Drake said it was apparently quite handy. Drake shouted that he could see the end. They had finally reached land. A whole 20,000 meters later. What a staggering underground expedition. The fiery spirit of 108 defilements. He said welcome. They had first entered the bottom of the deadly abyss. The guy said it's an A+ rank monster. It must be the last monster there. It looks simple, but it is at a much greater depth compared to sandworms. Its fighting ability is immeasurable. They shouldn't let their guard down. Monster asked Deadwater and Drake Cat, what are they doing there? He keeps hearing about you too. So they finally made it to the Abyss of Death. Drake asked how he knew their names. Did they know each other? He had never met something like this before. Ojin replied that this guy had been with them all along, on all their adventures. The fire spirit said it wasn't surprising, since this was the first time they'd ever met face-to-face like this. No matter how much Drake thought about it, he had no idea, couldn't even tell if it was a monster, a creature, or worse. The boy asked if that was the system's alert sound now. Ojin replied that it was a spirit that monitors the Akashi Chronicles, a character who wields the power of time and space. Since their first titles are often recorded in the Akashi Chronicles, there's no way he wouldn't know about them. The Akasha Chronicles contain all the records of this world. This fire spirit that watches over them is something between a monster and a player, and it is completely harmless until they attack first. And he has gotten to know this fire spirit through his countless first achievements. His intimacy with him has evidently reached its maximum. The privilege that flows from this is this. The fire spirit asked if Deadwater could help him. He said something really annoying had happened. They discovered a hidden quest low-ranking Akashi Chronicles caretaker and a rude client. Have him come face-to-face with a rude client who renders the Akashi Chronicles caretaker completely helpless. Drake says he makes notification sounds and declares the quest. What does he mean by rude client? Fire Spirit said that normally he patrols the entire world and restores destroyed terrain within 24 hours. But a problem arose when he was in the process of restoring the Abyss of Death. He told me that, for example, he would say, a bomb exploded somewhere and left a huge hole in the ground. In that case, when would that hole disappear? The guys answered that in 24 hours from the time the map changed. The Fire Spirit said that's right. They are the ones tasked with this mission. To restore the map, they must first deform the terrain and then return everything to normal. But while he was doing that, other life forms entered the area. Ojin said that means if left to their own devices, they could get hurt during the recovery process. He told that he had been granted some power to control time and space from the one above. With this, he was supposed to restore the Abyss of Death, but he drove away the other life forms. He had trouble with one of them as it wouldn't budge. If the Spirit of Fire really puts its mind to it, it can destroy every single life form within this abyss. Though it doesn't attack first, it can be a terrifying foe if they make it their enemy. However, there is a creature on this card that not even a Spirit of Fire can chase away. He said she's a really negative client. She won't wake up no matter how hard he tries to wake her up. She's just lying idle. He can't rebuild the earth because of this child. At the lowest point of the Abyss of Death, at its center, lies a rough customer and sleeps. A week before the Death Abyss raid, Ojin met with Yoon Seol. The guy asked, she's had success in beauty streams, and now she's also doing commercials. Impressive. The girl said that someone from the radio station happened to be among her audience, so she got the offer. She did not expect that they would make her dance like that. Ojin said that people in the comments seemed to really like him. She asked him to forget about it. Didn't he say he had a request? The girl said she'd do anything he asked. Ojin said he didn't even know what it would be. Yoon Seol replied that it didn't matter. After all, she owed him a debt. Not only that, he wouldn't ask for something that would put her in a difficult position. He told her not to even question it. What he's about to ask is a long story. The girl replied that sure, that's pretty good. It wasn't something she was that into, but she thought it would be fun to be with him. Drake asked, will the quest be completed when they wake up that little girl and get her out of there? Ojin said yes. A race of angels. A very long time ago, they were among those who ruled the world along with giants and spirits. However, they are said to have died out due to demons. Trying to move it out of the way, Drake had no luck. He asked, is this the gravity technique seen in the Murim? Deadwater said that there was no way a quest from an A+ rank monster could be that easy. The guy replied that he should have mentioned it early on. Ojin said that they need a suggestion to move it. The Fire Spirit answered that correctly. They need the sacrifice of a single player, a girl. And not only that, the life of a level 1 rookie with absolutely no experience in this world. Drake asked the first level, is that even possible? That would mean they hadn't even gone through training, wouldn't it? Yes, even finding someone who didn't have an account in their days would be very difficult. Ojin knew that would happen. That's why he took someone, a being that had never played this game in their time. More than that, it was someone he trusted. She was there for him. The boy asked truthfully, but even if she could refuse the training, how does he plan to get her there? She'll die the second she takes even one hit from any monster. They'll protect her all the way there. Snowstorms and crevasses, the harsh climate of the northern continent. Didn't he tell him before they departed? It is a necessary item for conquering the Abyss of Death. The sack of a man of all trades. The guy shouted admiringly, a rare newcomer that would become their savior. A level 1 warrior, Yoon Seol. Coming out of the bag, the girl said this is what immersion feels like. It feels so realistic, mesmerizing. The bagman of all professions can transport anything in a single instance. Even though it can transport people, they don't get any experience points or rewards as they are considered luggage. So no one would have thought of transporting players in this way. At first glance, this is a useless item. However, if they look closely, this item only exists for this quest. Yoon Seol, level 1. Ojin said it's time to introduce them. This is Drake Cat, his partner in this raid. The girl said it's nice to meet you. She's Ojin's friend. She's pretty inexperienced in this game, but she'll be under their supervision. The girl said that the more she looks around, the more beautiful the view becomes. Why had she never played this game until now? She is glad she accepted his offer. Thanks to that, the girl was able to see something like this. Jean said it was a place that most rankers never set foot in. She's actually the only level 1 player who's ever been there. Looking at the guy, she asked why he had no clothes at all. He replied that it was simple if she looked at the female characters. She'd never played a game before, so the guy asked if she'd seen the commercials for the game, right? They wear less and less clothes the higher they level up. He does too. The girl asked if there was nothing he could do about it. He said that's right. He's not going to hang around like that because he's a pervert or something. Jean said that now, just as he explained, let her slowly bring her hand closer. Suddenly, it shone. Yoon Seol felt something warm rise up. A voice said that a suitable player had been found. Attempting to dock with the artificial intelligence, Angel and Yoon Seol's player joined hands. Nettie, who had lost her memories, opened her eyes. The girl was glad that she was smaller. Drake said that non-player character and player merged. The main quest is really quite specific. The hidden quest had been completed. The proximity to Akashi's caretaker increased rapidly. The fire spirit thanked the boys. Now he could finally restore the abyss of death. Jean said something that could be said. This is the beginning of the raid. From now on, Seol would be their guide. The girl said she can see the video when she closes her eyes. Is it really Angel's memory? Yoon Seol is now the incarnation of Angel Nettie. She has lost most of her memories. Fragments of those memories appear as videos from time to time. They have been pulled into a hidden quest where they need to help restore her memories and send her back to her home. The girl said there's nothing much there yet. All she sees is her, hurtling through the sky. Looks like she's falling amidst clouds and rain. Thinks it's an angel's memory of when she came to this earth. Jean says that's more than enough for now. Yoon Seol that merged with an angel and explains the content of the clips matters more at this point than anything else. A girl appeared in front of them. She asked Deadwater? Finally met him. It's real Deadwater. She was worried that they wouldn't be able to meet. The guy replied that he wasn't sure who she was, but they were in the middle of a raid. And this place is now. Interrupting him, the girl said she had no more time but today. She heard rumors that he was headed here, so she rushed over as fast as she could. She's so happy to have met him. The girl was worried she'd miss the opportunity to kill him. She started attacking. The girl said he was very fast. None of her friends could dodge it. However, in a battle of speed, she's not inferior either. Watching what was going on, Drake wondered. Jean didn't take damage from a monster, but from a normal user. This was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. This girl is as strong as Ma Dae Gang, though no, even stronger than him. Was there anyone that's strong among the rankless? Looking at everything, Yoon Seol asked, and how often do things like this happen? Drake Cat replied that he had a lot of enemies. He's used to the girl's players hating Deadwater, but she hates him so much that she came to fight him personally? What grudge does she hold against him? The girl screamed that people suffer every time he plays the game. So she's gonna stop him with her own hands. Just as she wanted to make a final attack, Jean used the jellyfish's ability of mana arson. The guy replied thinking about it. She even knows how to counter mana burning with reflection. The girl seemed to have done her own research. He accepts her sincerity towards him. Just for her, he will fight her using 30% of his power. The fire spirit turned to them and said that he would like to restore the area soon. It would kill all life forms in the area, so it's a bit of a nuisance. But, since they are his friends, he is sure they will understand him. The ground began to rise in elevation. The girl asked what the hell was that Deadwater doing this time? Suddenly, Jean approached the girl from the back and pushed her down. The guy said he was sorry, but he was a little busy right now. They would meet again if their paths ever crossed. Watching her fall, the guy wondered. That different demeanor and that face, she looked so damn familiar. Or did he just think so? Drake said the earth keeps going up. They're long past the abyss of death. So why doesn't it stop? Soul tells them that it will probably rise until they reach the sky. What they're standing on isn't the ground. It's a meteor. The guy replied that he understood. The one that made a hole in the ground 20,000 meters deep was a massive meteor that fell from the sky. Nettie must have fallen there, transported by the meteor. They couldn't see the continent anymore because of the clouds. Drake said to use the meteorite as an escalator. That's the scale. Sol said she'd only been on an airplane, on a field trip. The voice said they had entered the flight path. Drake asked if that meant the meteor had a definite destination. Seol yelled out that she could see a flying island in the sky. It was getting farther and farther away. It looks like an island or a castle. It's moving too fast so she can't be sure, but that meteor was probably part of that island. The fantasy of a mystical land hidden in the sky above the clouds, a popular cliché that has crossed over into classic literature and various genres of cartoons and games since ancient times, is a very common adventurer's dream. Sol said that this meteor, in other words, NEWBIE, came down to Earth, on this piece of island. However, this child, she thinks, has been alone for a long time. For so long, gripped by fear and dread. Just seeing it makes her lonely and sad. She knows it's a game, but Ojin said that's the whole charm of this game called full immersion. It's a heartbreaking scenario, isn't it? Since she likes this game so much from the start, she's going to be a great player. Drake said he has a feeling the guy is going to have a hard time with relationships. He entered the room and asked the girl, did she sneak out of the room to play her game again? The girl told her to just stay where she was because she had an exam today. He replied that yesterday was her only chance, so she wanted to do something really quickly. Well, it was a waste of time anyway. The girl said that then she should have at least warned her in advance. She replied that the girl would never have let her if she had asked. Turning to he asked her, didn't she tell her? It's a very important surgery. She needs to have this surgery so that she can go to school again. She started screaming that she didn't want to. The nurse said it wouldn't hurt after the last operation, but it hurt a lot. And she also said that the surgery was the last one. Shohei said that if only she guaranteed her one wish, she would agree to the surgery. The girl asked, what is it? If it's something her brother or her can do. She said she wanted to meet Mr. Manhwa. She's the president of Ma's cult, even organized fan meetings before. The girl said it's not as easy to do as she thinks. Mr. Manhwa is very busy. Drake said the harpies just happened to be camped in their flight path. Luck was definitely not on their side. Their characteristics increased dramatically when fighting on air maps due to their flying ability. In other words, they're much more annoying than the ones they've faced before. They're at quite a disadvantage. Sei said she couldn't attend that fan meeting because of the surgery. If only she could have met Mr. Manhwa. She thinks she would have had the courage to have the surgery then. Sol shouted that over there, that big green one, the last refuge of angels that had been weakened by demons, a realm of divine help. After finding the flying island, the game save is now available. And also now you can freely enter and exit the game, and set this place as a movement point. Sol said that, by the way, she's got streams scheduled starting tomorrow. They'll probably go on for a few days. Ojin replied that he had some business to attend to as well. Drake said not to worry about him. He wanted to explore the island alone anyway. The guy said okay, then they would meet later. Suddenly, there was a phone call. It was He. The girl said she had something to discuss with Manhwa about the fan meeting. He said okay, but the meeting would be later. Sol asked, was it a girl? Are they dating? Drake asked, going on a date tonight? Ojin replied that it was nothing like that. After saying hello, they got into the car. Manhwa asked, was there something she wanted to discuss? Any problems? The girl began to falter. She said that in truth she was apologizing for asking such a thing. Could he help her relative? She said that honestly, someone close to her is very sick. He asked if she was talking about Yu Chong. He replied that no, he is the second child in the family and has a sister who is the youngest. This was the first time Ojin had heard of it. Well, he only found out about He and Yu Chang's relationship in this life. She said that she had never discussed family matters with anyone, so she was worried. He understood that, but he still knows very little about her. The guy asked, and so what does she ultimately want from him? The answer may be cold, but if he knows her well enough, she'll feel more comfortable with just that answer. He told me that she has to undergo a major surgery. It's very important to have it done, but since the chances of success are slim, she's very afraid. So she has to convince her to do it. She stipulated that she would undergo surgery only if he granted her greatest wish. Manhwa asked again, a wish? He revealed that her sister wants to meet him live. She is embarrassed. She is only the president of his fan club and should be able to separate work and personal life. But she had to ask him to meet her, if it wasn't too difficult, or they could just pretend this conversation hadn't happened. He replied that it wasn't that big of a problem. Manhwa asked she would dare to have the operation if she met him in person, right? If a little thing like that could make her life better, he just couldn't say no. Let him tell her the place and time later. He said thank you that he agreed to her selfish request. The girl is sure she will be very happy. She thanked him non-stop that night. Honestly, he had to think about that decision. Maybe this time he'd get to know her from every angle. And although not romantically, he got a little attached to her. And after she became his fan and president of the fan club, he really became grateful to her. But part of it is that he will always shun her and distrust her. Maybe those events don't connect them anymore. But they're still loan sharks. Even now, just like his before, they are tormenting other poor souls. When he thinks about it, he begins to doubt the purity of her intentions. He said she's going to bring her sister over. She's on her way back from her treatments. But it's not from righteousness. It's more like a reverberation of past life traumas. If he just needs to play with the baby in the hospital, it's no problem for him. Especially if it doesn't take much time. We'll just see it as a vacation before the raid on the flying island. Suddenly, the girl randomly started falling down the steps right on top of him. During the fall, his mask flew off to the side. He asked her if she was okay, if she was hurt anywhere. She said she was fine. Opening her eyes, she saw him in front of her. He wondered, hadn't he met her a couple days ago? She started screaming that it was deadwater. Was he determined to find her in real life? Oh, Jean didn't realize what the hell was going on. Where did it even come from? Suddenly, he saw that his mask was on the floor. He decided to get out of there before it was too late. He came over and asked what the girl was doing there, but she told him to wait for her. He asked, "Sister?" The girl said she caused trouble for the staff by disappearing like that. She can't see. She needs to be careful and judicious. She said it doesn't matter now. It's deadwater. We need to grab him. Jean said he thought he saw him, who caught her as she was falling. He ran that way as fast as he could. The girl said that voice. Is he Manhwa? He said that it was. She said he would come to her. She couldn't believe it was really him. Manhwa replied that it's not a dream. It's really him. The girl started saying that she is a big fan of his since he debuted. Even though she can't see, she listened to all his matches. She said she was so surprised when he sent one of the players flying high, and then he knocked the other one out. It was so exciting. Looking at her, he thought of he. So it was her. She looked familiar to him. Even though he said that they would meet again if fate crossed their fates again, he clearly didn't expect it to happen so soon. Was everything really all right? The girl was talking about his fight with the three sisters. And the 26 wins in the first round of the league was amazing. She was so moved by the 7-minute shift that she cried. He mumbled non-stop in an excited voice like a child. She's quite a spunky girl. He said that she fulfilled her wish to meet Manhwa. So now she's going to have the surgery, right? The girl said that she had said she would if she brought Manhwa to her. Suddenly, the girl said that he might not be real. Then why is she talking to him like that? He asks what the sister is saying. Is she saying that the sister and Manhwa are lying to her? The girl replied that she doesn't know him, so she can easily deceive her. Jean replied that okay, then how can he prove that he is Manhwa? Not confused, she replied that a fight. Let him please fight her. Her sister started yelling at her that it was rude of her to suggest such things to a professional. He had come all the way to come to her. She has a low rank, but she's pretty competitive. Normally a guy wouldn't agree to something like this, but this is an exceptional situation. He said he'd play her. He would honor her sister's request. Now it would be fair for her to honor it. There's a good place nearby where they can play. They ended up in front of the house of the manager of the K1 national team, Jean. Jean apologized for disturbing them. He said that it was rumored that this place was perfect for matches. After walking into the training room, the girl saw a capsule for professional players, and her happiness was boundless. She shouted that this capsule was much better than the usual one. The man asked if she was the younger sister of the club president. The guy said yes. Is he sure she's sick? She's full of energy. Jean said it's the first time she's seen a professional capsule, so her behavior is understandable. Jae-young asked if he should talk to any reporters he knows. A professional player visiting a female fan with a serious illness. Isn't that the perfect story? He thinks it would be nice if they took a couple pictures. The guy says he's not doing it for PR. He told me that the beginning is a bit unusual, But in other words, it's a bounty hunt. God Machine, the most popular game at the moment, also called DIM. This game is played in capsules, as it allows you to use all 5 senses. The only augmented reality game in the world. The panel of the sensory device allows you to transfer information. Because of the heat generated when processing large amounts of information, a huge cooler using liquid nitrogen is simply necessary for the capsule. Users receive game information directly to the brain through a connecting device. This is a perfect device for non-ideal people. They can still enjoy the game without any problems. The girl marveled that she would play with Manhwa himself. She asked him to do it for nothing, but he agreed to do it himself. He asked, "She's been waiting for this, hasn't she? Then let her come to him and launch her attack first." Before he could say anything, the girl started to attack. Watching everything happening, the man said she was fast. He couldn't dodge, and so he is now defending himself. He thought that it was hard to avoid being attacked when fighting a player with the skill of agility. But still, no one would be able to beat him. She shouted that she could increase her speed a little more. "Let her get ready. She's coming." Then the attack came again. The manager thought it was a good move to make a super fast attack before they hit you. If it's a series of punches, he can handle that speed. She said it was incredible. As expected from Manhwa. The girl asked how she could train her eyes as well. Manhwa asked, "Is she finished?" Now it was his turn as well. Since it would be 2 adults, then he would be ruthless. He thought that the current rankings, though no, not even just the rankings that were in the future. How many of them would have the same talent as this little girl? The guy's even willing to bet. The only one of all the potential players at the moment is her. You say he. Manhwa said it was very impressive. She fought him on equal footing. Is she really 15 years old? The girl said she learned all his attack patterns. Lying in a hospital bed all day long. Suddenly, her eyes blurred. She didn't realize what happened to her eyes. Was it some kind of bug? Manhwa asked the trainer to check her condition. The man said her breathing is erratic. Her blood pressure is also rising. These are very bad symptoms. They should take her to the hospital right now. The man yelled for her to come out now. If she couldn't do it herself, they would help her. The girl said she didn't want to. She asked if she could stay with Manhwa a little longer. The guy tells her she's making it difficult. Why would a girl go that far? She said it might be her last time. She wants to give herself to him completely. He asked what she was talking about. She'll feel better after the surgery. Say he apologized to her sister and said that she actually knows that this surgery has too low a success rate. Even if it goes well, it's unclear whether she'll be able to recover or not. She knows everything, even if her sister doesn't say anything. She knows what her brother goes through every day at work. He does things he doesn't want to do all day long, getting cursed in the face for it just for her. She no longer thinks of this game as something she used to love. Now it's just a way for her to make money. Lately, she doesn't look like she's getting any joy out of what she's doing. It's all because of her. She wanted to give up everything now. Instead of causing nothing but trouble for her family for a paltry operation, she wants to die doing what she loves. Manhwa said it wouldn't work that way. She will not die. He will not let her do that. The girl asked him why he would go so far for her. He answered because she should shine next to him in the prologue, as she wants to, then continue to the end. Grabbing her, he told her to listen to him carefully. The guy's gonna build the strongest team ever. Not just the strongest in the country, the strongest in the world. And to do that, he needs her. He guarantees her. She will debut as a pro and be able to play, getting the love of millions of people. He will make it happen no matter what. All she needs to do is trust him and stay healthy. The girl, who was gradually opening her heart to him while he kept it closed, changed in an instant. That's when she started using it. And it was around that time period. If his memory serves him right, that means that the girl couldn't overcome her illness then. He can't let that happen. This world isn't the same as it used to be. And he isn't the same person he used to know. He called someone and said there was something he needed to do immediately. And the very fact that he could save a small child. Yu-chan ran to the hospital. When he approached he asked how the sister was doing. The girl replied that she was fine. She had fallen asleep recently. He was long because he was late. He asked why that man took the boss's car. She apologized and said she should have shaken him down. The guy started screaming to hell with him. Why would she even think about such a thing with an asshole like him? Why would she get close to someone older than her father? She thinks getting a car and a house will make them happier? Yu-Dahi replied that she told him not to talk about her father. Yu-chan yelled that they're all the same, both the bastard and the father. She asked, and what? What would they do with the hospital bills if it wasn't for him? Does he think it's all worth a penny? The guy replied that he would take more part-time jobs and go to work more often. The girl started screaming that he was going to die at this rate. Since hours he was already working at the damn job now? He asked, did he ever ask her to work? Just let her do what she's good at. She replied that how can she keep playing and streaming when she sees him curled up at work, exhaling? The girl said let her forget. Who was she anyway? What did she want to devote herself to? She remembered her sister's words. If you think about it, they fight about the same things all the time. No wonder he said something like that. As it turned out, she was too inattentive. Manhwa came up to the girl and asked, still feeling discouraged? She asked what he was doing there. He apologized for yesterday. He said that he not only came to see Sei-hee, but also to tell her something good. He thought she should have called around that time. Yu-Dahi interjected, good news? At this moment, the girl's phone rang. The chairman popped up on the screen. Picking up the phone, she asked what was wrong. The girl replied that she finally got through to her. She had heard about her sister. She seems to be in a very bad condition. Dahi began to apologize for not calling her. She really appreciated her concern, but clarified who told her. The director said Manhwa told her. He asked her for something. He said it was urgent. She said she is a member of the non-profit organization Asian Bone Marrow Donor Association. After hearing from Manhwa, she began the process with participants she could trust. Yu-Dahi asked if the process has started. The director replied that it was the process of finding a bone marrow donor suitable for her younger sister. It was obvious from the girl's reaction that she didn't expect to hear such words. People who found out about all the circumstances decided to volunteer for the tests. They all applied to be donors. Given how many people had applied, she was sure they would be able to find a suitable donor soon. So let the director cheer up. She has always worked so hard for the fan club. Even during events, she didn't use her position as director and supported everyone from the stands like a regular player. Never abused her position or guild funds. Always protected guild members from threat when they were in dangerous situations. So naturally, many people want to help her. She is a good and hardworking person. Yu-Dahi couldn't stop thanking the girl. She said she'd better call Manhwa and thank him. Let him cheer up and gain strength so they can support him again. Asian Champions League is just around the corner. Manhwa replied that with his contribution alone things would not have gotten this far. Her clear and passionate desire to rule had contributed to all this. Also, he had paid all the bills, so don't let him worry. She began to ask why, and why would he want it? He said it was pretty expensive. Of course the guy didn't do it for free. It's the cost of Sei-hee's debut contract when she recovers. The girl asked then what he told her to convince was. Manhwa asked if she thought there was any other player in this country who could perform against him at that level. Not just anyone, but a 15-year-old kid. If he was the manager of the team, he wouldn't have missed out on such a promising player. Strange that it hasn't stood out so far. Have him tell her to recover faster and make it up to him when she's older. She'll be whining about the amount of practice when she makes her pro debut. She just wouldn't stop thanking him. If he'd never debuted as Manhwa, if he'd never become a fan and started a fan club, if he'd never been able to be the first and restart everything in DIM, if all those little things hadn't come together, none of this would have happened. Yu-chan ran out into the street after the guy. Manhwa told him he didn't know who his boss was, but to stop doing anything illegal. Bowing, the guy said a big thank you to him. He never thought the day would come when he would get a thank you from this guy. It was good that he could hide this strange mixture of emotions under a mask. The day she left him, to his surprise, the moment that left the biggest impression on him was her face. It looked like she was about to burst into tears, and exactly the same thing a few minutes ago. He asked himself to forget about it, to stop thinking about it. Pre-recruitment would be a great support for Manhwa's future. Now he had to complete the raid to Heaven Island before the Asian Champions League. A few days later, he received news that Sei-hee had been scheduled for a transplant because a suitable donor had been found. He forgot about the healthy juice he had been drinking and shouted with joy. An island floating in the sky 20,000 meters above the ground. The heavenly kingdom of Quavatus. He finally waited for this moment. This is a huge dungeon that he has never played in before. There are many traps, strong monsters, and challenging quests in this place. When Yoon Seol saw Oh-jin, she asked if he came before her. She started to say that this game was so cool. She had wanted to play since the last time she came in. The guy replied that this is only the first step to entering this island. They must go through this complicated maze to fulfill the main quest inside. They should get through as fast as possible to save time. From the outside, the labyrinth looked pretty wide. There were rotting trees on the stone wall on the right side and rotting trees on the left side. It looks like tiny microbes crawling on human hands. The girl replied that it was also interesting. She liked it. The girl said they were moving so quietly in the wrong direction and asked if he knew where to go. The guy said something like that. He analyzed a few things based on the knowledge of the collective intelligence of deceased users, and a few other things. Pointing her finger in the direction, Seol said that there seemed to be something there. The boy asked what? Should she tell him where it was? She replied that the ivy in front of them was all withered and dead. He said it was, but the guy would say dead rather than dying at the moment. Suddenly, the bad end, or as he is known in another way, the creeping warrior, began to appear in front of them. Deadwater said that they had met a bad character. They were out of luck. As soon as the monster began to approach them, 2 arrows stuck into its head. It was Drake. The guy said that the bad end is the one best avoided. You get nothing from killing it. They were too late. He had been waiting for them for a long time. As they climbed the wall, the monster came closer and closer to them. At that time, the boy took the oil and poured it on him. He won't be able to climb up because it'll be slippery. Also, looking at the deadwater, the guy said he was going to fry himself. After the guy kicked it, the monster went up in flames. Turning to Oh-jin, she asked, Drake said about the bad ending. What is that? He began to say that ordinary creatures living in fields and dungeons are called monsters. It's the same concept here. The creatures that live on the Sky Island are called bad endings, not monsters. Drake added that they were unnecessary creatures. They weren't even worth wasting your time on. The girl asked why. He replied that because they only gave him experience, no gold or items, so nothing useful from them. And if they drop items, they're useless because there's no village nearby to sell them. There is no way to replenish consumables, so killing them is rotten. Yoon Seol saw the fruit that looked very appetizing and asked the guy to get her a taste. Oh-jin wondered, curiosity aside. Her behavior had become even more childish. Had she always been this inquisitive? Or was it only after entering a child's body? The guy told her the main thing is to chew and not swallow the seeds. Salt asked if it was unhealthy. The guy replied that it is harmful because it is a fruit that bad ends eat. Don't let it bother you. If you just chew it, you won't get an upset stomach. A lot of people just try them. Looking around, Drake wondered where they should go now. He hadn't been able to find out anything further. How would he know where to go? Anyway, the crawling warrior reappeared behind them. The guy said, what the hell? They're really stalking their prey all the way. This kid looks pretty strong. Looking at the monster, Oh-jin asked his friend if he thought the monster was strange. Let him look at it. Isn't it too wobbly for such a long jump? The guy thought he had finally proven himself. He's the one who made it much more difficult to pass this raid. The strongest and worst bad end called Nightmare in the maze. Drake asked Nightmare form? A level of plus danger? How strong is he? The guy figured that looking at it optimistically, his appearance meant they were on the right track. The guy didn't understand why he ignored Oh-jin if he was standing right in front of him. He realized that his punches had little effect on him. He must be using some kind of characterization. It has the ability to dodge and have its damage effectiveness. For Manhwa, who uses elemental skills such as whirlwind and earthquake, this opponent passes perfectly. He is fast and strong at the same time. Guy thinks it was to be expected, since he killed a creeping warrior who is famous for his strength even among other high-level ones. This creature could probably tear apart someone of its rank, such as a sandworm, with its bare hands. Its attack pattern is uncomplicated, but at the same time it is complex in many aspects. Oh-jin shouted that it was time to get out of there now. They don't have to kill him to get through. Let them both run after him. Drake wondered how the hell he knew the way through this maze. Now, the guy could see the escape route out of this maze as if he had turned on his GPS. A new generation of head visor. This machine somehow, due to one bug, shows the escape route from the Sky Island maze. He wouldn't be him if he didn't have some trick prepared. The bug was fixed later, after people found out about it. but the price of the last version skyrocketed because of it. Soul shouted that she remembered seeing this place in the angel's memories. There's a door that only angels can open. Drake asked if it was too slow to open. The guy replied that it would take a few minutes for people to get through. He assumes this kind of problem happens when you draw information from written sources. He would never in his life have come up with the same level of detail. He'd never heard of such a thing. Even when he was just a rookie, the monster was already near them. Watching his attacks, Drake shouted to the guy that he was trying to attack Soul. He was trying to kill the hitman at the beginning. He's targeting Angel, Soul, since she's a healer, so he started with her to make it harder on the others in the end. Killing the hitman is the most effective option for damaging the group. The guy yelled, "What an annoying character." He said there's nothing to be done. This monster doesn't have to be killed, but he seems to have no choice but to finish him off. He was just starting to feel like he was getting away for nothing, avoiding a sweep from the likes of this one. He'd been at the top thanks to his tricks for catching his kind until he was killed last time. But until now, he had avoided such situations. There's no manual on how to defeat or kill this monster. He'll look into that very thing. He thought about being a nub. What does a new killer fighter mean? Approaching the monster, the guy asked, "Shall we dance?" Just as Eugene wanted to launch an attack, he saw that the wall monster was rapidly approaching Uciel. The guy got there just in time. He stepped right on Monster's face and asked, "Surprised?" Eugene is sure of his speed. Is this the first time he's seen someone obsessed with speed and completely naked? Seeing that the monster was attacking him, the guy asked if he had gotten his attention. After that, he began to strike him himself. Speed isn't the only problem. Eugene is incredible, but Smile's attack power is unreal. There are no gaps in his defense that can be exploited. There are tons of gaps. Gaps you create yourself with your unrealistic power. The guy yelled Kraken characterization. Deadwater shouted that he didn't know what kind of monster it was, but as long as it was a dim monster, it wouldn't be able to dodge the increase characteristic. After striking the guy, the monster quickly reacted and began to run. Eugene asked, "Is this a hit and run characteristic?" The boy quickly ran after him. Suddenly, he saw a dead end. He didn't understand where the monster could have run to. As he got closer and looked down, the boy saw that there was something there. Drake shouted for Eugene to be careful. After all, bringing an opponent to a dead end is a 100% trap. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to fail. The boy shouted that this was impossible. He didn't understand how a monster could be so smart. Drake and Unciel were watching the whole thing. She hid behind the boy. As the monster started to approach them, Eugene managed to grab it with his chains. The guy was screaming that he wasn't going to die alone. They both began to fall. At the bottom were Rafflesia's tentacles. Her mouth would close as soon as they touched it, and when that happens, death is immediate because of the acid solution. He must not touch them under any circumstances. Eugene tried with all his might to stop without touching him. He stopped. It's almost a miracle Rafflesia didn't notice them. But it's gonna suck if that crazy Smile starts putting on a show out there. He's probably not too keen on dying. The guy shouted that no matter how strong he was, Eugene would be the one to emerge victorious. The point damage would gradually reduce his life points. Time is on his side. Suddenly, the boy noticed that the monster was climbing higher. It turned out that he had grabbed a couple of fruits that Soul was eating. He greedily began to eat them. The boy realized they were honey apples, but he didn't understand why they were honey apples. Eugene said it couldn't be. Is that bastard's life points slowly regenerating? His body is slowly regenerating. He thought, what the hell? The guy knew they ate honey fruit, but that it restored their energy. No, this battle may drag on for a while, as he has no idea how many of these fruits are in the maze. The guy can't risk his life. He attacked again and again, using Ajanesh tricks as well. At one point, Drake fired his bow and shouted to the boy to get up quickly, for he would not be able to hold him off for long. The boy managed to get upstairs, but the monster followed him. Eugene shouted to the boys to get out through the door they saw. He'd catch up when he was done with him, or maybe he will, but it's too complicated. Since he can't be sure he'll be able to do any damage. The guy certainly knew it would be difficult, but not by that much. If the situation worsened, he would have to use Manhwa mode to destroy all the honey fruits. Suddenly, they noticed that something strange was happening to the monster. In the distance, they saw a man with a book in his hands. He asked if they were okay. Drake started asking the guy questions. Is he a player? Jean said he wasn't. Judging by the wings, he's an angel, so it's a game character? The guy said most likely. There's no way a normal player could have gotten there faster than them. The man asked to keep the monster. He said the guy should find a quick way out of there. Let them do it quickly, even he can't fight it for that long. They ran into the very door that had opened very slowly before. Seal looked around and said that it looked like they were still inside. Jean replied that it didn't matter. The important thing was that they were able to escape. The woman is what appears to be a lost sheep. At last her poor child has returned. Drake said this place seemed like an angel village. They would probably be very grateful that the guys brought their lost angel. Jean replied that it was better than fighting bad ends. Salt started to walk towards the angel. Drake tried to stop her. She said it was okay. She didn't think they should be stressing over these people. The woman began to tell the girl not to worry about anything, because they would protect her. They will make sure that this doesn't happen again. The girl thought it was so warm and comfortable. Or was it because she saw what was in that angel child's memory? Drake said he doesn't know what's going on, but it seems like it's something emotional. Jean thought he shouldn't go after those players because that place. The guys heard the question. Who are they? Ugly, not even wings or halos. Especially if they came from outside the labyrinth. And they're dirty and sinister. One of the angels asked if they might be a different kind of bad end. They who come from outside are suspicious. The woman said they might be bad ends who got in by some trick, so have them imprisoned immediately. Drake told Jean that they were starting to annoy him. Should they keep standing? The guy replied that they should calm down for a while, because he had a plan. Sky Island, Quo Vadis. It is the last base of the angels, who are nearly extinct after being defeated in the war by the demons. They hide from the demons, barely maintaining their existence. However, they suddenly started appearing again. Bad ends? They are the scary monsters that suddenly appeared, completely destroying the ecosystem of the Sky Island. And to ward off bad ends, the Angel Emperor eventually created this huge labyrinth. Drake said it was incredible the Emperor created the labyrinth. Angel said he was a great ruler. He was an aristocrat who had protected the last sanctuary in the demon world. The boy asked why he was. What's wrong with him now? What had happened to him? The Emperor suddenly changed one day and became rabid. He imprisoned all newborn children in an underground prison, saying he had found an oracle. How did such a wise and magnanimous emperor become insane? Was he tempted by demonic temptations? There were rumors that he boiled children to make meat out of them, or exsanguinated them in a tub and bathed them in that. Horrible rumors. The guys asked, and they called it to happen? He replied that they had no choice. The emperor was too powerful. They couldn't win even if all the angels stood up to him. The best they could do was to hide from him and create a village in the maze. They just wait endlessly for their sons and daughters he dragged away from them to come back. The guy asked what the angel was talking about. Didn't he say they were locked in? And they are in the maze now. How are the children supposed to escape from there and find the village? He said they have connections at the king's castle. This man takes the children and sends them to them as soon as the opportunity arises. The Nettie they were escorting was one of those rescued and sent to the village. They call them the White Flames. The girl questioned the White Flame. The woman replied that yes, the person who saved her. She was ambushed by the bad ends while on her way to the village and disappeared along the way. The woman asked if there was anything else she didn't remember. She went through a lot because of that crazy emperor. How did a child who went through a labyrinth after escaping from the castle dungeon end up so far away? The girl replied that she didn't know. She was curious about it too. The girl thought she was sorry. She's not really Nettie, but Yoon Seol. Even if she's just a player, it really hurts to deceive her. She should hear as many stories from her as possible. Maybe the girl can find another fragment of her memory. Drake said he didn't understand it at all. The guy's never done a quest like this before. And this prison is so poorly made, he could probably open it easily. When will they leave this place? Jean replied that they should wait for now. Perhaps something will happen later. The woman asked if the girl remembered anything about her older sister. She thought about it. She definitely remembers something. But the memory is not reproduced, as if it is buffering. The girl asked the elder what her older sister was like. She replied that her older twin sister had been born a few minutes before her. Betty had always been her opposite. She was smart and not afraid of anything. She was always in charge of all the children in the neighborhood. Thinking about her now, The woman realizes that she must have pretended to be energetic to help her because the girl was so quiet. She said that once a girl hit her on the head a few times because she couldn't forget a scary story. She thinks she was trying to make the bad memory go away with a shock. Although the two of them were scolded, NEWBIE cried even harder. Since she's back with him, they can hope the girl is safe somewhere too. Let her not worry about it too much. Suddenly, they heard some sounds. Man yelling, "They're coming. Bad ends are coming. We need to evacuate the kids right now. Let them take them. They want to eat their children." They didn't understand why there were so many of them this time. The angels shouted that they needed a little time to hide the children. Nothing stopped the monsters. They attacked more and more. The elder was in front of them. They shouted that they could stop them now. They were adding more and more. Suddenly, a bad end appeared before their eyes. The angels realized they couldn't stop it. Sir White Flame fought him last time. The elder shouted, "How dare he still come there? Tell him to get out." But it was she, NEWBIE, who caught his eye. The elder said that he was much stronger than he was before. One of his punches knocked the elder to the side. She shouted to NEWBIE that he'd come for her. He never leaves his prey behind. Tell him to get out of there as fast as he can. The angels stood up for the elder so the woman could hide to safety. She said it was fine, but let them hide the children first. An incomprehensible memory appeared before the girl's eyes. It was a flashback. Was it really what they called a smile? She thought it was definitely him. I wonder if it's all connected somehow. Why did NEWBIE fall to the ground? What had driven the Emperor mad? And where did they come from? Was he the culprit behind all the accidents? Eventually he did catch up with her, though, and reached out in her direction. Ojin showed up. The guy yelled that he really is a bad ending with bad hands. Should he cut off all his fingers at once? What does the girl think? Drake shouted that the others weren't as strong as him. They were at most level A or B. He didn't care, considering how they were received there. Ojin asked Drake if he could help the angels stop the other monsters. He said okay, and asked what Ojin would do. Why is he asking him that? Because it was time for round 2 with that bastard. Manhwa began to attack him. Drake yelled that Manhwa's attacks don't work on him. What will Ojin do? At this time, the guy was already applying the bear strike mode. The guy replied that it was as expected from an A+ level monster. A whiff like that wouldn't cause any damage, right? Maybe such an injury would be harmless to him, but not in a place like this. Manhwa asked, "Isn't that funny? Right now, all the guy can do is laugh. No matter how strong he is, it's going to be hard to bear the damage from falling several kilometers down." Watching the monster fall, the guy shouted that if he survived, let him please make friends with the other monsters on the ground. Looking at the slain monsters, Drake said it looked pretty clean. The elder thanked them for saving their village. They had managed to defeat all the monsters. It was just unbelievable. They are their children's heroes. She said they treated them badly, but they still protected them and the village. Their hearts are pure as angels. The elder said she wanted to welcome them as full residents of their town. She said welcome to their village, though it was too late to say so. Ojin replied that he shouldn't. The guy thought that was great. After all, now it was time to join the main quest, a raid on the Sky Island. Day 2. Drake asked, "Getting close?" Ojin replied that according to the secret information he had gathered, there were many rare items hidden there. They have to go around the village and get close to the villagers. So they have to do everything in their power to earn the trust of these angels. Yoon Seol asked, "Isn't she already an angel, outwardly? Does she have to do this too?" Ojin replied that she didn't understand anything. She's naturally closer to them because of her angelic appearance. But it hasn't been long since she was accepted into society there, has it? She's not that close to them yet. Especially not all the angels have accepted them yet. They have defeated the bad ends, but most of the angels are still cautious of them. They haven't seen the guys fight with their own eyes. Still, they have to get the respect of each of them. Drake said okay, but how do they do it? Ojin replied that he doesn't know that either, talking and doing their requests probably. Soul said that sounds like fun. Sounds like a treasure hunt. Ojin looked at the guys and said that in that case, they should split up and make them fall in love as much as possible. So they scattered in different directions. The man shouted that it's not like building a huge wall. Just let them lift a piece of wood. If they're offering their labor, let them do it right. Are they there to work, or what? Let them think about what will happen to their house if they don't get it up in time before the bad ends come to destroy them. Why is he so gentle sawing? The guy cutting a cucumber or something. He's responsible if those bastards invade while he's out there relaxing his buns. Jean thought it was strange, because he'd seen him somewhere before. Did he really go to heaven after Drake beat him up? The man kept yelling at what he was staring at. Restoration, it's a volunteer job, so he won't get a penny for it. It was Drake's time. The guy was thanking her for the tea. The woman replied that you were welcome. She had seen him fighting monsters. The boy said he didn't know there were such beautiful, he meant fearless people on Earth. At this time, Yoon-seol, a girl was giving a massage. A woman said their Nettie is so good at massage. Another said it's been 5 minutes. Time to change. The woman yelled for him to rub it in harder. Can't he see the huge lump behind him? Let him be ready to walk around naked tomorrow if he didn't finish it all by tonight. Seeing Yoon-seol, the guy noticed that she had developed a cute blush in the few hours he had been gone. The girl said that her grandparents treated her to sweets and fruit. So, only children, they gain weight immediately a couple of hours after eating. At this point, Drake walks up to the guys. He asks if they're there yet. He's taking a while. Ajin asked what happened to his outfit. The guy said the angels gave it to him. Yoon-seol said he doesn't look weird at all. He looks good. He looks like a real angel in that outfit. They really seemed to like him. Drake replied that it was just like Jean said. He just talked to them and helped with some things. They had given him so much, been so kind to him. He didn't think they could be so good-natured. Did they have a good time too? The guy said sure. Talked too, and did the rest of the stuff too. Seems there are more bugs in the system since it's a new location. But that's not the point. He has good news. They gave Drake a couple weapons, saying they were some junk lying around their house. He said it was a cool place. Got such cool stuff just by having tea with them, and he got some more. Maybe the guy would like it. They were unlimited hazmat suits. Jean thought he might definitely need it. He's planning to create another character besides Deadwater and Manhwa. So this fits in perfectly with his plans. As long as that ring is on him, he can safely change his identity and what he's wearing. That way, he can solve the bug problem in this system. With that, he'll have a mystical Manhwa character, a Deadwater pervert, and someone third. And he'll be able to completely segregate all 3 characters. She said she got nothing, but she was taught how to heal and holy barrier. The guy asked if she would be able to fully work as a healer now. She answered that she would. Seol could learn a lot there. Could he expect her to grow explosively after completing this quest? Suddenly, they heard cries that the children had returned. Walking up to the elder, the man said that was all he could bring today. He had no excuses. The woman told him not to say that. Please? He's risking his life for the children. She can't thank him enough for everything. Looking at Jean, the man asked, is this the one he met back then? He's glad they were able to get there safely. Bokassa Pharisee was afraid he would lose his way. And Nettie is fine too. He's so glad of that. And he's sorry he couldn't protect her and his sister until the very end. The man is happy that she was able to get there unharmed. Yoon-seol thought, this man, the savior of the children. White Flame. If he's the one who helped Nettie and Betty escape, then he probably knows what happened to them that day. The girl said hello to everyone and said that she was a vice-level streamer. Yoon-seol. Due to some circumstances, she had to become Nettie. She's currently in the system and is helping Deadwater with this quest. It's her first game, so there are a lot of challenges. But it's a lot of fun. It's a village of angels, an island in the sky. She has met many players on this island, but many of them are so kind. She can't even believe it's artificial intelligence. It hasn't been that long since the girl has been playing, but she feels like she's already addicted. Yoon-seol sees Drake. The guy says she's early today. It's Drake. He's on the same team as her, and he's insanely handsome. She'd heard he'd been on the Deadwater team for quite some time. I think he said he'd been in the army before that. Anyway, Deadwater and pretty coachable himself. Rumor has it that the two of them have taken down some strong bosses. Watching them, the girl begins to realize what the expression men are big kids means. It's actually fun. She even envies them a little. Looking at the guy, she asked where Jean was. He replied that he was with the eldest. Apparently, there was some urgent matter. The guy said that Seol is pretty good at English, by the way. Doesn't she already speak like a native speaker? The girl replied that she's been studying a lot. She had once thought of studying abroad, although he still does, to be honest. And he's pretty good at Korean himself. The guy replied that he started getting into Korean after he met Jean. So he started learning Korean while he was playing with him. Yoon Seol said he should come to Korea then. She and Oh Jin will give him a tour. She once volunteered for a tourism project, so she knows all the coolest places in Seoul. At that moment, Leo Jin ran up to them. He said they were having an event in the conference room. It's Deadwater. He's a very famous player that there's no point in even introducing him. His looks are certainly ambiguous, but his skills outshine everything else. These are the guys she's on a team with right now. She wonders what quest awaits them today. According to Deadwater, they are nearing the finals. They spoke of the Emperor becoming more and more insane. He has ordered all Earth children to be captured and imprisoned in an underground prison. Claims that the eldest sons are especially dangerous. They didn't understand why, just why. Bakasa Pharisee said it was a prediction. The Emperor said he got it himself. This species will become extinct because of the children. A 3-year-old will bring chaos to their home. As the curtain falls on the old era, the new era will begin at birth. Given that these words are the Emperor's, he doesn't think it should be completely trusted. The man asked how could a child destroy their country. Clearly, the Emperor is talking nonsense because he is crazy. The elder replied that there was no such thing as his prophecy going unfulfilled, because he has an oracle. The Emperor is an intelligent man, and even when compared to past emperors, he didn't receive enough praise for the abundance of his predictions. He said it's in the past. The man has lost his mind and is no longer any different from Vlad Tepes. Right now their children are imprisoned in a cold, cramped prison because of some crazy rumors. Separating the children into groups and slowly kidnapping them is no longer possible because the Emperor has already spotted them. Now it's time to make an important decision. He said they should banish him from the throne. The people supported him. It was already clear that the Emperor had fallen because of the evil temptations of the devil. They would storm right into the castle and tear it apart, launching a counterattack. Yoon Seol thought to herself that things had gotten pretty serious. The man who helped them escape the labyrinth is Bakasa. He is an outstanding hero who saves the children from the mad emperor. This child, Nettie, he also helped her. But, for some reason, she feels a little afraid of him. The man asked, is she afraid of him? He's right to be afraid. He couldn't protect her and his sister after all. She can fear and hate him all she wants. She has a right to do that. No, not even all children. Nettie replied that she was still a little afraid of him, but he had saved the children imprisoned in that prison. She's sure all those kids saw it too. How desperately he fought the bad ends. He saved the children, gave them back to their parents. She wished she could remember, but thanked him for saving her and Betty. He replied that he wished he could save all the children. Turning to the guys, he said he was asking the foreigners to help with this. Oh Jin thought about the menu not appearing in front of him. However, this is clearly a quest. Even a major quest that will be written into the history of this world. Which way he takes me will definitely remain in history. The lad replied that well, rather than go into battle with them. Just like that, it was decided that they would go to the castle. White Flame Bakasa, 3 foreigners, and a group of 4 men from the village. Knowing nothing, she was deeply shaken by the circumstances surrounding the angel girl. She is a little scared to go into the labyrinth again, but she is confident at the end of this adventure will find a way to resolve all of Nettie's sorrows. Drake said they seem pretty weak. They're not like a smile or a creeping warrior. Ojin replied that this is just the beginning, so let him keep his guard up. The goal of their journey with the White Flame is to banish the Emperor. The path in the labyrinth becomes more and more difficult, but this is no longer a problem for them. The boy asked Ojin, are they sure it's that way? He said yes. They are slowly making their way towards the castle. The same bug helmet he uses shows him how to get out of the maze. One of the guys yelled that great. Time to destroy the remaining bad ends. Another replied that calm down. They're not there to fight them. Have him stay alert. The deeper they go into the maze, the harder it will get. Every now and then high-level bad ends will appear out of nowhere. It's just that this place was built specifically to keep the bad ends inside and keep the demons out. If they get lost and alone, chances are the guys won't be able to find a way out of there, so let them follow him. A bad ending appeared before the boy's eyes. Drake said it was a child. He'd seen them walking through the maze. He doesn't seem to have noticed them yet, as he's busy eating. Couldn't they attack him now? The man replied that let him wait. If they don't attack first, he won't hurt them. This is not the usual bad ending. They will just pass by quietly, Let them all follow him. Turning to Seol, Ojin said that she probably shouldn't look at him when they pass by. He would be holding her hand, so let her keep her eyes closed. She asked why. He replied that he would explain later, but for now, let her trust him. He told me that this bad end has strong animal instincts. Since he cannot suckle his mother's milk, he is highly sensitive to sounds that remind him of this process. Therefore, let them be careful not to swallow their saliva. The guys were talking about how disgusting he looked. They were asking where's his end? And what does he even eat? Walking with her eyes closed, Sol thought about the fact that she smelled a familiar odor. Slightly sweet, she was sure she had smelled it somewhere before. She remembered that it was honey fruit, then opened her eyes. Turning around, she looked straight into the eyes of the bad end. The girl thought that it was very strange. Even though it was food for bad ends, why did they look so appetizing? At that moment, she did something she shouldn't have done. She swallowed her saliva. The guys yelled that it looks like they're gonna have to kill him now. He doesn't look that strong. They offered to rally and take him out altogether in a couple seconds. Ojin said stop. If the guys kill him, they'll only make things worse, so let them leave him alone. A vision appeared in front of Yoon Seol's eyes. She didn't understand why, but something didn't seem to be right at all. She started yelling that stop, stop, they can't kill him. It felt like they were doing what they were supposed to do, but it was already too late. Drake asked her what was wrong. Was everything okay? She said she didn't know. She was scared and she felt guilty and sad. Ojin shouted that he had said they couldn't kill him. Bakasa replied that after he had shown aggression, they could not leave him. If they leave him like that, he will probably follow them to the end of the maze. The guy said they need to find another way out without killing them. He thinks it's the man who should know more about it than anyone else. The smell of his decomposition will bring in more others. That's what happened. The guy said it was bad, and they're on another level. Unlike the ones they've fought so far, each of them on the boss level. Ojin said that these guys are the reason why everyone else is gathering at the vicinity of the labyrinth. He doesn't know why they came so quickly to the child's death. He realized they were wrong. Stronger players had come, stronger than he had imagined. Was he given insufficient information? The man shouted that if they advanced a little further, there would be a fork in the road leading to the palace. They would split up there to get away from them. He will take up the sacred barrier, so let them cover the Stoelis. The man will be counting on them. They will start at the front, so let them all get ready. Ojin shouted that it was great. That's where they will split into two groups. We have to move north. There is only one way out of the maze. Meet there. The guy told Seol that they would move faster if she held on to him. Just make her hold on really tight. Turning to Leo Jean, the man told him to have the guy take care of this child, no matter what it costs him. They seemed to have mopped up all the monsters that were following them. Drake replied that he hoped the others would be okay. Looking at Seol, he saw that something was wrong with her and asked if she was okay. The memories came back to her mind. When she regained consciousness, she said that she had decided to look into Nettie's memory for a while. The girl saw her leaving the dungeon and running through the maze, Bakasa helping her. The boy replied that it was good and asked if anything seemed strange to her. She said there was someone else holding her hand, but it wasn't a man. She couldn't see. Suddenly, the baby's face appeared. The girl asked, was it because of her injury? Her head was hurting a little. Some people probably don't quite realize that sometimes they get a headache from playing a game. When you're deeply immersed in this world, a little more is even good to feel fully immersed. Drake heard someone coming. He asked if this was a bad ending. It turned out to be Bakasa. The man said thank God they had made it. The guy started asking questions about whether he was okay. Why is he alone? Where are the other angels? He told them that one bad end had appeared. In the end, it wasn't as easy for them as it was for the guys, since they weren't as strong. Apologizing, the man said he thought he couldn't move anymore. Turning to Nettie, he asked her not to forgive him. He wanted to see it with his own eyes, the future of their clan, happiness. Ojin asked Seol what she was doing. The girl replied that she wants to save him. She's treating him. She said she learned from the elders when she was trying to increase her popularity. He revealed that it doesn't work. It only works on players. You can't save a game character. Sol replied that even though he had risked his life for the children, she was a little afraid of him, but she couldn't let him die like that. Unlike previous quests, there is no information about this one. There are so many situations out there that he can't foresee. For example, the death of a system player. Soul wants to save him. Perhaps this is the vain hope of a newcomer immersed in the game. But if it is possible, what if resurrecting him has unexpected consequences? Holding out a scroll to the girl, he offered her a taste of this. This is what he got for his hard work last time. This is a scroll of resurrection spell. It is the only item that can revive any player no matter who they are. It's a very expensive item. Honestly, he didn't think she'd be so invested in this ordeal and would take responsibility for the game's actions. She's more immersed in these adventures than they are. He thought that would be a key twist in this quest. He hoped her choice would make sense. Bakasa immediately woke up and asked what had happened. Was she really the one who saved him? He's alive, so we have to keep going. It was a hard fight. The man said it might be best not to. Drake asked, is that what he wanted to say after the rescue? Turning to the girl, he said thank you. A second chance would not be in vain. Today, he would resurrect their clan of angels. A voice said that they had entered the Cannibal Emperor's ceremonial hall. They started the main quest, the Cannibal Emperor's Feast. Ojin said something I didn't hear anyone alarm. The voice said that the conditions for completing the quest, kill the Cannibal Emperor. Whether they complete the quest or not, it will have a great impact on the world. They finally arrived at the castle. It was time to face the final boss. Ojin started to ask, is this a fucking moat? What happened inside the castle? The man replied that it might be the work of the emperor. Looks like it's going to be a rough ride. There's a door on the other side of the moat. It looks like the one they saw when they escaped from the labyrinth. They have to go two ways, north and south at the same time, to get to the emperor. Bakasa said he'd go through the south door and trust them to go through the north door. Ojin replied that no, he shouldn't go alone. Just as suddenly, a bad end appeared in front of them. Drake asked why they were in the castle. The boy thought that of course he would never leave the back door leading directly to the king unattended. But it was still very strange. Shouldn't they only inhabit the labyrinth? Drake replied that okay, it was about time. It was time to try out the items he had gotten before meeting the boss. Seeing that the monster had dodged, the guy said that running away was pointless. Shadrach arrows with penetration would always pursue their target. Ojin was hurt by the bad ending. Yoon Seol shouted that she would help him. Using the angel prayer skill, she helped him recover quickly. The guy replied that the healer was nearby. It was very convenient. Bakasa said it was the last hurdle before meeting the emperor. Now that they had taken care of it, there would be no more, as suddenly, he was attacked. Ojin wondered. A smile? He was firmly on his feet, which meant he was still alive. The man said he seemed to be following them. The guy started to attack it and yelled for Bakasa to go first. He would make sure the monster couldn't chase him any further. Leo Jean told that asshole to come near him. The guy doesn't know how he survived, but he'll finish him off right here. Drake yelled for Soul to be careful, and he camouflaged himself under the wall. When she turned, she saw him. Ojin ordered her to run from there, to get away from them. The boy wondered. This was strange. Why had he attacked his own instead of her? Didn't he come there because he was targeting Seol? Someone told Bakasa that they finally lost their minds. He forbids them to raise their heads. Let them open their lousy, shameful eyes, so he can show them who they're up against. Suddenly, Nettie said her sister's name. The boys looked at each other questioningly. The smile just disappeared. Ojin asked, where was he going? And why did Seol call him by that name anyway? She said Betty, and that's Nettie's older sister, isn't it? The girl said she didn't know why she did it. But when she sees him, he reminds her of Betty. Ojin shouted that they must hurry. A bad horse might be on Bakasa's trail. They must help him. The man said Bakasa went crazy, and now he feels so bad about it. He won't let him raise his head. Let him open those pitiful eyes and see who he disobeys. Does Bakasa raise his head? And is he even listening to him? Just as suddenly, Ojin shouted out to Bakasa. The man asked why the people were there. The man kicked the man, and he flew a few meters away. He screamed that Bakasa had overstepped his bounds. How much longer will he fall? It's not good to ally with inferior beings. Nicomedes said that by nature, inferior beings deserve to be taken care of, but only fools mess with Bakasa. Therefore, expect no mercy for them. The bad ends residing on the heavenly island weren't strong enough. Therefore, they tried to avoid fighting him. He has a pretty powerful offensive force, And the guy didn't have enough information about him. How does a guy openly attack him? Nicodemus isn't ordinary. He's a monster boss who rules on the Sky Island. He's an enemy that the guy has to fight. The Emperor of the Angels asked what they were even doing there. That's strange. Did he borrow Solomon's wisdom? Solomon, that's the Dark Lord's real name. It's the name he used until he was defeated. If you think of it that way, the pattern of his attacks probably fire on those of the Dark Lord. Ogin asked, does he know King Solomon? Nicodemus replied that he was his old friend. He was his only human friend. He hasn't heard from him in a long time since he's been there, but he knows of his strength and heart. He'll probably never stop fighting demons. The boy shouted that his friend had been serving the devil for a long time. The man replied that his lies were as ridiculous as his level, a lower being. Seeing the guy holding the blood raptor ring and Solomon's necklace, the man asked where did the guy get all this stuff? It's his old friend's stuff. Deadwater was glad he found his weakness. He's mentally weak. The boy began to say that his friend couldn't remember anything. He forgot his name. He didn't know where he was, and he was mumbling strange sounds that he didn't know either. His face was pale and his eyes were wide open. He looked like a zombie. Nicodemus shouted that it couldn't be. Ogin added that in the end, he was swallowed by a black hole. Drake yelled at the guy that he was overreacting. Yoon Seol added that she felt sorry for the monster. The guy told them to shut up. The Emperor is the most perfectly balanced, strongest player, the monster in the entire Sky Island. The raid will be very difficult if they don't use any tricks to destroy his mind in any way. Basically, his characteristics are weakened significantly. The guy has to keep weakening his mind. They decided to attack him right now. Glancing at the Emperor, Ogin shouted for him to be ready. Too bad the man doesn't have any friends. Nicomedes replied that his friend Solomon must be alive somewhere. Ogin asked him what's going on. Solomon is dead. He's been killed. Doesn't he realize that? The Emperor cried out that it was blasphemy. The guy asked what he thought. The man is alone. He has no one, not even friends. It's an honor that they're even looking at him for the last time. Drake told the guy it's over. Let him stop, repeatedly saying no. He can't believe he lost. Now the future of the angels will be dark. Sol added that this was coming from the one who had kidnapped and eaten the children. Drake added that it was amazing that someone who thought of the future of his kind would commit such atrocities. Nicomedes asked what were they talking about? That he stole the children and ate them? Yoon Seol yelled at him not to pretend. Rumor has it that the man takes children away from their parents, imprisons them, and eats them one by one. The Emperor asked what kind of madness was this? He had never heard of such a thing. A man takes his children underground because it's the only way to protect them from the plague. Because of a terrible epidemic, he opened a dungeon to protect the children. There was only one place in the palace that could hold many people. The interior of the dungeon itself is comfortable and pleasant. It's a place where the children can live peacefully. Like they said, the children are the future of the clan. He did what he could to protect them. Protect their children from the plague spread by the bad ends. The girl said what she thinks. He's not lying. Nettie is sensitive to him. Even she can't detect the bad energy from Nicomedes' words. Then for the children, it's safe to isolate them from the prison. After rumors of the cannibal Emperor Nicomedes spread and panic spreads, the one who escaped with them and brought them to the labyrinth. The boy doesn't know, but only one person is causing him doubt. Ogin didn't realize what was happening. Bakasa said goodbye, Emperor Nicomedes. With that, the future of the security clans. The man said that in the first place his thoughts, efforts, and sacrifices for their people have always been real. His friends are strangers. Looking at the Emperor, the man asked, is he still alive? He is indeed the Emperor of the Angels. As they had already seen, their Emperor had not gone mad. Perhaps his mind is clearer now than ever before. If it weren't for their help, he would never have been able to start this riot. The man is grateful to them for that. Ogin asked why he would do that. Bakasa said of course he would answer their questions. The man said that angels and demons are connected. Does he know what angels are? They are beings who have no heart at all, like demons. What then are demons? They are beings who have no heart at all like angels. Ogin wondered what the hell he was talking about. When the man held himself in his hands, he realized he'd seen it somewhere before. As soon as the guy shouted stop to Bakasa, he injected the seed into the Emperor's body. After that, something started to happen. He began to say that although angels and demons hate each other, they cannot exist apart. Angels must exist so that demons can exist, and demons must exist so that angels can exist. As they all know, after losing the war with the demons, they were forced to live a miserable existence hiding in this heavenly castle. They trembled with fear, not knowing when the demons would find them and attack. But while they were building the maze and the castle, the damn demons never once attacked them. Why do they think that is? It was all because demons bred them. Drake asked, "Bred?" Picasso went on to say that they needed their existence to preserve their people. If the angels became extinct, they would lose the whole essence of their existence. So they did not kill them all then, but threw them on the outskirts of this world, so that they would breed and develop, like they were animals in a zoo. The angels didn't even know it. The man headed for the honey fruit. He said, "Yes, that's it." Probably because the emperor's body was used as fertilizer, but the fruit is strong enough. The forbidden fruit that enhances their magical power, the fruit of knowledge. This is the only option when fighting demons. Oh, Jean wondered, had he recovered so immediately? In addition, his strength had increased significantly. Picasso went on to say that however this is true, nowhere is there such an effect as from fruit grown from the bodies of young children. Pointing his finger at the girl, he asked, "Really, Nettie? Kids her age were perfect for fertilizer." He had to protect her to the end. Oh, Jean thought it was clear. Now he understood. The cannibal emperor wasn't Nicodemus. The final boss was him. Picasso said that he was truly grateful for all their help to his fellow outsiders. Unfortunately, however, he would not be the one to bring about their end. Like the others, he's pretty busy. So he'll be with them instead. Drake yelped as the bad end came out of Nicodemus' torso. Oh, Jean said that then, all the bad ends they had fought before. The boy looked anxiously at everything that was happening. Yoon Seol suddenly realized everything. The main reason why she felt afraid when she first saw him. Nettie realized the real essence. Despite her memory loss, she had a sense of who he was from the first time they met. Then, when they tried to revive him in the maze, he'd already died once. If only she hadn't used that scroll because she had made a mistake. Putting his hand on Yoon Seol's shoulder, Oh, Jean said it was okay. You can't blame yourself, because it won't change anything. They should try to do their best. Turning to Picasso, the boy said he had just one question. The man replied that perhaps he should satisfy his curiosity. The guy started talking when they got separated in the maze. What happened to those angels that went with them? The man replied that it was the 4 strongest in the village. They had been reborn into stronger forms, and those who had been the keepers of the last gate had been killed by their forces. He always thought crying or laughing at circumstances was stupid, but it's still hard to give back what he's lost. He can't believe he's been tricked by a monster. Leo Jean shouted that he would kill him. The girl's body felt as if her body had been struck by lightning. Her body began to shake. As soon as her eyes opened, it appeared. Nettie's lost memories finally came together and appeared before her. Her lost memories had returned. Turning to Betty, Nettie asked if she knew about those rumors. About the emperor possibly eating them. They say they keep them in shape on purpose so there's more meat. Perhaps he'll take a bath in their blood. I think that's why Picasso is so worried about them. Betty saw that Nettie seemed to be worried too. The girl told her not to worry. She had an older sister. After all, the girls heard that the youngest was crying again. They started to soothe him. He seemed frightened when he heard what they were saying. Don't let him worry. His older sisters will protect him. One of the girls asked why everyone gathers when the younger ones cry. She answered that it was because they needed protection and support. Then she remembered Bocas's words about the monsters being isolated in the maze, so it's pretty safe. Their parents are waiting for them there. He would help them escape, and the emperor wouldn't know anything. Betty helped Nettie hide and ordered her not to come out. She said she was sure one day her little sister would come and save her. The guys continued to fight the monster. Oh, Jean said it was very strong. It's clearly not an A+ level monster anymore. The man laughed and said they looked like clowns. Now that the emperor has fallen, it's all over. His underlings from the labyrinth should attack the village right now. He wants them alive. Now it is necessary to make them into forbidden fruit. They will be useful for restoring stamina and mana. Calling him a bastard, Oh, Jean began to attack. Picasso asked, is he going to him? Funny. As soon as the guy started approaching, he immediately started using his protective dome. Ojin thought, what the hell? It's an S-level monster. It doesn't even need melee combat. The guy was obviously angry. The man said he felt it when they brought him back to life with that scroll. Whatever it is, it's their destiny. Extending his hand towards Seol, he asked what come on. Did he want to hold his hand? Thank you for bringing him back to life. Now the angels can have their revenge on the demons. But nothing expected to see the monster hit him specifically, and he flew off to the side. The man trashed him like a goddamn bastard. He yelled that they weren't under control yet, even being in death. He asked if Nicodemus, the king of the farm cattle, was going to pester him even while dead. He's not the one who took everything from them. He's the only one who can take revenge. Of all the angels, he's the strongest. Was his desire so strong that he tried to fulfill it after his death? Was he so desperate for his people? Bakasa said not to worry, the angels will pay their debts. So he's gonna avenge the demons. First, the remaining children's hearts will be removed and eaten to strengthen this body. And then the heart of an adult angel will be turned into forbidden fruit to be used as a healing object. And that's when he'll break into the demon sanctuary and kill all 7 demon constellations. Ojin was thinking about what should he do. The guy doesn't know how to attack him first. How can he pull this off? The man went on to say that they were doing the best they could. Hopefully, they would be able to nourish this body. Nicodemus in the body of a monster attacked him, biting his arm. After which, a grin pierced his hand from behind. She said it's very dangerous in the labyrinth, so she shouldn't go alone. Don't worry, she'll be able to see her parents and sisters soon enough. Them and their worries, their hopes of death. How suddenly he found her. But the smile was trying to help in every way possible. The man shouted that there was no way a small child could have slipped away from him. Yoon Seol said her sister's name. Now she realized why the smile was so focused on her. Bakasa started yelling. How dare this lowlife? How long would they continue to interfere with his work? His shockwave sent the monsters flying away. After that, he immediately plucked the honey fruit to recover. Bakasa said okay. He understood. Now the man had his priorities straightened out. Admittedly, he looked down on them. He shouted that if he didn't get rid of them altogether, they would continue to bother him. Ojin wondered what it was. They felt the ground beneath their feet shake. There were a lot of bad ends behind the man. He said he called everyone on this island. Ojin thought about the fact that there were too many of them and their level was too high. He has no way out. Even if he gets out all his strength, he would have to use Manhwa to reduce their numbers. Suddenly the guy heard a voice. He said that if he heard it, he should go to him. It's the last chance. Did the emperor ask about Jin? He said this is his chance. Things can go wrong if he realizes. He doesn't have time to explain. Let him come quickly. The guy didn't understand what it was, and why would he ask for it? But if you think about it, the emperor turned into a bad end and immediately regained his sobriety of mind. Maybe he had some trump card up his sleeve? He asked Drake to cover for him. The boy asked if he knew how they could get out of there. Ajin said he might. Standing before the dark end, he said here. What did the emperor want him to do? He said he had no power left. This was his chance. The boy began to ask what it was for. The emperor told him that whoever kills him can use it. No more time. Before that bastard destroyed them all, let him kill him. Ojin decided to follow the emperor's request. He received a new item. It was a soul scale. The emperor told me that Solomon had given him this many years ago. With this, he could stop him. The boy noticed that Solomon's necklace glowed. Looks like it's responding to the soul scales. The man asked that he destroy it and protect the future of the angels. Looking at the scales, the guy thought that such an item would not go to waste as long as it was killed by other players. Nettie asked Betty to let her go. If she didn't let go, they would attack her too. The girl realized there were too many of them. What to do? If this continues, everyone will die. The monsters began to move swiftly in their direction. But Drake came to the rescue in time. The boy apologized for being late, saying there were too many enemies. He was having a little trouble reaching them. Turning to the monster, he told her thanks for protecting Soul. The guy told Seol that Ojin needs to ask her something. He thinks it's about a secret plan to take down Bakasa. Each bad end has unrealistic attack power and deadly items. He plans to bring in the bad ends behind him and attack the demons. Bakasa, who has become stronger from tearing the hearts of all the bad ends. The source of the white flames surrounding his body, the souls of countless angels consumed by him. Just looking at his strength, one can realize that his plan to attack the demons is not so absurd. How great would it be if things worked out the way he wanted them to? Bakasa replied that he forgot about him for a second. Is the guy still alive? What was he going to say? Showing the scales of the soul, he asked the elder if he knew what it was. Ojin shouted to Seol that now let her use the angel prayer right there. She began to do his bidding. A voice said that the angel's breath had detected the catalyst. The conditions for using the item have been met. The scales of the soul have been activated. Bakasa began to ask what this was, and what was even going on. A fully naked Ojin appeared in front of him. The guy pronounced the complete removal of all equipment. He only truly becomes deadwater by being completely naked. The man asked what he was doing. Why is he so invisible? He seems to have lost his mind since he doesn't even know how to confront him. The guy replied that checking to see if his brain was okay was a little different. But he doesn't think a man is the kind of man who would worry about others. Bakasa began to ask, what is it? He can't move, can't breathe. It's like something has sealed him up. The power and his flames, he can't use them. Ojin replied that the scales of the soul, they put him on par with his opponent. Only when the plates of the scales were fully balanced again would he be able to escape their limitations. The man started screaming, what the hell is he doing? Let the monsters save him faster. Why won't they listen to him? The guy replied that he was wasting his time. He can't ignore the power of a high-level item. It just eats up his worthless life. All his skills are limited there. It's the one he's talking about, the one that makes a man run bad ends. The guy doesn't know where he got it. After dropping all the items, he started asking how he got it. Now they're on the same level. When the man gets rid of this magic, he's gonna tear the guy to pieces. He got worse. Bakasa asked what it was. Why aren't the scales balancing? Ojin replied that obviously there seems to be something else left to weigh. Something that equalizes the levels of both sides is called soul balance. It is used when two players are going head-to-head. It is needed to disarm the opponents and level both players for a more fair fight. Ojin said they're both wearing whatever the hell they're wearing. There's a reason why they didn't balance. It seems the man took too many innocent lives. He asked, is the guy trying to say that life has some kind of weight? What a load of crap. Ojin replied that nonsense or not, he's not going to convince him. After a while, the scales will do it all by themselves. Because they produce their own deterrents. Drake asked, what's going on? Light began to emanate from his body. So many rays. But why were they flying toward the bad ends? That's it. It's all about soul balance. Did he spit out all those souls of the poor angel children he had absorbed earlier? The man shouted that no, they were disappearing. His strength, his hope, the long-held dream of the angels. The boy said it seemed his plan had now failed, especially since he wanted to fight demons with such power. He knows about the seed of the tree of good and evil. Ojin asked who gave it to him. All the bad ends kept disappearing. As suddenly, Yoon Seol asked, then would Betty disappear like them? But she didn't disappear. They realized that this wasn't the end. Drake realized that if you thought about it that way, the quest completion message never showed up. The man began to speak the seed, the oracle. He heard the voice when he received the oracle, for he was the only one who could save the angels. Bach, always on his side when the proof is just one. Showing the seed, Bakasa said he still had the power to accomplish the mission. Ojin shouted what he thought. He didn't have any more of them left. Why doesn't he just give up? The man said no, he had one more left. Drake said it looked like he was using his body. His face and one arm are still moving. He said that as expected, God was on his side in the end. Bakasa said to watch carefully. This is the true power of angels, given by God. He's the only real angel and fighter. Drake said his energy and magic were only growing. In order for them to get there, the heavens below them were destroyed. Could the monsters be even stronger now? Ojin replied that who knows, and asked think so? Considering he's back to the sprout fetus stage, ripped open and ate his own heart. Thinks it's possible that he has his own power left? At some point, it grows. The man asked why it wouldn't stop growing. Yelled that enough was enough. The guys immediately started running away. Yoon Seol asked if it was Bakasa. Is he rampaging just like that huge spider? Ojin replied that it seems to be. but it's an unusual rampage with a limited time. He looked like a pumped-up kid. The boy replied that if you looked at it that way, a 3-year-old bringing destruction to the entire nation. So the second oracle of Nicodemus wasn't lying. Eugene thinks, when he was a child, something happened between him and the demon. It was what led to such a huge hatred. As he looks at his form, it becomes obvious that he sent a strong boy. More importantly, they can't keep running away. It will only end when they catch him. The blast will easily incinerate them and everything up to the angel village. What's he gonna do? The guy used everything he had. If there's a backup plan, but he can't use it there. How can Eugene defeat such a strong monster? As a sudden smile uttered there was a way out. Let Nettie use the sacred appeasement right now, as powerfully as she could. Drake asked if it would have any effect on the explosion. Especially her level of this characteristic is very low. Yoon Seol replied that no. All the bad ends will disappear after this. What if it touches her too? She replied that it's okay. Let him believe her. Betty began to remember what had happened in the past. Bakasa asked how far she was going to run. Would she really be jumping with her favorite little sister? How touching. Is she so precious to her that she was able to escape his manipulation? In God's name, he should get rid of a spoiled product like her. Had she realized there was nowhere to run and decided to give up? Putting her sister on the floor, she made a piece of earth break off and start falling to the ground. Bakasa screamed that she was a traitor. His valuable resource that would become a fetus. How foolish. Thinks her sister could survive and return to Earth? He screamed that he would tear her apart. Remembered what happened after that. While I was a bad end with no brain, just wandering aimlessly through the maze. Until I met Nettie again. In the beginning, she had reached out her hand without realizing the reason. But every time she met her, her memories gradually returned, and her brain capacity began to recover. She couldn't show her in the guise of a bad end. She decided to follow them without stopping, for she had to protect her sister. Betty can finally see her sister's face. Let her worry no more. Her sister will help her. The angels in the village saw the explosion heading for the sky. They began to ask what was happening. Was it the end of the world? One of the angels asked the elder, "What is this?" Would something really happen to them? All she could utter was a question to King Nicodemus. Is it really true? The elder shouted for everyone's attention. Have them leave Heaven Island immediately. They need to activate the ship quickly. She hoped Nettie and the strangers would be safe. A voice said that the association with the player was suspended. Yoon Seol returned back to her body. The experience limit has been lifted. The voice kept repeating that she had leveled up. The girl didn't realize what it was. Had she really leveled up so much in one go? Yoon Seol asked, "Can Betty be with her sister Nettie now?" Angel asked. She told her she would help her, didn't she? Angel shouted that they would gather the remaining power and give it to her. It would be a gift from all the souls. A voice uttered the little angel's coding. Archangel Yoon Seol. The girl's level became S. Betty said thank you to her, because thanks to the girl, she was able to see her sister again. Drake said it's unbelievable. How could a player get that? Is it real? Eugene said the odds of getting an angelic blessing are very slim. It requires an impossibly high potential. Soul possessed a power similar to that of the main 17 streamers. She used sacred appeasement. They still managed to complete the main quest, the Cannibal Emperor's Feast. A voice said that the rewards would be given out. Yoon Seol returned to her appearance. Eugene told the girl that they had won. They had ended the battle. It's all because of her. Even though she was back in her body, she was carried because the girl was too slow. Seol asked, the quest was over. But why did the earthquake continue? The guy answered that the island was falling. It floated on the magic power of Nicodemus. Since he's dead, the island can't sail anymore. Drake asked, and how would they escape from there? The guy said there was a ship that the Angel clan used to get there. They need to get back to the village. Yggdrasil's airship. One of the angels yelled out that there are strangers over there. The angels yelled for them to wait there. The guys were about to fly in after them. Eugene shouted for them not to do that. With that rush, the guys would hit him too. Drake said it was bad. The guy asked, are they really going to die like that? He doesn't think their bodies will just stay there. They're going to get the worst possible death penalty. Eugene replied that that was the problem. When the meteorite fell on a small part of the labyrinth, a huge hole of 20,000 meters was formed. Therefore, this celestial island will fall. And what will happen to the earth? The guy said it can't be. Leo Jean said that the meteorite wiped out all the dinosaurs and changed the owners of the land. Big earthquake, big fire, and big opportunity. There will be a great cataclysm. Drake asked, so this wasn't just some kind of expansion? Specifically the beginning of a cataclysm? What have they done? Jean asked what's wrong. It wasn't the first time he'd talked about a cataclysm. The guy didn't know it would happen so fast. Jean thought it was rather unexpected. It was originally a big event, not happening until 5 years after the game's release. But it still happened 3 years ago. He said okay, they'd better think about how they'd survive this cataclysm. Drake asked how. Couldn't they just fly away? The guy thought exactly what it was. He is the one who planned the solution to this problem, envisioning it hundreds, tens, thousands of times. There were several options before the cataclysm, but they didn't fit, all thanks to his calculations. Coagulation of the 8-legged queen's mucus. The guy asked, a ball of slime? What's he going to do with it? Jean said just let them look at it. The elder could not believe that they could not help the rescuers of the angelic race. She asked Emperor Nicodemus to watch over them. The woman saw something coming. The guy asked, are they okay? They thought it would be difficult to wait for them, so they came to them by themselves. Seeing them, she said it was good that they were unharmed. Jean replied that they weren't going to die. It seemed his arms were too tired, so it would be good to give them a lift. Suddenly, the boy heard a strange voice that he had heard somewhere before. Jean wondered who it was. Judelope appeared in front of him. He said it can't be. Can she really hatch? Yoon Seol asked who the baby was. She was so cute. The boy said that there would be a birth that would usher in a new era when the old order ended. The third oracle was right. Welcome to the world, Judelope. The guys were fighting monsters. One of them shouted that his life points were gradually decreasing. If they held on a little longer, they would get the rewards of this long raid. It's time to strike, so get ready to cover. Have tanker move forward. But the guy stood still and looked up at the sky. The voice said the main system has detected a massive energy explosion. They would have to log out to save their account. The reporters wouldn't let up. It's been 20 hours. When will the server be fixed? What's another cataclysmic change? Why is it taking so long to complete? What are they going to do? The man asked that the officials and journalists calm down a bit. He knows that he is the chief executive in this position, but unfortunately his authority is limited to the Korean branch, mainly in marketing planning. He doesn't know much about the technicalities, but he can tell you one thing for sure. This cataclysm was unexpected even for them. They can only say that it was the players doing. They don't know his face and name, so they couldn't prevent it. God Machine is a game with the highest level of freedom. Therefore, it is technically impossible to track or eavesdrop on any players. Even if the main office tracks a player, his name will not be revealed. And all this, at the behest of Mr. William Wilson, who makes the final decisions. Journalists asked, isn't he the chief director of the DEM? He said it was instructions from headquarters. She's currently solving technical problems with the server connection. And he promises everything will be back to normal soon. They'll have everything back to normal within 72 hours. Here, a guide to Cataclysm, and it will be announced by their GM. One of the reporters asked if it could be someone from the extermination team. A girl came to the microphone and introduced herself, saying that her name was Nam Sena, and they were about to start a briefing on the Cataclysm. Questions immediately poured in from reporters. Can she say what her position in the company is? And how can they be sure of her competence? Does she feel personally responsible for everything that happens? She said okay, and then asked everyone to take a look at the map on the screen. A huge, cross-shaped supercontinent. It is a simple topographic map divided into the eastern desert zone, the western side of the jungle, the southern tropical zone, and the northern polar zone. Next, this is the current state of the continent. She revealed that inside the God Machine there existed a huge floating island, Heaven Island. However, an unknown player joined the mainstream quest. He completed all the quests on the island and made the island fall to the ground. Because of the impact from 20,000 meters, a huge hole was formed in the center of the continent. Obviously, it affected the movement of the Earth's crust. To save hundreds of players from death, the main artificial intelligence engaged a limit of 100 hours before logging into the account. The reporters immediately started asking questions. Who was this crazy person? Who was it? Was he one of the high-level ones? She replied that if he was able to create the cataclysm, then he wasn't acting alone. Most likely there were several of them, at least one other important player, but they would have heard about it if it had happened. Unfortunately, they haven't heard anything like that. Somebody asked, are they going to have a strategic force? Senna told us that the topography had been changed, and the whole world had been turned upside down because of the violent shock. Apparently, the climate had changed as well. Some places have become a fiery inferno due to sudden volcanic activity. They don't know if the new or the ones underground will show themselves. This could be a good turn of events for most players. Other parts will be exposed to the sun and become completely isolated and frozen. They all realize that living in such conditions will be impossible, especially for the monsters that inhabit these areas, right? Since the topography and climate have changed, the monsters will also change. Weak monsters will be wiped out because they cannot survive the cataclysm. Surviving monsters will adapt to the hellish conditions and become stronger by forced evolution, and to the point where they can stand up to invincible monsters. A new, ferocious kind of monster will begin to form. The level of monsters will also increase. In the ratio of ancient monsters and divine monsters will be equaled. She thinks players will be interested to see which monsters will survive and which will disappear. The assignments that have been created before will be modified and amended. Suddenly, someone raised her hand and said she had a question. The girl said that she was producer Hong Yunhua from the game broadcasting department. She asked what their nicknames were. Nick is a special advantage that a player can gain. The title system is created by defeating a high-ranked monster, and the player takes passive effort out of them. Suddenly, one of the reporters said that if all monsters start improving, there will basically only be 11 monsters left. Will there be some balance if there are fewer opportunities? The girl replied so they wouldn't worry about it. Now they could only gain an advantage by defeating a monster of level A or higher. Any advantages gained through hunting A-level monsters before the changes were released will disappear. Competition between players will level out over time. Hong Yunhua asked if it would widen the gap between professionals and beginners. Namsung replied that it's not her area of expertise, so she can't tell them. Moreover, there are many more important things she needs to tell them. Since it was difficult for her to give them a detailed answer due to time constraints, she asked for understanding. At this stage, the reporters began to grasp the meaning. The standard press conference attitude came back after their attempts to take control of the interview. And this woman took care of the reporters the same way she takes care of flies in the summer, for the reason that it is one of the main ones in this company. And this conference is only needed to give information, not to explain. Introducing a brand new system is one of the most outstanding things that will have an impact on the user's game. Manhwa said he was going to start a team. The director was surprised. The guy replied that he had already found a good sponsor. This was his first time. The man replied that he had never thought about it, but if the guy decided to do it, he could do it. He's definitely gonna be okay, but it makes him a little upset. If the guy was thinking about it, why didn't he tell him earlier? Manhwa replied that it may seem like he wants to take away K1 from the director, but he never thought so. The man asked how he was going to recruit players. The guy said that he will start by recruiting people he knows and unranked, and he also has friends abroad. He replied that it was okay, he should think about it, because he was the smartest. So the next time they met, they would be enemies. The guy said no, they won't. He can be a leader, and a player, and a coach, but he can't be a director. Therefore, Manhwa would want a man to be the director of his team. Jayan asked, is the guy even in his right mind? Why would he go to his team? He is the director of the national team. Even though he likes him and they are close, the man can still distinguish between work and personal. Manhwa asked, but what if K1 no longer exists? The man replied, why would a wonderful team disappear? The guy said that it will disappear. Not only this team, but all teams will change. At least half of them will disappear. The director said that everything he said before turned out to be true, but he has a hard time believing the guy this time. Why would a professional team suddenly disappear? Looking away, the man asked why Manhwa had closed the door. Turning to him, the boy took off his mask and said that this was just the beginning. To go through these changes, he would need his support. He offered to go through it together. The man said he didn't think he'd ever see him again. Let him hurry up and leave, or he'll get even more attached to him. A few days later, the principal shouted Jin's thanks. If he had been even a little late, something bad could have happened. The guy saved him, It was all thanks to him. Though the game has been around for over 5 years, the rumors surrounding Oim Ja-young, the famous K-1 team commander, shook the public after he announced his departure. It's about the wife. She left that world after a battle with cancer. Over the course of 5 years, the cancer cells slowly spread through her body, and by the time she found out, it was too late. Oim Ja-young, bereft of his wife, was consumed by depression the following years. Sky Island. Before the raid, the boy handed the trainer a medical examination record. The man asked what it was. He said it was a gift from the fan community. Let him go through it with his wife. Ja-young told the guy that he'd already been through it with the company. Oh-jin replied that it's totally different. They check everything from head to toe. All internal organs, even their pores, they do a scan of everything. It's a special appointment for couples, so have him take his wife and get checked together. Afterward, they discovered that cancer cells had begun to spread in her body. But it was a relief to know that they had found them at an early stage, so there was a chance of a successful operation. Of course, he couldn't fully immerse himself in that problem since the guy wasn't close to them, so he treated it like a roulette wheel. But luckily, he was able to change the future. Walking up to the guy, the man told him thank you. It was all thanks to him. He replied that no, he just thought she didn't look good and something was wrong with her body. Oim Ja-young said that the guy saved his wife. He is grateful to him, even more than when the guy saved him. Oh-jin asked, is it a deal then? The man said okay. The man said that in the end, it's just like he said it would be. The game is still the same. The system became a piece of garbage because of the cataclysm. New species, orcs and nagas, snake people. Players who participated in each company after the cataclysm were subjected to dragon and demonic forces that completely changed their form. There is currently no way to change anything. After clearing the training tower, players who accepted the offer from the dragon camp could receive additional character upgrades, experience points, and rewards for hunting monsters in the demon camps. The same benefits were given to players who accepted the offer from the demon camp. If they refuse the offer from both sides, they can't get experience points. Just like these guys. The woman said that until now, everyone had received benefits from the dragon and demon monarchs. They considered that the players should fulfill their duties after gaining power from them. The reporters asked, duties? What does she mean by that? She said that the two ruling powers, dragons and demons, had always been feuding. The fall of the Sky Island was the signal for war. Both sides considered it a sign to start attacking each other. The 7 demon monarchs and 7 demon founders would start a war in their respective zones. All would be recognized as soldiers, assigned to their respective camps, and fight for their kings. One reporter asked what would happen if someone refused to participate. She replied that it would be considered a statement, but honestly, it's a hidden quest that has many other daily quests. No one will force anyone to do it, so they don't have to do anything. However, one will have to forfeit their achievement growth. The girl raised her hand again and asked, but if they take out opponents from the opposite camp, don't their karma points accumulate? It just doesn't make any sense then. The woman responded that it was a good point. Each species has its own language. The automatic translation service has been disabled. Communication between other species is no longer possible. This is the most important part of the cataclysm. Humans, nagas, and orcs will all be categorized as monsters. The reporters asked what about the tournament? If players from each group represent different species and become enemies, wouldn't that be a good thing? She replied that she knows that many teams are actively recruiting players. The sponsor who formed the teams, based on their ranking, will have to choose their future players with more specific criteria. The man said that not only in the game, the cataclysm is happening in real life as well. Of course, now the teams will be a mess. Because of the difference in species, their team will have to break up. What the hell do we do about it? Why doesn't he just move to his team? The pay is double the previous pay. The man asked what his team's assignment was. The guy replied that they were worn-out nerds. He said that everyone would be split up to other teams. Contracts would become a piece of paper. He also heard that some sponsors have left. There are other businesses that have left the industry because international companies have taken over. The man asked, then what about the team management fees? The guy replied that he got some investment. Oim Ja-young asked if he would be spending a little more than he received in the beginning. If it's hard for him, there's no need to pay him for the first time. Oh-jin replied that it's okay. Please let him take them as soon as he gets them. To be honest, he will still have money left over after using the money he earned from running the team, but he expects it in the near future. If he wants his team to have sponsors, he has to prove the reliability of the team. To do that, it would be a good idea to get money directly from the industry. The principal asked how he could have been deceiving him all this time. The guy replied that he had his reasons. The man said him and his character. What was the fight between Deadwater and Manhwa then? Guy asked me to forget about it. It's better to have a team meeting soon. The Asian League will start soon. The man said that because of this race between the races, all the teams will be on edge. Since all the professional teams will be completely disbanded, the team trials of the Korean representatives will be held again. The guy replied that eventually go back to where they started. The man replied that yes, most likely. The main problem is the players. Not counting him, they need at least 4 more people. Ojin asked him not to worry about it. He had already found 4 people. Ja-young started to ask, really? Did he really find them already? The guy said yes. A few days later, the director's business skills are at a new level. How did he find 4 other people? Guy said connections and luck. They're all over there. The man's face clearly changed at the sight of them. The man asked the guy, who are all these people? He said they are players. They're players. Ja-young asked if they were professionals. Manhwa replied no. Taking him aside, the principal said that not counting Dae-gang, the others aren't even pro. He's going to bring amateurs to the competition? He's got too much on his plate. On what basis is the guy doing this? Ojin replied that it was the only one of his friends who agreed to work for free. The man asked what about the investment? He could pay them out of that money. The guy replied that no, he used them on him. The man knew the guy had given him too much. Ojin told him not to worry. Once they start earning, he will pay them back. Ja-young replied that it's not a problem, but how can he be sure about the amateurs? He said that if a man really can't trust them, why doesn't he start by talking to them? The temporary office of the NEWBIE team, Ja-young's house. The first thing Yoon Seol told us about herself. The girl said it was her first game. The man hesitated. Had he asked the wrong question? He said no. He asked how long has she been playing God Machine? The girl replied again that it was her first time playing with Ojin. The director tried to reassure himself. There must be something about her, why he decided to take her. He asked again if she had played any other games before. If so, what experience does she have? The girl replied that she had none, so she has no experience. She started playing a little less than a week ago, and she looks like a professional player in all respects. Ja-young asked what level is she at? He thought about the fact that she's probably on 15, at most made it to 20. If she's brilliant, then she's on 25. After thinking, the girl replied that she was on the 60th. There was no limit to his surprise. The director replied that he understands, she's young. But you shouldn't joke around with adults like that. The #1 player among Koreans is ranked 50th, so. The girl showed him her account. He wondered, level 60? Is there anyone in Korea at the 60th level? No, even overseas there are none. Does such a level even exist? In the last battle on Celestial Island when Seol was freed from NEWBIE, her level had skyrocketed. The man asked him if he came from America. Could I get his name? The guy replied that his name was Drake, and he was at level 62. He thought about it. The same Drake, a famous name among the rankers. He disappeared from the ratings, and no one said anything about him. So the man thought he was a fast-burning star who got attention and disappeared from the ratings. And it turns out, who knew he was so active and accomplished all this in the shadows? The man wondered how Manhwa had gotten this guy. A few days earlier, Los Angeles, States. He told the guy sorry, but it would be hard for him to fulfill his request. It's hard for him to get around. He'll just be a burden. He was planning to quit gaming after that raid anyway. He only started playing games on the advice of his psychologist, and the guy was able to dive headfirst into the world of gaming. Although it was not his intention, as he was able to save some money to start his rehabilitation. He's really sorry even though they came all the way here. Yoon Seol replied that no, it was fine. Even though it wasn't long, she had a lot of fun with him. Even the fact that they were able to meet face to face like this. Placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, Ojin said he had become his comrade. He'll give him the best rehabilitation and accommodation. He'll become a Korean pro gamer. He can become popular. Dae is a natural-born explorer. Ojin knows this. After all, they've spent so much time together in the game. As the one who brought about the cataclysm, doesn't he have a vested interest in seeing the world change? There are so many more bosses ahead that they need to defeat. Come on, they should do it together. The guy replied that as expected, OG knows him too well. Oem Jae-young thought a young girl with a week's experience and a foreigner in a wheelchair. These two who seemed to be only a heavyweight, it turns out to have such strength. He could never have imagined such a situation. The next one was Yusei. As she entered, the girl said hello. The principal told her that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He asked how she was feeling. The girl replied that she was fine, thanks to him. Manhwa thinks she's a real genius. And still young. Her potential is limitless. She's that coach's favorite. The guy asked the principal not to tell the girl that he was deadwater. If her sister found out, it'd be a big deal. And the last one is Made Gun. Looking at the guy, the coach said it's good to have him back there. It might sound weird, but hopefully he knows they have a limited budget, so there might be problems with payment for a while. Dae-gun said he knew. The guy didn't go there for money. Looking at him, Leo Jean thought for a moment. The god of battles Dae-gang, a genius found by the coach himself. If he didn't follow the guy, he would definitely join the coach. The director wouldn't stop saying what he said. Chose these people because he thought there was no chance, but they exceeded his expectations. Well would be level 60 in Drake, a former ranked battle god Mate Gang, who everyone already knows, who caught everyone's attention in his battle with Manhwa. And Manhwa himself at the end of the day. The man really thinks they can do it. They might even become the main opponent in this competition. Oem Jae-yeon asked what he will do about the payment. He needs money to pay them and also to recruit new players. Should he try to look for sponsors? There are a few companies he has a good relationship with. The guy replied that no, he shouldn't. He would handle it himself. The man asked how. He replied that he would do it with a rating. Oem Jae-young asked, can he earn enough for the team? It's a heavy burden for one person, and he doesn't think it will be enough to fund everyone. The guy replied that if they're talking about raids in the past, then yes. Post-cataclysm raids are now on another level. If you find a good raid, you can make an unrealistic amount of money and don't even envy the people who won the lottery. And he's ready to show them what a real jackpot is. Terminal Abyss. After users gathered resources at the beginning of the game, abandoned mines in several places were in ruins, but cataclysm. After such a huge upheaval, many underground resources came to the surface. That's why this place became a gold mine. Afterlife Mine, Level A. Prisoner of the Afterlife. The corrupt spirit of Gordix. Drake asked, is it a spirit and not evil? Ojin shouted that it's hard to do critical damage to it because the damage zone is too small. The guy suggested focusing on the lower torso instead of its golden body. Something began to happen to the monster, and then a voice said that the gold particles were dissipating. Yoon Seol shouted to the guys to stand behind her. She used sacred appeasement, thus creating a small dome. The first status was maximum paralysis. The second, maximum fear. The third status, maximum hallucinations. And the fourth status, maximum blindness. Ojin said great. He only received 4 out of 6 abnormality statuses. The guy asked the girl, is her blessing of angels still working? Yoon Seol, who was able to unrealistically increase her level thanks to the angelic blessing, Drake, and Deadwater. Since they were the only trio in the entire world with a level above 60, A+ level monsters were not a difficult challenge for them. A voice said they were the first in the world to complete a successful raid. The prisoner of the afterlife had died. Demon Camp, the devil energy has been reduced. As long as the monster was resurrected, the amount of gold produced in the mines in the conflict zones would be reduced by 50%. Ojin thought that was great. The guy said that's the true advantage of this dungeon. Was it worth ignoring all the money that was thrown at them along the way? Let them pick up everything. They'll be paying the team forever with it. Yoon Seol yelled to the guy that she can't take it anymore. She doesn't have room. Drake said he didn't either. It's unbelievable. Ojin replied that since the dungeon will stay like this for a while, they can go to the village and back several times. They can fill the larder from top to bottom. Exchanging all that play money would be an arduous task. He thought that, frankly, there were 2 reasons they'd gone on this raid. First, to get money to run the team. Thanks to the gold collected, they won't have to worry about paying for a while. Secondly, to get an item used to defeat S-level plus monsters. In battles with monsters of this level, the help of this is necessary. After the cataclysm, one of several thriving cities, Judalis, a nursery on the outskirts of the city, Angel in You. A woman screaming why everyone but her can't die. What a stupid world. Tyrus' mother, hostess and nanny to the angel in you. Drake asked her what happened. What happened to the creature? She said that a few days ago a demon-like monster came and left his pet, but he went crazy, so their building turned into this. What a bastard. She's sure he's a demon. The woman asked, how could he leave it on her? She didn't have to agree. Drake said a place to leave his pet was very important. What kind of devil did that? Seal added that this villain should be punished. When she saw Eugene, she started screaming that it was him, the demon who left that monstrous monster there. The guys looked at him questioningly. The woman complained that every time she cried, all the other pets went crazy with stress and neurosis. But since he came, she has been crying nonstop. Please make it stop. 32 employees have already lost their hearing. They've tried everything, but nothing works. The guy replied that he left it there as a test since animal hotels were created after the cataclysm, but as he thought, it was too much. Eugene shouted that now he was back. Judelope. He thought that of course she would cry. When she woke up, all the members of her race were gone, and since she is the queen, naturally she fell into depression. Plus she hadn't seen him, her favorite vassal. Of course she was confused. The guy said they'd take care of it. Here's the payment for her upkeep. He added a little extra, considering how much they'd suffered. On their way out, they heard from the woman that they should come back for more. The guy said that nothing changes a person with anger management problems to a person with anger management problems like money. Humans are a pretty interesting species. Judelope was supposed to disappear from this world because of the cataclysm, but because of it, the future was changed. The queen survived, which means the Vidudu species will continue to exist. The guy said he was about to bleed out. Stop hitting him. He decided to take responsibility and help. This child is a new major upgrade. In other words, she'll be the key to the second cataclysm. Looking at Judelope, Yoon Seol asked the guy, is she his pet? He replied that no, he was her pet. It was clear from the girl's face that she didn't really understand what was going on. The guy asked, didn't he tell her about it? Uncharted territory. The 7th conflict zone on the northeastern edge. The Death Dragon Oz, an S+ rank monster, inhabits this zone, and there are 2 more monsters below him. The Lich King, reigning on the left side of the frozen destruction. Death Knight, reigning on the right side and controlling the Tower of Swords. They must defeat these 2 monsters to attack the Dragon of Death Oz. And at the end of defeating him, they can immediately catch Mamoon, the demon of greed. Upon seeing the guys, the man asked why they were holding the meeting there. After greeting him, they replied because it's a great place to plan a raid. Anyway, Eugene, Drake, and Seal are going into uncharted territory. The voice said he could not enter this area. He did not meet the requirements to enter this area. Drake became indignant. Eugene replied that to enter this area, one must at least meet one of the 2 requirements. The guy asked which one? Eugene replied that the first to enter was during the event, but that was only possible when the Death Dragon Oz finished preparing for war. Drake asked, what's the second one? The guy said it was the easiest. You just have to die. The guy's face showed he wasn't too happy about it. The Dragon of Death, Oz, is suspicious and never allows any living to enter his territory. The only thing he believes in is the dead. They can only enter the dungeon after death, like a corpse in a coffin. The rest doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is dying. So he decided to use a little bug. A bug that only he knows about. Activating the Kraken's characteristic, the rift. With the help of small holes, he can penetrate anywhere. This bug will be fixed soon, but the developers haven't found it yet. The boundaries where darkness and holes meets light are right there. After passing in space, you have to count to 10 and then jump. Perfect timing is the only way to survive. The guy realized that there was no problem with the bug. Those 2 had already arrived. Now it was time to use the elixir of premature burial. Yoon Seol became indignant. After all, she had asked him to kill her on 3, and Drake had impaled her on 2. Apologizing, the guy replied that she was so scared, he thought it would be better to do it faster. Eugene said it's okay for them to kill each other. There's no death penalty, so don't worry about it. Staring at the monster, Drake asked, so is it Gonsho Maru? Eugene said yes. Yoon Seol added that it looked terrible. She wondered, how did that monster become like that? Drake didn't understand why there was a dead A+ rank monster there either. Eugene said that they seemed to have visitors. Drake replied that someone started raiding the dungeon before they did. Maybe a faction? The guy said no, he doesn't think so. It was probably because of the hidden map he was using. Come to think of it, he didn't see one when he got there. The guy said it wasn't over yet, but here came the enemy. They were blue wolves. Eugene said that these guys are really annoying because they strike and run away until their prey starts to weaken. There are too many of them. It's one headache. Drake asked, is this hunting wild animals? It had been a long time since he'd done that. The guy asked why they don't attack and run away. What's going on? It seems like someone is chasing them. Heron Maru appeared in front of the guys. Drake asked, did the S-level monster become a world boss? Eugene thought, should they go through him too? The guy replied that still, except for his muscles, his level and characteristics are lower than other S-level monsters. Before they could realize anything, the monster immediately attacked Eugene. Without thinking long, the guy started to attack back. He asked how did he like that? He seemed to have gotten what he wanted to do to him. The guy saw he had the ability of a blood predator. His life point level will rise to the maximum if he steals 0.01% of their life points. Eugene asked, are his life points really going up that much? The monster kicked the ground, after which Yoon Seol began to fall quickly. The guy jumped to her aid. Eugene asked the girl, is she okay? Seol replied that she was fine. He asked her to hurry up and heal him. His life points had dropped a lot. The boy remembered that Drake was alone out there. He couldn't fight alone. Let him hold out a little longer. Turning around, the guy saw him. The girl asked what was it. Did he know who it was? Eugene replied that it was exactly who he was looking for. It's a good thing they fell in there. Now, we need to wake this guy up. Eugene asked Drake if he can hear him. The guy started asking if he was okay. Is Salt with him? He replied that yes, they are alive. After apologizing, the guy said he needed his help. Let him push downstairs. Drake asked the guy sure. Could he do it by himself? He replied that only if he pushed through. He might be able to do it, but it would be too hard. Eugene lit a wick in the guy's mouth. Said he could use his brain now. You gotta fill your head with stuffed animals after all. In the past, he met Jack at the place where he captured the Great King of Darkness. He's a puppet who lost his mind, killed the monster instead, opened the back door for them to find the King of Darkness. Then he left, saying he needed to meet someone. That's why he ended up there. Seeing that Drake had fallen in with the monster, Eugene said it was about time. The boy replied that I'd brought him there as he'd asked. And then what? This place is too narrow for him. If he uses the earthquake, they'll have nowhere to run. Drake yelled what the hell, just like he said. The monster is going to do it, and I have nowhere to run from the earthquake waves. Seeing Jack, the guy asked what he was doing there. The monster asked where is he? He doesn't know what he was doing. After saying hello to him, Eugene told him that he had paled at this place. Jack replied that he remembered they had met him at Solomon's castle. He went there for revenge. But why are they there? Drake asks, did the guy really want the monster to come there and fight Jack? But the guy doesn't think he can help them in any way. Jack may have had some bad thoughts. Before he met the Dragon of Death Oz, he may have defeated one of his powerful allies. But he's level A, which means the player or monster itself must be level A+. It was impossible for Heron Maru, the new mid-boss, to follow Gonsho Maru. Jack asked, did he really lose? No way. How is that possible? Looking at his braid, he said that if only it were okay. Throwing him the item, Eugene asked what about this? This item received as a reward for killing Gordix. It would help defeat a level S+ monster. Jack asked where did the guy get such a precious item from? Ancient spirits. He had some mineral spirits. After thanking the guy, he said he would use it wisely. Looking at his new weapon, Jack said that now that he had such a treasure in his hands, it was time for revenge. It's pretty weird that a dungeon like this only has C+ level monsters, but these guys play an important role in increasing the boss difficulty to extreme, and this role is just a bonus to exhaust the players. In the end, these monsters are just prey for Heron Maru. Drake said what the hell. He asked why those wolves didn't run away from there. Now they were lying there like sacks. Eugene replied that if they had run away, there was no point in them staying there. In addition to the monster's unique characteristics and skills, even the environment it lives in also becomes its powerful weapon. Jack said it's a rematch. This time the monster won't stand a chance. Now that he has a new scythe, he'll die. Let him prepare. Eugene shouted to hold on. If they hit at the same time as him, the damage could be increased by half. Drake replied that they were finished if he used another earthquake in such a tight spot. Halloween characterization. Jack's body is made of witch straw and is so light that it can float in the air. The damage from the earthquake needs to be mitigated. Watching the fight between the monsters, the guy said the best among the A+ against Heron Maru, the weakest among the S level. He thought it was worth giving him a chance. The gap between their levels was impressive. If the guys could do something about his earthquake. Jack asked, did he step on it again? The monster had promised to cut off the rest of his feet. Eugene realized that he had taken out a scythe. The power of his attack was equivalent to S level. Drake shouted that he was going to use the characteristics of a blood predator again. They must stop him. Suddenly, the boys see the blue wolves attacking the monster. Jack thinks they want revenge on him. Eugene thought, great, this is a chance. Turning to Seal, she replied that she would cure him right away. The guy said no. Let them use their holy immunity. They need to get it over with anyway. He thought Manhwa's gear would double the damage. The guy started to attack him again and again, but suddenly, before he could dodge, the monster hit him hard. The boys froze in anticipation. Drake said the guy had used one of his strongest attacks, and now his life points were down to 1. If he misses even one hit, he's finished. Even though the guy had done a lot of damage to him, he still had some strength left. Eugene replied that yes, it wasn't enough. However, it was enough for him to finish him off. Jack shouted, let him die. Let him go to hell and tell his friend that he would be coming for him soon. The voice said that they had successfully completed the world's first raid of the world's first frozen destruction monster, Heron Maru. The environment of frozen destruction is changing greatly. Jack told the boys thanks. Thanks to them, he was able to get his revenge. Even though he hadn't gotten even with the real enemy yet. Pointing back with his hand, he said that it seemed that not only he, but also those guys wanted to say thank you to them. They saw a large number of blue wolves in front of them. The voice said that the Blue Wolf clan thanked the helpers. As it turned out, the monster had been exploiting the blue wolves for a long time. That's why they are the saviors who killed their tormentor. It was unintentional, but the harmony in the blue wolf world must have been restored because of them. The blue wolves will actively develop after destroying the boss monster. Yes, this monster is lucky since the number of his enemies will increase. In the future, when he is resurrected, he will have to face a colossal number of wolves. No matter how many S-level plus monsters will be there, it's hard to predict who can win. Especially, wolves have a veteran characteristic, which means that the more they engage in battles, the more likely it is for them to become high-level monsters over time. It doesn't happen often, but it's very possible that Heron Maru won't be able to become the main boss of this dungeon after being resurrected. Jack says they have a long journey ahead of them. He must kill not only the Lich King, but also the Dragon of Death, Oz. Suddenly, Yoon Seol asked why Mr. Pumpkin wanted to kill the Lich King. Eugene shouted that he wouldn't if she asked him that. Jack replied that it was a rather long story and asked if she wanted to hear it. The girl replied that yes, she did. Eugene said they had too little time. Why would they want to hear it? The monster began to tell me that a long time ago a scarecrow was born. Immediately I wondered why it was there. I grabbed a pickaxe and looked around. All around him he saw straw dolls. Other scarecrows mined metal and rocks without hesitation and carried them to the furnace. The useless scarecrows, tired from their hard work, would line up and throw themselves into the furnace to become firewood. He didn't know how to explain it properly, but he wanted to be like them. But suddenly it hit him. Why should he work like them? Everyone else was working, and should he do so too? These thoughts have not left him since. There were a lot of questions swirling around in my head. Who was he really? What was he born to do? Should he live like everyone else? As time went on, he realized that it began to scare him. What does he want to do? What does he know how to do? Maybe he's just imitating someone else's life without much meaning. Suddenly, someone asks why that guy looks so stupid. His body seems to be fine, but he's working without a solid result. Turning to him, she said, why don't he become good fuel and jump over there? As soon as he received the order, some irresistible force made him stride. He was a weak, insignificant body full of straw, moving toward the fire blazing before his eyes. Now he would become wood and increase the fire, and a lot of stuffed animals behind him will go through it too. She asked what he was doing. Just let him jump. It'll be fast. He won't feel a thing. It was a miracle. The girl said it wasn't epic, but at least she swatted that witch. After saying hello, she called him Skinny and asked him what his name was. Her name was Dorothy. The girl said it was done. He had a piece of volcanic rock stuck in his head, which was probably why he looked dumbfounded. She made a wick to lift that burning piece slightly. His head would work a little better if she didn't dull. She clearly has golden hands. One last thing. He needs something to protect that flame. She made it out of a contraption she bought at the market. Dorothy asked how he was doing. He's been Jack ever since. Dorothy was strong and brave. He was so proud of her. It was a great honor and happiness to fight together side by side. She always laughed with pleasure when she called his name in her sweet voice. Even as she laughed, he could hear the wind blowing, like dry straw swaying. He grew up in a small mountain village. One day, Oz said he wanted to build a mine, so he destroyed his village. Jack was the only one who survived, and now he must avenge him for that. Oz is powerful. In addition, he has many strong minions. Therefore, if you attack him directly, they will have no chance of winning. At the beginning, they went to the joined factions of Oz. It was a forest of thick trees. All the human settlements had been destroyed. Only giants and demons remained there, who had become servants of Oz. They started cutting down all the trees and sending them to the furnace. This was necessary in order to constantly heat the boiler room. They met a woodcutter there. He was alone in the forest, fighting the servants of Oz. Their help, they destroyed all the monsters in the town. So strong. The guy said he lost everything to Oz. The forest, the town, and the man he loved. He wanted revenge by mechanizing his body, but in the end he lost. Now, he's got nothing. Dorothy told him he didn't. She held out her hand to the boy and told him that his revenge was not over. A boy came up to them and said he was Richard, Henry Lionheart's son. The boy asked if he could go with them. A scarecrow with a scythe, a tin man in knight's armor, a young cowardly lion. This concludes Dorothy's expedition. They were looking for the Dragon of Death Oz, who had forced them to come to the other side of the cliff. The finale of their wandering was already approaching. Facing the enemy rather than attacking him without thinking through their actions. When he regained consciousness, his surroundings were empty. The flames, Oz and his friends, all gone. Jack didn't know how long he'd been wandering in the middle of the desert. Looking back, all he saw were footprints in the sand. Perhaps the boy had wandered alone for too long. The last thing he remembered as they struggled with Oz was Dorothy's scream. She asked him to put out the fire. Maybe the girl didn't want him to see her die. Jack shouldn't have listened to her. Unseal asked him how he ended up there. He replied that his memory was wiped out, and since then he's been wandering around looking for his comrades. Since his fire was put out, the guy doesn't even know how much time has passed. He remembers King Solomon sealing him up when he arrived at the ancient castle of evil. He must have smelled like a dragon. When Solomon regained consciousness, he was already consumed by evil. The boys were before his eyes. Drake said they went to the Dark Lord after that, and he went straight to Oz. Ended up frozen there because Heron Maru defeated him. Jack replied that he was now back on the path together that he had long ago left. The way Dorothy had taught him then, they came to the edge of frozen destruction. Frozen vampires appeared in front of them. Jack made quick work of them. Eugene thought that as expected of him, these monsters are weak. Perhaps their boss isn't that strong. Jack reveals that Oz has recruited many talented monsters for the war against the demons. The Lich King controls the left side of the frozen destruction. Death Knight controls the right side of the Tower of Swords. They need to get rid of those two first. The other day, the Dragon Tyrant Morgmer and the Demon King Velzebub tried to recruit the eight-legged Queen Celestium. When he thinks about how the greedy constellation tried to recruit the ancient spirit Gordix and brought him to their side, it seems to him that other S-level plus monsters will join their forces as well. Lich and Death Knight are monsters recruited after the Cataclysm. Now they will understand why Heron Maru was the middleman among the bosses of this dungeon. One could only guess how strong they were. King Lich, one of Oz's strongest subordinates. He's a super elite monster, ruling the left side of the territory. Jack asked a guy if he knows anything about him. Eugene said he didn't. Did he? Jack said he didn't have any information either. That's why I thought I'd ask. A voice said that ice that had not melted was breaking. The king of the throne has awakened. The king of frozen destruction rises. Jack said that it couldn't be. He couldn't believe his eyes. for there was a lumberjack in front of him. Ojin shouted caution. His attacks would deal both physical and magical damage. Even if they dodged them, they would still receive magic damage. The raid on the Lich King has officially begun. During the attacks, Jack shouted for the lumberjack to come to his senses. After trying to strike, Ojin realized that his armor was too strong. Even if he scratched it, he would still get frostbite damage. He looked like both a knight and a mage. The boy thought that now was not the time to ponder. Should we run away from there? Or is it too late? They tried to do some damage to him, but it was all in vain. Drake was firing his crossbow to get closer to his friend. Running up to the guy, Drake asked how he was. The guy replied that he was amazing. Thanks for asking. Seeing the 100 Lychee King trying to make an attack, Yoon Seol decided to use sacred immunity. Said it seems only the first abnormal condition affects him. How unlucky for her. Ojin said that's not true. That jerk's magical defenses were just too strong. Drake asked, did her attack work on him? The guy replied that no, it only confused him for a second. The frost on his armor was imbued with magical power, so if you got close to him, it would not only cause frostbite damage, but also increase his magical defense. His armor is simply flawless. Compared to him, the other S-level monsters look like normal players. But monsters exist to be defeated, which means they must have weaknesses. Jack asked him, didn't he remember them fighting side by side before? Beneath that thin metal armor was a heart that longed for his bride. He asked him to try to remember his comrades, his lost friends. Derogi, Richard. If he had forgotten him, perhaps his scythe would remind him of him. Ojin told him that's fine. Let him keep it up. The guy said that all of them should attack him with all their strength. Drake tells Ojin that the raid has been going on for too long. Is he sure they will be all right? He replied so the guy wouldn't worry. Once the first phase was over, he would need to take a break to recover. Once they see this change, this will be their chance. Just as suddenly, the guy heard a voice. He doesn't think anything was indicated in the interview with the rankers who had been there first. Is he the only one hearing the voice? The guy had memorized all the interviews of the rankers who had gone through this raid, and he didn't remember them saying any of this. Of course, people can forget such details. There's no need to worry about that. It doesn't matter if he can hear someone or not. The main thing is that he knows how to defeat him. Drake shouted to the guy to look at him. Something was wrong. Although Lich's armor had high defense values, he was weak to any debuffs. The ice on his armor repeatedly melts and freezes. The atmosphere is humid. The constantly changing pressure causes the armor to oxidize. Metal constantly going through heating and cooling gradually wears out. This must be a character customization that comes from King Lich, who was formerly an iron lumberjack whose rust constantly needed to be oiled. Other monsters started appearing. Jack said he seemed to remember them. But why is he pointing his axe at him? Drake said the boy was right. The other monsters came right away, just like he said. So phase 2 is starting? The boy wondered why things weren't happening the way he expected. The summoning should have only happened when the Lich King was weakened due to the debuff. There should have been some level A monsters such as frozen vampires, and then the battle before the last phase would have been easy. Well then why were 3 level A plus monsters suddenly summoned? King Lich's rust began to fade away. As it turned out, he had recovered his life points. The guy didn't understand what was going on. He knew that his information couldn't be 100% reliable. Everything was completely different. Is it that they're the only ones who made it to this phase? Or has something changed because Jack is helping them? Yoon Seol tried to keep everyone safe with her sacred protection. Jack, how dare they point their weapons at his allies? The guy was thinking about how it's too hard. He's treating a plus-level monsters. And there's also something wrong with Ojin's plan. He had never seen him so confused. Ojin thought not. Without at least some understanding of what the Lich is capable of, there's no chance of them defeating him. He has the 3 sacred treasures. There must be a way. With his death and soul's resurrection skills, along with potions and resilience, they could. The boy heard the voice again about downstairs. He didn't understand what it was, and what was it trying to tell him? What the hell is down there? Can he trust him? Walking up to the guys, the guy asked them to hold out for 5 minutes, though no at least 3 minutes. If he hears a voice, then it must be a hidden quest. Is it hope or a trap? He has to make sure. The guy yelled, "Look out, he's coming." The voice said that he had entered the location of the end of the frozen destruction. Below him, The boy saw a red lake. He yelled out to not say that this was the same bloody Phoenix Lake. The guy knew it was, which was why he was recovering so quickly. Phoenix blood, a liquid with the density of molten ruby. It acts as an elixir for monsters. If they were able to collect so much phoenix blood due to the characteristic of fast regeneration, then something was obviously wrong. By all means, he has to go in and check what's up. So the guy decides to call in Jormungand. If he hits that lake at high speed, he'll suffer a lot of damage, especially since the boy is sure it's not poisoned. He told Jormungand he needed his help. There seems to be a lot of pressure inside it due to its density. If he's not mistaken, the heart should be somewhere in the middle of the lake. He ordered it to keep going. So that's what it looks like from the inside. Cool. Ojin knew it. He'd caught it. The boy was not at all surprised that he had hidden his heart there. If he has left his heart in a place where it can be supported with elixir at any time, there is no point in doing physical damage to it, as its health is virtually inexhaustible. An extra heart, an amazing feature. If he's not mistaken, he didn't get that characteristic right away. But if someone was able to figure out how to destroy it, did that user hear the voice? He saw a human silhouette. The guy thought to himself, not just those above ground? He was surprised that it could move so fast and such consistency. It's not realistic, is it? He tried to get closer again and again, but Monster wouldn't let him. She fought off every possible attack. The guy thought, damn it. Phoenix's blood was hot and heavy, like red-hot metal. The pressure was squeezing his whole body. He was so close. Ojin has reached level 75. The rank, Sunk Sea Devil. The guy didn't expect it. He certainly knew that such things in his inventory couldn't hurt. It was the same characteristic he'd gotten after the battle with the Sea Devil. The pressure was intense, and the vortex made it triple stronger, allowing his trump card to activate. He no longer felt any pressure. In addition, another miracle had just happened. Veteran Jormungand's characterization had activated. The experience, the number of monsters he defeated, and the contribution he made to the dungeon allowed him to evolve at this very moment. Twin Horn Darkness. The guy knew the time had come, but he didn't think it would be now. Luck seemed to be on his side. He shouted that great. Now it was time to go back. His friends were waiting for him. The guy handed Seol the left and right hand of the King of Evil Spirits. He said he thought she should use it. All these items fell out when they defeated Heron Maru. He used them while playing as Manhwa. And in the Deadwater account, he can't use items that don't have the natural disaster characteristic. The girl asked him if he thought they would work for her. He replied that he'd let her try. Seol said they were quite heavy, and when she was frightened, she didn't realize what was happening. It turned out they had taken the shape of her hands. He yelled running away for her to use them as a means of self-defense. She could. The girl asked how she should use them. Smiling, he answered the girl that they could be a real surprise to her enemies. His words were true. Drake asked what had just happened. While he was dealing with one of the summoned monsters, he ran towards Sol, and she tried to recover him from behind. The girl was able to overpower the monster with a single blow. Level A plus one-handed weapons, especially armbands, if their attack is above 3,000, are considered unrealistically powerful. King Crab's Gauntlet, which he used while playing Manhwa, has an attack of over 3,600. Due to the serrated knuckles, the physical attack reached 3,000 damage, plus 200 water damage. He's sure it's clear to everyone how powerful this weapon is. And in the end, the full attack is 13,332. In terms of pure attack stats compared to the other strongest attacks, they are unrivaled. Who would have thought a healer would have that kind of power? Drake realized the guy had given them to Sol. It's really great for self-defense. If someone decided to attack her, they'd be down in one hit. The guy shouted that he needed to hold on a little longer. He was sure Ojin would soon reach the Lich King's weakest point. Ojin asked, does she think she can beat him? He's at his limit. The guy's as agile as anyone. The guys noticed that all the summoned monsters were disappearing. It seems that Ojin was able to. The hole where the heart should have been. The lake is being drained. Drake noticed this was an unusual attack. Things are starting to get out of control. The monster is trying to survive in any way it can. Jack said that his old friend was finished. The monster replied that he had no heart. He felt no pain. Let him end it now. They were the first in the world to successfully complete King Lich's raid. The left wing commander is dead. He will not be resurrected. The strength of the dragon faction has been reduced. Drake said it was unbelievable. This is the reward for defeating the Lich King. He went from level 65 to level 69. Guy felt a lot lighter. That's probably because of the increased dexterity. He felt like he weighed about 3 pounds. Salt went from 63 to 65. Ojin replied that maybe some of the others went up because they helped a little, but it's a little disappointing considering Heron Maru's contribution. Ojin went from level 75 to level 77. The guy was happy about it, that he finally got what he wanted. The rarest thing in the world. Yoon Seol asked, what is it, a heart model? He replied that it was his heart. Drake asked where the guy would use it. Ojin replied that it could be used anywhere. The point is that he can apply the same characteristics as King Lich, so that's why it's called a spare heart. It's a very rare item, but this spare heart really comes in handy when you have a certain rank. Suddenly, the lighting changed. The girl shouted at him to look up. A voice said he was the one standing in front of him. Killed the Lich King? He said a great war was about to break out. Then he will need different talents. If a guy would be under his command and take the place of the Lich King, he would give him the authority of commander of the left frozen destruction units. No one will be angry because one ant died from the paws of another ant who followed him for a long time. On the contrary, if you interest these ants, you will not be tormented by the desire for revenge for the dead ant. The voice said he discovered a hidden mission. The commander of the left frozen destruction squad. If he didn't accept the king's offer, he would become very angry. Drake didn't understand why this assignment was only given to Ojin. Drake told the guy that there was obviously something wrong, but Ojin still decided to accept the assignment. Oz said, welcome, new commander of the leftist squads. Thanks to his choice, he will soon get victory and recognition. The guy replied that he loved the honors and asked what about his death? Drake immediately started asking questions. Why did he agree to this? There's clearly something wrong there. Besides, isn't it worth remembering neutrality in an assignment like this? The guy replied that he had no other choice. Uz wouldn't let him get away with rejection. If he turned down the offer, he would instantly finish them all off. Uz doesn't take living creatures on his team, so he would definitely kill him soon, but not now. All the more reason he needed that title. The boy wondered if Jack was okay with it. He doesn't say anything. Ojin shouted that in general, their next target is the Death Knight. It was time to go. They wouldn't waste a moment. As soon as the girl came out, she was immediately asked the question, where was she? He's been waiting for her for so long. Is she the planner of the closed beta test Dim Kim Jo-eun? Glancing at him, she replied that she had seen what he had set up at the awards ceremony. The battle scene was quite exciting. Is the back of his head okay after something like that? He replied that he didn't like to be provoked. The man wants to learn a lot from her, for which he had to go through a lot of difficulties. Therefore, he wants her to be extremely serious, without any jokes. Depending on her answer, he would decide whether to move on. The girl said it was funny. After all, she wanted to meet him. Looking at him, she asked if he wanted to work with her. After changing her clothes, the girl shouted to the boys to look at it. She told them that the elder of the Angel tribe had given it to her as a gift. Drake said she looked good. Angel Village. Everyone was so happy to see her. Even though she was no longer Nettie, they loved her as if she were their own daughter. Soul's love for the angels was unconditional. The seventh conflict zone is the Tower of Swords. An invulnerable knight is hiding there. That's where the boys are headed. Drake said the Lich King was the lumberjack Nicholas. They should find out who the Death Knight is. Jack replied that yes, it might be Richard the Lionheart. Richard is the son of Henry the Lionheart, once ruler of the Beast Kingdom. Richard, of course, had a strong body and a noble mind like his father Henry. He was to become a general. The stronger and more noble the general, the more invulnerable the Death Knight becomes. He obviously has to be of a high caliber. Jack said he's made up his mind. Now he's gonna do to him what he did to the lumberjack. Ojin shouted that perfectly. The Death Knight is different from the Lich King. He doesn't have a clear attack pattern, so they have to be prepared to die and try to pass this raid. In short, it means they need to go all the way. While they are climbing to the top of the tower, monsters will start attacking them. Let them not think of retreating. They have to fight the boss. There will be a lot of hidden items, so have them look around. The monsters will attack from the very first floor. So the guy had already created a strategy in his head. Many variables don't match his knowledge from the past, quite a few happened unexpectedly. They may have experienced a butterfly effect due to their regression, but a Death Knight is different from a Lich King. Since there is only one strategy, there will be no variables. Ojin shouted for Seol to use her sacred shield right away. Drake was told to cover the left. Jack was told to concentrate on horizontal attacks at mid to long range. Manhwa will take the right side. Once inside the tower, the boys couldn't understand what was going on. Why are all the monsters already dead? Sol asked if someone had already hunted them. Drake replied that it didn't look like a hunt. It was like there was a war going on, especially since there are strange kinds of monsters collected there. The boy asked species. Drake said that although ogres and goblins were dark monsters, they were wild species that inhabited the fields. They don't usually live in such narrow dungeons. Strangely, even sea monsters that live in water somehow lay dead in such a place. Ojin nervously laughed, saying that he's been ruining his plan from the beginning. It seems this buddy is pretty strong. He'll give him a lot of compliments when he sees him. He'll rip his head off. Suddenly, the boy heard the sound of the flute. He thought he got there before everyone else. Had someone destroyed the boss? He should have been more careful. Going up the floors, he saw that it was the same everywhere. The middle boss was frozen in front of him. The guy thought it was a nightmare. Was he too late? Skipped the middle boss and went straight for the victory over the Death Knight. How did he know he didn't have to go through the middle boss? Is it really a coincidence? His plan had turned into something he hadn't expected at all. They need to get out of there now. Zodiac saw the silhouette and said, "Why is he standing there? Let him run. Hurry if he doesn't want to die." Ojin asked, "So was he the one who ruined his plan? No matter how much of a rush he's in, is he really going to blow them up too? What will happen if something goes wrong and the boss wakes up?" A former member of Mad Dogs appeared in front of the guy. Seeing the deadwater, she asked what he was doing there. The guy said he wanted to ask her why she was here. And why are the two of them together anyway? The girl asked what? Why all of a sudden would he talk to her like that? Does he know her? Ojin realized that this was his first time meeting her in the form of deadwater. At that moment, everyone else came running up as well. Drake started asking the kid what happened, why he was running like that. Yoon Seol said she saw that woman somewhere. She was in the Korean Professional League. And that jerk, that's Zodiac. Drake asked why they're together, and why is Zodiac on his knees? Kim Joo-eun said that in general, let them get the hell out of here and stay out of their way if they don't want to die. The guy asked, it seems they failed this raid and are now trying to escape. What a relief. But he has a question. They're together, sure, but that's not enough to defeat a Death Knight. If they had prepared fully, there would be no variables. Even Zodiac, who the whole world knows. What the hell happened to him? The very same Death Knight appeared in front of them. The guys didn't even move. All the guy could utter was his gaze. Ojin asked, rotten water? It's a bug monster, a doppelganger created from player data. It's subject to a standard mutation, which brought it to the maximum level of a serial killer. A standard monster that made him realize that even artificial intelligence can go crazy. The guy couldn't kill it, and that pissed him off. So why is this crazy doppelganger here? Zodiac opened his eyes and asked what had happened. Seeing the deadwater, he asked if he was already there. The boy thought, what do you mean already? Ojin thought, what is this? Are the orcs really working with humans now? The guy asked, is it really Ban Seol Woo of the Mad Dogs? And why are they, the guys with the Zodiac? The girl started yelling that she was pissing everyone off. Why does she ask so many questions? Let him get out of the way and get out of the way. She ordered them to go ahead and get this jerk out of the way. They started attacking the guy. Ojin asked, was he really going to use his body to hit him? Even after he became an orc, nothing had changed. Yoon Seol asked, aren't they professional players? They're weaker anyway. Ojin is armed with various characteristics and he has a high level. He's also great in battle. The guy said he wasn't sure, but would it really be hard for Korean professional players to beat him? Ojin asked, were they the ones who brought all those monsters? Just like at the awards ceremony. The Death Knight there? No, it's the parasite inside the Death Knight. The guy asked, did they bring the Death Knight in there too? Zodiac said he didn't have time to explain. He's not touching him today either, so he can do what he wants. The man asked what it was. He said stop wasting their time. Let him get out of the way. Ojin saw that if he decided to come like this, the Death Knight would tear him apart, especially since the guy already knows how to defeat such a monster. And on the other hand, the guys are so tired of trying to get out of there. So the guy decides to kill them all. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Zodiac by summer to make him go away. If they keep standing like this, he'll unfreeze. The guy thought it seemed like he was lying because he was in too much of a hurry. But what's really going on? Suddenly, Ojin remembered about the very monster he met frozen on the way. He had almost forgotten that it was there too. A vampire worm. The guy asked why they didn't defeat the middle boss and missed it. Zodiac replied that how could he have known that would happen? He planned time to freeze that guy and leave after killing the last boss. They wasted their time, and now they're all in danger. After the monster, the dungeon was a pile of rubble. The man replied that that was why he didn't want to face it. Drake noticed that in the end, they ended up splitting into a couple. It was the worst combination. The worm vampire was aiming for them. Yoon Seol remarked that they were trapped. Jack replied that he was used to this, and so was his body and soul. She said that the first, second, third, and fourth floors of the tower seemed to have collapsed completely, destroying the entire building. Kim Joo-eun asked them why they were standing up. He's on his way back. Drake asked, is he headed that way? The guy noticed something was wrong. He looks like a sandworm, but he's not digging in the ground. He's flying through the air. But there's something about its movements that seems familiar. Yoon Seol replied that it breaks through walls. Breakthrough? It's the second technique when this worm hits something. It bounces on a trajectory similar to a ball, smashing the walls. She heard that from Ojin before joining the game. The guy said he wouldn't fight a monster boss like that, but if he really destroys the walls and they leave him like that, then the destruction will accelerate and there's no way to avoid it anymore. The difference is that vampire worm is aiming at players on the ground. What if Ojin runs into him? What will he do? Turning to Drake, she asked for a second if they could do as she said. The boy replied that of course. But the girl clarified that she hadn't even said anything yet. He replied that he knew she was wise. So it's time to do it. The girl said there seems to be a way out. What about them? Don't they want to cooperate? They have physical strength there. Wouldn't that help them? Drake replied that there was no way. Weren't they going to kill them? Seol said fine. Turning to her, the guy said they were Ojin's opponents. She replied that everyone goes through regrets at times like this. But now they need to come together to get through it. They will use this wall fragment as a shield to dodge the worm vampire. Now, have them listen to her carefully, because timing is very important. She had already made small calculations considering the angle of attack, so all she needed to do was match the timing. If the timing and angle aren't comparable, then they'll be destroyed like those walls. The girl asked how she had counted everything in such a short time. It's unbelievable. Seol told her that she was a bit of a math whiz. She said that when she was younger, she used to make a lot of graphs, but too much time had passed since then. Yoon Seol asked her what she was doing. The girl said she was going to call it game management. She's unemployed now. Seol yelled that they need to guide it between the pointed and blunt bricks along the right wall of the tower. Just have them tilt that wall fragment about 45 degrees horizontally. The faster it hits, the faster it will bounce off. They don't stand much of a chance. The girl noticed that it wasn't working a little bit. She said one more time. This time they tilt it 5 degrees more. Drake needs to relax his arms a little. The guy asked, did they succeed? She said yes. He went through that narrow gap leading upstairs. So he can't go back down, because all the walls on the upper floors have been destroyed. Kim Joo-eun said it's great. Now she can take a breather. Suddenly, Drake was attacked. The guy said that once it gets better, they show their true colors. The girl asked, does that mean he's good at using onions? Their ratings are really quite different. Bang Chul-woo is known as the Black Bull. No matter what he looks like. He was once a master who was ranked 10th in the rankings among Korean users. Drake is the magic of pollution. Tell Seol to stay away from her. The girl asked, is this really how it's going to happen? She helped them deal with the worm vampire. They should be grateful to her. She replied that she had never seen such a naive girl. They just decided to stick to their old arrangements. Let her think no harm. Suddenly, a vampire worm attacked the Black Bull from above. Joo-eun asked why the worm came back so quickly. The girl replied that she had calculated everything as she said. She knows everything that was up there, and what was destroyed, what the structure was like, what shape the walls were, where everything was. Seol can predict the trajectory of the vampire worm, so he understands where, when, and from where it will appear. It's going to be hard to evade it now, Because it's at top speed. The girl asked, was she really going to use this against them from the start? Did she really think Seal would reach out to her? Zodiac realizes the Death Knight is inadequate. He can't believe he's alone in a critical situation. The man realized he can't. He needs to somehow redirect his attention to the deadwater and try to kill them both. Turning to the deadwater, he asked, in such a dangerous situation, shouldn't they rally together? Suddenly, he noticed the boy was gone. Zodiac didn't understand where he had gone. Isn't the watch he was wearing made of sandworm skin? He's using his characteristic of playing with the earth to disappear. The man shouted that he was the real trash. The Death Knight began to approach him. Zodiac tried to stop him with monsters, but it was no use. Eugene said, what a naive guy. Did he really think deadwater would work on him? Good thing he had a chance to hide. Zodiac's only advantage is a black mage commanding the unkillable. It must be so hard to deal with an unkillable Death Knight and small monsters. The guy decided to watch him get tired and then kill the Death Knight. The raid on the vampire worm game of the risky shooter is rather like a rare form of suicide. If the player continues to be in a state of failure, the difficulty of the game eventually increases to the point where the human reflexes cannot handle the strain. This is why the vampire's speed increases with each hit. You have to kill yourself to lower the difficulty level. It's a pretty inconsistent system. Seal said they couldn't afford to die, could they? So the girl decided to use them. At first, there was no need for a fight. No one was supposed to die. But eventually it came to this. Drake asked, and she'd thought this all out in advance? The girl said no. She merely made a rough calculation based on the worm vampire's movement. The guy thought she'd be mad if he said she was a smart girl. I punched the walls, hit 448 times in one round, and the difficulty with speed increases after 2 rounds, resulting in 896 losses. The girl said that the method of dropping the vampire worm seemed like a way to escape the tower. Drake asked, is that why Eugene didn't want to go through all that? One of the ogres said he wasn't dead yet. Looking at the girl, he thought he would take care of the healer first, since she was the weakest. Drake realized she wouldn't be able to dodge because of her agility. The boy yelled at her to get down, but the girl was unstoppable. He had completely forgotten that Seal had an S-class monster-level Heron Maru item that was in no way inferior in muscular strength. He was mistaken in thinking that the healer was the weakest link, devastating power that will knock out even a strong ranking with a single punch. Coming to her senses, the girl asked, where is he? She was so scared that she instinctively extended her fist. Where did he go? The guy replied that it had exploded, just vaporized. As soon as he touched her fist, it turned into mincemeat and burst like a balloon. The girl screamed that she didn't mean to blow him up like that. Wasn't that awful of her? Drake asked her to calm down. That's what happens when the life points are too low. Of course, they don't usually explode like that. She has a good feel for the game and is a great attacker, even in close combat. Drake and Soul and yelled that they were there to help. Was he okay? But the picture in front of their eyes wasn't the best. The boy asked what the hell was going on. Zodiac was trying to kill a Death Knight. He thought a wall of dead monster flesh and bones would buy them some time to escape, but it turned out to be pointless. He said that apparently catching a Death Knight using necromancy was too difficult. At least there was deadwater too. The Zodiac's life points were quickly depleted. It would be suicide to fight a Death Knight alone after all. He said that if he thought about it, he might have a teleport scroll somewhere, but he'd have to look for it. Obvious defeat. Zodiac scolded the guy and lowered his head. At that moment, the Death Knight looked at Zodiac's corpse. Eugene shouted, hello, long time no see, evil spirit. The guy asked, his body got stronger? Did he really sign up for the gym? This time he will take responsibility and end it. If the guy can find his weak spot and hit him with the dagger, then all he has to do is use the blood predator characteristic to gain victory. That's what he was thinking. But that was his mistake. All because his opponent was an evil spirit plus a Death Knight. The guy yelled that how much he hated the attack that made him unable to see anything. Unfortunately, he couldn't use the Blood Raptor yet. Eugene noticed that the monster's movements were getting faster and faster. Did he predict the boy's escape route in advance? He fought him twice when he was his double, so it wouldn't be surprising if he did calculate his movement from the data. The more you fight the same enemy, the stronger you become. It seems similar. However, a breakthrough is always possible. Eugene asked how did he like that? After which the guy used the Blood Predator. How does the monster feel? Does it feel like it's bleeding? The guy yelled that he'd get him back to the way he was used to. But suddenly, something went wrong. Was it really a trick? Ojin thought it was impossible. How did he know what the guy was going to do in this situation? He was confused. Now the monster is at the level where his skills are like a Death Knight, and his intelligence is like a doppelganger. With all the information about the Death Knight, he had underestimated him too much. In the end, his body was pierced by the Death Knight's claw, an attack that was impossible to dodge. As his life points dropped to 0, a dark red aura wrapped around his body and lit up. The boy shouted that he was going to tear his head apart. Berserk mode. This continuous falling down mode is also called Berserk mode. He rose from the dead due to this characteristic obtained after defeating the queen of the floating island. Plus, it's a significant statistical change. Like the queen, his characteristics have strengthened and his combat power has increased by more than 10 times. But at least the characterization title sounds cool. Now he wants to show it to Sol and Drake. Of course, there's no way to make this immense power limitless. Unfortunately, it's limited to 100 seconds. While trying to defeat his opponent, he would have died if he hadn't figured out how to bring himself back to life. His life points are now reduced by 1% every second. In other words, he is given a limited life that lasts less than 2 minutes. After apologizing, the guy said he didn't have much time, so he needed to get this over with as soon as possible. Ojin fought him for a long time. The guy asked where he was looking. "It's his shadow, you fool." After that, he started attacking again. Of course, Death Knight's average stats are much higher than his, because he is an elite monster with the highest stats among all S-level monsters. But the most important factor in this fight is agility. There is a huge difference in their agility in its current state. The guy used the Vortex plus Earthquake again, a weapon capable of destroying a huge area. It becomes a one-on-one technique and penetrates the Death Knight's body. It's so light that he can barely feel his own weight when he moves. The heavy feeling when attacking is about the same as before. No, it's much heavier. The guy realized that it had been over 40 seconds since he had entered Berserk mode. His life points still continued to drop. He needed a little more. The strength of his glove was fading. The guy yelled for the Death Knight to die already. Suddenly, he said, "What do they look like? Isn't he from this world? Isn't he a monster too?" Ojin asked what he was carrying. He complimented him as an artificial intelligence, how he was able to make it this far. But this was already his threshold. Suddenly, someone said, "Rat, great job, that's the way to go." Turning around, the guy couldn't believe his eyes. "Damn psycho, how is he still alive?" Zodiac said he now understands why the guy hits others in the back of the head. Great taste. When he attacked him, the guy thought it would be nice to develop his survival skills, didn't know he'd have to use them so soon. Ojin thought what a fool he was. How could he have forgotten about this? The guy should have prepared in advance. The third characteristic recorded in the Dark King's book, masochism. Black magicians and a few other special people could get this characteristic. You have to turn a corpse into an unkillable and breathe new life into it. Of course, the punishment will result in a 2-rank drop, like he's creating an unkillable from a monster. Very useful skill for survival, and it gives them extra life. For the record, there is no other way to restore stats other than going to some secret location and getting the blessing of a black priest. He might have noticed if he had glanced at him for even a second. There were times when he could be careless too. After all, the answer hung in the air. He just lay there and got free benefits from it. Ojin thought that now was the time to end it. Zodiac asked, was it him? Did he trigger the cataclysm? The man found out as he followed in his footsteps. The guy wasn't truly unbelievable. There's no way he expected it to end in a cataclysm. Ojin wondered about the cataclysm. Did he know about the cataclysm? Hell, really, the guy should know how the Zodiac knew about it. He said the guy had previously heard about the terminal closed beta, but didn't react in any way. Couldn't be wrong. Who the hell is he? Ojin realized that he couldn't even move. The guy was running out of steam. He was going to die at the hands of the Zodiac, not the Death Knight. The man said he didn't seem comfortable talking right now. He would visit him soon and hear his story. He would look forward to it. Suddenly, Jack showed up to help the guy. Zodiac obviously didn't expect to see him there. The man asked how he had escaped from there. Yoon Seol immediately healed the guy. Ojin said everything is red. He can't understand if it was Jack. Drake said yes and asked how could it be? Did the Zodiac yell out what rabid dogs do? Why is Jack attacking him all of a sudden? It's not like the rules say you can't interfere in player fights. He said well, since it was now, the man decided to leave after finishing off the Death Knight. Ojin shouted to Zodiac that the Death Knight is his. After all, he's already broken. He just needs to give him a good whack. Zodiac was killed again. Yoon Seol asked, did the Death Knight rip off his own head? Drake replied the Death Knight's body was dying, so he was going to leave it. Ojin shouted to the guys to stop him from running away. Tell them to stop him. After many attempts to stop him, he ran away. Sol asked the guy something wrong? He thought great, and he ran away from them like that? How rotten water is persistent. Guy asked Drake to fire a couple arrows into Zodiac's body or else he would rise again. Well then, that's the end of it. If he doesn't, he's probably going to die soon. Turning to Jack, the boy asked why he'd gotten into their fight with Zodiac. He has no reason to get involved if there is a fight between real players. Jack replied that he heard a voice. A familiar voice calling him, asking him to help him. The boy thought to the voice, could it possibly be the same voice? He hadn't expected it himself. Jack kept repeating that he wasn't a coward. He was braver than any other man. Until the very end, a voice said that they had completed the world's first Death Knight raid. The ruler of the Tower of Swords is dead. He can no longer be resurrected. Looking up, Drake turned to Ojin. The boy answered what was what, and this time showed up. Oz said he's his left-wing candidate. His power is extremely diminished. Why would he do that? The guy needs to take responsibility if he can't change his mind. Let him come to where he is. Ojin said there's no turning back now. Well, that's what he expected from the beginning. If this happens, he'll have nothing left but to fight him. Ojin asked, does he look great enough now? Added a new title of commander of the right units of the Tower of Swords. Added a new ability, a choice with the same characteristics and effectiveness as before, but their effect will be increased. Yoon Seol asked, could she take it back? The guy gave Seol his cape that he had worn before. The girl asked, wouldn't it be better to give it to Drake? The guy asked what it was about. It's a vital item. After all, a healer is often attacked. Drake and Sol went up as well. They were now at levels 71 and 68. That's slightly higher than those currently at the current top of the world rankings. Looking at Sol, the guy said that color-wise it doesn't really match up. Let it be for a few seconds. Maybe he should use a fabric dyeing potion? Pouring some of the potion on the cloth, it began to change color. Ojin said, and now, the main reward of this raid. Here it is, immortality. The girl asked, what is it for? It's not enough for the boss reward, is it? Ojin replied that this is what will help them catch the Lich, a very important thing. Drake said he had a question. How did the Zodiac get there? Aren't they the only ones who knew about all the S+ level bosses? The guy replied that no, they really were the only ones. How did he know about the dungeon? Ojin replied that it was easy, no matter how he did it. He's a pioneer like that. A gold mine in Gordix. Before the Cataclysm, this was the source of Zodiac's military funding. So, of course, the first user to catch Gordix is the Zodiac. The guy thought he was going to catch the Pride like before. After all that, he noticed that someone started reading his mind. So he followed those footsteps, which is why he immediately headed to another dungeon. And that's where he ran into him. Given what he told him, it means that Zodiac had been tracking Ojin from the beginning. The kid wondered if it wasn't dangerous. A serial killer was stalking him. What the hell was he? What's a closed beta? Isn't he just a regular serial killer? Ojin said that fortunately, he won't have access to the account for the next 3 days. But there's a possibility that he can hack into the records with access during that period, so they won't let their guard down. They need to speed up before this asshole interferes with them again. Drake thought honestly, not that it's much different from him, but that doesn't matter to him. The most important thing to the guy is having fun playing with Ojin. If his journey ends, then he will ask him his question. The abyss of the path of death. Ojin said they finally got there. It is the infamous abyss of death path, famous for its impressive depth. It is located right behind the terminal abyss. It may seem small, but the environment inside it is bloody merciless. Turning to the boy, Drake asked if Iz really lived there. He answered that he did, which was why they had come there. He didn't understand how an S-level plus monster could dwell in such a place. Wasn't this dungeon already known as a hunting ground filled with lizard players? It's not that dangerous if he knows how to behave on such a surface, even though it sometimes explodes. Isn't this where users around level 20 perform corporate and various daily tasks? Soul said it's a mystery to her that there's a higher-level monster lurking out there somewhere. Jack said the place smells of him. He can smell him. The girl said let them look at it. They are so grueling doing daily tasks. They must be low-level players. They even have rookie vibes. So cute. Drake said that if you don't count Soul's level, she has a lot in common with them. A hunting ground has been created for every race and in the dim world. Among them, the Abyss of Death Path is the favorite place for low to mid-level lizard players. To this dungeon on the northeastern edge come those who have adapted perfectly to the ecosystem of the central continent to perform the famous daily volcano mining quests. The point of the mission is simple. You need to use the pickaxe received from the player to dig volcanic ore, which is found all around the perimeter. Then you need to throw it into a huge furnace in the center of the map. They are rewarded with a generous daily wage and a daily bonus. So even if you participate once every 2 days, the efficiency is still improved. But everyone knows that this dungeon is not originally a space for low-level players. The low-level lizards that gather there are specifically summoned by Oz. Now let them see. This place is sloppily organized. O'Gene told that there is a deeper and harsher space, not comparable to what they had seen before, continuing endlessly down the first floor. It is deeper than the Abyss Terminal and the Abyss Pole. Soon they would find out why Oz had filled his nest with low-level lizards. The boy asked, "Is it time to get started?" The guys yelled that they were nasty lizards. They're here for their daily assignment, too. Why don't they put down their tools and get the hell out of there? The lizards said it was an air raid started. Again, those orcs came there. After which a fight broke out. The daily tasks that the orcs perform are to interfere with the tasks of the lizard players. The orcs' daily task is to interfere with the lizard jobs. Once they occupy the lizard jobs, experience points increase, and if any of them return from the battlefield alive, they will be rewarded. The quest can also be completed by interrupting, but the reward will be huge if they kill a lizard that hasn't completed the daily quest yet. Of course, the situation is no different on the lizard side. So if one of them kills an orc, they will get more experience than when hunting the monster. The number of players killed, extra rewards, and death dragon bonuses count. In other words, it's an event in which both have no choice but to actively participate. Looking at this, Drake said what a mess. O'Gene replied that his timing was right, because the whole mess had to start now. This ring was obtained after a mission to the Celestial Island. With the ability of 1,000 faces, they can change their appearance. The boys had their full attention, after which they used the gold mine fever. Their bodies began to solidify and turn into gold. It was a new kind of mana burning obtained after defeating Gordix. It was several times stronger than jellyfish. Everyone started running away, shouting that this crazy guy had blown up the furnace. Smiling, O'Gene said that the operation was a success. He said open the passage to the next floor, earn attack power, and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He had a devious mask on his face. A voice said that Oz's 3rd furnace had been destroyed. The secret passage between the abyss of the path of death and the path between life and death had been revealed. Soul asked if the secret passage really existed. The guy replied that it was the path where the liquid volcanoes flowed. Everything must be molten there. The guy said it looked like Oz's wrath was coming down on them. Jack said long overdue independence. He'd give it back to him in full. O'Gene shouted that fine. He offered to slit his throat before he did it first. The first floor is enough for low-level players to get in and out of there safely. All they need to do is follow Oz's instructions. On the 2nd floor, the difficulty level changes. A 2nd dragon furnace appeared in front of them. The boys asked if it was a scarecrow. Jack replied that yes, they look like him. They are scarecrows, working like machines, without emotion or thought. That's where he met Dorothy for the first time. And that's where he worked like them. Someone kept telling those useless creatures to work harder. Let them not think about anything. She kept saying she hated him and wouldn't accept him. They're all trash because of them. How can she? O'Gene said that the Tower Queen is a creepy S-level monster. How does he know about her? Jack asked how he could forget her lovely face. It was his mother after all. She said he was back. He, the piece of trash, had left them. She kept repeating the word garbage over and over. said she was recycled, rebuilt, and abandoned because of him. He, a petty thief, stole part of the volcano and ran away. One day there was a storm in the sky, and a woman named Dorothy fell from the sky. The queen of the tower collapsed in a faint when Dorothy fell on her. When she woke up, the furnace was destroyed. Besides, because of this woman, the stuffed animals have lost one flaw: a thief who ran away with a precious piece of volcano in his head. She said that even now, when she thinks about that time, it makes her very angry. She's finally getting her revenge on him, the traitor. Great. The part of the volcano he stole is still with him. Jean said how annoying she is. What the hell is she talking about? The guy told Jack something important. Parents should just be parents, doesn't he think? He said he did. The queen of the tower started yelling that he pointed the scythe at his mother. He had become such a worthless child. Jack asked, did she not hear his friend? Parents who throw their children into ovens can't be called parents. Drake asked the guy, is the story about the parents based on his personal experience? Jean said no comment. Us trusted the tower queen because of her ability to turn dead soldiers into unkillable soldiers. In addition, her value and characteristics are quite low for an S-level monster. Volcano's scythe is strong enough to cut through the dragon's scales because it does a lot of damage in close combat. She screamed that it wouldn't work. Having fun with her son for the first time, and he's so energetic he's lost control. Jean shouted that she had done it. The banshee had done the summoning. Because of this characteristic, she is considered a level S monster. The guy said that they continue to proceed according to the plan. Watching them try to massacre the others, the queen said it wouldn't help them. Their power source is a volcano created by the great Oz himself. As long as this boiling volcano exists, her children will be reborn again and again. Jean replied that he knows. Their healer would take care of her boiling cauldron. Their healer with an attack power of 13,332. It will blow her furnace to hell. Seol asked how she could talk about people as if their lives were worthless. The queen replied that it was nonsense. How could a healer have such power? The tower queen screamed that it was impossible. She blew the whole thing apart in one move? Where did she even come from? The second furnace was destroyed. She can't give in to such dangerous underlings and let them get into Oz's peace. Jean shouted, where's she going? He thought it was impossible. Because she was only a neck, she was easily given to quick maneuvers. She managed to dodge. If she escaped, they would lose their reward. She's screaming that she won't let them get to Oz. She doesn't want to, but she doesn't seem to have a choice. She has to wake him up. The guys asked what it was. Did she kill herself? Jean said no. She jumped into a secret passage at the bottom of the furnace. It's the same structure as the different floors. In the end, he couldn't follow through and kill her. The guy was too careless. Given all her characteristics, he thinks she could be a second zodiac. But do such monsters always escape using their characteristics? Something is clearly wrong with these lowly creatures. She said how annoying it was. Couldn't destroy them with her own hands. That's why they've gotten this far. If this keeps up, she won't be able to face Oz. So she'll leave it to him, the war lizard. Looking up, the boys asked the atmosphere here is slightly different from the one upstairs. It's like a dungeon for prisoners. A lizard warrior appeared in front of them. Soul said that compared to the other bosses, he didn't look that strong. Drake added that he even looked small. The queen screamed that they, petty thieves, weren't even worthy to be at Oz's feet. The dragon warrior and the tower queen would turn them into kindling for the furnace. The guy was sure that the lizard warrior was the last boss on his way to Oz, but something didn't feel right, like things were different in his memories. His ferocity was infamous. Fighting him was more difficult than any other boss. The moment he entered the battlefield, he could immediately break through the tank line of the orc army and go on the attack further. A legendary boss that could not be defeated even by the combined attack of 100 ranked orcs. For a while after his release, even before the appearance of his chief torture technique master, he was the one who was the hardest to get along with out of the entire dragon faction. But was his body always this small? It's like there's some details missing. The guy noticed that he was attacking the players first. Is his attack power the same as before? He thought it couldn't be. Once they overpowered him, they would reach Oz and the raid would begin. Like the guy didn't think, it's not easy. Drake told the guy it's obsidian armor. His whole body is made of volcanic ash. If you give him standard attacks, It won't do him any harm. The monster began to attack. At that time, Sol managed to protect the boys with the angel's breath. Drake said he thought he could dodge it. Is that a piercing attribute? Ojin shouted to the girl that she was a great help. This flame is poisonous, so it's possible to get injured even if you dodge it. The girl said yes, but would she be able to last? Drake said he's been firing arrows for quite some time now, but there's no damage because of the armor. If this keeps up, it's going to be hard to take him down. Looking at the side, the guy thought, if it was from the same volcano, maybe it could help a little. But still, there had to be some way to defeat it. It couldn't be that bad. Drake asked for immortality? Isn't that what he got for defeating the Death Knight? How would the guy use it? Ojin revealed that he would use this to neutralize his volcanic armor. But it would be hard to use only this. They would need an auxiliary item to use them together. The guy pulled out the reverse essence. This item he obtained from Gordik's Abyss. It may seem like a random item, but in reality it can change the properties of any other item. Turning to Drake, the boy asked what their opposite of immortality was. He asked, the opposite of immortality? Then it hit him. It was mortality. Ojin says this is it. Let him hold on for 1 minute. He's really asking for it. Drake replied okay, and asked Seal to protect him. The guy saw Jack, and he said what good timing. Let him hold this guy for a while. He said, is she Dorothy? What had the Banshee done to Dorothy? Is he just now realizing? Denies it. Obviously smarter than her friends. No, he's a naughty boy. There's no forgiving him. He hurt her pride. She said that unlike that pathetic dragon who was as weak as a chicken, that girl was full of surprises. The voice said that the merging of the items was complete. Ojin said that it didn't matter how honest his words were. They will know when they destroy it. This item is called immortality. It combined with the reverse essence item and reversed the effect of the first item, making it a mortality item. The immortal volcanic lizard warrior armor slept. The Tower Queen screamed, what did they do? The volcanic armor given to Oz. It's coming down. It was her, his good old friend, an improved version of the warrior lizard. She said she'd forgotten it existed. Oz and Queen Banshee used to love this toy back in the day. He broke the royal armor forged by the Lord of Oz himself. Let him kill them to save the furnace. Ojin shouted that great. It was time to move on to the final stage. They need to go forward. Oz will be right behind them. He said the armor must have been heavy. It's suddenly so light. Funny thing is, he won't lose to anyone in agility. Not that he didn't sympathize with her now, but the original player's state was just programmed into the setting. And he's a real player, Deadwater. His head is full of trying to catch Oz as quickly as possible. Jack asked if Dorothy didn't recognize him. He's the scarecrow she set on fire. What she's become, he can't hit her with that scythe. It was the voice the boy had heard earlier. He was saying that at this rate, it would be hard for them to get rid of the warrior lizard. Ojin asked, did the voice seem clearer this time? The voice said they needed to break the device on his chest. Ojin asked, is that a control device? The boy realized it was on the Queen Banshee's chest. He figured that even though the volcanic armor was down, her skills hadn't disappeared. The Banshee Queen would probably dodge and run away whether he attacked her or not. I think she's aiming for something. Laughing, she asked him what was he avoiding her? The guy made a huge mistake if he thinks a lizard warrior can't do anything without armor. She said it was strange how there could be so much damage with so much regeneration. Jack jumped after her. He grabbed her by the control device on her chest. Ojin shouted that great. Now they can get it over with. Suddenly, a voice said he didn't need to do that. They didn't understand why everything around them had suddenly stopped. What was happening? He hasn't encountered anything like this even in his past life. Is this some kind of insertion? And why is he the only one seeing it? She told Jack it was all right. She'd find him like a late-night summer downpour. The guy thought, yeah, that sounds like an insert. So there must be a skip button somewhere. Pretend to listen closely. Suddenly, she said hello to Jack Pumpkinhead's new friend. She said she knew him. The friend who started it all backwards. That's him, isn't it? Thanks for listening to her so carefully. Have him take care of Jack. And tell him to say hello to his white friend. Ojin asked, what did she just say about regression? Why are those words being said by a player? And what other white friend? With a smile, she disappeared.